Please let me get the ace. Oh, honey, please, I would love you forever.
Protected at all costs. Friendly, last operator standing.
Ace, baby, let's go. Oh my god, I got an ace. I got an ace, guys.
Came up with the most amount of yes, this person deserves it, this person's been around, this person supports, this person's great, they're consistent, all that stuff, and we're gonna be able to get a live reaction. Please welcome to the team. Oh, I gotta get rid of my face cam now.
No way! What?
Enjoy. Let's run out of a name.
Oh my god!
Congratulations. Congratulations to Run Out of a Name, joining our rising family.
Jesus Christ! No way! I got it to knockout! Oh, hello. Bye-bye. Theater. Okay, one behind the bomb.
There's two in that room.
Two, but there was one in theater.
They're both in that room. Nice.
What did you do? Ska jag visa hur det ser ut? Ska jag visa hur det ser ut?
Min tur.
No, I see on the camera, for goodness sake. Oh my god.
Andra ögat.
You better be
You
careful.
decided what you want. And your kids what you want.
Oh my god. How the frick are you doing?
We too is demons. We're demons.
Yeah, you bet. I was going to. Did you really poke me on the nose? You're questioning.
Oh my god, det ser ut som en räv som behöver hjälp.
You're gonna be a witch today, boy. What?
Can you like no?
He sees your camera.
Hello everyone, hoping you're having an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are, guys. So we are back, it's Sunday, and we are going to be starting off the tournament on the 6th Invitational. It's going to be playoffs today, and we are going to be looking at a couple of teams today. I'm not sure which one we are going to be starting at right now. And when it comes to prediction, I can't do any prediction, which is kind of a little bit weird, to be honest. But yeah, so for now, I think we are going to be watching Spacious Gaming versus FaZe. And during that time, I'm going to be fixing dinner. Why can't... Isn't she... Wait. Mm. Yeah, I'm not too sure why I can't do any prediction right now. That's so weird. It says in a day. The Sunday, Sunday, the Sunday, Sunday. Wait, how does that even work? Uh, I think I missed today. Fuck. Oh well.
That would have been a real
Yeah,
big
while we're
moment.
watching this,
Asking
we
managed to
are.
take
I'm
down
going to
Cyber with a
grab my
nitro to
dinner,
get
and I
things
will be
kicked
right
off.
back.
And SSG holding firm for the time being at least.
And this Clash is doing so much work, Tim. So hard to bring down, but naturally feeds information on when FaZe are stepping across to go for their peaks. At this point, we're going to go ourselves straight in towards the middle of the smoke here, Tim. Vedaking's got in, and the backstab is there. You can't rely on the smokes to hold everyone at bay forever, Tim. And Vedaking has just shown that. But SSG, they recover down to a 3 versus 1, and Handy has got it all to do.
Yeah, moves up those yellow stairs, and it's going to be difficult. There's not really much he could do. He could potentially, relocate, reposition over to the admin side, but in a 1v3, probably not much point. It's just about going in there, try and get some kills. He's going to pop the gadget on. He can keep that going for as long as he wants. He will only be shown on cameras. You can see there, they are checking the camera. They won't know that he's there, Des, because he's not going to be seen because he's not running, but they see him with their eyes. That's the one thing that cannot deceive is the eyes of the players. When they're looking directly at them. Sprint through the wall, does manage to down Fultz. 1v3 becomes a 1v2. This is winnable with 45 seconds. Takes some damage. Downs another, I think, but J9O manages to find the final kill. SSG holding firm on the top floor.
Very close to finding the last there. Would have been heartbreak for SSG because they did hold it really well, Tim. I think outside of Vedaking being in the spot that he was to repel into the smoke and then say, right, I'm going for the backstab onto this Clash because it's holding us at bay. That was a very high-risk play, but you saw the reward coming out when he managed to find 2. This play here, in through the smoke, most players wouldn't do that. And there's probably a question really on Fultz, like, yeah, eventually he swings and gets the kill, but you've let a man in where you're really not meant to. You're relying a little bit too much on those smoke canisters to do the job. But SSG hold on. We now move down into the basement. Starting off well, Tim. We've got that Skopos on side. We love seeing a Skopos getting picked out. Just because we've seen so many interesting plays from it over, well, the last 6 months, I'd say, across the stages, across events as well. Is Fultz got one of those in the tank?
We'll keep an eye on where that spare shell ends up. I would imagine Fultz will do a little bit of setup and then he will take himself to the position that he's going to then transfer back, because the spare one at the minute isn't much use nor ornament, I would suggest, in the position that it's in. So he will be looking at the top floor potentially here, which is always an exciting one because you've got that potential for just teleporting up, getting into your opposite shell and getting down on the flank. It's those exciting moments we saw hot and cold, of course, in the group stages. Use it to perfection. We will keep an eye on that as we go. The rest of the defensive lineup, got the Legion, got the Warden, got the Mirror, so pretty standard as we would expect here. Benja on the Solace suggests he's going to get out in the map as well. He's currently up on the top floor. So FaZe are going to need to be careful here. Make sure that they're going in, that they're aware of where everybody is, and that they're clearing them as well, because right now the Skopos, the Solace, they could do some real damage in this round. Definitely something to keep your eye on.
Yes. I mean, Benja already being pushed back as well as the key one. He's the one out there trying to waste a bit of time, and if inside 30 seconds you've almost lost your life, it's a bit of a stinger. KDS now starting to spin his way around as well. J9O is tucked in the back corner though, so it's not going to be too easy. Elsewhere, the kills are beginning to fly across the map. Will they get in and get a freebie here? J9O's got a swing, goes in, and finds just that. It's still, yet again though, Tim, a 3 versus 2 for SSG.
As the pressure began to mount, we saw Fultz just teleport back down into sight, into his other Skopos shell. Actually lost his life now, so that's going to remove the threat for FaZe on top. top floor. But the real threat that's up there is Benja. He takes down Souls. He was part of this roaming duo of him and Fultz. Fultz with the opportunity, the option to just get himself back to site quickly. That's the way that he was using the Scorpos, an operator that we know has many different ways that it can be manipulated, that it can be employed, but in this case, it was just a quick return to site. 3 versus 1 then. Vitaking just trying to work his way in from the back of site. J9, no, super important position, and he played it to perfection. On that pillar, he stopped KDS doing the damage from bottom yellow stairs. That was the first important move, and then he gets the final kill onto Vitaking as he comes down from spiral stairs, and that is why that pillar is such a powerful position in basement.
I brought the numbers for it earlier when I was looking at Consulate, and I was like, cool, it's a great map when you look at it for FaZe, but it's not exactly an unpopular map for SSG. Over the last 6 months, they've played it 6 times. They're 3-3 on it. You look at it and go, okay, 50% win rate, that's okay. Not forgetting they played it at international events as well. They've played it against big competition. To have a win record is definitely a big accomplishment in FaZe's books, but SSG are certainly not like new to this map. To me, it's not like they barely ever play it. And I think across those first 2 rounds, they've looked largely
grab my
above by
dinner.
FaZe. Maybe this comes back a bit to FaZe's playstyle. They are one of the more like slow teams that we have.
I'm
at the
so
start. They
mad
do
that I
kinda
missed the
remind me a
prediction.
lot of Virtus Pro to some degree, where they will take a lot of control. They will play things slow. They're not really going to be a hard rush team. You might see it once in a blue moon. And outside of Vitaking's kind of surprise back in that first round, we've not really seen much that suggests SSG are too rattled by what they're seeing coming out of the Brazilian side. So a lot of comfort being shown in those first 2 rounds, and already starting to build up a little bit of a war chest for when these sides flip.
It's been a great start, a great start for SSG so far. Like you said, just building themselves that buffer that they can rely on later into things. We can see that there's 3 of SSG up on that top floor. So once again, I feel like FaZe maybe failed to, you know, successfully do that last time. I said to watch Benja, and he was indeed the one that hurt them from the top floor. So FaZe got to be aware of that, and I want to see them getting in there, taking top floor control, and then we can see a little bit more from them on the attack. We can see exactly how they deal with the site, how they deal with the utility, how is that execution push, because right now, Des, we haven't had an opportunity to see that from them. They've lost in the early round battles, they've lost manpower, and then they've just had to go and look for kills.
Yes, need to see a little bit more, I think, coming out, because every single time they've pulled off this sort of push forward as a team, they've always come out men down. 3 versus 2s we commonly see building out for them, and now Vitaking falls on the Grim, no less, Tim. Remember all those bees to buzz around and bother this SSG lineup, and find themselves a bit comfier as a result. Benja going down, the Goyo being the Roma here. Once those Vulcan canisters are deployed, it is far from the end of the world. So I can't imagine SSG are too fussed about losing Benja, but it does give some more map control over to FaZe.
Yeah, still 2 on the top floor for FaZe to deal with as well. We've got Ashen and J9 up there, and again, they're just going to try to hold those positions. Ashen likely has the shotgun, I would imagine, but going to be taken down. That's a big one from Cyber, because it prevents SSG from being able to make any new verticals. They've got top floor control. This is more what I wanted to see out of FaZe. Come in there, get that map control by the halfway mark. Now they can pile the pressure on Forest and Fultz. They can start thinking about sight. They can start thinking about getting handy in there with that diffuser. We've got a little bit of a standoff here, Des. Cyber and Fultz on those.
No!
Yes, it's too easy for Cyber. Takes down Fultz with a few shots to the back, and FaZe are cruising in round 3.
They just looked him like they slowed things down even more in this round, and where SSG get a bit impatient and start trying to find members of FaZe to bring down, expecting a hit to come through. FaZe have just sat either outside the map or, as you saw from Cyber, on yellow stairs, and let the members of SSG come to them. So a good little switch in pacing there from FaZe that has actually got them around on the board. It is 1 in 3. SSG still in the lead at 2-1
I'm so
after
mad
that
that I
first
forgot the
quarter.
prediction.
We're now going to repeat those same 3 sites again. Starting up on the 2nd floor. Well, again, just a real good switch of things there from FaZe. Really likes what I saw. Like I say here, these next 3 kills you'll see on your screen, they just sat and waited. They let SSG largely come to them. It's good stuff. That one was a bit ridiculous, really. Full Flash is still getting a kill. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, just playing a little bit less of SSG's game and a little bit more sort of patient, which is what we expect out of FaZe. They're going to set up in their own way. They're going to play their game, and they're going to let you play into them. And SSG that time have sort of fallen foul of that, really. FaZe able to get themselves around, but I don't think SSG will really care too much. You know, don't get me wrong, every round you win is fantastic, but it was their third choice start. They went top floor, they went bottom floor. Piano was then their third choice, so you're kind of not always expecting to win that. If you can come in here with a 4-2 half, it plays into what Jack was saying on the desk to begin with, that FaZe's attacking percentage is just not good enough realistically in terms of what we're seeing at the tournament. Way behind teams like G2, who are absolutely flying at the minute. FaZe have been winning games despite that, but this
I
is
do
getting
hope
to
that
the sharp end of
SSG
the
win.
tournament
That
now.
was
When we
like
start
my
moving
prediction
into
was
phase two,
SSG.
it's those sorts of issues
So-
that whilst you got away with it in groups, you probably won't get away with it for too long here in phase 2. So FaZe need to start sharpening up. If they only come away with 2 attacks again, they're in that same position, 30-something%, and it's going to be tough
I'm
for
so
them to
mad I
continue
missed
like
that.
They've got to start getting those 50% plus attacking halves.
It's quite dire to say that your attacking win rate is lower than a team that has already been sent home. You know,
Yeah.
Stars have a better attacking win rate than what FaZe do, which is crazy to think about. And you would hope it's going to warm up, but
So we
as
have
you often say to me, Tim,
1, 2,
what you
3,
see in the
4,
groups is not
5,
always indicative
6,
of how the
7,
rest of the
8,
tournament
No.
play. We've
9,
seen teams
10,
go, I
11,
mean, like GC
12,
had, they go flawless in groups, and then
13,
everything can start falling apart when you get to phase 2.
14,
I'm not
15.
convinced it will
Okay,
for
so I
G2 this
do
tournament.
have a
Admittedly,
lot
they've
of
looked great
time to
so
get
far,
that
but we've
prediction
seen it
in.
happen at events for other teams before. Either way, here we go. Handy.
I
starts
only
marching
had
here from
3
basement.
rights
Got a little sniff
on
around
the
here,
group
of course,
stage
just by the
because
drones off towards his
the
right-hand
last
side,
matches
he knows this is relatively
actually
safe.
like
Imagine trying to head his way out towards
changed.
Spiral here and
So
cause a little bit
FaZe
of
Clan
bother,
did
knowing that we've got to
lose
think about that top
against
floor
the
here, Tim, once he gets
Furia,
underneath inside
so
of Piano.
they traded
Oh, they're in a great
spots.
spot. Start chewing up
Otherwise,
that
I
floor
would
and
have
settle some
5
defenders while the
points.
rest of
That
the team gets set up
match
for the
actually
execute behind that
destroyed
Ying and
my
the Grim,
prediction.
and things start to look good.
So bad.
Twitch drone
But
just being
I
allowed
had
to take
BDS
out
right
an
for top
awful
place.
lot of utility
Team
there.
Duo
Minute
to
30
be
mark,
eliminated
losing
and
2 Vulcan
scores,
canisters is really going to facilitate this top floor push across
Gosh
from the
dang
admin side
it.
that FaZe are trying to build here. They're going to open up the cubby wall, just give those angles in, a little bit of phantom pressure as they get themselves up onto the roof to a little bit of safety. The Clash is going to be in a super important position here. Forest is going to be probably at the sharp end of this FaZe attack. It looks like that's where it's coming from, unless they have a little wobble, lose a man or 2 and choose to rotate. But right now it's coming their way and it could be a tidal wave.
You see Handy just starting to harass them from underneath in the back line here as well, so there's not really a super safe spot for SSG to get themselves inside of. 2 players stepping through Barb here to step forward and try
Now
and find
Ashen
the
is
fight.
gone.
Found one, trade it back onto Souls immediately, but once again Tim, FaZe are in control.
They haven't dealt with Forest, and that's been part of the problem. They've been so magnetised.
J9O
towards that
getting
shield that
free
Fultz
kills.
and
That's
J9O
good.
have been able to move into long desk and start picking kills up. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
If you
from
didn't
them.
know,
There's a little bit of pressure from me too, Laura, at
J9O
the same
got
time,
actually,
and that Clash has done its
he
job.
got known
Just
when he was playing the
absorbed
team of
so much
Flawless,
pressure
who
there
actually
has Forest
did
and been such a
stop,
focal point for FaZe to
being a
clear
team
out
after
that the
a
rest
year or
of the
so.
attack has
So
crumbled.
he
SSG
actually got
holding on really well.
placed
3-1
into
start.
the teams in the
I think a
NA.
lot of it came down to one. Fultz getting a couple of kills. J9O in this spot here. He'd been harassed earlier on the long desk by that buck from below, so he was forced to step back here in towards the back room. Has found himself a 3K from the spot as well. Wonderful stuff. And I think for FaZe, probably just not accounting for, as you say, that Clash and how much bother it was really going to cause them. When you had 2 players stepping up through barbed wire, you had the Clash still shocking them out. It was like walking through mud. They couldn't really get anywhere, Tim, without SSG being able to react in time. Really good defense yet again. They've kept FaZe at bay. Now we go down to the basement.
And the thing is, Des, the Clash was present in round 1 on the top floor. I don't feel like FaZe have done what they needed to do to recognise that that was probably going to be a problem again, and how are we going to deal with it? Last time, yeah, they managed to get in there behind. It was a little bit of a rush playing through the window. It didn't pan out in terms of the round, but yeah, they got the Clash down. But if you're going to push from admin and you're going to face a Clash, you might have a more difficult time. So I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, what have you really brought along to deal with that Clash? They haven't really brought the utility that they needed to deal with it. There's no Sophia there to create a shield break. There's no, you know, are they getting nades into that position? Have they got a Capitao to burn them out? Not enough thought towards that Clash, potentially.
Right, in we step. Got this Blitz on side, joined up with the Dokkaebi and the Jackal. They want to go fast, Tim, and go
Good
fast. They will.
clear
Ashen
from
on the Vigil
FaZe.
being
Very
punished. And we
swift.
spoke about seeing Vigil play throughout the week. SSG2 more of a kind of trolling nature. It felt against Joel a little bit, Doki having a little bit of fun with it. But the problem a number of teams have fell short on at this tournament is having players out on their own entirely by themselves. And top teams, and you know what? FaZe's attacks might have been a little bit lackluster so far this tournament. However, they will be able to punish a player. I tell you what, you're not getting a kill in that spot, I'm afraid. It's just far too close. They're very good, though, Tim, at isolating out players and punishing them. The Jackal and the Dokkaebi together here, really sending them full hell for leather for Ashen to begin with, and Benja was almost going to suffer the same fate. But yet again, Tim, they've held an angle, KDS has waited, and Fultz has ran right into his waiting arms.
Yeah, this clearance has been way better from FaZe. They've brought what they needed. I've been critical of that in the last round, but this time they've got everything they've needed. They've recognised what happened on the defence last time around. They've adapted their attack, and they've made it very difficult for SSG. Getting those 2 kills, Fultz and Ashen, gives them now a big platform to work from. They're starting to open up the hatches. They're going to start softening the sight up. Things are going to get difficult, but Benja manages to find a lifeline, just a glimmer of hope in the round for SSG as he takes down Cyber.
You've got Forest looking towards Bunker here, where he's been sat for the longest time. He was hoping to catch the Blitz out earlier on. I was going to say they don't know that he's here, but he's just been droned out. The problem is now he's got a Jackal and a Blitz starting to bear down on him from those Visa stairs, Tim. So he's in a spot of hot bother unless he can get back to site safely. Has got cover from Jane, I know, on the south side, so he should be good to get back and join his team.
They're hesitating to go down
Yeah,
there.
FaZe have continued doing work upstairs and have decided to just drop
That
directly
fucking Blitz
into
is
site,
so
and
annoying.
It's been a fantastic decision as Handy manages to find J9O. The Zoto canister's going to slow his progress down, and Benja is able to find the kill, but Souls is there for the trade. The diffuser goes down. It's 1v3. Forest has it all to do on the Kaid. Can do absolutely nothing as Souls manages to find that crucial second attacking round. But can FaZe go better than their previous stats suggest, and can they get this final attack in round 6 to go 50-50?
That felt like watching a game of chess from FaZe. And it sounds weird to say that when you've got quite a fast comp that consists of a Jackal and a Blitz charging through the map trying to hunt down those that are on their own. But that's exactly why it was like a game of chess.
Guys,
Every time
on
they've managed
Tuesday,
to force a player
if it
from
goes
SSG to move,
to
they've
that,
taken the ground, they've double-checked everything
it
they're trying
might
to do.
be a game
they've
between
identified that the
BDS
team was
and
split in
G2.
half because, as I mentioned, Forest was stuck out in blue.
Yeah,
Once they saw him on drone,
that's going to
10
be the
seconds
match
later,
of
they're
the
dropping
year.
Hatch inside the site. They know they've got the man
Match
advantage,
of
and
the
they're like,
year.
this is cool. He's so far away,
It's
he
going
really
to
can't
be
get
them.
involved here. He's a little bit pinched out, if nothing else. So every time they've seen the opponent make a move, FaZe are just one step ahead and have got something else in mind to deal with it. Really smart round from them.
Well, that's it. You saw the decision-making process. As soon as the drone sees Forest, there's only 3 there. So it's 2 on site, guys. So let's just drop the hatch and take the fights. And yet Forest, you know, makes it back into that fight. But it's no surprise he was the last one left alive.
And they knew where he was coming from.
Yeah,
is the big
exactly.
thing.
They know that he's coming from the rear side. They know he's going to be 10 seconds late to the fight. So all they had to do was find the first 2 kills, and they did it beautifully. So FaZe, great play on the fly, great adaptation, and just recognizing the intel that they had in front of them, what it was telling them, and working effectively around it. So we're going to see our last defensive round now, and SSG are going to bring out the split site. There's tough one to win on. We've spoken about this at length. Multiple attacking options. FaZe can go in above. They can look to work the verticals and go for a planting tellers alternatively, and it looks like this is going to be the choice. Get yourself into garage, work laterally across, and look for a plant inside of archives.
This is the starting point, right? There's a lot you've got to figure out if you want to try and get a push into the side. It
I'm
can be that
kinda
garage
like,
side start.
why
It can
doesn't
be
people
top
ban
floor
Trick
working
yet as
down. There's a
much
lot that you
anymore?
can think about.
Like, really?
They aren't leaning in towards
Why
things
do
like the
people do
Jackal in the
that?
trans. Still got the Dokkaebi on side.
I
No
love
Blitz as
that
well.
Dokkaebi.
It's instead the Monty. Suggests a
We
much
can get
slower
the
lateral
wall
push to beat
closed.
Tim
That's
rather than trying to
huge.
play Rover Hunter. A bit of cat and mouse across the entirety of the map for those that might not be on site.
Interestingly, Cyber elsewhere on the map on the RAM is currently on Repel. I don't know whether he's going to look to get himself into Visa. That's not gone quite to plan. He'll go for that one again, I think. I don't know whether he's looking to get into Visa or maybe even looking to get into admin on the RAM. He's could potentially go in there and look to open things up a little bit. Just get those verticals down into Visa, make it difficult to hold that ground, but he's on the rappel in between both at the minute, so we'll see what he chooses to do. He does have one boogie drone left.
If nothing else, having those verticals opened up, it's the threat of someone being there that can often force SSG to be a little bit more mindful of how they're rotating through the site. It starts to restrict their movement. If someone isn't that vertical, you're dead to rights. But most of the time, someone won't be there, as we've seen for the most part. Forest, you can just see on the other screen now as well, dipping away from playing in bunker, almost conceding that aware thing and not wanting to hang around there too much longer.
Ashen
going down
died?
Andy. Not a great start. Ashen, I know, has gone down quite early on in a few of these rounds. Too. What a shot across onto Fultz as well. Two have collapsed on SSG, and with the Monty now bearing down on them, and the C4 being shot out by his teammate, it looks like FaZe Team are in a great spot to close the half 3-3.
Yeah, and again, patience has paid dividends for FaZe here. They've got Cyber in above now. He's just operating in and around Visa. He's got that advantage. He's using it perfectly to take down Benja. Souls manages to find Forest. They're getting absolutely cut down here. J9O with a big double though. Nitro and a headshot onto KDS makes this slightly more winnable, but no, can't pick up the fight with Andy. FaZe close it out, and that is better attacking from FaZe. We know that they like Consulate, and we can see why. 3-3.
Won 3 of the last 4 rounds, and honestly, Tim, it felt like they'd warmed up. Those first couple of rounds, they felt like SSG had the answer to this problem, I think. FaZe looks a little bit unsettled, couldn't quite get into their groove. That third round, when they really slowed things down and started just waiting for SSG to push into them, for them to get a little bit antsy, that's when they started finding success. And in those last 2 rounds, I think really showed their prowess and their attacking chops. Whether it was Roma Hunter, whether it was going straight towards site and just being very, very careful in terms of watching flanks, they've showed a little bit of everything in my view. And as mentioned, for me, a couple of players in SSG in that half, I get it. You're playing a Vigil, for example, you want to be out on the road by yourself. That's kind of the nature of that operator. It's very selfish, Tim, which sounds like a really bad word, but it can work magic sometimes. But I just feel like FaZe have consistently found the answer to dealing with those roamers, and it has always left SSG a man down. Now we get the swap, and this is where FaZe Team can really show their strength, because while they might be a bottom 5 attacking team at the tournament, they're a top 5 defensive team on their favorite map, and SSG are really going to have to work hard to get something out of this.
Yeah, things not going to get any easier for the North American side from here on in. Really needed that 4-2 half, you feel, on their defense to be able to get anything out of this one. And, you know, we've spoken about FaZe's performances so far and how, you know, have they been as strong as we might expect through the groups? The players aren't breaking into those top 10, top 15 rated players at the tournament just yet. And I say this time and time again, form is so important at a tournament, and hitting form at the right time. Having a great group stage, wonderful. But if you don't show up in this phase, in the next phase, it's not going to count for much. So if FaZe can start hitting their stride now, if they can start finding that form over the next few days, get themselves through to live finals, and that's when they really deliver their big performances, they ain't going to care about those drop maps at groups, I can guarantee you that. And so far today, they're looking pretty good, especially over the last couple of rounds.
If you are joining us late, by the way, obviously we're halfway through our first map here, but the winner of this game goes on to face off against G2 later. The winner of that is guaranteed to make our live finals on Friday, so we will have a good few teams, 4 of them in fact, going to our main stage already on day 1 of phase 2. The other, they drop down to the lower bracket, Tim, where you have no more lives left at that point. You're losing the lower bracket, you are out. SSG, halfway into the round, as soon as you see that finger juice supply across the whole team, Tim, you know there's a bit of a move going on. Forest doing what he can, but has been held down by 2 players here. That LMG is starting to sing, finds one, but Souls with a quick step over, brings down Forest, and now all things are square, 4 versus 4.
SSG shaping up for a completely yellow-sided attack at the minute. There is nothing going over on the admin side. Benja did have a little look, but he's going to move away, look to support his team over yellow. He did try to make his way up Visa stairs, but KDS and FaZe in general were very aware of that potential danger. There was a little bit of an exchange there, and Benja was scared away. So he's going to move up yellow stairs now to join his team, but Fultz is in, more importantly, and getting that diffuser down. The cover is there on the rappel. Ashen gets the kill that was needed onto Souls, who tried to challenge the diffusers down, and FaZe have fallen apart in a matter of seconds. They've allowed that kill, they've allowed that diffuser to go down, and Benja being underneath was critical because nobody could play there, and he didn't move upstairs until that diffuser was going down, and they were sure they were in the clear.
Very, very good stuff from SSG to kick it off. Just when we were worried about FaZe's prowess on the defense, SSG show they can still most definitely attack on this map. Yeah, look so far, Ashen's been pretty quiet. I don't actually love that. Is that true? Do I love that? I don't know. But he has had a pretty focused day so far.
I think they're very focused on the game here.
That meditation to stay calm before the game.
We've spoken about SSG's culture at length. We've spoken about, you know, the things that they do, the meditation, the teamwork, the working out. You know, everything is about what is going to deliver us that end result. And right now, they are just super focused on getting this one. They know this if they were to go on and win this tournament, Des, this could still end up being one of their toughest games. Make no mistake about it.
Oh, anyone who has to beat FaZe is probably thinking, great,
Yeah.
I've got to beat a potential winner of the tournament. Because we said it earlier on, Tim, there's not been an event that FaZe have been at where they haven't, when they've got knocked out, they've only ever been knocked out to grand finalists. That is a crazy stat that has applied through the last 4 years or so of play. Not even an exception in that sort of stat. It's absolutely unbelievable. So if you're bringing down FaZe, one, you feel like it's a bit of a good luck charm for yourself, Tim, that you can go on and go make quite a deep run at the tournament. But I think two, more than anything else, it's a bit of belief in yourself too, that if you can beat a team of that caliber, you can go on and achieve anything.
Well, it's one of two circumstances that creates that stat, and it all leads into what you're saying, Des. It's because either FaZe, and this is half of the time, FaZe just get really far in the tournament, so naturally get knocked out at like a semi-final point because they're a brilliant team and therefore, yes, lose to a finalist. Or alternatively, they get knocked out earlier in the tournament, but yes, it takes the best team at that tournament in order to knock them out. And this is what we see, you know, routinely. We're talking since 2021. You know, this is a long time that we're looking at where FaZe have been almost at the peak of this game. Almost,
but always one step too short. SSG, just a quick point before this round really gets moving, is they've got better every year too. Obviously, they won back in 2020. They finished in lower bracket round 1, so if they lost here and then lost the next game, they'd have the same outcome as 21. Then across the next couple of years, it was lower bracket round 2, and last year, it was lower bracket round 3. So they are getting deeper and deeper into every tournament run, every SI that we get to get closer to lifting that hammer once again. If we're seeing them being even close to where they were last year, Tim, they'll be extremely close to making it onto our live stage, and things will be looking up for them. Anyway, Ashen, again, has found himself going down. He's been the entry death in quite a few of these rounds, Tim. It's not been the best, especially here when you're playing on that ramp. Such a crucial bit of vertical utility for your team.
A bit of an exchange between Benja and Handy there. Benja unable to come away with the kill, and Handy definitely recognising it was his time to dip away and prevent more pressure coming in on himself. But then he just waits for his moment, manages to take down
What did
Benja.
I miss?
The trade is there from Fultz up above.
Oh, SSG won the first one. Good.
Halfway through the round, things are not ideal for SSG on the attack at the minute. FaZe just kind of dipping deep at the minute and holding their positions, letting SSG do the work, letting SSG come to them.
It's always been the tune, hasn't it? FaZe, when they slow things down a little bit and let SSG be the ones to get a bit antsy in that first half, was the solution. It carries on in the second half. When you're on the defense, the attackers have to come to you at some point. They've got that 4 versus 3. Still got quite a lot of utility sit behind as well. 3 smokes in the back pocket of Souls. As we get towards this last 50 seconds, you hit that 30-second mark, Tim, and those smokes suddenly become a way to block out an entire entry point into the site, or at the very least, a way to guarantee panic when SSG step forward. But they're lining up. They've got a lot of utility of their own, Tim. I'm looking at smokes. I'm looking at flashes. I'm looking at a Capitao. They've got everything they need to get this done.
Similar to when SSG were defending.
Okay,
Vitikin
J9,
was all
what
the
the
way back
F?
in archives, but he's made his way forward at the perfect time. Unlike SSG, who were just a little bit behind that curve. Forest does manage to get the diffuser down though, and takes up a position outside. This is not going to be easy for FaZe to clear out. It is one of the tougher retakes inside a siege. Forest has got a real opportunity here, but no!
Wow.
KDS manages to see him through the
That's a
angle.
nasty
Takes him.
shot.
As I'm
How did
saying,
he
it's
see
gonna
that?
Be difficult, FaZe. They just make it look easy.
They're
Walk in
hitting
and get the disabled.
They're hitting some ridiculous shots this game, aren't they? I just feel like every time they're swinging out, SSG don't even get a chance to see
You
the player
couldn't see
they
a
got.
thing of KDS from there.
No,
But he's just in his knee or something, and it tells him where he is. I mean, you know where you're looking. You know they're going to be in behind the boxes on one of the sides.
Yeah, I did think to myself, they've still got a smoke in back pocket from Souls here as well, so the option being you can smoke out one side and force them on the other. Not that it was required at all because the shots were there. This 2K from Handy for me was the big one though, Tim, because not only have you got rid of the Ram, you've also got rid of the Jackal with the ITA secondary. So where do most of those verticals come from? Quite simply, they don't.
I think the assumption from Benja there might have been that I've done a lot of damage to him. He's probably gone back down Spiral. And really, maybe more tracking was needed, maybe a little bit of drone work, because yeah, he's just giving himself away for free then, and he's going in there looking to do that vertical, and it's something that SSG have then lost. Like I said, FaZe just had, it felt like a bit of a better read on the pulse of the round, on the heartbeat of how things were going, because Vitiking was in the same position as Forest all the way back inside of archives, but as SSG realised that and went for a similar play, we're going to rush in here, we're going to get this done with 3v3 on site. Viking was already moving up. The call had already been made from FaZe that, look, there's nothing coming rear side. Get yourself back in here. And so they did, and it worked out well for FaZe ultimately. SSG, yes, they get a plant down, but it was largely meaningless in the end. So 4-4 on the scoreboard. I woke up this morning just knowing this was going to be a good game, and, well, it is. It's everything that we'd hoped for.
It's funny because a couple of years ago, I looked at this sort of match and been like, oh, SSG ain't that team, really. They're not going to be able to stop FaZe. It's, I wouldn't say a foregone conclusion, but you expect the outcome is that FaZe would walk away the winner. Whether it's a 2-0 or a 2-1 is up for debate. How close the match might go, another one. But this is one of those games I've looked at and thought, with the slower start FaZe have had to this tournament, how SSG have been playing, how they've warmed up over the last couple of years in terms of tournament results, especially here at SI, it just feels like it could be one of those games we look at the end of this and go, wow, what a series that turned out to be.
Forest is one to keep an eye on through this round. On the blitz this time, always a focal point for the attackers. It's always part of that clearance. It's always part of creating the space you need for the round. But Forest 2-7, a little bit quiet so far in this game, and definitely one of the players that could, you know, give SSG that kickstart. If he can just get a little bit more going, if they can just get a little bit more out of him, he could be a difference maker. When we look across the team of FaZe, much more even. 4, 5, 6, 8 kills, you know, all making their contributions.
Sniffing themselves around. We always talk about this being such a key entry point to this top floor. Even if you're not someone's trying to use it to actually push in, it's the threat that it provides onto the defensive side. And just like this, Benja going against that, he's starting to make his march on forward. Right idea, sees his man, but can't bring him down. And Viking pops his head up. SSG get the entry. And surely now Forest starts thinking about a burst forward.
He does, and can he get his kill? That was just in the...
Oh my god.
That was really close for him, just losing his life there, but he did manage to flash out the player. Ashen gets a kill, will be traded out, but this was a really unfortunate Soul and Hande. They just get caught out in a crossover, and they're going to take one of their own down. 4 versus 2, but look at Benja and Forest, super low health now. Those two need to be very careful, especially with the Nitro being primed underneath. KDS is going to be nowhere near where he needs to be, and so FaZe 30 seconds left to go. Not going to be easy for them to hold up.
Sees the vertical and Benja's gone.
That's the problem.
I mean, you're now at a neutral point, Souls, after the team kill.
Benja, you
Forest
should not
also
die
down.
like
They
that.
may be able to recover this, and my God, is it going to feel like a massive loss for SSG? You had a good start and got the entry. There was a team kill to help you through as well. You were in control, and FaZe have wrestled it back away from the North American side.
Wow.
Jane, I know, can do nothing but look on with despair here in a 1 versus 2. FaZe are going to hold on, but that really feels like it should have been an SSG round, Tim,
Yeah.
given how it started.
I was planning not to mention Souls and his clutch ability. I thought, you know, we'll maybe leave it. We'll see what happens later in the tournament. But you just can't avoid it with this man. Souls is one of the best clutch players that we have inside of Siege. Factual.
Yes.
He's just absolutely unreal in those positions. Whether it be 1vx, whether it be 2vx like that, just brilliant stuff. His movement in those situations, his ability to read what the attackers are going to do is unbelievable. He was just ahead of them at every step there. He only had about 15 HP himself, and he's gone through, got a 2k, and all of a sudden your 2v3 is a 2v1, and it's a big, big problem for SSG. And it's a shame for them, Des, because their attack was really nice. What happened was, for that top floor clearance, Benja went and opened Cubby Wall, and he waited to peek until Forest pushed long desk with the blitz. So the smoke goes down, Spiral and long desk. The blitz starts to push in, and that's when Benja looks. Because look, everybody's looking the other way because the smoke's gone down. It was so well worked by SSG, and then they get the other kill on the other side, the two coming in, Ashen and Forest. It was brilliant stuff to get that top floor clearance, and they've got to be kicking themselves. They lost HP along the way.
Yeah.
But then FaZe were just able to take full
But
advantage
I'm like
of that.
feeling
Talk
it
about
so
timing to
much.
get down the blitz as well, just as you get
Jesus.
flashed. Forrest is put on his backside. Wonderful stuff. And I know they've had the time out there, and you may be looking at it and thinking, okay, why the hell are we taking the time out? We've just won the round. As we said at the end of it, it really feels like SSG let that one get away from them, and we would be at a 5-4 to SSG. In
Look,
which
I'm
case,
done.
you're saying after that quarter of those 3 rounds, that quarter of the game of regulation, this is an SSG quarter, and FaZe start to feel a little bit nervous. And no doubt a lot of things being spotted there by the team, by the coach. to have that timeout, have that conversation, and get things course corrected in time for these final 3 rounds. Here we go though. FaZe again looking at least pretty dug in. Say looking towards that clash. Spoke about it earlier on too when we saw it coming out of SSG. It caused real bother. And to be fair, they did find a way through FaZe. It was Vittaking repelling in through that smoke canister and shooting the clash in the back. Otherwise, it was an absolute nightmare. We've also seen it played up here on this main corridor where for SSG, we'd argue Timid won in the round. So already quite a lot of effect being shown by the operator. It's always that debate when teams play the clash, you know, just how much impact is it having? I think as we've seen these 2 rounds on this map that's been used so far, extremely high impact, if not round winning.
The position of the clash, it's a point, the round exploded and I got cut off from making it where SSG were using it. If you keep an eye on the clash, it's going to tell you a lot of what's going on in FaZe's mind at that point in time. Where do they think the push is coming from? Because you're going to want the clash facing up, fronting up to that push. So if Vittaking's over on yellow, it suggests that they think SSG are going to be pushing from yellow. If he's moved over to admin, it means they've recognised what's going on over there. At the minute, he is dug in on yellow. He's going to be looking, but they need to be cautious because on the opposite side of the map, Forest is having a look at admin. So this could be a double-sided push from SSG. I always like to see that. Don't be too one-dimensional. Put a little bit of pressure on either side and make teams think, because it can make them move that utility away from where it is causing you a problem.
Trying to work his way around the mute jammers, if nothing else, while picking off what utility he can. So far, it's been that default cam that you saw up above. Not regularly too impactful, as it is quite a high traffic area on this top floor. FaZe no doubt playing around here a lot. No one gone down too early, Tim, and this might be one of the slowest rounds that we've had so far in terms of entries. 2 minutes have gone and no one's died.
So we see it from the clash now. He's moving across. He was stuck inside a CEO watching that window, but FaZe have recognised now the push is coming from admin side. They tried to challenge onto the Blackbeard. KDS not able to get anything going there. So SSG starting to take ground now, starting to move forward. They've got themselves into Longdesk, into Vending. They're finding kills. J9O with a double hashing onto Cyber, and FaZe just haven't been able to deal with this aggression from the admin side. As Fultz takes down Vittaking. Can Souls do anything about a flawless round? No, he cannot. Final kill comes in, and again, really nice from SSG. They took what was given to them. Admin was left undefended as the clash had gone over to yellow, thinking that's where the push was from. Vittaking then spent too long inside of CEO. There was nobody yellow, there was nobody pushing window. He should have been moving over sooner to be ready for that challenge coming in from the admin side.
Okay,
But by
now
the
I
time
can
he
see
gets
it's a
over
little
there,
bit better.
it's too little too
It's
late.
still so
and
fucking
SSG
cold.
are
It's
already
cold in my
dropping kills.
apartment.
For me, Tim, it actually was a repeat of what you said in the prior round about Benja. But FaZe, all of them are distracted, looking towards the smokes at top spiral. You just saw it on your screen there. Now they're so focused on the march that is
nicely
coming up
done.
yellow map inside, on towards the Blackbeard. Who is it that swims to spiral when all attention is elsewhere? It's J9O, and he nets 2 kills, and that can be enough to get a game going. We speak about the success rate of finding an entry and what that does to your odds of winning a round. How about getting a 2K super early on? SSG so far really good at drawing FaZe's attention to one part of the map normally where there's a shield, and I don't blame them. Shields are absolutely terrifying. And then it's just one
No,
player that
they are
makes a difference by
annoying.
sneaking in undetected and doing enough damage to get the round moving for SSG. Things all square to the
5-5.
5-5. I really feel like this is going to turn into a barn burner of a series.
The thing is for FaZe as well, Des, that's very difficult to deal with because the pressure that they're responding to elsewhere when Benja looks for that backstab, it's not phantom pressure, it's really there. And it's because it's just good timing from SSG. They get everything in position and then they create a lot of noise over here and hurt you from here. But if you focus on Benja then and think, oh, right, no, that's just to create a distraction, it's not. They're going to hurt you because there's a blitz coming in. There's going to be a big problem. So it's SSG doing a really good job of just splitting FaZe's attention and taking full
I
advantage
like
of it.
playing
And at the minute,
in
it
lobby.
feels like FaZe a lot of the time don't kind of know which way to look. You know, we look over there, we're going to dive from Benja. We look at Benja, we're going to dive from over there. And it's creating a real problem. Look at this as well. Forest getting very aggressive on the top floor clearance. Love to see this, looking to chase down any roamers that are there, force them out of position.
For now, it's clearing through a hell of a lot of utility. largely ignored. I think that pressure built up so quick, the FaZe were like, yeah, cool, we're out. And it's just gone through and cleared out the entirety of that top floor. FaZe wanting to give nothing away. And what I actually love is a little bit of respect being shown by FaZe there. Think back to that first half. One of my main criticisms that was coming in against SSG.
There is no point in taking that fight that early. You're more...
FaZe would just realize it and hard punish
you
that
as a
player that was
defender
by
should be
themselves.
focused on
And FaZe
time
rather than
wasting.
going, well,
Also,
committed a bunch of
you
new
should
jammers
get kills
upstairs,
as
we've
well.
dropped all the
But
utility
like,
down.
if you could
They said,
choose,
look,
then try to
we
play
know there's a blitz
on
on side now.
time
We do
instead.
not want to get ourselves pushed, isolated, and down to a 5 versus 4 too early on. So instead, they've dropped away and said, look, if SSG want it, fine. The utility's gone. Don't worry about that. We'd rather have the gun alive. So I think just really good discipline and respect being shown by the Brazilian side here.
In 70% of the rounds so far, the entry kill has been decisive, so that's another thing for you to keep an eye on at home. Where's that entry kill going, and how do the team follow it up?
Nice.
Look at this Cyber just keeping that distance beautifully. Yes, he's lost his life, but you would trade that for a blitz. He was on the mute. His jammers and utility are already used. That is really good stuff from Cyber. It removes a huge threat.
And look how close he was to getting rid of Ashen as well. He gets that 2 there. The round is done, essentially. It's almost unfortunate for him that he didn't, but I think we all know shotgun ranges are absolutely ridiculous, so I'm glad that SSG managed to get a 1-for-1 here. A very close 1-for-1 breaking out. Vidiking and Bendra exchanging a couple of shots, but look at this, Tim. He's pincered in, and this is what I said about FaZe earlier, Tim. They were respectful about getting isolated, and that's exactly what Vidiking is.
He has to die here, and they can't allow him to take any with him, and they do that fantastically well. Nice teamwork. Get the flashers there, get them in, find the kill. 4 versus 3, but 15 seconds there.
Oh, yeah, that flash.
Becoming the factor, and SSG are having to push from one direction here. The smoke is going to slow them down. J9O could be crucial on the backside from Yellow Stairs, but no, he gets taken down by KDS and SSG. They fall like a house of cards in round 11, one after another. FaZe, super cool, super calm. They've done their job, they've wasted their time, and they get the round done. They will have the chance to win this in regulation, and yet another round goes in favor of that entry kill.
Is it another timeout? Yes, it is. SSG bringing this one in. Let's listen in. And we've got the quietest coach in the world.
No, we're not hearing anything, coach. We don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, they are having a rough time, but like they said earlier,
extremely quiet behind them. They're not
Consulate and defense for Basement, they are like the top 5, and this is one of their favorite maps for FaZe fans, so it's going to be hard for SSG to penetrate that defense that they have. It's not impossible, but they can still do it. But
just seeing that fantastic play from Cyber on Spiral Stairs. Dealing with the blitz is no mean feat. It's no easy thing to do, and he just kept that distance perfectly so that he didn't get hit by a flash. It was wonderful stuff from him. So 6-5, FaZe now in the lead. SSG running them the full
Come on,
distance
SSG!
on their map pick, and one of their favourite maps in Consulate. Certainly a marker being put down here by SSG one way or another to say, FaZe, you're not going to have this all your own way. And looking in towards Labs, of course, as our next matchup, SSG's pick. Honestly, I can already see this one going to 3.
I hope so. I really hope so.
If FaZe managed to lock this down, still winnable for SSG.
I mean, Labs feels like a bit of a cursed map at the best of times for FaZe, given how last year went out for them in the 6th Invitational Grand Final. 6-1 up, only to lose it. A reminder, actually, as well, Tim, of course, we saw it come out on social media yesterday. The new documentary, it's just shy of an hour long, but it recounts what led to that grand final. I've only watched about half of it so far. I need to watch the rest of it later today when I've got time, but I've really enjoyed the first watch of it. So if you are looking for something to do between games today or perhaps later on tonight, please do go and watch that documentary. It is a fantastic watch so far, and I can't wait to see. I guess spoilers already know the outcome, but I can't wait to see the second half of it as well, to see what's said and what happens. And getting that inside life into the teams and their communication, what they're speaking about in-game as well as out of it, is just super valuable, insightful.
Okay then, round 12 is underway. We're a minute in. SSG not really established inside of the map yet. Just moving across that top floor now. Forest is in on the blitz, looking for that roam clearance again. We've got the Twitch drones just raining around, taking out that utility and clearing a path for him. Also just providing any intel if there's anybody ahead of him. And there is. Let me hand it on the mirror if my silhouette knowledge doesn't fool me.
Hopefully it's not. It has been a slower start, and there's anything wrong with that as well for SSG. It's again, during the timeout, it was a very small snippet we heard, but, you know, reacting to what you see here, relying on the drones, taking action based on that. My only concern is they did that a little bit in the last round. It was quite slow and composed, and they ran out of time, and it could prove to be more the same here. Forest now knocking on the door, has got Ashen with him, a C4, taking down neither, but definitely doing some damage to both. Almost a scary moment there. Still two more, that's about 3 more C4s. Sat in back pockets, him a lot of room for damage. Another one comes out. Not going to find Forest, but the constant threat is absolutely huge. Cyber's now on his backside. Ashen trying to find a new way in towards the site here. He's getting some shots down on the back, and Souls is down and out.
This is good from SSG. I was a little bit concerned that they were banging the head against the wall there, trying to get in, but no, they've been able to brute force it. KDS and Cyber did everything they could to hold on, but 45 seconds, there's an opportunity to get the diffuser down, and as I say that, Forest will do just that. He is almost certainly going to confirm this, and does. Now then, FaZe, you are fighting to get this one done in regulation to avoid those extra rounds. Vitheking manages to find Ashen.
My God.
30 seconds left
my God.
for him and Handy. Will the Nitro find its mark? No, it does not. Going to have to drop back to site at some point, surely. He's just trying to hassle them at this point. He's just trying to give them something to think about, just to force them onto that back foot. 11 seconds left. Very unlikely that FaZe are able to come away with this, but Handy manages to get one. They're going to have to get onto the diffuser soon. They have not done it. They will run out of time, and we're going to overtime, Des.
Nothing to be said here. This one is done. It's well played by SSG. Balancing
You're
the
lucky.
Challenges around the diffuser, around the
You
site
were
itself.
lucky. That was not a good round.
Time to get that one done. We said it might be a barn burner.
You can better.
And Mat 1 is starting just that way. FaZe start things off on the defense. It's worth stressing. A reminder of how this works. Again, if you pick the map, in this case, FaZe have the other side pick in regulation what side they start on. And then when we get to overtime, the team that pick the map get to choose where they start. And I think quite naturally, given how Consular often shapes up to beat him, you'd pick the defense, and that's exactly where FaZe are going to start. Kicking things off in the basement, then we'll switch sides, and SSG will get to defend, and then for potentially round 15, if we need it, FaZe will be back on the defense. What we're saying, Professor Tim, I see you looking at the numbers. What they're telling you?
Well, yeah, I'm just having a look. Garage is the site. I mean, naturally, Garage is the site that FaZe have won twice.
Can I ask, can you actually see anything on that screen? Because it is so dark.
Yeah.
You know what you remind me of? You remind me of a message.
To be fair,
her phone brightness is always on 0. It's like, look at this. I'm like, I can't see your screen, love. What are you doing?
I have turned my brightness down because the battery's a little bit low on my iPad. I thought I'd put it on charge last night, but I think it wasn't quite plugged in properly.
I see. Okay.
Behind the scenes for you there, the boring stuff. My iPad's not quite as charged as it might need to.
It turns out both loves in my life, and Mrs. and you, like your screen's really dark. That's all I've taken away from this.
It would usually be a little bit higher. I'm just saving that battery. But yeah, so far we've got 3 sites to look at for FaZe. They've got the Garage, which they're going to go to now. No surprise, 100% defense in their defensive half. We've got Piano and Exposition, 50%, 1 win of each, and then we've got Top Floor, which we're not going to see here because they didn't win it once. So SSG won it both times. I would imagine we're going to see FaZe first go to Garage. If they get the win here, the next one is going to be Piano and Exposition. That's really interesting because, let's for argument's sake say SSG get their defense as well. We go to 7-7, we go to 15, and we go to a 50-50 site. We go to a site that both teams have won. However, we might not even get that far, as Ashen has managed to pick up Cyber. And
ooh, that's a good pick.
I've been following the trend of the entry kill. That is a really big start.
That's really good.
Taking down the mute and getting them the advantage.
A Thermite getting an entry onto a mute?
Why not?
What world are we in?
Why not?
In the first 30 seconds or so, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If Cyber got the killing towards Ashen, you probably actually find that it's SSG who start to feel in hot water. Yeah, you've got the hard breach gadgets available for the Capitao, but main breach probably ain't getting opened up to any great effect. You've also got the hatch to worry about. That could have been disastrous. But instead, they've got rid of Cyber. They've taken a C4 offline. That's only a good start for SSG as long as they keep this attack moving and don't stall out and find themselves running out of time again. They're in a great spot to take an attacking round in OT.
Come on, SSG, come on, come on.
Through tellers for the time being. We've got vertical work going on above.
Oh, they've got another tip. KDS is gone. It's a castle. It's somewhat disposable, but at the same time, it's a player. You don't want the players off your team, Tim. SSG surely get this one closed out. They've got so much time to work with.
SSG is playing this very calm and methodical. They're not overreaching to get the kills. They are moving slowly to where they know where the enemy is. Now you have Handy being a little bit handsy with trying to get the kill. He is trying to get up, but I think they are ready for him. Yeah, there's a ping coming out.
Oh no!
And Benji just lost that.
That is a big pickup for FaZe. It maybe gets them something going, but
now Ashen is dead.
They're standing up. FaZe are fighting back. 2 versus 3 though, as Fultz is there for the kill onto Souls. The diffuser's going down, Des. FaZe are going to be working against the clock. Fultz onto Vittaking as he tries to get back into sight. It's all up to Handy, and he's less than half health at the moment. Nitro goes out. He hears the blitz off to his left. He finds a freebie. Forest, where you looking, my friend?
Oh, and he always gets a second.
This is winnable. 1v2, Des.
So close to getting Fultz if he kills match. You think this round is doable, Tim? But I think missing those shots with this fire burning out, it's pretty cooked. Just like his legs might be after charging in through that fire. He's got about 15 seconds, or 15 HP to his name and 15 seconds on the clock. This one feels pretty done, Tim. No chance to get both kills and get this diffuser stuck at the same time. SSG will surely take the round here. There is now no time remaining. It is done. He might have got a 3K, but so too did Fultz. And FaZe now find
nicely done.
Using this map, SSG. And there's the noise I was expecting.
I think Ashen might have woken up.
I think so.
Look, SSG played that really well. So when it went from 1v3 to 1v2,
very calm, very methodical, did not overreach, went in to plant. They knew where they wanted to go.
Quicker, then maybe he's got an opportunity to do it. And that was the point where SSG, they played it really smart. It was smart siege. They got themselves to opposite sides of the site, and they just took.
Not sure what Ashen were doing there, to be honest.
Do is survive 15-20 seconds here. It doesn't matter if one of us takes a death, so long as we are pulling Handy in opposite directions. And there, with the one out on yellow stairs, absolutely no option really for Handy to be able to go for that kill. So well played, SSG. As soon as they go from 1v3 to 1v2, they make the smart decision. They get themselves into the perfect positions, and they lock out the round. They are 1 round away from taking FaZe's map away from them. And looking back at SSG's half on the defense, it was 50-50 on Garage.
Woo! I mean, also thinking about it, this is exactly what during the timeout we had the coach speaking to the boys about. Was, right, cool, you know, call out during the timeout, was saying to them, right, hold on a second, talk about basement here. Fultz, I want you to do X, Y, and Z. Here's how I want it to be focused. So we've seen a real mixed bag of timeouts from coaches throughout the week, where sometimes it has been very tactical. Others it has been as simple as get the vibes up, because sometimes just reminding the boys, look, you're not speaking to each other can be enough. But there was some more tactical instruction. For this site in particular, SSG are going to be cooking something.
It's an interesting choice because it's the site that they won only once. It was 50-50. Top floor, they won twice with that great clash play on the second time, if you remember, from Forest in at Vending Machine. J9O getting the triple at top spiral. It was really good from them. But maybe they feel like they've just burnt their lives up on that top floor. They've, you know, done both plans and they've worked, but maybe they don't have much
Nothing
more.
happening yet.
Have them sort of figured out. So we're going to go down to the basement. Cyber already in the building, looking to soften things up with the book.
Ooh, okay. Time is of the essence. It's one thing I'll stress. Both of these teams have lost rounds throughout this game to the clock. Sometimes it's down to a couple of seconds. Sometimes it's been down to far more than that. But the point more being that with a very, woo! Like making a flashy entrance, Tim, is the way to do it. More than anything else, I think SSG have got quite a lot of time waste potential here with that Kai, with the 2 Brow, with the smokes on side, a couple of C4s. They can waste a hell of a lot of time here. So FaZe have got to move at a bit of pace. Key thing for me, though, we haven't seen anyone getting picked up on the roam. Yet we've got a Jackal and a Blitz on the other side. FaZe expected to find players around the map, and they have not.
SSG are defending this super deep at the minute. There's nobody in the garage side whatsoever. They're all back towards Spiral and Archives. They're obviously expecting a lot of pressure come from there. And it's fair because because we haven't seen the breach getting opened by either team, really. It hasn't been a focus. SSG did it once and got a plant on it, but ultimately lost the round. So there has been much more pressure coming from Spiral, from Security Corridor, from Visa Stairs. It's been more of a focal point. Yellow Stairs is going to be used by Handy. He gets himself down there on the blitz. He can clear out the barbed wire, but that would normally signify his presence. But honestly, SSG probably not in a position to even hear this. But they managed to find him. Action with a beautifully placed smoke, and now SSG can take that as a cue to start pushing forward and reclaiming a little bit of ground.
Still got the smoke to play
Nicely
behind,
done.
Out of C4, so yeah, the utility game is looking a little bit light here for SSG with 30 seconds to go. FaZe play this well, they play it at that longer range, the superior scopes, the guns, everything. It can be there, smoke is down there inside of the site, but they've got to recover that diffuser, Tim. And right now, it's fully smoked out. Ashen goes aggressive, pays the price, Benja back the other way. It's a 3 versus 2, Tim. They could hold on.
They're going to try and get the plant down. Souls, he's going to stick this. The cover is there from Viking. He's checking every possible angle that he can, but Fools gets the planter, and SSG are on the retake. 3v1, surely
oh my god!
And Fools rains death from above to take Viking out. All that's left is to disable the diffuser, and SSG, they lock out Consulate and go 1-0.
Wow, what a performance from SSG, not forgetting
nicely
again,
done.
9-0 on this map, Tim.
That's what we were talking about. Let's go. I'm sorry for everyone that loves FaZe, but I like SSG. Been liking them since Canadian was there. Like, I have a couple of faves. Like, here's the thing, I can't like only one team. I like so many teams. That's one of the most annoying things, I think. But yeah, like, so I like SSG. I like Dark Zero. Like the players. The organization is a little bit sketchy right now, so the players, yeah. Love G2. I love Talon. I also love who else? There's so many teams. I'm like, there is so many teams. Wait, did I press something?
Available now.
But yeah, so what did I say? Dark Zero, G2, I like Amady, I like Talon, I like
short hours until work.
Sonics, well there's Shopify Rebellion, but like SSG, I do like BDS. Yeah, it's a lot of teams, so kind of not the smartest thing to do, to be completely honest. But I like seeing good plays. That's the thing. It doesn't matter which team. I am fairly entertained no matter what, because I want to get better so much.
What is that? Aggression.
Okay, what the fuck?
Is Dash just unexpected?
It was the Garrett's default cam. It's still up. They didn't shoot the default cam at Garrett. Adam is watching it right now.
Oh, that's a bit embarrassing. I don't know what's going on here for W7M. How do you just stand in the middle of the map with no expectation?
Yep, there it is.
That's embarrassing.
So Adam yellow pinged the player downstairs with this camera. So they get a free pick, but then they lose almost 200 prongs because they were so quick in the building they forgot to shoot the default.
Yeah, this is such a rough start for W7M.
Yeah.
Nice nade, unwanted, pushed out of position. Gav has to move, and he does go down. That flashbang pays dividends, but there's still another player upstairs. Hot and Cold has not been taken out yet. He needs to take another body with him. Spots one, Volps gets him. All up to Spirits in a 1v3.
Winnable. Volps 1 HP.
Yeah, I think Unwanted might get far.
It might be okay.
I think they might go really far.
By allowing W7M enough space, it's going to be too many angles all at once because they'll just do a countdown and push him for all angles at once.
Still plenty of drones on the board as well. Fortunately not for any of these remaining players. Where is this last position? Spirits making his way around, dancing through the bathroom.
in.
Players are in. He can't even find the first one. Good lock in for Volps. W7M keeping this map alive.
Tough decision though. When they get that initial pick downstairs and lounge to a 4v4, do you fall back? Do you stay in CCTV and fight it out? And I mean, they did fight it, and I think it was the right call, but then it comes down to individual gunfights. I mean, trying to hear if they're saying anything there for Unwanted. They don't seem too sugar bothered by this. They're taking it round by round, once at a time.
As they should.
As they should, but some teams are incapable of doing it, or incapable of doing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, bomb sites change as well. Like, you've got CCTV unlocked again. That was won by the defense last time they played it. So now there's a choice between going gym or CC. We are going to go to CC, it seems.
And there's also bar. Don't neglect the bar. Okay?
We haven't seen any bar at SI yet, have we?
No, we haven't. We usually don't.
What's the weirdest bomb site we have seen?
The weirdest one, Arkham's Telos Bank, maybe? That we have cast.
Yeah.
It's the most biggest outlier.
Sure.
We've not done Skyscraper for like a master bedroom.
Yeah.
We still lost that, but nobody other likes to play that bomb site.
What are other weird ones?
Yeah, true. That's actually
seen a
pretty.
bunch of
I
kitchen
think
items.
we have seen a bar clubhouse.
Customs and Border.
True.
I
Border
think
and
we
Kitchen
have.
Nighthaven, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. Might
One
as
of the
well.
worst bomb sites in the map, but in the game rather, but
In the map for sure.
definitely in the map.
It's one of those. To be fair, with the current operator ban,
I'm
I
just
don't think
fixing
you do
to
wanna go
put
bar.
out
I will say that. I do think that this is
videos
gonna
on
be more
Instagram
around the
and
art destruction and the initial beginnings of the round, and bar is much more about the late round.
TikTok
bomb
for you
site itself
guys.
After roam
So I
clearing.
do have it
So I like this
done.
first Unwanted. They are tripling down, as you said last time once more, with the addition of Jaeger ADS for Catwalk. So Unwanted are expecting a Garage take this time around, because obviously they pushed Master Bedroom previously, and they're expecting a change. They are bulletproof cam EMPing the left side, while tricking the right side, but the nade got tossed on in, which forced
Nicely
them to run
done,
away.
nicely
He's
done.
now back in position. They're gonna trick both walls. They're gonna bulletproof EMP, because that works against hard breach destruction.
That does?
That does work, yes.
Ah, okay. Seemingly didn't work well enough
It's very short.
to prevent that wall from being opened. Bandit Battery did not enable. Here's a cheeky spot from Loban. He almost caught Gav. If Gav walks back through this doorway, this should be a free kill depending on how quickly he makes his way through. Ooh. Nice kickoff for Loban. W7M have the advantage. Tubarau's gone down. Big value there for the Brazilians.
So they have a second set of grenades. They got the Incadelis, they got Grimbees. If those are in they want to attack Catwalk, they absolutely can. Sure, there are Jaeger ADSs, but this time there is no Asami. That's been the one-to-one swap. Before it was, you know, the Asami, now it's the Jaeger. You have two C4s, you have talking tapes, but right now it's about the killing, it's about map control. Jaeger falls out, he's dropped over actually.
Yeah, and he's
Where's the
managed to
catch?
survive as well. No catch
No
required.
catch.
Nobody there to catch him as he
Interesting.
retreats. Hot and Cold still holds on to the bottom of Garage.
Hasn't been breached either. They got a spare exothermic charge on Dots the entirety of this round, but they haven't breached bottom garage.
Dotas is still holding the retreat though, but Hot and Cold is not going to retreat. He's playing this really nasty angle from underneath the motorbike.
They might just rush the breach, honestly. I mean, look at the 4 player positions. They got roof, outside, and outside. They're all outside the building right now, which means the only way in is going to be this breach and the bomb site window, unless you rush the garage door, but that doesn't get you to the bomb site, it gets you to the room next to it. So I'm not sure what the plan is right now.
Well, as time ticks away, W7M are faced with fewer options. Still the position from Hot and Cold undealt with. He finds Dash. Desperate for a trade, Dotas goes in. Dream finds one. What is Dotas looking at? Hot and Cold is all hot today. Volps is down.
Oh my
Logan
god.
against the world to keep this map alive.
My god.
But Unwanted are looking to go 1-0 in the series. Dream falls, but there's nothing in it for Loban. He can't get there in time.
Unwanted won that.
Big revitalization for the American roster.
He actually won that. That's surprising.
And technically from bathroom. Now we look at the footage. As you
That
can see here,
is
we have the
actually
crossfire, we have
surprising.
the guy
I
watching the
did
back,
not
and we
expect
have
them
our
to
two
play
players
that
in
well.
meeting. And the first key to the bomb site is Ashen, right? From meeting bridge, as you can see, we have a Ying there that's going to send a Candela to start the execution onto meeting, and he's going to make him move to get the pick. And that's the opening kill. Now look at Fultz's reaction. Fultz instantly goes aggressive, kills the diffuser, and as soon as his teammate is dead, he's gonna turn around and go aggressive with his shotgun to prevent the Ying from pushing deeper. And that's exactly what he does and gets the pick here. Now, as soon as he's done that, at the same time, as you can see here, Clash is pressured by 3 players, and they're set up in a perfect crossfire for J9O to come, replace Benja, who's just died, and set up this crossfire to get the kills. As you can see here, J9O from the Flash will get 1 kill, 2 kills, and a 3rd kill. All of this supported by Forest that's burning time here as the baiter. Amazing play from SSG, great teamwork. That's SSG for you guys, and now they're going on their 2nd map after a short break.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer, and it's not because they aren't good enough, they just might not put in what it requires to really get there, because they are the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would
that is a hard, cold fact. You need to eat, breathe, and think on Siege a lot. And there's going to be people that are just born with it. That's how simple it is. Sometimes people are just born to be better.
Because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
Phase are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
Damir Sakiemi and brought it all the way back!
Fácil demais, porra!
When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
We have another commercial break, guys. That's one of the things that I don't like is the breaks, but obviously the team needs to have like a strat meeting and stuff like that. But...
När du använder Head & Shoulders så har du inte mjäll. Det är ju lite det jag har pratat om i 13 år.
Head & Shoulders hjälper till att ta bort mjäll och oljor och förebygga att det kommer tillbaka.
Ingen som lyssnar. Måste göra mer reklam.
Va? Hur kunde du vara så snabb?
Ge upp eller?
Vi kör igen.
Let's see here. There it is. Let's see here. Yellow is better than red pig. I'm not really into that kind of music, jazz kind of vibe. I just feel like it's not my thing though. Okay, who do we think the next map is going to be Nighthaven, and that is going to be SSG's pick. So the question is going to be, is usually it tends to go the opposite. So the map that you did not pick, you tend to win it, versus the map that you picked. I'm not sure why it's a back forward thing, but I do believe SSG is a little bit stronger than FaZe Clan in this moment.
The North Americans are getting it done on home soil, and they don't even have the crowd buff yet. I'm not just talking about this matchup. I'm talking about B-Stream as well. That's right, Unwanted are 1-0 up in their series against W7M. The Brazilians right now, they're on the ropes, and I mean that literally. This is quite intense. We are not yet out of the upper bracket. Leo, this is huge.
Yeah, this is huge, and I know we've been, talking a little bit on NA, but let's be real, like, they've got a lot of potential in their teams at this event.
It's scary, isn't it, Jack? Because having come into this event, NA, well, in most events, NA seem third in the regional conversation. They never feel like they take that #1 spot. But here today, they're kickstarting with the right start.
I was about to say, I wouldn't say that too loudly around here, Rob, but yeah, certainly. I thought SSG were genuinely excellent, but I'm actually
scared.
I'm looking for improvement in FaZe Clan.
I would love to see an EU team win,
in a lot of their situations.
Yeah.
But we saw nerves coming out of them. We saw them misplaying in 3v3s, 2v2s, the things that make them so strong. Normally, they misplayed inside of Consulate, and it was just an overtime loss. If they can improve on those things, if they can actually play with some conviction and with some authority, then they'll do well.
I will say one thing though, before coming into this matchup, this was a 9-win streak for FaZe. This was their best map by far, and I will say this, SSG dominated them on this. I know it's overtime, but how many rounds did FaZe win when they were in the 2v4 and 3v5 setup?
Yeah.
At least 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, two that I can remember, maybe even 3.
So strategically right now, Space Station is the better team, and now they're going on their map pick, on Labs.
It's kind of scary, not gonna lie. It's nice to see that they're getting up in the series, but before we get underway with Labs, we need to take a look back. That's right, we've got the trifecta of the 1K Kings. We've got Cyber, yet 7 kills away.
They are
close. Which is a little bit of a concern, Jack, considering he only managed to get 6.
Yeah, he's overtaken Palu as well in terms of that leaderboard. Like, you don't
wow, it's the Brazilian getting the 1K kills. Where's the NA? Where's the EU? Like, where's the APAC?
Has been the savior of FaZe. He needs to step up right now, not only for his record, but also for FaZe to make it further in the upper bracket.
Well,
Jesus Christ, that's a lot of kills.
FaZe fan, it's well and truly NA's time. SSG are up 1-0 in the series as we head to our casters, Ace and Des.
Thank you very much, Rob. Indeed, it's really weird, Tim, how those top 3 players that are all in the 1K club or getting close to it are Brazilian.
Funny that, isn't it?
Weird that.
It's as if they're quite good at the game.
Bad?
However, maybe not good enough today, Des.
Maybe not. I mean, 6 kills on that first map tells you enough, Tim. They definitely fell short back on Consulate. It did require some magic out of SSG for 3Ks, 2 1v1s. But what matters is they got the job done and they broke that 9-map win streak. Labs is going to be a good one. It's one of my favorite maps to watch. It's got probably some bad memories on it for FaZe, given how last year went down. But they've got to get it done here, Tim. They've got to send us through to that 3rd map. Otherwise, SSG starting off Phase 2 with a 2-0 against one of the tournament favorites. What a statement that would be.
Let's not forget as well who the loser of this will face. Face in the I don't know, is that a little sight?
Do we know who they faced in the lower bracket?
I do know who they faced in the lower bracket.
Ooh.
That could be tasty.
Helping hurt the heart.
Bad day for the Brazilians potentially. If FaZe drop down to the lower bracket, they will go against Liquid, and so we will absolutely guaranteed have one of those 2 teams going home before the last stage. I'm guessing this is going to be maybe a... No, I can't guess on the attacking side. Damus, okay. I'm guessing like on the attacking side it might be an Asami and maybe a Castle. Oh, Mira, that's interesting. I was thinking maybe Asami or Castle should be gone. We'll have our final defender ban coming on through, having a little bit of a think about it, maybe a little bit of a chat about it here. Our FaZe as to exactly what they're going to do with it. We'll get locked in now, either way. And we will see. It's going to be
Asami, okay.
Easily the most banned operator. I'm not even bothering that you don't need stats.
I was looking
yeah,
I'm not even bothering
she's the
to
most
stats.
banned.
I'm going to confidently, with my chest, say the most banned operator at 6 Invitational 2025.
By a country mile as well, it's probably worth stating. I gave you that stat the other day about presence being when an operator is available, how often are they picked, plus the rounds that they're banned away for. What does that number sit at? She's like 30% clear of Monty. I think she's like 80% plus. Monty's down at 50%.
Yeah.
So while Monty himself has been, I wouldn't say, like, I actually think he's in a really good spot at the minute where he doesn't feel too oppressive, but I think that's somewhat masked by the fact that Blackbeard exists in the game now, and teams, as you're seeing here from Forest, still love running things like the Blitz. It does give a good balance around the number of shields, but as
okay, so on this map, I do expect SSG to,
not even just this tournament, it
like, be able to...
Let's get into it then. Round 1, phase kickoff on the defense of Not Even Labs. That will have been their choice, as it was SSG's map choice. They, I can't stress this enough, need a good start. Like you say, you know, we talk about SI 2024 final and Not Even Labs, and forget all that. You know, FaZe will come in here confident that they can get a win. I'm sure that, you know, ghosts have been laid to rest. It is what it is. You move on, you win some, you lose some. Right now, they need to be winning some, because SSG are going to be moving on to take that spot against G2 later on today. A reminder of the stakes. The winner goes on to play G2 in the next upper bracket round later on today. The winner of which will guarantee themselves one way or another getting onto.
It's going to be interesting later. We are going to be watching Dark Zero versus M80. I do. In terms of wins and losses between those teams, the last time they faced each other was in October on the major in the Montreal.
Everyone wants to be there. Everyone wants to lift the hammer. So to be able to
and
do so
they actually lost. M80 lost towards Dark Zero.
Fantastic week off the back of it. You'll be buzzing going in towards Friday for the weekend, Tim.
With 2-1 in matches. And then they faced off each other on September, and that was the best of 1. And Dark Zero won with 8-2. And then we have May 2024, 2-0 to Dark Zero. M80 have not won a single game until March last year. That is over a year, and they have lost 3 games against Dark Zero.
Down on the glass, standing over shoulder, not really much you can do. You look towards the C4 for that, but there were none available to toss in. And SSG, just like I'm back on Consulate, Tim, are starting out strong in round 1. They've got themselves this one comfortably in the bag, it looks like, unless Vidiking and Souls can really pull off some magic against the Glass and a Monty, and of course Fultz, who's there for good measure. Looks like SSG, the North American side, will start things off pretty strong. FaZe back to the drawing board, I'm afraid. That Soulless Reliance, I think, really bit them there. Not quite scanning down to his bottom right corner. Didn't see the Monty with the plank going down. And they probably assumed that there was a bit of a bait plank going on, just didn't find time to react.
SSG have just seen an opportunity there, and they've taken it, and it was brilliant play from them. And honestly, I think FaZe fans
also, guys, remember that the Night Haven is more of a defender side map, so if you get minimum 2 rounds in attack, then you're in a very good spot when you are switching over to defense.
And they should have been winning that out. Cyber gets himself one to open things up. I think Benja was maybe aware of Handy, and they've just used Handy as a little bit of bait. Keep the Vigil off the radar. Benja takes a risk in trying to move into challenge Pillar and gets taken down by Cyber, who, as a reminder, once he hits 7 kills, that will be the magic 1,000 kills in 6 invitational competitions across the years.
Cyber is getting really close.
I tell you what, Des, it could be a very bittersweet moment for him. He may well get it done this game and still find his team dropping down to the lower bracket. And I won't put words in anybody's mouth, but I know if it was me,
I'd rather go the upper bracket.
I would choose the win, and I'll worry about the 1,000 kills later.
Completely agree, but sadly those 2 things may line up, as you say, Tim. We'll see how it goes as the map plays out. Into round 2 we go. It's top floor, right on the basement this time round. Other end of the map. And then one of those, I was looking at the analysis from Leo in the break earlier on, Tim, during that desk.
Gosh dang it.
He was bringing up the demonstration segment. Very well done, as always.
He does quite well with that, doesn't he?
I was talking about these multiple entry points on towards Consulate. It's a very similar story here, where there are a few points of ingress that you've really got to be focusing on. Very commonly, you'll see a shield sent up through Garage and Warehouse to try and take control of Balcony. And we've seen so many teams do the dance of death with there's Army that's planted there, with Mira being deployed, of course, both those operators taken away, so it will be a bit easier to do. Before we can think about all that, though, there's two main walls that you want opened up, the IT wall and also the connector wall.
And SSG
yeah, this is what I normally do, even in goal level. You tend to want to open up both sides.
Creating those multiple pressure points.
And then at that point, it would be a split push between connector and the, like,
and they get the kills
garage
because
area.
They're just found kind of spinning on the heels. They don't know exactly which way to look because they know that pressure's going to come from everywhere. For the time being, Handy is delivering those toxic babes onto the catwalk door, just preventing them from walking in with the shield there, which is what they were trying to do. Forest is going to relocate. Ashen, for the time being, on the book, he's working around underneath. May well look to open up the floor around pillar, around connector wall once SSG take
they're
a little bit more
worried
ground
about
on
someone
that side,
roaming, but there is no one roaming at the moment on
FaZe
Clan.
distance about to go into meeting.
They've cleared away a lot of the utility very quickly on Catwalk, which is the main one to look at. I think the camera's still there and still zapping away as they try and step forward. It's the main frustration point for them. This one here gives them a lot of information if any push comes forward. It's a very little camp to have, and the Twitch drone hasn't managed to get in and shock it off yet. I think maybe they missed that one as a bit of oversight, but as you say, Ashen's dropped away from pushing the doorway and have gone underneath and now found Cyber. Great spot to be in, but probably got to be careful because Souls is also still lurking around nearby. As soon as he steps up here, he's in hot water. I think they've seen him on the drone that was just outside the door, though. Yes, and a great shot from Ashen.
Nicely.
Instant headshot onto Souls. A 5v3. SSG once again in full control.
FaZe are in big
Michigan
trouble
getting
right
Benji
now.
Master
Vizikin
is
doing what
having
he
a little
can
bit of
to
a
keep
rough
them in the
start.
round. Manages to find a kill onto Benja, but the pressure is going to mount in this last 45 seconds as SSG try to get aggressive now. The diffuser is currently on IT breach with J90. That's where the push is going to have to come from. They don't really have too much time to relocate that. So once they've got Catwalk, they will then start moving into IT. It's going to force Viziking away, or so they're hoping. He has a look, but no, he picks the wrong target. Gets taken down by J90. SSG, again, just having to pause to take out that Goo-mine. It's all up to Handy. All he can really hope is to kill the right one. He manages to get one on Catwalk, but he's going to be pushed by the Blitz. Fultz just looking to get in there. He has diffuser. He has a Goo-mine in his leg. They need to think about getting this plant going. There's 3 seconds left to go. He does exactly that, Des.
He's got the cross, and that's the main thing. There's no way that Handy was ever getting across to stop him, but that first bringing down the shield and the other player challenging him. Well played by SSG.
We like that. We like
got
that.
A little bit nervous. They were in that 5v3, and then Benja went down and thought, please, let's not see the man advantage of 5v3 slip away. But they hold on, and that's the important part. Same as on Consulate, Tim. SSG have started up with 2 rounds to kick things off. I don't want to say FaZe are going to start sweating here, but they did manage to recover things back to a 3-3. It's a very different ball game, though, when it's not your favourite map that you've got a 9-0 record on.
I've been saying for the longest time...
Oh, that's a good swing into a flat.
Yeah, it was nice. I've been saying for the longest time about SSG, I'm talking a couple of years now, that they're on this steady upward trend. We've seen they had a little bit of a dip at one event, but otherwise we've seen their finishers at events slowly improve
with talent.
Time after time.
They get better for each tournament they do. They get better by
over the last 18 months. The culture,
and
the
I might as well maybe say G2, but I had like a very hard dip after SI when they won. They just fell apart. But now we're getting up and being more
look at the SI results
the team that they were SI.
That time, but they've gone from
SSG and Talon, they have grown so much over the 2024. It's crazy how good they have been. Unfortunately, Talon is eliminated, but they are going to get there eventually.
And again, like I said earlier, SI is the big one. That's what every team wants to win. And if you're constantly pressing on forward and getting higher and higher results, and given how they're playing today, you start getting very excited about their potential.
I say it just feels that very slow burning trend.
We're going to go into an event at some point, probably in a year's time. SSG, they win SI, they go on to win the next major. Everyone's like, oh my god, they're really on something. And suddenly everyone's jumping late.
Everyone's jumping in frozen late.
We walk in and they're all sat in a massive like Kumbaya meditation circle at the start of a day.
Up at 6:15.
All in the gym together. None of us can get in there because it's fully packed out 24/7 with players. Could well change the face of the game if it goes that way.
Here we go, that round 3, SSG going to be opening up the IT wall. FaZe have moved on, they're not going for top floor again. SSG are going to be looking for top floor, not control, but they're going to be looking potentially for a pillar plant. So they need to get that wall open in IT, they need to get the wall open underneath to prevent FaZe playing in those positions where they can hold the vertical onto that plant spot. Then it's a case of generally the shield just hopping through the window and get that diffuser down on the ground. At the minute it's with Fultz, he may well take that job on. We will see as we progress, but there's not a huge top floor presence from FaZe either, so there's, you know, a real opportunity here for SSG to go in and take this ground, and that's what they're going to do.
It's been a good, again, I spoke about it last map as well, the composure.
Benjamin's the first kill again.
And not get yourself caught out and punished.
He's
by
having
SSG
bad
on a
luck.
solo roamer. I do like how they've played that game out, whereas SSG, as I mentioned back on Consulate, were getting caught out by it quite a lot. Ashen especially, Benja a couple of times, is where they were losing players. This time round, even with the composure from FaZe, it's still SSG coming up and getting themselves involved. Ashen, by the way, Tim, I need to go and check the numbers. I'm pretty sure he's been involved in about 9 entry engagements throughout the series so far. They've tried to rush in, but they're ratting on the bomb site itself. KDS manages to bring down 2, and like that, the advantage they were building has completely fell away. FaZe with a comfortable closeout.
That was a bit weird from SSG.
Yeah, I think SSG have made a bit of a mistake there. There's nothing wrong with trying it. They've gone for the rush, drop over, see if we can just get into the other side and try and get something going. But there was a real opportunity for them to take on the default plant. They'd got IT, they'd got top floor. They needed to deal with the Soulless Vittaking, who was in the basement. Makes sense. He's there to, you know, use the scanner, see if he can see when the plant is going down. But that's not very difficult to deal with. All you need to do is open the double wall down in basement. If you get that double wall open, he can't play in a position to be able to impact on the plant. And then they had enough verticality above, did SSG. They had IT floor opened up. They could watch the door into storage. There was a real I feel like they've done a lot of work to create that space to get the plant down, and then just went, no, there's a chance over here, let's just go there. And it kind of fell apart because FaZe, that's where they were set up, that's what they were ready for. So SSG, they dropped 1 attack, FaZe picking it up, but they're not going to mind at all. First 3 coming away with a 2-1 attack on Native and Labs. They're going to be more than satisfied.
Certainly no complaints. That one definitely felt like a Hail Mary, so I'm with you on that front, yeah. A little bit. Broke concentration for a second and paid the price. FaZe, that kind of team that are going to get away with that kind of magic. Here we go, though, down that basement again. We've got Ashen moving over onto the Jackal. Still got a shield play coming along. It's not going to be the Monty like we saw back in round 1. I mean, why change your weight, Tim? Forrest has been doing a pretty good job. Now, you might look at that and go, Desi 0 and 2, he's doing an absolutely terrible job, but the space that he's creating is the key part I want to stress. Shields, Monty players especially, they aren't going to be high kill players, but the amount of space they create for the team, the information they feed across, that can't easily be reflected in numbers. It's what it does for everyone else to enable them to shine that really matters the most, which is why you have to assess the team as a complete picture and not just as, is that Monty getting kills or not? It's really not that simple.
SSG going to be starting things off with the top floor clearance again. Ashen manages to find KDS.
Opening kill again.
Great stuff that SSG have been doing on the entry so far. Cyber manages to get his 3rd of the game. 4 to go for him, taking down Fultz. Handy manages to find Forrest. J9O puts an end to the 1,000 kill party here for Cyber in round 4. He's going to have to wait a few more rounds yet as he gets taken out. Ashen finds Souls. This is a great flurry of kills from SSG to give themselves a real opportunity here in round 4. They could well go straight to site here and think about putting the diffuser down.
I was about to say, we do know that the site's down in basement, right? All the action has gone on top floor.
The diffuser's cold in IT at the minute.
The problem.
Fultz was taken down there, so they need to go and get it back. Handy is up there, I think, just trying to play that position, knowing they're going to have to come in and take that diffuser back. An absolute beauty onto Benja. Just spins 90 degrees, takes him out, finds Ashen. FaZe rescued by Handy in a 2v3 that becomes a 2v1. J9O picks him up but loses so much health in the process. He has a lot of time here. He has the diffuser, but he doesn't really have what he needs to put it down on the ground.
Doesn't really have the health against the smoke. This is like dreamland for Vittaking. Hasn't even got to take a gunfight to him. He's got those 2 smoke canister to play behind. And knowing surely that shots came onto J9O, that's the moment where in ranked you're calling is one. It's not going to take much to see him blown over here. FaZe then bring things up to a 2 apiece. Unless J9O can pull some real magic. We've heard a lot of high praise for him. You heard the Death speaking about him being one of the strongest players that we've got. behind all this barbed wire. I can't believe I was midway through saying one of the best players we've got, and he jumped straight into a barbed wire and nearly dies to a smoke. Let's not do that again, please.
One thing I will say is that does not change the situation he's in at all.
No.
The loss of those few HP, he's still one bullet, he's still one breath of smoke. He was anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, man. Definitely making it hard for himself here, but the last smoke has come out. That's the problem. Shots being fired. Now he knows where his man is. It's a case of winning the 1v1, but all we've got to see Vidiking do, I was going to say his hideaway because the time is on his side, but he goes to the swing to try and catch him off guard, expecting a sprint, gets the kill, and indeed they hold on. It was a really good two-man hold on that top floor from FaZe, to be fair. Diffuser going down there definitely helped them out, but
it's still interesting how everyone was upstairs and not downstairs.
Yeah, I think...
Like, if it were ranked, they would just sprint down.
Can we appreciate this kill, by the way?
It was beautiful. Oh. The way he looks away and then the 90-degree swing back, absolutely beautiful. So Handy's won the round for them there with that double. Absolutely brilliant stuff. But let's focus on what that highlights for us as well. It highlights the importance of diffuser handling. That win, that round win has been possible for FaZe because the diffuser was lost up on the top floor. Fultz was pushing pretty much on his own. He just breached IT and he moved inside. He probably didn't expect the aggression, but they get the kill there, and as soon as they see that FaZe, they're probably going to feel like, you know, their birthday's just come in because they know that they can then play off that case on the ground. Great stuff from them, and SSG maybe, again, just need to be a little bit more careful with that. You can't have your diffuser in a situation where it's just going to get dropped out in the cold on its own, and you've got to try and rescue it. It's a big moment in the round.
Nice bit of play here as well, hiding Vidiking away. Now the drones saw him out. They kept that soft wall going towards Aqua, like fully locked up, no rotation holes being opened up early on, so that Vidiking could stay hidden away behind the desk. With him being concealed now, there's not too much going to be on side for SSG to help unseat the clash. So Vidiking could be a massive part of this round. We've seen a lot of clash in this series already, and I think in this round we might just see the biggest impact yet.
RT wall is going to be opened up. We spoke about this already. It'll be RT wall, it'll be connector wall. Just apply pressure into sight. It's something that SSG
clash
did very
instead
well last
now.
time.
Okay.
They ultimately pushed in through IT to get those final kills to create a situation to put the diffuser down. They may well look to do something a little bit different this time. They didn't push Aqua. I'd maybe like to see them go out there. Handy is there on the smoke, so maybe we'll put a little bit of pressure there. You've got the blitz. It's perfect sort of close quarters to use him and just turn FaZe's head. That's something they were doing so well on Consulate, turning FaZe's head in every direction.
First smoke down here from Forest, starting the march on forward for Ashen, who's crept his way forward in this milk, hoping to find a bit of a freebie. Right idea, but I think he's going to get figured out here. Indeed, he has. The Clash has hunted him down, and Souls all too happy to join up with his teammates, secure the first kill of the round. Now got the Blitz hidden the other side, and Shield versus Shield Tim. It's not happy fun time. Going to have to get himself away and dropped off the balcony as KDS goes down elsewhere. The Goya removed, and it's a 4 versus 4 with half the round still to play.
Yeah, I feel like FaZe definitely have the advantage here. They've dealt with SSG's initial push. They've dealt with the IT presence. The Blitz has been scared away. The damage has been done by the Clash. The Clash is always going to win in that circumstance because they can still just do that electrical damage through the shield of Blitz. So never going to win in a face-off. SSG, I'm not going to say they're stalling out. They are moving around. They are adapting. But it feels like more of a sort of roll of the dice now rather than this is what we wanted to do. FaZe know exactly where they're coming from. They've now got Aqua locked down with the smoke. Forest out because of the damage that was done earlier by the Clash.
No, but he's ran back into the smoke. He was clear.
He has, but SSG, they're going to find it very tough from here.
We're getting opened up. I thought for a second we'd see Vidiking definitely taking that off, but they've let it go. Probably nothing else to give themselves another angle to be able to challenge it towards IT, knowing they've got the man advantage. And sure enough, a swing off towards the right from Handy. A great couple of rounds from him. Tim, 3 kills in the last round too. In this one, it's looking good. And J9O will try and do what he can, but this is going to be 2 rounds in a row now that we've seen SSG drop. They started strong, but just like on Consulate, FaZe have worked their way into the game. They've warmed up and they've got SSG figured out.
That was great use of the Clash there from FaZe. It's really helped them get that round over the board. It's prevented the...
So this is what I was afraid of.
The Blitz push,
the map that the enemy picks is usually the map that they will win on.
Really
so SSG won on FaZe Cloud's pick map, and Nighthaven is SSG's map pick, but it looks like that FaZe Clan is holding more on this map, which is, like, I just don't get it.
I
think it's one of them. Sometimes when you're just right on the edge of it, you kind of like, no, I'm all right here, and then you're like, oh, maybe not. I'm really not all right. And when you've only got enough HP to take one breath of it, it's, you know, it's a very quick and easy mistake to make.
And great smoke placement as well. Really can't fault
it was.
At all. It was good stuff from FaZe. Hid away that clash, and when you spoke about it yourself, Tim, the impact it had was palpable. Here we go for the last round of the half. Then FaZe with a good spot to go up 4-2. And given SSG started up 2-0, Tim, I imagine the Brazilian side will feel very happy.
Fujimosa has only one kill. Forest has 0 so far. Oh,
maybe less so. Normally trying to claw an attacking round or 2 over the line. Normally on the tertiary sites the teams go
Cyber
to.
has 4 kills now, guys. He needs...
In this game, going to be that first floor site to hold things down.
He needs 5 more. That's all he needs. He needs 5 more, and he would break the 1K record.
When he went over there, it felt like a statement, signing in a second world champion.
That's going to be fun.
Being the other on this roster, but not really seen him shine the way that we'd like. We've been watching his stats throughout the week, and he's hovered around the sort of 15th place mark. He is putting up numbers in the right positions, but I think in this series, when things really start to matter, when you can start getting sent home, you've got to put on a big show.
Last time attacking this side, SSG.
I'm not sure why. I don't understand why they are opening like that. I know there's a reason, but I am too stupid to understand which reason it is.
Keep it simple. The last
but if anything, I think like the lower part is for the one that is holding from the staircase. You actually have a better view, and you're more protected when you're doing that. And I think maybe the upper part is for those that are standing on the roof.
Could really do with this round as a 3-3 half is big for them on their own map, going onto the defense. They will back themselves.
That's like the only thing I can figure out at the moment.
I certainly would. I'll back them as well, Tim. It's one of those maps.
They have
lots you can do, lots of trouble you can create. We know that they like roaming, as we saw back on Consulate. FaZe will 100% have their work cut out for them. And again, being a bottom 5 attacking team, you do start to worry about the Brazilian side when we get onto that side of things. For now, though, SSG have really started a lot of work and a lot of push up on this top floor to try and force back these would-be roamers. Handy and Souls up here at the minute, dancing around on Aqua. We had drones on them. We had Ashen hoping to find someone with a little punch hole or a bullet hole coming in through the barricade, but finding absolutely nothing for it. And FaZe have drawn out the phone calls. Ben just used both of those Dokkaebi calls, Tim, and they found no one for it. Yes, they've forced them back, but they've lost half a round and got nothing to show for it.
Forest just getting aggressive here, looking to get in there and get some clearance work done, get access into sight, but he's going to be caught in a crossfire. One on the stairs, one inside his sight. KDS finds an easy kill, headshot onto the blitz, and again, SSG have lost the tip of the spear. This could get difficult. Cyber manages to find Fultz, Bitterking onto Ashen, and it's falling apart for SSG on the attack. J9O taking some serious punishment, 50 seconds left to go. Handy finishes.
They don't know how to attack that side. It's the second time in a row when they have gone to that side, and SSG just don't know what to do with that side.
In the last few rounds.
The final four rounds of that half, 100%. The first two, it was all SSG.
If they're going to that side, they should change it up to maybe go for Ram and open up vertical play and do that instead. Because they have not opened up any vertical play, because they cleared vertical very early on. But they are just ignoring that.
Down in the basement here in round 7. We'll see how things set up. I mentioned earlier on about SSG and their enjoyment of roaming. I'm seeing a Solus coming out from Forest, which again just suggesting we're going to see some vertical denial coming in for this basement site, the same way we saw FaZe try and do in round 1.
I feel like there's maybe, from SSG's perspective, been a little bit of over-reliance on those aggressive blitz plays for a few rounds there. It hasn't really worked. At any point, it hasn't got them into sight. It hasn't really created too much space for them. And we've seen a few rounds basically crumble after the blitz gets taken down by FaZe. FaZe have dealt with that operator really, really well in the last few rounds. And SSG didn't adapt to that. They didn't either, you know, utilize it differently or bring along somebody else in place of the shield. But ultimately, they've paid the price for it as they find themselves now 4-2 down on the back foot. And kind of fighting more for overtime than for a win, which is, if they'd have got one more round, the position that they could have been in.
Absolutely. Never easy. Let's see how things shape up, though. Still a lot of Siege to play, and we're dying, we're baying for a third map at this point, Tim. How close the first one went. I know Fresh is dying for it for his bingo card. Wants that 40-plus round best of 3. Kind of feels weird to say, but obviously there's only a few days of best of 3s left. We start getting towards that best of 5 grand final on Sunday. I think we've got to, today, tomorrow, Tuesday, a couple of days break, and then on Friday we're back, and that's when the action really kicks off on the live stage here in Boston. Can't wait to see the arena either. I've not actually seen any previews of the stage this year, so it's all
I'm so excited for the venue. It's such a cool location as well. Just, you know, in general, it's such a storied and historic location that, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing it, as I think everybody else is at this point.
Yep. Plenty more to come. Well, here we go. First phone call coming out from Handy. Had Dokkaebi trying to hunt down across this top floor and force away anyone who might be upstairs. Drone's also rolling through as well. But so far, SSG unmoved him, and we're not far off halfway through the round.
Cyber just needs 2 more kills for the 1,000 in SI history. Currently sat on 5. He started on 993 coming into this one, so currently sits on 998. All-time 6 invitational kills. We will keep an eye on that throughout the round, but it could be any time now, especially with Cyber on the Ash. He's an absolute nightmare on the Ash. But
he was never getting out.
Forest is having a bad time. He hasn't killed anyone.
A lot of damage along the way, but ultimately it's FaZe that come away on top of that one, and an opening win on the attack would be true nightmare fuel for SSG at this point.
I should know you had the right idea, buddy. Oh, almost got away with it too, but Handy's hunted him down. This has become a real consistent theme, though, Tim, across both Consular and this map. The SSG, their roamers get punished by FaZe when they move as a team. Fultz somehow managed to get away with one as well, despite being down to 1 HP himself. Like that, Tim. SSG, though, have wasted 2 minutes and brought it down to all things equal in a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, they are back in it, and this is
what
you tend to see from teams that are struggling on the attack. Yep, they can get a couple of kills, but it's just that level of being able to clinically close the rounds out that causes them problems, and SSG are holding angles well. They're getting themselves back into this. Fultz manages to find Vitic.
Are you kidding me? That was 2 versus 2 now?
This is now 2v2, but Souls is low, as is KDS, as is everybody at this stage. J9 with the most HP.
Oh my god, that was too nerve-wracking.
They turn around what could have been a difficult round.
One thing I will probably say to it is I know that they are getting caught out on their own, Tim, and losing a couple of players. They are wasting a lot of time. The difference being for FaZe, they fall off a little bit early. They give up ground sooner to SSG. So there's 2 different styles in a way, whereas SSG are often trying to play their life out there and upset the apple cart constantly.
Sorry,
the fact they got down to 3v3 and 1 off the back of that just shows multiple play styles can work out here. I can't believe he nearly whiffed on that as well. Crazy. They get what they need, Tim. 4-3 to FaZe. SSG starting that fight back.
I'm in the mood
to play. It's time for Forest to step up here. I'm not being critical at this point.
Yes, you are.
I'm not. You know, I'm not being critical at this point that he's 0-6 because I'm going to follow that by saying he played a lot of blitz on the attack, and it's not always the operator that's intended to go in and get the kills. You're creating space, you're forcing players out of position. That's what you're looking to do. And FaZe dealt with him very, very well on that operator. He doesn't have a rifle, he's going in with a pistol. You can kind of forgive a low kill count from somebody who's done an entire half on a blitz. And that's why we need to start seeing a little bit more from him now on defense, because SSG don't need much more. They just need an extra 10%, and you feel like they will kind of leave FaZe in their dust at this point. They'll just move on. 2-0. Labs is winnable. They just need to find that little bit of extra juice from somewhere. As it is, Forest is going to stay on the shields. We saw how great the work was that he did on Consulate on this clash. So forget the kills. Let's just see how critical, how important Forest can be in this round on the clash. How much of a headache can he give FaZe?
I'm always the first to praise a shield player that does a lot for the team, and you know, taking space is a big part of the responsibility in that. He's had 8 rounds in total throughout this entire series where he has been guns up, has not been on a shield operator. Doesn't really forgive so much that you currently sat at 3-18 across the series. You do need to see a bit more than that. However, when Ashen's having a phenomenal series so far, J9 still putting up big numbers as he has all tournament long. It's quite hard to say, oh, well, you need to do your part, mate, because clearly it's enabling the rest of his team to absolutely fly. First 60 seconds have gone by here, and as I said earlier on, 2 main things you want opened up is going to be that main wall inside a connector and the one into IT. They have got both of those done now, so the work of the Thermite is done. Handy can now go back to being a guns-up player for the round, but I imagine a good chunk of it, he'll be sat on drones for his team.
Forest is pushing out into connector here to prevent the progress coming through from FaZe, and this is why we see Cyber working on that electrical window. We've got Vitaking, we've got Souls. They're all kind of held up at the minute, and this is what I was saying. It might not be kills that we get out of Forest, but given the you know, limited effectiveness of Blitz in the first half, this is where he can really shine and facilitate the rest of his team, burn a lot of time, and have those moments on the Clash again. And so far, so good. He has been able to hold them at bay. He has been able to support his team. 1 minute 15 left to go, and FaZe haven't really taken too much ground yet.
Yeah, but at least they're inside of IT, which is the starting point for most attacks here. Here we go, the swing comes in from Souls on towards Pillar. In fact, there's two of them starting to push their way into sight here, and they've got the control they need at the same time. Cyber's in on Catwalk. It's a good team move from FaZe, and they're getting the kills they need, Tim. SSG are falling like Skittles at a bowling alley.
My God.
Only one left standing, and it's Fultz in a 1 versus 4.
I think they know exactly where he's coming from as well. It will be a trade. Fultz manages to find KDS.
Come on, SSG, come on.
Now that managed to get the
This
kill.
is crazy.
Cyber got one more in there, which leaves him on 6 kills. 999. There's just one more.
Close.
We'll see him get the 1,000. It was a really nice round from FaZe. It was unfortunate. Forest moved through into electrical, and I think they knew that because they'd grimmed it heavily. The bees were all in there, so they knew his location, and it knew that it left them a little bit of space inside a pillar, and FaZe were only too happy to go in there and take it aggressively. And once they did that, once they had pillar, it was such a power position for them. Kills just rained in.
Come on, SSG, come on. I'm kind of surprised actually by how they are losing on defense. Like I said, Nighthaven is more leaner towards the defensive side. They got 2 rounds in, so that is pretty good. It's not great. It's good that you can take that 2 rounds in, but they are losing 2 major rounds where they should have won. And that is really bad for SSG because it's just going to be harder for them.
Style and approach to it so far. SSG willing to play their
they are literally 2 rounds, this round and 1 round away on losing their map pick, and then it's going to be Bank.
Becomes onto FaZe once again.
Not sure about Bank, to be honest.
And then look for their execute, likely in through storage window.
Forest is on the soloist. Keep an eye on where he plays. Likely down in the basement to prevent any potential. I mean, it could play both. It kind of works in both directions, but I think we will probably see, as Vitaking was, just underneath and trying to keep himself off the radar. Like you say, for the rest of them, it's going to be a case of trying to hold on to that top floor. For the time being, there's 2 of them up there, Ashen and Benja, to kick things off. I think we will likely see them joined by more as the round progresses. That's big.
Oh, well. He'll stay denied for now, Tim. It's not going to be in round 9 of map 2.
999.
Imagine if he doesn't get another kill.
Oh my God.
And then goes
nicely done by SSG. They got Maverick off the board. So that's a huge pick.
999.
So, which means that the wall is going to be
chance that happens.
He's staying still unless they have Twitch to take that wall off. But yeah, that's...
Still, it's a great first start, though. The Maverick being taken down will make some of these walls a little bit more of a nuisance to get opened up. Not forgetting that we've got the Bandit on side, we've got the Mute here as well. The Maverick, of course, aimed to cut through those gadgets
and is sneaking in.
To be opened up regardless. And now they're going to have to go back the old-fashioned way, Tim. Let's get ourselves the shock drones in, if we can, and get rid of what we need to. Handy's also fallen. That's the buck-off line, too.
Oh my God, that was so
Keep
close, though. Nicely done,
Absolutely great stuff from SSG. You're just going to see...
Will they be able to hold it though?
Getting a little EMP onto the Blitz. He's going to relocate anyway. It won't matter. Vitaking up to the top floor, but they knew exactly where he was going to push from.
For those that do not know,
not really moving
usually that EMP cam onto Blitz actually makes sure that his gadget is not usable.
As long as they know where this Blitz is coming from, they can just spin around and react to it when he does.
Okay.
So manages to find Ashen, so that gets something going for FaZe. And FaZe have been doing really well at this, having a man disadvantage, getting a couple of kills and getting themselves back into the round. So
I'm pretty
SSG
sure they
need to... Be focused here. Make sure that doesn't happen. Forest is down in the basement as expected.
Forest,
so you just need to be careful they don't get caught short-handed on site.
Oh, trying their best here to march on forward of gain anything away from SSG, but they give them nothing but a shot to the brain. Vitaking is gone. KDS doing his very best onto this challenge on Catwalk as well, but Tim, it looks a little bit cooked. Souls very isolated up towards Cargo at the same time. So the last 2 players aren't even together here, and Forest waits for him. So 4 versus 1. SSG are going to keep things tight. 5 and 4 it will go to, Tim. We could yet see a second overtime here in this series.
Sees his man. KDS manages to take down Benji. He was low health anyway, but the headshot will do the job.
He's not having a good day.
He's not. It's been a rough one.
The flick from Handy back to him earlier as well. I was just like, that ain't the Benja we know. We know what Benja's capable of. We've seen him do it so many times over. But not quite flying. I think across the series he's now 11-18 on KD. Again, that's not the Benja that we know. But when the rest of your team's flying, J9O, Fultz, and Ashen all having great series so far, you don't mind too much.
Great finish from J9O. He was in the right place at the right time. Forrest had a good round as well. I want to shout that out. He was down in the basement. He's facilitated his team to play top floor there by being down there to basically deal if there's any attempt to just get in and plant a little rush, try and throw the diffuser down. That's why he's down there on the soul list, to monitor that and make sure it's not possible. But his timing was great. When they get to the 4v2, he's back up onto site to support his team to hold an extra angle, and he gets himself a kill. So well played from SSG as a whole, but also Forrest's understanding of the round was good there, and leads SSG to a 4-5 on the scoreboard. They keep on fighting. Like I said, they're going to be chasing overtime realistically. That's what they're going to be looking for. I'm sure they're going to be looking to close it out, but when FaZe have a 4-2 half, you kind of looking to come back with a minimum of a 4-2 and get some overtime out of it.
And I think realizing that some of this denial-focused game has really impeded FaZe, they're going to go for it in a different fashion, Tim.
Yep.
Once again towards the Kai, mind you, but the Yokais. These days you never see the Yokais coming out because they're no longer invisible. They haven't been for a long time. There's always this very specific game plan with them. We've seen teams, for example, on Cafe, rather than hide them on site, they'll chuck them away inside a VIP, wheel them out late round, and then try and make an impact with them. But they're also leaning in towards the Mute and the Mozzie here. We've seen a hell of a lot of Twitch throughout this game. I don't want to say in every single round, but I think in all round bar 1 or 2, it's been picked up. Yep, round 7 and round 1, the only 2 rounds we haven't seen a Twitch brought along by the attacking team. So it's, I think, a way also to try and deny that away, keep some of this gadgetry online, mainly the bulletproof cameras I'm looking at here, probably also to shield the Electro Claws, and of course, these Yokais. I still love when you speed boost those, by the way.
Speed boost!
Sounds like it's going for it, because normally they're so, like, pedestrian, just like... and it's like...
I feel like that noise and that action, Des, is like a good summary.
Oh, that's an unlucky bounce.
It's a good summary of your life.
What?
I feel like you operate on
0 to 100, no in between. Yeah, fair.
KDS will pick up J9O to level things out, and the pressure is mounting. Cyber in this challenge could win it out, and that is 1,000 for Cyber. Picks up the kill that he needed, and that is one hell of an SI history that he's got.
And a good kill to find as well. Ashen at close range with the shotgun. Very rarely does he walk away the winner in that situation, but it's exactly what he's done. Got the shot down first. Great stuff from him. A 3 versus 3. These two teams are so neck and neck, Tim, across so many rounds. Still hard to see who walks away the winner. They've got half a round to play, but they are seriously lacking in man count.
Yeah, SSG have just got themselves all back to sight now. If you look across the bottom right of your screen, you can see all their locations there, all with a little B next to them for basement. They have decided that they are just going to try and lock things down. So, FaZe, they've got a lot of time. That's the thing here. 1:15 with complete control of the map to start softening things up. This is definitely possible for them.
Wall downstairs. They're just focusing on the hatch, actually. Are they going to do drop any more from that hatch and plant behind the pillar? Is that going to be their strat?
It is, like I say, with the control they've got.
Because they have opened up in that room, so they're going to have very good control.
That space taker,
but they need to like be able to do anything about that.
In back pocket. In fact, I don't think he brought. In fact, he did bring smokes this round. They've still got 2 to
go
though, because Cyber has got those ready and waiting.
Now Moss is giving the signal that someone is coming there, so
something a bit special here. Still 3 players to bring down. Not an awful spot to do so. Down to this last 25 though, the movement's got to begin now. There's a self-flash coming on through, but it's going to give some room for FaZe to start their march on 4. Cargo starting to come into their control. Here we go. Fultz for now.
Now he's planting in that side.
Coming in. Vita King might backstab, but the plant's going down inside of Smoke Tim. There's Yokais, as we spoke about, are now coming out and doing their work. I don't think they can stop this in time.
4 seconds left to go. They have to get something done here. KDS back onto it. Yokai drone taken out. KDS likely to stick it. FaZe, they seem to have rescued this one from the very brink of a loss. They've managed to somehow get that diffuser down, even against the Yokais. 2v1 though. Forrest, he's fighting back. He's had a quiet game, but this could be his moment where he really goes big. 1v3 has become a 1v2. Can he find the others? No! FaZe
That
have got the
jump
angles
guy
that they
was
need.
so
They've got the
good,
vertical,
though.
and they get that job done.
Vidiking on the verticals,
That
the
was
big one
too
there as
close
well.
for
Didn't see
FaZe
a
Clan,
need to
though.
push down through cargo, just held the angle for his team. Nail-bitingly close to
And
those
yet don't
Yokai,
get
but they
it.
get away with it and move up to 6 and 4. But again, just to reinforce, for Cyber, the second one in our 1,000-kill club. Joins Nest up there. Palu's not far behind and should, outside of an absolute bomb out by his team at this competition, be able to get there as well. 3 Brazilian players, 1,000-kill club. What an accomplishment that's going to turn into. It speaks to the tenure of that region as well, that we still got players that were playing at SIs 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Onwards, yeah, absolutely. You know, they really have had one hell of a streak in this game. Cyber, like you say, the second to join. Palu has the potential to do it here at SI 25 as well. He will be the third to lock it in. It's all going to depend on that performance in the lower bracket game from him, but it's definitely doable.
See the Thunderbird coming out, Tim. Very rare we've seen that one being brought out. In fact, it's that first one.
One of the remaining.
Is that one operator left to play?
Thorn was the other one that we hadn't seen. So Thunderbird being brought along for those salvation stations.
Get a buff recently, it's worth stressing.
Yeah, get the mobile healing out, the opportunity. Quite often, nice little trick, keep one in pocket. If you're a roamer, you know, get them laid out, get them ready, but you can always keep one in pocket and then just pop it down if you need it.
I forget exactly what the details of the buff were, because you just haven't seen it in that long, to be honest, Tim.
Okay, so this is match point for
sure it came down to a big
FaZe right now on SSG's map pick, so this is not good.
Now heals to
SSG won on FaZe Clan's map pick, so it's going to be... So it's going to go to the last third map in bank. I have a hard time seeing that SSG would win this round based on how they have played.
Jim Bedford, they were defending downstairs. He was set up there and had a Thunderbird dropped on that top floor, sat between the 2 rooms. He was killed off, and then the attackers just sat there and started using it for themselves to get juice back up before they were carried on through the rest of the map. So it can work both ways against you. You've got to be mindful of that.
Top floor hold it is going to be from SSG.
Kaid is not that. Why did I take Bant instead of Kaid at that point? Because if they don't want them to open up
their legs, they've found another gear. They have taken that loss on Consulate personally. And they've come out to try and make sure they get through to the third.
If you know that the team has map,
it'll be on bank. It'll be a beautiful map to see this one go to for a decider.
The buff, I've just remembered, it's the one where it heals you over time. So you step in the range, it tags you, the buff is then applied, and it keeps on regenerating health until you hit full. So it's not a big juice to the hit, it's more that you haven't got to stay in range and wait to get healed back up to full all the time. It will do that after you leave the zone, so you're able to be more mobile. It's more of a quick pass through, don't stop, don't pass go, don't collect $200, just keep on marching through the map. Not that I think we'll see too much of it really having an impact in this round, because FaZe is going to be very execute focused as these things start to cook. Can I say that? Timmy runs straight into
getting a little bit handsy
so we are going to see a little bit. It's only 5 HP, but it still had a use, Tim.
FaZe are going to be using the Monty rather than the Blitz, where SSG were trying to use the more aggressive shield option. This time Vidiking will have the big shieldy boy with the complete coverage to go in there, use it as a window and try and feed that information back out.
Are they even aware that Tan was there? Like seriously, you gotta know that someone is in that area.
Get his kill onto Ashen, the smoke, a big loss when you're facing up to a Monty, and then was able to drop away, keep his life. Cyber manages to continue, going plans one onto J9. A double for SSG, keeps the minute, 30 seconds left to go. SSG look like they might hold on and do a big double from Forest. He's finding his feet and keeping the North Americans in this one.
If that's the round where you start racking up some kills, Forest, then oh my god, is it the one to do it. 6-5.
Yeah.
SSG just need one more, Tim, and we'll have our second overtime of the series.
We
said it at the start. We expected, we anticipated, we predicted a barn burner, and it is turning into one. It's going to be a defense of the basement. We've already found ourselves down there a few times. It came nail-bitingly close just a couple of rounds ago with the Yokais having, what, a second to go and just not quite being able to get that final shot off. Could all come down to this. FaZe could bring us up to 1 apiece. We go to that third map where SSG can send us into overtime, and they could still do this in 2-0 fashion.
It will all be decided down in the basement. FaZe, unfortunately, know a thing or two about not getting games closed out.
They'll never pick this map again.
They know a thing or two about it, and I'm sure they're going to want to avoid that happening this time around. We can see SSG have managed to pick up a couple of drones there, so not a bad start. Just a reminder, of course, we had the changes to Solis. Fultz is not able to use that gadget during prep phase. It is not available until action phase. So, just working on a normal basis to try and take the drones down. But still plenty of information possible on the board for phase.
There is, and yet again, no surprises at all, Tim. You've got a member of SSG out on the road. You'll probably have a couple of them. And I spoke about it so much throughout the series, it still remains true. They're enjoying having these solo roamers out and about, causing a spot of bother, and not looking to play back towards site or being cautious to hover near a hatch the whole time. They're happy to play their lives and just assume that if FaZe make a small mistake, they don't drone a certain room, that they can lose a couple of players to someone like Benji. You can see that he's been gagging for that jump out on the meeting side. Don't think he'll get it though. Cyber is now out there and Vidaking's not far away. Thing is, Tim, FaZe, they're a very diligent team. You can see the drone from Vidaking rolling on through the map now around his location, so he probably will get sniffed out at some point. Just don't forget that he's on the Mozzie, and they're going to see this too. Uh-oh, time to run, Fultz.
Benja did go out of the meeting window there. We saw the icon flash up on our screens briefly. He did try, but didn't manage to find Cyber. He was just tucked far enough around that it wasn't a problem. Benja didn't want to risk going quite so far into enemy territory. Still aggressive onto the window though. Nitro, can he get out of the way? Yes! Cyber just surviving there. He had to turn tail and run very, very quickly.
This is going to be crazy. They managed to get back to site here or keep on wasting time. This is brilliant from SSG. Like, FaZe are playing it right. They're being really cautious. They're playing behind the shield. They're playing behind the Dokkaebi calls. The thing is, SSG are soaking all this utility and time away from site, Tim. This is the top floor. We're defending in the basement. This time round, it feels like they've found that answer. They've managed to rotate all the way through this top floor, and by the looks of it, potentially even get all the players back towards site. Really great roam.
Yeah, I think FaZe are giving up a little bit on the top floor. They've kind of recognized, look, we're not getting anywhere here. We're wasting too much time, and it is just giving SSG that freedom to be able to play out in the map, to hold the verticals, to pile the pressure on. FaZe did manage to get the diffuser down last time they played here. Vidaking is going to go for it just inside of Exo. So important, a double shootout of the Nitro, kneeling on the third production.
They need like 3 C4s to take him.
So close as well.
That was kind of hilarious.
Work except for the last hurdle.
That was kind of funny though. Like he saw one, he shot that one, he shot the next one, shot a third one, and he's like, oh fuck.
Please no team kills in the death, but Cyber gets the drop and gets one. Good bit of team play. Fultz there for the trade back. It's a 3 versus 1. Tim, warm up them pipes because you've got to say the line again.
Certainly looks like we're getting that way as the kill comes in from Fultz, and we're going to
nicely done. I was like I said, I did not believe that they would actually handle this, but they are getting it.
This one guaranteed to have at least the same. We could have been on course to steal 45 rounds, but at least we're going to see
this,
a good few, assuming, of course, we
now
even get
that
to the third
would
map.
mean
SSG, they start on the defense, Tim. It was their map pick. They chose to come
then
in.
That would mean that they are going to go the lower brackets. It's going to be.
That choice. They choose
I'm guessing it's going to be Team Falcon.
Either
Team Falcon, Liquid,
so
Oxygen, or Tag.
To the same side,
so
down
if
the basement,
FaZe can want to face someone that they might have a chance at,
because now you're coming into this round, like, are they going to do the same thing again?
If it's going to be,
we've seen Echo
I think it's going to be Team Falcon or
Tag
or Oxygen. I believe they don't want to face Liquid. FaZe and Liquid, they are known playing against each other, and it's never easy. So if they want to get to the easy part, if they want to avoid Liquid,
they should
play against Oxygen or Tag would be the best.
Maybe just get himself a little livener coming into the round.
Give you a little update on the B-Stream game as well. So if you don't want spoilers, please feel free to take your headset off now or mute the stream. 3, 2, 1. Unwanted have just won 2-0 against W7M, Tim.
Wow.
Did not have that in my predictions for today. That is an unreal result to have against them. And like you say, it could start off going from bad to worse in Brazil.
Not the same
NA could be on
anymore.
top. The first 2 games of the day could see SSG and Unwanted carrying on through to the next games of today. What a story.
Oh,
wow.
wait, or if they win, oh my god, then
focused up on this one.
SSG is going to be facing G2 in the next game if they win. Oh my god, that's going to be huge.
On the defense, as you said. So much success with the roam last time around. I'm sure they're going to be out in the map trying to cause problems for FaZe. We've got
my god, that's going to be
working
so
on
much
the
fun
pulse this time. Just going to be feeding that intel into his team. Very difficult. I was just going to say it's a tough spot. It's difficult to do anyway.
What the fuck?
They've missed it twice, and it's because of the angle they're trying to do it from. If Handy gets up to the window a little bit more, probably doesn't want to risk it because he doesn't want to be challenged on there. You can throw it so it hits the door frame and it kind of stops in its spot and gets the castle barricade, but throwing it from that angle, it's naturally going to roll underneath. So having to now use more utility, but FaZe, they are not wasting any time here. They are racing through this map.
Frustrating for them, however, still got to keep the move going. Every player's alive, I think, is the key one. And for the side of SSG, they are pretty
taken a lot of
good
hits,
at this point. And they're playing behind those 4 C4s, joined up by, of course, that pulse. And you've still got the 2 Brow to make use of if you wanted to really slow things down and guarantee that those C4s hit their mark. They've got the Sense on side, they've got the Monty. I can't imagine they go for a plant in the same spot.
So where are you looking at, Benjamin? So you're not even close to the enemy.
The one that did work out, where the Yokai zapped them away, but there are still, again, 4 C4s to be conscious of. First one comes out and finds nothing.
This is it. SSG know what's coming here. They've got the intel. They've got the pulse scanner. J9O manages to pick up Cyber. 5 versus 4. That just forces Viking away. We see a Nitro shot out by KDS as it's thrown across. Handy Souls get one.
Are you kidding me? SSG, what the fuck?
He's not had many, but he gets an essential kill down in the diffuser and taking the Monty out. It's all up to Ashen, but he can't.
Ashen, why?
FaZe, they clinged onto a round that looked like it was going to SSG.
Benjamin, I'm sorry.
What could be
Don't play Pulse again, because that was
absolutely
horrendous. You did not get the information where it was needed the most. And you just toss a C4 without any information. Don't do that. If anything, you should have known that someone is in the window or in the default path. Because I have done that before. You should do it again.
Step out into tank. Just go kill them all now, and this round is ours. They didn't fully account for Handy, who was sat inside a cargo. He gets the backstab spray down. All that they needed was one player to go unchecked, and the round crumbles. Both teams have undone that to each other throughout this series a couple of times. FaZe up 7-6. Take their attack time out, Tim. They're going to be scheming here how they can get this done 8-6. What a series.
I really thought Benja had won the round for them then. Like I say, he's had such a quiet map and, you know, struggling to get going. He goes on the pulse, he's feeding all that intel in, but then he gets the kill onto the Monty. He steps out, takes down Viking, puts the diffuser on the ground, and from there you're thinking this one's surely done, but no. Somehow FaZe find a way, as they have done so often in this tournament over the years. They get those final couple of kills and they keep themselves fighting for another one. It was here, Ashen versus Handy at the end, and Ashen was just low health.
He had the right idea.
This is the problem. He was just so low health. It was a difficult challenge. It was one that he had to make realistically, but 7-6 we find ourselves then. FaZe go on to the defense and they're gonna take storage.
Ooh, okay. The nice thing about this site is they had success here already.
I'm bothered about Forest being on the blitz, because both times that FaZe have successfully defended this, they've tried to just push the blitz into sight, and it hasn't really worked. They've just tried to get aggressive into control room, once from the warehouse side, once from the Aqua Stairs side, and FaZe have just completely shut it down both times. I feel like SSG have a look towards that default plant spot, get a bit of control underneath and above, and try and get this diffuser down, because brute forcing into control with the blitz has not worked.
The key thing, when you look at the 2 times that FaZe have defended this site this game already, is that SSG have found 1 kill across those 2 rounds.
Yep.
It has barely been close. One of them was flawless, one was a 4K. So there's work to do. The thing as well in both those rounds is FaZe got the entry. They started things out strong, and they just rolled the round forward from there. If SSG can have a strong early round, get some initial control, then I think things will start to look up for them a lot more. But that entry could be decisive.
Looking at working to open IT wall, that should be successfully completed now, so that's kind of the first step in what I was talking about. You've got IT, they can't hold pillar from above now because of that breach, or they shouldn't be allowed to. Consider your basement. What are your options down there? There's no Solis on side this time for FaZe, so it may well be that it's a little bit easier. Looking across their positioning, they have nobody down in the basement. This plant spot could be open if you get in there and you can hold your cover. Open the warehouse wall so you can hold through to
SSG,
lounge.
I need you to take the vertical play, open up the vertical play, and then move down. Don't focus on anywhere else except for that.
They want that entry. They don't want to concede too much. Bit of team play here. Flash over the top, and then a swing could be the play. Here we go with the push on forward. Sure enough, Benja gets the entry. Good moment, good bit of team play coming out from SSG. It
1
has
minute
taken a minute and 45 to get to this point.
1 and 10
Don't forget,
left,
this is still the top floor. We are attacking down onto the first.
Forest has just chased Souls away as well. Fultz has Diffuser in hand up above, and I'm keeping a close eye on him for where is he going. He's out of
Open up vertical plate, and that way you can go and plant. Come on. Come on, you need to do that. Good. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a default plant in B side. So it's going to be in the small room. So now we have 0 C4s in the pocket right now. It's looking very good for SSG at this moment. So if they can go in and plant and have vertical control, they are going to be able to hold it.
And that's going to be Forest's job. They've got one underneath. That's the kill they need to find. They haven't opened that up. But the Fenrir's movement was good. Souls, he wasn't down there for the longest time. He went there when he recognized that this was the intended plant, but it wasn't enough.
Yes, let's go. This is what I'm talking about. Take vertical control and then move down. It's such an important thing to do.
They knew the opportunity was there. Souls nearly undid it. He recognized with great game sense that they didn't have anybody in basement, and he went to take that spot but couldn't find his kill. And SSG, they take us all the way to 15, Des.
So clean and clinical from SSG. I was nervous after how it went before. We had that phase tack timeout. They knew they'd done so well on this site twice already. Why fix what ain't broken? No doubt would have been a bit of a conversation. I'm sure there's a comparison to that expression in Brazilian that I don't know. But it would have been said. Unfortunately, can't get it done. They look they're on the rocks, Tim. They barely won round 13 on that attack. It went down to a 1v2 for Handy. And SSG have just steamrolled over them. Now FaZe have to attack. Bearing in mind that during regulation, both teams only took 2 attacking rounds.
That was
in
something
their
I was
half.
supposed to do.
It's not looking pretty. And in all rounds, to do something a little bit bananas, Forest is on the Cav.
Why not? Why not, Des? This game's had everything so far.
I forgot something. Oh my god, I forgot what I was supposed to do when I opened up the tab.
What a game he's having here on Night Haven Labs. I think he feels like becoming a two-timer, Des.
I think he wants that second.
He wants that second one, doesn't he?
Across the series, Jane I think is 27-16. Fultz is now 26-16. They're both having brilliant games so far. Yep. On the other side, it's mainly Handy and Souls that you see him putting up big numbers for them. But Jane and Fultz definitely even clear of Handy at the moment and looking solid.
Forest,
one more round, boys, is all they need.
Forest on the Cav is currently down in basement. As I've said, generally you will have a basement player for this site to prevent what we've just seen happen. If Souls wins his kill there, you can hold on to Pillar, you prevent the diffuser going down. That's what you're looking to do. But Forest is in and around. He's kept himself off the radar. I think that's why he was down in basement to begin with, because they didn't want to get spotted out.
What will Benchmaster do? Will he be saving the C4?
The key thing for me is there is nothing on the side of FaZe this time to hunt him down. They've ran Jackal, they've ran Dokkaebi, they've ran tools to deal with roamers, and now you're dealing with one of the most elusive roamers in the game. This is great because that's just wasted so much time with the roamers. We've said time and time again.
Yikes!
FaZe has to go down in the basement and hunt him out. This starts to get really, really messy.
My only question is, how much of an impact can Forest have if FaZe don't go looking for him? Can he get himself into the round? That's the real question we will see as it plays out. But let's focus on what's happening right in front of us.
So what FaZe Clan needs to do is take vertical play and then move down, because it's not going to end well. And also, if they leave Caveira unattended, they are going to get the kiss of death from her, basically. Like, it's a very dangerous play that they are trying to do. So now the information is going to come out that there is no one in A. A is like clear for the second. Woo!
Nitro comes out from Benja. That's a second entry in a row. Takes down Cyber, and that could be the first step towards a matchup with G2 for SSG.
Did they miss him? I don't think he saw him on the stairs. They suspect that he might be nearby. There's a flank drone watching him. Cyber needs to have this and be calling it out. In he comes and goes with the Monty. The Blitz can't quite bring him down, but he is down to about 2/3 HP. He's still here, and Tim, they've let him go. How has he got away with this?
Why?
KDS now down. It's a 3 versus 5, and this is looking miserable.
Forest now, it's like having a wasp in the room with you, Des. They know the cap is there.
Oh.
They can't do anything about it.
No
interrogation. There will be no interrogation. Full steps around. Gets the
no, what is the interrogation?
They look like they've found that extra gear exactly when they needed it, Des. 4 versus 2. 4
interrogation!
To close it out, Forest takes down Andy. Action with the last. And SSG continue in the upper bracket to face G2.
Ashen, what the fuck? Stop it! That's so disrespectful. Yeah, disrespectful, guys. That's so disrespectful.
2-0 against one of the tournament favorites. How can you be surprised?
Handshakes now.
All is fair in love and war, Tim, but at the end of the day, they're competitors. There's that mutual respect.
There's a laugh in there, I think, you know. Yeah. So, anyway.
That was Ashen. Ashen, honey. Please be showing your enemy team a little bit more respect. Running off like that after a win, don't fucking do that. That's such a disrespect. That's a hard take from me. Like, show respect to your enemy. You can yell and stuff if you want to during the game, but don't run up right after they have lost. Show some respect to your fellow players. Like, it's not okay. In my opinion, it's not okay to run up like that. Nah. If anything, that really pisses me off. You don't have to create toxic game. What am I going to say? Toxic environment. You don't need to do that. 17 minutes? What?
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness.
What the fuck? Do we have to wait that long in between?
Back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. Let me take it back to the realness. Feel this. To the back to the back to the back to the back.
I will go grab something more to drink. Let's do this. Let's do this. And we'll be right back.
C4 lançada, passa no vazio, troca do KDS. Atenção agora, Felipão! A FaZe não quer deixar o overtime acontecer. Casey, Vita ainda tenta brigar. Cai, Jota, vem, Neide. E eles continuam vivos na disputa.
O R6 ele acaba sendo muito importante para mim por ter entrado na minha vida em uma fase de superação, né? E ter ficado até hoje, não foi só um tapa-buraco. O R6 ele me deu oportunidades. O que eu faço hoje envolve o R6. Ele significa uma nova fase, é como se eu tivesse apertado o start pela primeira vez e ter feito coisas que hoje me deixam muito feliz. O R6 ele me proporcionou coisas que eu nunca vi nenhum outro jogo me proporcionar. O R6 de coração, ele é uma das melhores coisas que aconteceu comigo.
o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Ah, tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto, vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar jogando comigo?
Mano, joga até quanto?
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão! Eu sou o Bruno Pascoal, do Nascimento Coelho, sou daqui do Rio de Janeiro. Eu atuo aqui, principalmente na área do Complexo do Alemão, como produtor cultural, né? Principalmente voltado para a área do esporte. Eu já estive ativo em vários projetos sociais aqui na região, porém foi na área de esporte na qual eu encontrei um espaço que estava carente e na qual eu tinha possibilidade de conseguir fomentar um criativo, um movimento, justamente para os menores em desenvolvimento nesse mundo, já que o mundo gamer é o futuro, né? O espaço que a gente está aqui hoje, aqui dentro do Complexo do Alemão, que é a nave do conhecimento, existe uma pluralidade de entretenimentos e aulas, né, para as crianças, adolescentes, inclusive adultos e terceira idade, que é onde vem ensinos sobre audiovisual, fotografia, temos também robótica, informática e temos também a área de esportes, né, que é onde temos ali 10 computadores, né, com uma qualidade na qual os jovens que vierem aqui para jogar têm uma experiência que um gamer teria se tivesse esse acesso. Desde a área do streaming, ao criador de conteúdo, ao próprio pro player, ou dentro da área do audiovisual, que são áreas que vem crescendo muito com o meio digital. Além da gente trazer o mundo e o esporte para eles, a gente também vem com informação, educação e muitas das vezes o trabalho de pedagogia e psicologia. Para quê? Para agregar, além do esporte na vida dessa criança, mas a vida social dela em geral, como o cotidiano. Vai lá, cara, daqui a pouco tu volta. Ele... Ah, me quebrou, calma aí. Ele é o menor com a padrinho. É o Felipe. Então, eu ajudo ele tanto a parte social dele quanto a parte familiar. Acompanho toda a vida dele. Ou seja, projeto social que ele tiver, eu vou lá, visito. Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Ah, tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Sim. Quando a gente jogar junto, vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Sim. O amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar jogando comigo?
Mano, joga até quanto?
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão! Então, tô muito ansioso pro Six Invitational, porque assim, foi o maior corre pra mim conseguir comprar esse ingresso. Imagina se um evento de Rainbow Six Siege num estádio gigantesco, o maior evento do mundo, aqui no Brasil, em São Paulo. Pô, ver o Iconic, o Vita King, poder, tirar foto com esses caras, ver os times que eu tô torcendo vencer. Eu fico imaginando aquele estádio cheio, barulho, bateria, gente gritando, tirar minhas fotos, fazer meus vídeos. Pô, é óbvio que eu vou trazer pro projeto, eu vou trazer pros menores pra eles verem a possibilidade de gama que a gente pode chegar. Não é só isso, é muito mais.
Agora sim, galerinha! Último mapa dessa grande final! Eu preciso somente o KDS! Eles vão pro plant, KDS não viu e é finalizado! O que a W7M faz nesse jogo estará marcado pra sempre!
Eu encontrei no R6 um espaço, não só social, como terapêutico, onde eu pudesse me concentrar, focar, conhecer outras pessoas, interagir com o jogo, colocar um pouco pra fora aquela minha ansiedade, né, que eu tinha. E devido a todas as circunstâncias, né, dificuldade que a gente passa regional.
Boa, caraca, pai, toma!
Muita gente desacredita do mundo dos games como acesso, como ferramenta de mudança de vida para jovens de periferia, mas eu sou o próprio exemplo o quanto isso pode agregar na sua vida. Não te altera apenas quando você está sentado no computador, mas a educação, inclusive, e a comunicação de quando você leva para casa e a influência que você vai causar a partir disso. Quando esse jovem chega em casa e ele, às vezes, ele tem a possibilidade de ir para um mau caminho, ele não vai. Ele escolhe, não, o que eu vou perder indo para esse lugar é muita coisa.
Hello, Toxic. Yeah, I know. But yeah, what he's talking about Rainbow Six Siege, like, for me, I just started playing that because of a friend, and then I got hooked on it, and I just love the way how the game is, basically, like, the tactical side that often, and also like the team play, and so much more that it brings. And like the yeah. Best viewer again. Yeah. Let's report this little guy. Report, we have Avatar, then we have spam or bot, and this is a bot, and for some reason they want us to comment more, and it's a bot. We do that. Yeah, blocks user. Search. There we go. But how is it going for you, Toxic? I forgot about prediction. I was so into the stream on TikTok where I actually forgot about the prediction. So I have no prediction for today, so I'm going to miss a lot on that. That is no fun. That is no fun. So it's going to be 6 minutes, and this is a highlight. There was an interrogation. It was the first interrogation during this tournament, and that was. And the funny thing is, as soon as the interrogation came, both me and the caster said the interrogation at the same time, and that was so hilarious. That was so good. Yeah, it was like really good. It was not like that FaZe Clan was bad, like it was just not their day, I would say, more or less. But they would be facing, I think Falcons is going to be next one. I don't think that we let us know just yet. But SSG is going to be playing against G2 around 11 PM, and I'm definitely going to be watching that. Holy moly. And then we have BDS versus Unwanted. I do think BDS is going to win against Unwanted. I don't think anything else. And I do think Shopify Rebellion is going to win against Russia Company. And then it's going to be a play against Virtus Pro versus Shopify. Shopify is known as Sonics before, so that's the reason why. Kind of annoying. Yeah, I know the one, the 2-0, that was crazy. Okay, so if we are going to we are going to be watching the game between Dark Zero and M80. So here's the thing. What I think. So here's the thing. Dark Zero and M80 have played against each other a lot, and the matches, direct one matches that they had against each other, Dark Zero had won 6 out of 3. The last time M80 won against Dark Zero was in March last year. Otherwise, they have won with 2-0 or 2-1 in maps. Like, it's been like a deciding victory for Dark Zero side. So now the question is going to be, will M80 have more to give this time than in the previous matches that I have? Because this is going to be they need to get past this hurdle, because I think Dark Zero is going to be the hardest team at this moment. And when it comes to also maps, that's also going to be interesting. So yeah, I think match-wise that it has been played. It might go to Border or Cafe and maybe Bank. I think Nighthaven is going to be picked, if anything else, in general. So if we look at M80, how they have played. So they won against Liquid, for example. Then, so they played Nighthaven, Consulate, and Border. So Nighthaven was M80's pick, Consulate was Team Liquid's pick, and then Border was the decider map. That could be a little bit. They have gone to Clubhouse as well, M80. While as Dark Zero, they have played a little bit more on, I think, kind of the same, except for Clubhouse, I think. They have played a lot of... So when they played against Talon, they did go for Cafe, Dark Zero, and then they went for Bank. When they played against Falcon, they went for Border and Consulate. So if anything that is going to be said, it would be... Sorry, I have an itch. I think it might be actually maybe Nighthaven and Border. M80 for Nighthaven, unless they take Cafe, but they have played it too many times. And on Dark Zero's pick, I would actually say Border would actually be for them as well. I do think that would go Chalet though. Okay, I'm going to do this. So, Cafe for Nighthaven for M80. And for Dark Zero, they're going to be picking Border. And the decided map is going to be Chalet. Gotta remember that. So I think it's going to be. And the ban operator that it would be. So if you compare to the stats that I have, Asami is the most banned player. So I would guess that Dark Zero might be taking Asami off the board. And on M80's side, they do play a little bit of Blackbeard, but so does Dark Zero. So maybe a Monta, or like a Blackbeard. Like it's going to be either one of two, like on attacking side. I'm doing way out of order, but let's start with the defensive side. Dark Zero is going to be having Asami, is my prediction. And on defense side from M80, might be a Solus or a Mira. I need to write this shit down because I like forgot about it. Yeah, you gotta help me, guys. So it's going to be Asami and Solus, let's just say, that is going to be banned. On the attacker side, I do think it's going to be Montan and maybe Blackbeard.
Hello everyone, and you might be thinking, why am I here alone? Well, we need to try and finally get somebody here who is very delayed. So I'm just gonna do this magic trick right now. Just gonna go, Abracahapra! He's finally made it! Has finally
Wow, that was so
found
cringy.
his way into Boston. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
A bit delayed.
Yeah, I took the boat instead.
That explains a
slower.
lot. Well,
Yeah.
luckily for you, we're about to get into a banger series of Siege on the back of some surprising NA results versus Brazil. Will it continue here? Obviously, the game before, Unwanted 2-0 against W7M.
Let's see
So now,
when
can Raza
it's
Company
going to
try
start
and
here.
regain some sort of momentum
In 5
for
minutes.
the region, or will Shopify Rebellion lock in NA as a very strong opening day?
Mm-hmm.
That is, of course, a question that we will see answered in the next 3 hours or so. If, you know, Shopify
Yeah.
Rebellion is going to be able to...
But yeah, at least on the Mayday and Dark Zero, I do believe on defense side, Asami, Solus. On attacking side, it's going to be maybe Montan and Blackbeard. If they're not taking Montan, I do believe it's going to
very, very
be
impressively. I think better than people expected. Obviously, it was the MT1 roster, but they seem to
yeah,
light
I'm
up
kind
when
of
they get
like,
onto the
yeah, I kind
international
of think it's going to
stages,
be like
although it
maybe
came down to a little bit of
Blackbeard.
do or
Yeah,
die at some point,
Blackbeard
but
or
yeah, they were
Solus is
fighting
going to
for
be
first
the
place.
mostly
Could have taken
banned,
it,
I
obviously,
think.
From BDS, it was long maps against.
But
team
if we're
battles.
talking about
In the end, they were
Shopify
about
versus
1 round away
Russia
from
Company,
securing that first place, that bye, and sitting and waiting for the
so
afternoon today.
I do think in how they have played, I do believe it's going to be
Some teams actually prefer this.
Bank, Nighthaven.
Meaning that you are warmed up going into that second best of 3 that you have later.
I'm not sure the last one.
It is just a
I don't think
whether or not
I
that's
don't
case
know
for
the
Raza as
decider.
well,
I
of
really
course,
don't know.
But maybe Shopify. I mean, I was listening to
But it's going to be an interesting pick. Maybe Chalet or Consulate.
Let's see how much of that is
I did not see what they picked yet, but so far Russia Company have played very convincingly over the group stage and taken their spot.
They haven't had a horrible journey. They too.
And I'm not sure why they decided to have Shopify Rebellion as a name. I kind of like Sonics better, but yeah. So they have Grexer, Rexen, Canadian, Ambi, and Surf, which is a very good team. They know how to play, they know how to clutch. Had a little bit of a rough start the first game, but of the tournament, but now they are getting their groove back. It's getting to... Yeah, they're just getting into it. I'm not a good caster. I'm not a good... When I don't know what to say. When I don't have information.
It's also I believe, a birthday boy.
It is a birthday boy, indeed, on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Jesse is probably upset by this because Ambi is
Oh, here it is.
Yeah. Ambi
Ooh, they got Bank.
well, maybe we'll get a new
I
face.
guess right.
Ambi has been brilliant
Bank.
this tournament. Huge games against
What did I say? Bank, Nighthaven, and I'm not sure, Consulate maybe, or Chalet. Labs. Guess again. Oh.
Bank was one of the maps that I kind of expected them going to. It is currently 3rd preference.
Shopify Rebellion taking that. Like, it would be fun if they tossed in Lair, because both of those teams are not known for playing Lair, to be honest. So Chalet is... Why does it say Chalet twice? Oh, Chalet and Consulate is banned. Cafe, Border...
Shopify being able to take Labs 7-5
Then it's going to be...
opener, and then losing Bank
Oh, it got Lair, okay.
in the sort of split of things.
That's an interesting... And that's Russia's pick as well. Oh, that's going to be interesting. I don't think Russia Company has played in Lair so far in the tournament, right? I think I have played once.
In the sort of setup there, and Leia, I like that we're starting to get more and more of her.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, Russia did play yesterday against Falcons. Stupid me. I forgot about it. And they actually lost on Lair against Falcons. That is crazy that they decided to go back there. Actually,
ready. Now winning today doesn't secure, you know, your sort of position on the main stage. That can come later on in the day itself. But
that's going
it
to be
separates
interesting.
them. Just 2 games are ahead of them today. Otherwise, they might find themselves dropping down. And a high bar has been set by North America today. It's time to see if Shopify Rebellion can continue that streak or if Raza Company can put an end to the upstarts.
Big question indeed, and again, going back to those maps, starting off on Bank, I think it's going to be a pretty even kind of fight that we're going through.
No,
Raza needs to win this one.
I actually don't agree. I kind of feel like Shopify Rebellion should have better control in the map than Russia Company. Granted, I might have some play that is going to be throwing Shopify off, but in the grand
as well,
scheme of everything, I do think that Shopify is going to have most control of the game. Compared to Russia Company.
You know, in the sort of sticky do or die situations, some teams have been able to make magic happen when they're the ones that are forced into that environment. You look towards G2, their lower bracket run, their sort of situation. I think at this point, obviously, Raza, you know, they have been a bit sick of being the underdog. They were predicted to be one of the underdogs, came in. They were one of the lowest sort of in the global points. Obviously, LCQs, they made their way here, but one of the lowest sort of SI points scored throughout the year itself. You know, if they can, the longer they keep themselves in the upper bracket, the more they sort of make believers out of everyone.
For sure. And, I mean, this is also how it works, right? People start paying attention to you. The more games you win, the longer you are in that tournament, and it's just going to turn more and more eyes towards them, make more fans come towards their side as well. And also important to mention, of course, the winner will be playing later today against Virtus Pro, one of those European teams that somehow always struggles after SI, and then SI comes around and it's like, hey, we're a top 4 team. Hello.
Do you remember us?
It's like they always come back. They always are there to fight on the grandest stage of all, and that might be the toughest match both these teams will have to face potentially later today.
Wow, big favor. As I said, Raza Company, they're still unfortunately floating for their own story's sake around that underdog label. Can they try and break that? The loser of this game, I believe, drops down to the lower bracket to play OXG tomorrow as well. So it could be a sort of inter-regional matchup, or Raza Company over the next 2 days could be about to have the worst possible time against NA teams. That will be started up and decided here on to Bank. As you said before, Bank, you know, we've had it a bit from both teams, wins and losses either side. Shopify itself, you know, they've, I think, lost it twice.
Yeah, lost it twice. It was a 7-8 against Secrets and a 7-5. Oh, no, wait.
It was a 7-8 against Secret and a 5-7 against FaZe. It was one of the only maps Secret took as well, really, throughout the entirety of the run. But, hey, welcome. You like the jazz?
Thank you. I do like the jazz. But I have to say, I do miss the duck from last year a little bit.
The duck was wild. I don't miss the duck. The duck is gone.
It is gone.
At some point, the coat that I borrowed for the opening was very last minute.
Whose coat was it?
It was one of our higher ups from Ubisoft.
Okay.
And I said, can I borrow your coat? I need to do a thing. And they graciously lent it to me, but now I need to make sure that they come and get it back. Because it's so snowy here in Boston.
You love it though. I was flying over yesterday, and everywhere I looked, it was just white. It was just
That's
snow.
how snow works.
No, but it's like, I haven't seen snow yet last year, you know? Like, I was so happy to see snow. Anyway, we're talking about the bands coming through. Flores band, Blackbeard band, Cade as well.
Okay, Flores is interesting. I haven't seen that in a while.
Well, removed from at least this map. You might see a little bit of play later.
Damn.
I mean, there's a couple of opportunities to go about here.
Oh, I could actually put up today's video.
Is Azami
ban.
I mean, still,
No
very
surprise.
aggressive operator to go around every now and then. It just makes hold so much more difficult to go. Stalls a lot of time, so understandable.
Oh, I mean, last time I sort of checked the stats, I'm just going to a very quick look now. She was the sort of top operator banned, but also very high preference. Yeah, 58% of maps she has been banned on, and then when she's available, an 80% presence.
So yeah, very oppressive operator.
Yeah, Sami
For
is
sure to
very
have out
strong,
there.
no matter
Doesn't
how
be
you want
around
to spin
on
it
this
off.
map.
Like, she is strong.
So,
Just a quick tech moment here at the
Tech
start.
pause.
We do all the building up, and then we come back to the jazz.
Yeah. Bringing it back, chilling. Waiting for the players to be ready, set, and go. And that's the tech pause that needs to be resolved. Now, there's no momentum break for any of them yet, currently. Like, there's no round that had started. There's quite literally just the bans of the operators, so...
Have you been able to watch much of the tournament from home?
I have watched most of the first 2 games that were on the day.
What time is that in Europe time?
So it's 6 hours later. So I think if we start like 10 a.m., it's like it starts at 4 p.m. It's just the later ones where I decided to go to bed because I'm raising a puppy and the puppy needs some sleep as well.
Why didn't you bring them?
Yeah, that's a good question. Should have asked if
I thought that's what the delay was.
Yeah.
Getting the puppy passport.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other bands. So those have been done at this point. Flores, Blackbeard, and Kaid. Blackbeard has been in the right hands, very deadly. They haven't been as frequently banned. They're still one of the top bans, but compared to the choice of shields, they're actually the 3rd shield to be banned. Monty screams away at the top with Blitz, and then Blackbeard. And, you know, I think they're still trying to find their sort of shape, but shields generally, and this is so team specific and so team driven in terms of a data, all of them fall under 50% win rate. So although they might feel powerful at certain moments, statistically, all of them are losing more than they're winning.
That is definitely one of the statistics to keep in mind. Also, like, of course, they have been nerfed. Is a pretty important part to bring in there. We're not seeing these shields as we did 3-4 months ago, for example. So there's definitely that big change over there. And, you know, we're talking about Monty being above Blackbeard, but I think
now they are
will
getting
never
in,
be an
finally.
opportunity where a shield does it
Freaking
better than
tech.
Montaigne, except for if you maybe combine Monty's abilities with, like, any of the other shields at the same time.
Well, here we go. Finding our way in, obviously, on towards lockers as the first hold here, and you sort of start trying to get a taste, get a measure of how these two teams play. Raza Company, they're very quick, very aggressive. They love to keep pressure on. They love to keep finding fights and fights and fights. And at the same time, you know, Shopify Rebellion has those players. Ambi has had a phenomenal tournament so far. Comes into this without the data from the previous series, I think 7th best rated player across all of them. As I said, dropped off a little bit against Furia, who do like to play that aggressive style. So my eyes are going to be sort of drawn towards, unfortunately, the birthday boy to see if he can try and win against something that's already
Birthday boy.
dampened his spirits a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I also had him written down as my player to watch for the team of Shopify Rebellion. And just quickly talking about the setup here, of course we're going downstairs. Of course we're seeing that the Goyo is going to be out here. I mean, there's a couple of
Should I
different
go
ways to
and
play around
play
this,
more Goyo,
basement
guys?
site.
Do we want
It
that?
always
I
kind
haven't.
of relies
I'm
trying to stall as much as you
not
possibly
sure
can.
what I
This
like
might also
about
be
that
part of
gun.
the way that they try and counter Raza. Raza,
By the way, guys,
they
I posted
like
a
to
new
go quick.
video
Hey, so what
about
do?
some Maestro camps in
you force
Oregon.
them to
Do
start
please
taking
check it
gunfights,
out. It's
force
the
them to
tip
get
video for you
into
guys
difficult
where you can put the
situations.
cam.
If you're too
Hope
spread
that
out,
you like
they're
that
gonna be able
and
to one
find
shot, right over you.
joy
So
with
you
it.
need a bit more of a compact hold.
Starts with the attempt clear over the top. Force Ambi further away. As I said, he's probably going to be the front liner that tries to find engagement, but he knows that the pressure is coming in a little bit too hot and heavy, and you have everything you can work with down below. Obviously, the slowing, the stalling, that is the play that you get yourself formulated around, so those Goyo canisters will be well placed and played. In the Twitch drone, SDK, you assume is
We're
doing
going
their
to be
best to get
watching
rid
the
of
first round
Brixer.
and maybe the
Playing that
second round until they
echo
get in
role
there.
as well, and then you sort of get the double split. Sometimes they'll do this. Read that information. It gives you the great tell. Are they going for a vault drop? Can I try and maybe lead a frag around on a rotation and see what's available? Or, obviously, later on, probably deny the plant itself. A minute 40, though, And Raza are making sure they are not wasting any time. Open control, hatches are done. Vlastri holding on towards the bottom of white and the swing on towards green as well. Will they try and charge these Candelas? And will Shopify Rebellion be ready for it?
Now, the map is pretty big, so as soon as they decide to go for a certain push, there's not going to be too much opportunity for them to rotate around. You see that the shock drone is coming in, removing a bulletproof and 2 of the Goyo pockets that are on the site. There's still a couple of that around there. They're struggling to actually open up the breach because of that mirror window. Selma being used together with some of the X-Kairos. And I'm not sure if that opened up fully as they wanted to, maybe actually eventually. But it does seem up like it will be a normal kind of lockers push. They're trying to just edge in that plant, but there's still that one Goyo canister out there. There's still Rexen that carries a Nitro Cell, and there's still Yokais that could be used to deny this plant in the next 50 seconds.
Well, they're going for the plant itself, but they're forced off by the fire. They just couldn't withstand it, and that'll buy them some time. As you said, 45 seconds, 3 smoke canisters will be more than enough as alongside that C4.
Oh, that's the first kill to Rexen.
First kill, Rexen gone,
Now,
C4 off the board.
yeah,
Another cover of
C4's
blind,
the board,
another
that's a
smoke
huge
canister
pick.
top. Well, there's even a second to follow through. Where are you going to drop onto? A player, most likely. They're going for the plant once again, and he probably regrets holding the Candela, but they cannot get it stuck. Basetto, he's going to have to try and drive himself through the smoke.
Ooh, there we go. STK is
Raza
gone.
just stalled out. Here's one more attempt, one more very well thrown. Basetto, you cannot just sit.
Yeah, they need to, like, they should have done that earlier to waste the canisters. If they know they have so many canisters left.
It's an easy cleanup on the single position. Shopify Rebellion.
This is something I've enjoyed doing at home, watching all their hot mics going live at the end of rounds. They've been very amusing to listen to. But Rebellion, they win their very first round. As I mean, it did come down quite close in the end, but of course the time was ticking down. There was only one objective for those defenders to go through, and that was to stop that plant from going on. And they did that perfectly. I mean, the opening kill was there, but just as mentioned, there was too much utility.
Let's see here.
There was smoke canisters. There was a nitro cell. There was echo drones, all on the board.
Pambasu and Pambasu
without any further control. But this
Out
is
to
exactly
me here
what
is the
Rebellion did,
KPR.
for example, against
Obviously, a
FaZe. Give them the map.
.85 in comparison to a 60, that is
Wait,
a big
what?
drop off for Pamba, especially
I
in
need
terms
to
of the
look at
player
this.
that we've known him to be, that we've versed. He is a strong player. Just right now, he isn't that strong. He is actually the 83rd or 87th
Why does it say
lowest rated
Pambasu
player
on
here
both
at the event.
sides?
So for me,
I'm
if we can see
confused.
Pamba and make it a Pamba party time, we can 100% see that attack percentage skyrocket. But that starts with Pamba having a performance today, and thankfully he is going against his NA brothers, so it should be an easier mindset to transition back to of understanding the dynamic and tempo of the game.
Oh, by the way, I actually forgot that we still had Clubhouse with Skyscraper. We haven't seen much play from them. I did know that M80 did play on Clubhouse.
M80 have looked really good after a sluggish start.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, I was a little, even myself, I hesitated with this roster change. You know, obviously Diffuser and Gunnar are very big pickups, and Packer as well. But the Packer was the question mark for me because he was coming from that T2. Granted, he did make that run, but still, this roster as a whole, I just wasn't convinced, but I am seeing the improvement, which obviously is a positive note, and that they are finding themselves here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, Packers alleviated this team so much. He's allowed everybody to really play their full frag ability, and one player that he's been able to completely make better is Kino. I think Kino is arguably the most improved player of this last year. I mean, you can see it from the moment of him getting benched in SI24. He bounced back. He was the worst rated player on his team in Manchester, but he was still doing better than the year prior. And now he is the best player rated on his team. And he's slowly been getting better and better. He hasn't really made any mistakes at this tournament so far. I mean, I think we've been seeing him play perfect, and Packer has allowed him to do
NALS2
that.
versus SI.
Hey, blossoming like a sunflower in the summer.
What do you mean toxic?
Wait, what's going on? Kino, no! Kino! Kino, turn around! Kino, he's behind you! Well, he almost played perfect, but I mean, that's a situation where Kino had to give Neska's 1,000 kill, I guess. I mean, what a shame for him, but for the most part, he shouldn't be playing Shields. You know who should be playing Shields? Packer, because Packer has alleviated the pressure from this team. He's been
It was for was it Panda?
And
What?
he's been the main player that was brought
The
on to be
state
a
between
different look at
those?
this team. Watch this. Against Liquid, round
Like
6.
NAL
Sports down,
stands
M80
for
goes to
National
pick him up.
League.
Packers alone in sight. He realizes
No,
the time.
North
and he
America
decides to
League.
zip by.
I mean,
Instead of
that's
fighting for the
NAL.
site and risking a 2v1
That's why I got
situation
confused. Why are
and
you
losing
comparing
the potential bot lane, he runs away.
North
Whereas
America League
Packers top
versus
metal,
Six
waiting for his
Invitational?
teammates to
That
rotate
kind of doesn't
back
make
up
any
metal
sense.
so that he can then attack in the man advantage, and that is such a genius play. Yes, his statistics don't look as high as everybody else on the team, but those little plays are guaranteeing wins. Instead of taking that risk in sight, going down, Diffuser gets down, he waits for his team, gets the pump kill, and as a team, they execute onto the side.
Now, I want to say, we even talked about this when this roster was being made, and you even saw Packer being brought up, and you, as an IGL, you questioned what he was going to bring in his capabilities to this roster, and it's nice to see you actually hyping him up and giving him his flowers, because I absolutely agree. Being able to read that situation, and especially his performance in the beginning of this event so far, it started out. Let's face it, it was horrible.
Yeah,
It was absolutely horrible, and I've said it as a player, you are only as good as your last game, so the fact that Packer can put that past him, put away the drama online, and just focus on his gameplay and have key moments like this that are shaping the entire match, the entire layout of it, it's phenomenal.
They've really bounced back since their first 2 opening matches, and now they could be looking like a serious threat heading into the rest of Phase 2. Let's have a look at the maps to see where we're headed for this one. We're going to show them all at once. Skyscraper to start with.
Skyscraper is a good one because we actually
Ooh,
had a
I
chance
did
to
not
speak
expect
to
them to
Bugega
go
before the bans,
Skyscraper.
and
I
he
actually
was
thought maybe
jumping with joy.
Cafe
He
or
was so
something.
excited that DZ let this map through. It's not necessarily a
Club
map that both
Doxer
teams like
picking
to play. I
Clubhouse
believe DZ's
might
only
be
played
a
it once in the
bad
last
move
year.
from
So
Doxer
them
side
allowing
because
this map to
M80
go up,
played
M80
Doxer.
instantly jumped on it, but
M80
obviously
played
we know when
Clubhouse
teams leave
yesterday
maps up,
and they
there's a
won
reason
that
for it.
map.
So hopefully we'll get to see
So
it once
that's
we get
going
into
to
it.
be a
But I
little
do
bit
think that's
rough.
a great pickup from M80 to recognize that DZ's not
Bank?
the best on Skyscraper right now.
Looking at
Bank
Clubhouse,
is
even
more
for DZ, I mean,
towards
this
DZ
is just,
side,
it's
to
just
be
a show
honest.
match at this point for Clubhouse being in the NAL circuit. Of course, it's going to be brought out here now in the upper bracket. Again,
Yeah.
Clubhouse, that's not a crazy one for me. The Bank is going to be the biggest decider for me, is how that
Yeah.
map is going to be shaped, because especially with how DZ is lacking on their attacks, that's where it's really going to be a question mark for me if we get to that map, because so far M80's been looking significantly better on that side, whereas again, DZ is just better on their defenses currently.
I think M80 needs to win it in a 2-0 because Bank in the NAL, if you remember in Stage 2, they played it 4 times. They lost all 4 times.
It's going to be
Bank
fun
is not a
later,
good map for
Toxic,
those guys
because
at all. Obviously,
G2
things
is
can
going to be
change,
playing
but I do
against
believe that DZ may have
SSG,
the
so
edge
that's
on it.
going to be
I'm hoping
very
for an
interesting.
M80 2-0 if they want to take it
And
out.
as you were
To
saying,
see.
in that Bank match where these two actually met up, it was 8-7 going in DZ's favor. So there's a little caveat there.
Well, one thing is for sure, it's been cold here in Boston to kickstart this event. It's been ice cold. Snow has been raining down upon us. But 2 gents that took their day off to go to warmer climates, it's our casters for this evening, sipping on some fine drinks there, gents. Lovely to see you, Jesse.
Good to see you too, Manic. You know, everybody's talking about how cold it is in Boston. It's always so frightening. We had a snowstorm last night, but they don't realize we're about to watch.
Yeah, they
M80
say it's a
versus
lot of
Dark
snow
Zero.
there.
Polo
It's not
versus
a lot
Void,
of
the
snow.
spiciest matchup in
That's
the upper
nothing
bracket of
to
the Six
compare to what we
Invitational.
have.
So, we're dressed properly for the occasion. I know for a fact these players are going to play and make Boston feel like the beaches of Honolulu.
All I'm saying is you guys look like the budget version of some kind of Die Hard movie, so enjoy this one. It's sure to be a banger.
Thank you so much.
Budget
Really appreciate it.
version of
I
Die
think
Hard.
It's great that whenever you want, you can go out on Halloween as a gorilla and you don't even need a costume. I think that's wonderful. Very, very low effort for you to scare children and other people celebrating Hallows Eve.
That's so hilarious.
Jesse, the NA Derby. 50% of people think that DZ will be the better team here. 50% think it's M80. We've seen some very close community votes. We've also seen some very lopsided community votes.
We have.
What do you think of this one?
I think we're in for a great game, Parker. We got two of the biggest names in Rainbow Six Siege. I want to see some emotes.
Yeah,
spammed in
Bolo,
Twitch chat. Show your
Sport,
support,
Gunner.
Bolo subs. Show your support, Spoit subs, and everybody else as well.
Like,
got
we
some
have
fantastic
NGR,
matchups,
Nafe,
and this is just gonna
Diffuser,
get us
Packer.
started
Like,
here
there's
at
a
the Sixth
lot of
Invitational.
good people.
We're starting on Skyscraper.
This is going to be hard.
I actually caught Bugega, coach of M80, in the hallway just before this match.
I
He
think
was
the
deep
match of
that
the
Dark Zero
tournament
did
would
fan
actually
this
be
map,
if
and he
G2
should
faces
be, because Dark
BDS.
Zero
I
have
think
a
that's going to be the
record
best
on Skyscraper. Only a single
match
place since
up
Kobe has joined the
of the
roster,
entire
and that was a
tournament.
7-2 loss to
I think
Sonics
that's going to
back
be
in
the best
September.
one.
Before picking up Kobe, it was not a strong map for them either. You got a bit of a HUD bug, so
That
M80
those
have
two
banned out the
would be
Blitz
the final
and the
match,
Clash. Hard
in my
talk
opinion.
targeting the shields for Dark Zero. Now DZ
That would
will
be
ban
something.
the Deimos and DZ's
So
last
right
ban
now the NA is
will be the
facing
two
each
round.
other,
DZ
and
banded up
later
the
we
two
might
round
have
here makes some sense. I
EU
thought
facing
maybe
off
we'd
each
see the
other.
Zombie because that is historically what they've banned. but
That is
they've
bad.
moved away from those Azami bans, Parker. They haven't really been playing the Azami bans as much, and we've seen them bring out the strongest.
By the way,
defender in
did you
Rainbow Six
enjoy
Siege on a number of different matchups
the
here in
Siege Cup
Boston. So
Toxic? I
excited
kind of
to
felt
see
like
Dark Zero
I
expand their
was kind
repertoire
of a
bit. I
little
did
bit
expect
concerned that I
Monty
was a
Bane
little
from
bit
M80,
too
but I didn't
bossy.
think they'd be going back to back with 2 shields.
In a way, I was trying to like guide you guys, but if I went too far, just please do let me know.
Well, Parker, in case anybody didn't catch any of the group stage,
Your friends
or
were very nice, by the way.
social media at all, Dark Zero obviously dropping their captain over the summer, Canadian, and picking up Nafe. But I will say, even after they swapped out Canadian, they kept on with a lot of those standard
good.
bans throughout stage 2, and it's only kind of really been recently at this
Did
event that
I
they've been
didn't want to
expanding their
step on
repertoire,
anyone's
a little bit
toes.
more. They did drop Mint as well as their coach,
But
and brought in
I
Kangaroo
still
Kenny,
feel
I'm sure
so
he's had a big
freaking
impact on
proud
Dark
that
Zero changing his style a
I
little
like
bit,
when I
but
asked
I kinda
you
like
to
the
play
new
Smoke
DZ.
in
They seem a
Lair
bit
there.
more
I was
versatile,
like,
a bit more
I
fresh,
saw that
and
for like
I'm honestly
30
really
minutes
excited,
before.
watching their games so far through the tournament.
Before we played, and I was like, we need to try that at some point, and I didn't expect it to be used so early, but that actually worked so well.
It's just a job, and at the end of the day, it is a job. It's a spectacular one, but
Like,
it's still
what
something
the-
you gotta do to help pay the bills. Kangaroo Kenny, though, for him, it's more than just that. I saw that
Oh,
there's some heat
that's
he
good.
received on social media for things that he was saying. I think in the PSG Talon game, some fans took umbrage
Like,
with that. And you got a problem. Let me tell you
at the
something.
end of the day, I just want to be helpful. That's my like
You gotta let that marinate.
what I'm after. But I know sometimes it can like translate to being bossy more than
Scary looking leather
more than
jacket
I'm
on,
helpful.
and some scary
So
sunglasses.
sometimes
I
I
think you were pretty
tend
intimidating
not
guy.
I was
to
hoping Rob would say something
hear
about
that,
that. Like, why are you wearing
or
a
that
leather
my
jacket if
tone
it's
of
so hot
voice
out?
is
It's
like
okay,
that.
well,
So
let's take a second here. Cool guys wear leather jackets no matter the temperature. Okay, it's a way of life.
yes,
It's not a
see
reaction.
that. That's not handy. That's Papazu.
We'll workshop it.
Now they change it back.
Papazu, who's been not great so far this tournament, was highlighted by the desk. Jesse, he gets off to a rough
Gunner
start.
getting off with
Yeah, he leaves
Blackbeard.
Nafe all alone here on the extension. He's trying to get back through Dragon.
I
He's
hate
quite
Blackbeard
far
so
ahead
fucking
of the
bad.
hills. Nafe does escape back to his teammates. It was a little close.
I,
He took some damage, but he makes it
I
out
might as well
alive.
play him
He was trying to play
if
that
it's going
forward
to be
position
like that.
alongside Pambazu, and I think the two of them wanted to delay a little bit more time than they actually got away with. Usually that office position on the extension on the site is so powerful. You see a lot of teams play that with the Azami. Pambazu obviously choosing not to this time
Do you know how
around.
much ban
Maybe have the back
Asami
control.
have gotten during the tournament? Do you know how
I
much
was in
percent?
JR playing in that position for the last 30 seconds, Jesse. Just
Yes, it was
waiting things
Ashen.
out. And I mean,
Oh,
the
what
frustrations
Ashen did
that JR
earlier
has
was so
battled as a
disrespectful.
player have been very well documented.
She spent 58% of the time.
Media have talked about
And
it,
when
there's been
she's
chatter about
not
it here at the
banned,
actual event, both
she
in our
stands for
arena and amongst other
85% of
Something is off.
what do you call it? Difference maker in the match.
Good spot. Nitro Cell from Naval collect Kino
Oh.
Spoy Dines as well. 2 for
And
DZ
I
to
would
get the
actually say
eliminated.
that is too high, so we can maybe expect a more of a nerf from
Leaving his two teammates Bolo
from
and
her.
Kobe alone. Bolo falls. An answer though coming out from Packer as he finds another pick, leaves Nafe all alone in the 1v3.
He's going to have to contend with that big shield of Gunner and 2 other players who will
that's not
eventually
good.
be in the action. Diffuser's the one getting the plant down. Packer the final kill on the Ying. So many things going right for M80 in that round. Hard to
So
mention
would you be
all of them
surprised that Asami gets some form?
of the actual round. Oh, he's so loud.
M80 is the most
Yeah,
versatile coach because Bodega can scream at the opponent whether they're an English-speaking team or a Portuguese-speaking team, and that covers the vast majority of teams at the Sixth Invitational. People talk about what Bodega brings to the server sometimes, and I think that's an underrated aspect. He's gonna get in your head no matter what language you're speaking. Love to hear Bodega fire it off.
I don't think Blackbeard is going to get a nerf. If anything, if it's getting a nerf, I think the ACOG is going to disappear. I don't understand why the ACOG is on Blackbeard, to be honest.
It was Brad Summer. And maybe it is Brad Summer for M80.
That would be.
Let's put it this
I
way.
think that would be more
M80's
acceptable.
colors, their green in particular,
But
is very
like I said,
close
on Asami,
to
she
the
might be
green
losing
album cover
Kiba
of
Barrier or
Charlie
something.
XCX's Brad.
She might have one
And it's not
less
just
than
Brad, it's
before.
actually M80.
A little tie-in there is possible.
It's a great record. I actually quite enjoy it.
Did you?
I did not think I would like that kind of music.
I didn't think you liked that kind of music either.
I know, because you think that I listen to...
And I know there's
listen to
been a
music
lot
from,
of
like, the third
rumors that
Parker,
Jaeger might get the ACOG.
You're an old man with old man taste.
Okay. Really hurts my feelings.
Great start coming in round number 1. He's had a bit of a tough start. And Gunnar is
Calling his area an
rocking
old
that
man with an
Blackbeard.
old man
Don't
face.
see Gunnar on the Blackbeard
Yeah, I
too
think
often.
that would
Although I
actually be a
guess he's
fair
learned
buff
few
for
times.
Jaeger.
That
It
was
would
his
not be
fifth
too
round
strong
in
and
this
would
event.
not
They
be
played
too
on the
weak
Blackbeard,
either.
and
I think he would
jumps
be
on the
more
operator again.
balanced.
This will be his 6th time playing the
Like
newest
if
shield
they,
operator in Rainbow Six
in
Siege.
general, if they
There's a
took
lot
away
of
the
people
ACOG from
talking
Doc
about how
and gave it to
dominant
Jaeger, I
Blackbeard
think
has been.
that would actually be a
And he is
balanced
scary. If you're playing
change
him correctly,
because
if you're
Doc
playing him
doesn't
well,
need.
he can
I
get you so
love
much
playing
free
Doc
space
with
and then
ACOG,
find
but
frags
he's
on players
actually
that
a
are
little
running
bit too
away
strong
as
with
well.
that
He
gun
gets a
for
lot of
ACOG.
value in
That's
the
the
right
reason why
hands, and
Melusi
Gunnar,
lost her
not
ACOG
a player
because
you
of
expect
that.
to be on the shields all the time, but Blackbeard's
So
a bit of a different
I
ballgame.
kinda feel like
You know,
it
to
would
beat
be
an
making more
aggressive
sense.
player's shield, as it's still got that primary weapon with the fast rate of fire. So there's a lot that you can do on this operator. And he looks to jump in Geisha to start this round. Looks like they want to wait for the wall to open first.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like anybody's actively holding it. The silhouettes are hard to tell. Nave has now been put in a position where he can retake it. The Bandit, too.
So Nave is being a little bit aggressive here. He might be get punished for that.
Blackbeard.
Ooh, 1 HP.
Sustaining a lot of damage, but Gunnar
Yeah.
somehow emerges from that in the wrong direction. Now a follow-up from Spoit on to Nave. Nave is living on borrowed time at the moment. They've called the cavalry into Geisha. Devastating start for M80.
And this exothermic, if it didn't get destroyed by the electricity, yeah, will open up a foothold, and that's massive, forcing Kobe out of the position. He's got a buddy up with Nath now. If they don't get at least 1 pick here, they could get slaughtered in a quick fashion.
It's going to get very cozy in there. You could sweep through and kill both of them at the same time. You're not going to be able to do much with that opening. It just works to push the defenders out of that position. M80 didn't want to hold Geisha, so they've maneuvered somewhere else, and Kobe was waiting for it. So was Nave. Cozy, but
now it
boy,
looks
oh
like
boy,
it's
the
going to
warmth
be
will
Doc
guide
Zero
them
winning the
forwards.
round.
Now it's Diffuser marching on up, finishing off what remains of Kobe, but through the soft wall, he's taken down. Nave will struggle to confirm almost a flawless answer back from Dark Zero.
Let's go.
Made some confidence-inspiring rounds early on, Jesse.
Yeah, both teams off to a hot start here. It's good to see. A lot of the players that people sometimes criticize, Kobe, Nath, for not having the most gun skill on Dark Zero, not showing up the biggest in previous events, are both showing up in this game, and that's what you need in an important matchup here, upper bracket up against M80. Just a really strong extension coming out. You saw the first time the extension happened, Blackbeard kind of took over, but with Nath hitting that beauty shot onto Gunnar to start this round, M80 all of a sudden lost their teeth. They didn't have their front man anymore. Sure, you still got Spoit running around with the Ash, but he wasn't able to get the job done. And then after that opening pick came through from Nath, he and Kobe combined for 2 more, and they were really able to lock down that roam game. You don't often talk about Nath as the top-tier frag-focused roamers, but IGLs on Dark Zero have a habit of getting active in the early game.
NGR still held off of the scoreboard. Him and Bolo suffering through 2 bad rounds. Kino and Spoit find themselves in the same position on side of M80. There's some very talented players that have been unable to have a major impact. And NJR in particular playing very high value utility roles. He played Smoke in that very first round. He was a target dummy. As you saw, he got slaughtered early, and they played a zombie in the next round. Now back to Smoke, and he doesn't even have an assist to his name, which means he wasn't particularly impactful on any of the action in either round. NJR having a puzzlingly weird tournament, well below his expectations, and yet still doing
it's been
well
very
on the score sheet.
weird for
He's had a
NGR.
fantastic tournament so far. Not the greatest start to this game. Mayor McCheese actually leads the 6th Invitational with 114 kills through groups. Nobody has gotten more raw number of frags so far through SI.
Diffuser, gotta watch.
In a row.
One thing I will say about all these DZ players, they have a lot of depth.
Spoit getting Pambasu, that's a good pick. Now Goyu is off board. Don't, Tony, don't. Let Nave go.
Pambasu is the one player who is Have it
Nicely
go on
done.
DZ consistently. One of
But
his
hey,
worst
having the
trainers in a
same
very
start as
long
means
time,
it's
Jesse. He and Nate gonna watch from the bench. As these rounds are ultimately so one-sided.
Yeah,
M80 punished
this-
Dark Zero in the first round. No real answer back from DZ. Then DZ did the same on round number 2. Now it looks like it's M80's turn to do it again.
Yeah,
I felt like Dark was the most nervous one for the Siege Cup. Like you and me are kind of used to playing comp-ish play.
Really advantageous. It's gonna make
I didn't
Bolo's
feel
life very
any sort of
awkward as he's
nervousness
50
or
seconds
anything. It
on
was
at the
just a
moment.
regular rank for me.
Players down below want to. They could disrupt them. At the moment, Diffuser hasn't actually used that skeleton key from below. Playing around the hatches. Now he will begin with some pings inside of Geisha. Does he find Kobe?
Ooh,
It's a
that
tough
was too
angle to
close.
engage at. NJR sustaining some damage from that brouhaha as well. He's hugging that bomb chassis very tightly upstairs.
Bolo being a
inside.
little bit too aggressive.
Desperate attempt down below.
Ooh, that hurts, Bolo. That hurts.
Him off guard, and it's NJR now.
Yeah, that's kind of like it felt like, and I feel like the opponents that we had were not too. Okay, it was a B tier, so if we do more, it's going to be higher. But like,
Was in the process of being planted
but
as well, so things were gonna go from
I
bad to
felt
worse
like
for
the
NJR.
games was
Had he
pretty solid
Very
either
limited
way.
impact from some of these star
The
players
last two
from
games though
DZ,
felt
despite
felt
that,
a
they only
little
find
bit too
themselves in a
easy,
hole, I
and the first game was way harder.
What is that? What is that? Why does it sound like you have a witch boiling in oil? Yo! You need to get the kills! Ah!
Yeah, like it depends. Like if it's the same of us 5, then I think it's going to be an A tier.
Diffuser picking up the buck on M80. Usually that's Gunner's role, but Gunner was
If
getting
I'm
good value with the
lucky,
Grim instead.
I might be able to get a new PC after the
I
17th.
thought maybe we'd hear the witch again, but no.
I really
Good-
wanted a new
good push
PC
from
this
M80
week,
again. Taking
but
that bomb control is not the most standard way
they
to
don't
see
have
teams
it
push
in right now.
to the
It's
tier
going to be
karaoke bomb
refilled on
site, but
17th,
Gunner did a great
so
job
it's
kind of
going to
making
be
that
a
space
while.
up top, exploiting Diffuser, then enter down
If I
below,
get the
and
new
we're able
PC,
to
I'm
have
going
some
to cry so
fantastic
hard.
pings for Diffuser to get those kills. The one onto Kobe in particular. Open things up, force Bolo's hand to try to make an aggressive play.
Then
By
I
that
might
point,
be
it was
able
already
to
too
increase
little,
my
too late. M80 super ready for it.
work pace
They will
with
take a
doing
2-1 lead,
videos and
attacking
stuff.
on Skyscraper. Parker, this is extremely weird to see. Skyscraper often talked about as the most defender-sided map in Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know if it holds that title this event so far, but historically, that's what we always say about Skyscraper.
Yeah, it's very friendly turf for the defenders, and you know you've got all 4 bomb sites that are playable. Brazil, in particular, really loved that bedroom bomb site for a long time.
Yeah, back in stage 1.
Yeah, if you look at the overall defender win rates right now, Skyscraper has actually just eked ahead of Consulate. Consulate's been the most defender-sided bomb site for the majority of this
Yeah.
event. It's still up there. Consulate has been played the second most time of any
Yeah.
single map. The only map ahead of it is Chalet. Consulate sits at 64% of rounds won by the defenders, 36 won by the attackers.
Yeah, there's been a
Skyscraper
lot of
is a
Chalet,
tiny bit above that,
Consulate.
but it's only been played
There's
4
been a lot of
times.
Border.
So a huge difference.
So
It's been
those
played
top 3 has
1/3
been
of the time
played the
that Consulate's
most.
been played.
I think Claire is the
67%
4th.
of the rounds have been won by defenders to 33% for the
And
attackers.
Nighthaven,
It's
I
not
mean,
a huge difference.
for,
but what really does
after
kinda throw these
Chalet
stats
and
into turmoil is the amount of plays.
For sure, but still, they are kind of aligning with historical results. So
of the
not
Chalet
be a
and
huge
Consulate, it's
surprise.
Nighthaven,
And do
then
you expect
Border.
this to become more
What I'm talking
attacker-sided
about.
the longer we see Skyscraper get played? Like, conventional wisdom suggests no.
Ooh,
but
and
this matchup might be
JR
an
is having a
outlier.
bad
The
time.
attackers have the advantage in terms of numbers, and now they have an advantage in this round. NJR 0-3. He's the first to die.
Nate follows him right to the grave, though. Diffuser picks
The
up a great second
smokes
pickup.
is gone. The
M80 pushes
shoestrick
a
and
foot
Kobe is
flawless.
gone.
Gunner finds Kobe as well. Bolo's got the vert angle, so that's something. Takes down the Blackbeard, but
Wow.
the desperation plays just aren't working for Dark Zero. Bolo's gonna need to ace to win this round for DZ. And although he's hit some great shots, wait, could he do it?
Are you kidding
Bolo's
me?
looking for more. This is the same area where he died in the previous
Are you
round.
kidding me?
He's
Is
hoping
Bolo
for that
going to
rotate
ace
panel that
clutch
leads
this shit?
into cans, storage, delivery, whatever teams refer to it as. Pantry.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. That's what I wanted us to play.
is
Like,
very
we
winnable.
didn't have to
Nitro Cell goes out,
overreach with
nobody
the play.
home.
The only thing that
Bolo
was
being very
not the
tough
basic
task of
comp
emerging,
play
but the
was
moment
when
Kino
you
had the
played
read
in
on
that
him,
small
he
room.
lost
That
the
was more a
soft wall
pro
next to him,
league
and Bolo
play,
was not long
because that
for
was
this
not
Earth
used in
3-1,
ranked or anything
quite the
before.
early
Like the
advantage
first time
for
we
M80.
actually used that was the first time we saw
Yeah,
it
beauty
on
pushes still
from
M80.
Talon when they were
That will actually
playing
force a
against
timeout. Let's listen to for Kangaroo Kenny.
BDS. So that's like, I just saw it and I was like, hey, I'm going to use that. I knew it was a strong thing. So that's going to be used more times, but I'm not good with smoke and stuff, so. But I knew since you are such a strong fragger in general, I thought that would be the perfect spot for you to play. Instead of me asking Dark, for example. He is not that type of fragger that you are, so I did think that it would fit your playstyle better than it does for him.
He really stuck the landing on that. Wow, the moment that it ran out, he was done talking.
Yeah, and I think he provided some great wisdom as well. It felt like in that last round, he was able to read into what that push was going to be for M80 better than his players were. He's focusing on the fact that, yeah, they're coming towards Black. They're opening up the wall into Barbecue. You guys need to recognize that and then realize that they're going to do it for some reason. There's some purpose behind these moves from M80.
But I mean, like, for me, I
That's gotta be
think
the
like
biggest
I
thing.
gained a lot of
M80 came into
knowledge
this
because
game
I watched
so
the
prepared to
colleagues play.
Skyscraper. I go back to
So
that
kind
conversation I had
of
with
knew the
Bodega and Ole,
basic
and he was
form of
so
push.
excited.
So
He
like
think-
open
he
up the
thought that
wall
DZ
from
made such a
upstairs,
mistake
then move
leaving
around.
this map up for them to select. And I'm
Stuff
not
like
that
that. Like,
critical
there
of
was a
DZ
lot
for
of
making
things.
a mistake because it's not been a common map for M80, right? They beat Dark Zero on this map all the way back in stage 1, but they haven't played it since the summer when they had a very different roster. So it clearly says to me that M80 have been waiting to play this map. They've been waiting to play it against a top-tier opponent like
3-1
Dark Zero.
on
And I
M80's
really
pick
think
would
that
be
they
a
won
very
the
good
map
start for
ban phase,
them.
at least for this first map. And they got a battleground that Dark Zero might just not be able to contest them on.
We've been interested because Kangaroo Kenny specifically said, let's drop the Azami, and yet there's NJR rocking Azami yet again. I wonder if that's just general wisdom and not necessarily a direct order for every single bomb site. He said, let's keep up the smoke, let's keep up the Ela, let's keep up the Legion. You see 2 of those 3 operators right now being piloted by Pambazoo and Bolo. Here's the troubling part for Dark Zero is that of those operators that Kangaroo Kenny listed, they've been often in the hands of Pambazoo and NJR, both of whom have had their pronounced struggles, not just in this event, but also in this match right now. Pambazoo, 1 kill, 3 deaths. NJR, 0 kills, 3 deaths. That is just simply well below what we know they are capable of. And if they're dying early on those high-value ops, not only are you losing a great player, you're losing an op that is integral for your defense.
Nate ratting on a mute jammer. Watch out, as Spoit's making a lot of noise down below. They don't seem to be aware of Nafe's position. He goes for a swing now, but caught by Diffuser.
M80 had 2 separate people on that main floor, also droning well, and Kangaroo Kenny called this one too. He said that a lot of drones on that main floor. Be careful. And explain why Nave was seeking some
Yeah, I was about to
salvation
watch that,
on
like,
mute
to see
jammer.
who was in the lead.
Unfortunately,
But
first to
3-3
die yet again.
on
M80 has been
Bank.
very, very good at drawing first blood.
See what these Kiva barriers can do in slowing them down. The coach didn't think that they were going to be super valuable, but you are still going up
Very
against 2
interesting.
shields, and certainly it can help you with your angles still. Most
No, wait,
powerful
was it
defender
Bank?
in the
Yeah.
game, always going to be getting value
No,
out of those Kivas.
it's not Bank.
They do still have answers to the shields too.
Which
Of course,
map
those
are they
Legion mines
playing
will
on?
be
I
littered
forgot.
Throughout the map. Bolo on that smoke late round.
I know Bank is Decider. No, Decider map was
holds
here.
strong. Kobe is the
Yeah,
other
so
player
they are playing
content
Bank.
played by
Okay.
Minibar.
I was like, wait a minute.
He's going to have a
Yeah,
ton of choice as
I
to who he
knew
goes for
Decider
here. A lot
map
of damage
where
done to
I
him, so they
figured
call
out like
Pambazoo up
Decider
for
map
support.
was here on
Both of them now looking
M80
towards
and
Terrace, and Nitrocell will go out by Kobe. An awful lot of damage has been done. No kills secured. Bolo
Oh,
kills Kobe
no.
with his own smoke. Oh my goodness. Pambazoo though tearing through them inside of Terrace.
damn, what the
Both by
fuck
the
is going
Monty
on?
Packer over his shoulder.
What is going on?
NJR will need to break that goose egg. If Dark Zero wants a chance at this round, Kino is boxed him
Ooh!
out. Bolo is there for some
Bolo's
added
being
pressure.
cheeky today.
But now it's NJR in a 1v2. The shield of Kino and Spoit on that Ash. Spoit under
No.
HP. NJR will need to take back the bomb site, and Spoit knows exactly
I
where
want
he's going to come
Shopify
from.
to take it.
Spoit should be prepared for this. NJR gives his position away. Spoit needs to go for the reload. NJR wins the duel, but the diffuser is down, and he's in a 1v1 against a Montaigne. Oh my. Kino can still bottle this. I mean, he's going for kills at this point.
It's harder post-nerf to win this 1v1.
You never want to find yourself in this position, though, Jesse. It doesn't matter. It's still a Monty. And I do agree with you. Kino is trying to give him nothing, trapped in the corner. NJR going for the
Very
legs.
nicely done. Very nicely Monty play. Very good map knowledge. Very good map knowledge by Kino. So freaking good.
4M80 as Kino tries for a full 360. NJR will get nothing as finally steps in a good
That's
line. The
very
Monty
good
goes
map
down,
knowledge.
but
He had good map knowledge where he was backing off. That's not easy
Diffuser
to
talking
do.
about donkeys. Not sure why that's being weighed in on, but 4 rounds now for M80.
It's Gunner who
It
the
is
witch
Gunner.
is.
Gunner is the boiling witch.
Yeah, it's Gunner.
Bro, Sean, or Kiki, I was like, move, like you were blocking him, bro. He was
It's the only bomb site, by the way, that we had seen DZ prevail on back in round number 2. It was the answer back to M80's great performance.
Yeah, just
to
playing with the
start off
food.
this map, but yeah, all the confidence in the world right now for M80.
But
Yeah, and I mean,
Bolo,
I remember back at the
he
Atlanta
actually is
Major,
having a good
Kino and the
game right
Monty
now.
that
Bolo had a little
got him
bit
benched for
me
the Sixth
start off the
Invitational
tournament,
2024
not
in Sao
doing anything
Paulo.
specifically
There's a
like
lot of criticism on how he
Bolo
played this
stuff, but
operator.
right now on this map, a match, he's actually doing a difference.
Another 360.
But he's having fun with it now, you know? The Monty play from Kino has been getting a lot better. That was a great example of how to play a 1v1 with that Montaigne. Not just stay alive as long as you can, but make sure you bait out that clock by drawing him as far away as possible. Even though Kino died in the end, it didn't matter because the last player on DZ wasn't able to go back and disable in time. That's played really well. And you know, those post plants, 1v1s on the Monty, have haunted Kino in his career in the past. I remember Bank server stairs. I remember some Pengu tweets. They weren't always so strong, but Kino is showing up strong today.
Do you remember?
September?
What? Nothing, never mind. I realized that I was about to say it. I was like, he's not going to get the reference, so that's fine. It's A-okay.
Wow.
Another one of your 1960s songs, I assume.
I said keep up on the Ella, but the 2 rounds that have been played out since then have been absent in Ella. Smoke and Legion have extraordinarily high pick rates at this event. Azami is the most banned defender, but has the most prominence when you include pick
Ella
rate.
hasn't gotten a lot of
Mute is
pick
actually
either now that I
the
think about
most
it. Like,
picked
should she maybe have
defender,
another
tied
Ghost
actually
mod?
with Smoke.
Would that
So
increase her
SAS boys,
pick
the
rate
2
a little
most
bit?
picked
But I
operators
still feel like she
for
has a
defenders,
lot.
You're going to see a Mute and you're going to see a Smoke 46% of the time. That means one of them will almost certainly be in every round.
Oh.
My. Bolo gets hit by a drive-by.
Oh,
Packer
that
on the
was
window. Kino
mean.
pummeling NJR. NJR did get 2 kills in the previous round. They weren't very
Oh,
worthwhile.
Gunner!
Ramsey coming alive, slaughtered by the glass. Out goes a Nitro Cell.
Oh
and
my
Nate
God.
pushes the issue. A smart read as the Nitro Cell goes sailing over top of the glass. M80 still has an advantage in numbers. This has been a very quick round, Jesse. 120 still to play.
Salvageable though. Kobe knows this is an angle. He walks in, takes the gunfight, wins
Yeah.
over Spoyd. That's equal numbers now.
That's very
Diffuser
nicely
and
done.
Packer
They were
last
working
alive
together
in
to
the
get
top
him.
floor. Get the man advantage once again though.
Diffuser
Kobe
getting
need to go for 3.
Nave there. That was a beautiful
As
shot.
Nave is down. Diffuser and Packer left alive. but
Nicely
it's
done.
M80 who
I
gets
think
nothing but
this.
net on that one.
I think
What a
this map is
first
going to
half
go to M80 if they
for
keep
M80,
playing like
Jesse.
this.
They hold DZ to a
It's like
single
DC
round.
doesn't have a good
I would like
read.
to reference those numbers again. There have only been 4 skyscrapers at this event, but the defenders are winning 67% of those rounds.
Yeah.
1 round as a defender is that's like annihilation.
That's a horrible half. That's horrible. Like, this might just be GG Go Next
Yeah.
territory for Dark Zero. I'm not kidding. You've got to come
Yeah.
back 5-1 attacking on Skyscraper. Good luck. Against a team who clearly have prepared so many strats on this map, where you look very underprepared, even in the
Yeah,
attack timeout,
just
Tanker
like
Kenny
he
wasn't saying,
says,
"Guys, play
like
this strat,
you
we
kind of
play this
see
strat,
that
we never
M80
do
are
saying,
well
you need to be
versed and
looking
well
at what they're doing and
prepared
reading them.
how
Like, all we
to
can do is
counteract
adapt to
Dark
them.
Zero's gameplay,
I'm
especially
sure
on
Dark Zero
this
has
map.
set up the
They
strats
know
on
that this
map,
map
right?
is
You
very
come to SI, you're gonna have
defender-sided heavy.
preparations for all 9 maps, especially if you're not banning them at a BO3.
And it looks
But
like it's going to
clearly
go
seems like
into
M80
M80
came into
because
this game
they were an
far
attacking
more ready
round.
to play
And like I
Sky than
said, this
DZ
map
did.
is defender-sided. M80 have
have
won
so much
5
agency on this
consecutive
map.
rounds
Like DZ is
on
not really influencing
attack,
the pace of the map
and now they are
whatsoever.
in
As
defense.
defenders, they were often
That
just
is
sitting, holding
not
position,
looking good for
stationary
Dark
like a
Zero
turret.
at
They were
all.
getting run over,
They have
they
been
weren't firing
read
back.
like an open
few
book
opportunities that
for
we saw
their
DZ
own
take to
mental
Rome got answered by M80's drone work.
safety, if you want to call that,
Almost
to keep them in a positive
DZ
state
have
of
come up
mind.
empty-handed
They should
time
just
and
let
time again.
go of this map and go to
time to
their
do the
map pick,
impossible,
which
Doug
is going to
Zero.
be in
5
Clubhouse.
attacks, what you're gonna need
Bear in mind,
to force it into overtime.
M80
Good
played
luck.
Clubhouse
For the
yesterday.
office exhibition to start things off for M80. They've
So
got a pretty normal looking
this is
setup.
going to be interesting
Gunnar
to
running
see
around
how
doing that
they're going to
vigil,
be
but
fighting
not running
against
the
Dark
Bosch team.
Zero
A lot
in
of players will find that
Clubhouse.
K1A is just more reliable. It's more
Yeah, that's what I'm
versatile.
saying.
You can use it in
That's
a lot of different
that's
situations.
not easy to achieve
Playing over by Geisha.
on
The
attack.
players on DZ
Woo!
are choosing not to start over there. They are choosing to take bottom floor and then focus on the site more so than anything. We saw Nitro go out to try to deny the Maverick play over on the single wall, but it was not successful. So Bolo can keep his life for now. 2 minutes in the round, and we start to see a few players on Dark Zero rotate over towards Geisha.
Yeah.
Sitting inside is going to be Gunnar.
Oh my god, Foxy! With a raise up, how you doing, gorgeous? I haven't seen you in a while. Me and Dark talked about you for a while, asking where you were. I've been
Gunnar
missing
with a
you.
second kill. Pambazu falters. GG
Hope
go
everything
next
is
territory.
good with
Jesse,
you.
You called it yourself. I mean, we are 90 seconds into this round. Bolo
Wow,
and Kobe are the
M80
last
is
two
way
standing.
too slow.
Bolo's
They
downstairs and in the building, but Kobe is nowhere close.
wait. I mean, Dark Zero is way too slow.
He's trying
I
to take care
mean,
of a Selma over towards Terrace. that
I'm
we
doing
last saw.
good.
More
Been busy
impressive, I
watching
think,
it.
is
Woo!
that no damage was done to M80.
Oh my god.
Gunnar with a very quick two-piece, and not only is it a flawless round based on players alive, it's a flawless round because DZ did 0 damage that entire round.
0. That's
6-1
crazy.
the first half.
Like I said, like
flawless round
DC
for
should
M80.
just
It's their
fold that
second
match,
here on this map.
that map, and focus on the next one. There's no point of them
There's
losing their
nothing good
heads
that we
over
can
this
say
map.
about
They know
DZ
that
at
they
this
have
point.
lost and then
Yeah,
just
so,
move
I mean,
on.
Let's glaze M80 instead.
5-4
Gunnar,
for
what
Russia.
play inside of Geisha. My
Damn.
God, the
How
way
bad
he was
are they
flicking around to hit those
playing?
shots. The Manchester MVP has been M80's best player through the group stage. And he's
Serious?
often found himself active on those roams. He's a 40% entry participation on the defense. That's the highest in the tournament. That means he is taking the vast majority compared to the rest of his teammates of those opening gunfights on D. And while he didn't quite get the opening pick in that round, his extended play all the way over towards Geisha was the thing that won them that round. It has been a nightmare
What
for
the
Dark Zero.
hell?
29 kills on the side of M80 to
Oh, but wait,
18
fuck's sake, do you know
for Dark Zero.
something?
Through 7 rounds
I
of
and
play,
Toxic and
the team
Dark
that
and
draws
2
first
other of
blood has a
Toxic's friends,
100%
we played
conversion
Siege
rate.
Cup for the first
They were
time
clean first blood,
Friday,
Jesse.
and you actually
No
missed that.
trades,
And we
nothing. They
actually
come
won. We won our
usually around
first
the
Siege
2
Cup.
minute to 1
Except for
minute
Toxic,
40
he
second
has
mark
played it before, but
remaining
like,
in the round. So somebody is
but
dead with
like that
half
was
of
the
the
first
round
win
to
ever.
go on either side.
And we won every
usually
single
on the
match
side of
as well,
DZ.
so that was
That
amazing.
means with the exception of 1 round, Jesse,
We had a good team.
DZ have been playing a 4v5 for at least half of every single round that they've played.
Yeah, I can
None of the
understand that.
fancy
It's
numbers
not
look very
like
good. NJR cut off a wire.
some
Pambazu
people
dies
just
to
can't
Packer.
play it
What do
and
we
more
say
it's
here?
getting too much,
Diffuser
and
goes for a run
some
because
just
why
enjoy
not at this
watching
point?
it. Like
Take matters
it's
into your
so
own hands. Kobe
a lot.
sprinting in, taking down Spoit, but his run comes to an end at the hands of Packer. Packer, one of the lowest
quick
rated
match you
players
can play
in this
around a
entire
lot.
event, period, Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing.
No, he's been
I'm doing
fantastic
really
today,
well
though.
at the moment. I did get a new monitor for my PC, but my
backs
monitor is actually too good for my PC.
exceptional. Another
So I'm
frag
having
now
like
on
a
the
trouble with that.
Kino's
But
gonna
I'm
go close
going.
up to
If I'm
deal with
lucky, I
this
might be
Blackbeard,
able to
keep
get a
him
new
at
PC
bay.
after the
Oh,
17th for this match
I mean, is he
month.
wrong,
But
though?
hopefully I
No.
might.
Unless Bolo pulls off a 1v3, which is entirely
Dave's
possible. I
agreeing
mean,
with
even Nathan said, yeah, we'll see you next map. It is DZ's map pick of Clubhouse.
Yeah, they lost to someone that had a
So we'll let
10-year-old
Jason Doty play
PC,
this
like
one out,
they
but I mean,
should be, and it was B
Pretty much
tier.
a foregone conclusion at this point.
He can grab the fuse kit, and he's got a ton of time, and he's on Blackbeard.
I appreciate you playing devil's advocate here, but the devil doesn't need any more allies in this matchup.
It is not the least winnable round I've ever seen, I'll say that.
Well, I mean, Bolo's just going to go through the fire and fan the flames. He's just gonna go fishing for kills. I mean, you're not gonna roll over and give up, but
Oh, shut up, Toxic.
Quite a hopeless
You never touch
situation.
grass. It's only Siege for you.
I appreciate what he's trying to do. The thing with Bolo is that if you give him an inch, he can take a mile. But with the way M80's played so far on this map, I see really no reason to think that anybody on the side of DZ would be able to win even a 1v1, let alone a 1v3.
Let's go to the next match.
Great defensive positioning, all these crossfires.
He manages to get one drop. Hold on. We've set the scene here for Bolo to pull off the most improbable clutches.
Oh my
Kino will
god.
back away as he sees his team shrink down in size. Packer a little bit out of reach, unretrievable. Kino with no utility. He manages to escape and he runs outside. Bolo has full control of the site.
No.
Keep in mind the smoke is isolated for 20 seconds. Kino is outdoors. Bolo will go for the vault out. Kino escapes inside. He might have an opportunity to get a Packer, but instead the call is to go back underneath the bomb site and just wait it out.
No way. He almost did
Played
that.
this so well, but he doesn't have access to the fuser, Jesse. And with 2 seconds to
Oh,
go,
it was so close. That was a good try from Bolo. That was a really good try from him.
2 failed clutches. That's got to be heartbreaking for the MVP.
That
of
was
Dark
so
Hero.
close.
He put up his best this game, but it just wasn't
Okay, let's
enough.
go
And
over to
80
Shopify versus
Oh, doesn't find it. 3 versus 2. Can they
on.
hold F? He's waiting for the plant, but it's an easy shot down at the end of it.
No.
Very important round to come through. We'll put them onto map point here. Almost that plant still going down, even though Canadian was shut down. Ambi with a crucial hold. But
You
wasn't
just
able
had to,
get the
Toxic. You
second
just
kill as well.
had to.
Buying
I'm
enough
going to
time
make that
for
as a
plant to
video
go through and get the second
tomorrow,
gun
Toxic.
back up
So
and running. And thus, Raza, they
I
find
just didn't
themselves
have
at
enough
6 to
time
4.
today.
No more timeout that
But
they
yeah,
can
like
utilize
if
right
I get
now.
a new
They've used
PC,
that
like
earlier.
I
It's all
I
about
did
Canadian now to get his
sit
team
on my
back
husband's
into it.
PC, so I went from 60 FPS to over
this
200
be
FPS,
first
and
map
it
that
was like
Andy loses
night
the
and
day?
day. Like it was so weird.
Kill with
Even
a
the
grenade at
movements and
top
everything
right
was
and
so
the
off
end.
for me.
I think he
So
killed
like,
himself by,
yeah, that's going to be
Probably got
crazy.
down.
And then the grenade was in his hand, dropped in.
And I
in the
also
corner,
had my
and then
birthday stream, so you missed that as
Six-
well. So we
6 to
had,
4.
so
Now,
I turned
we've
30
still
last
obviously
week.
Got possibilities if they're able to win this.
So
again
we
as
had
they did
birthday
before,
stream
6 to
and
5. It's not
SI at the same
impossible. There's
time,
been
so
a
that
lot of
was
dual
a
die
little
moments,
bit
a lot
weird.
of very close rounds.
Normally SI starts the week after, but
Still
this
have
year it
great
was actually
likelihood
starting
We'll find ourselves
earlier.
in OT.
Oh, they have
on
Jaeger
this
Toxic.
opening map.
It is up in the air, that for sure. It's just that rebellion, especially when they were playing down on that.
Yeah, I
Asian
have.
side,
I
they've
had
been
to turn
struggling
down
to
my
getting that
monitor
point down.
Toxic to 120 because my
You know,
PC can't
already
handle
misdrone that they had on STK on the
180,
top
so I had to
floor
turn it
side, or
down.
the open
So
area,
otherwise, I have
say.
to like.
That kind of, you know, stop them from having. the
Otherwise,
impact that they wanted to have
otherwise
on
I
the
think
top
my
floor.
PC
It's
might
been
have
too
dropped
costly
dead.
for them to go all the
Otherwise,
way through it. That's something they need to improve on. But of course, they're
it was
working on
lagging
top
too
floor
much
stuff.
and everything.
So,
It was even
you don't
worse.
have to clear as much of the rest of the map as you otherwise would.
Yeah, I have to get
Now,
used to
this one
that.
took a little bit of
It's
time
so long
to
ago.
cook. You could see them baiting for a play. It didn't work. They still won out the round, and they opted to move on to a different strategy. Not going to sort of sit and go for the catch itself. It's let's play against their utility. Let's break open the castles, the cover, anything that's going to try and catch. Jaeger, obviously, not always the most.
So there's
common, but
been
that
a
is the
lot of things
strategy between
happening,
SDK and
so-
Live is look, everything they're going to want to do is from those windows. If we can catch as much of it as possible, then we pull away.
But
their
it's
plan
been
A. It's
mostly
important
Siege
removal
so far.
from the Twitch zone, the situation to just ensure
Of course, when I get
all of
a new
that
PC, there's going to
very
be more
necessary
different games.
destruction,
I do have
mirror windows
2
with
storyline
Net
games
Plus
that I
Planet,
bought,
Ashen
but
Sophia.
could never
That
play
is
them,
not the
so
case
I'm
this time
definitely going
round.
to be using that.
I mean, I think they want to go for Sense Execute.
No.
That's just, you know, taking
I
out
did
all the
have
utilities that
20
could pick
years
up those,
20-year
those,
anniversary
Sense
September
light
last
screens.
year.
It's gonna
But
be providing them with an opportunity to
February
just get
3rd,
in. That's
I
why
was
stop those
I
mirror
did
windows,
turn
they can stop
40.
Basically, any angle that they don't want to be seen
So
from.
I'm
And as
an
you see right
old
now, Sun's being
lady.
deployed on those mirror windows. Ambi will find the very first onto Basetto. That's a huge kill as Ambi fights. A triple kill for Ambi as they line up perfectly. Barras is down
What the
as well.
fuck?
It's only up the flash tree in a 1v5. If he clutches this out, he is the savior of this map with the plant already going down.
What
like
the hell,
Canadians.
Ambi?
Light
That
screens
was
from
a
Sense are
huge
on point.
pick.
There's nothing he can do against it as he's up against Ambi.
Abby, get the ace now. Come on, get the ace. Come on.
Janitor seems to be a speciality. Huge taker. Flawless
Wow.
here, but when the stars align,
Like,
sometimes
why
you shoot
did I
him in the
peek
face.
at the same time?
A beautiful play from Ambi to come through. He was just taking a challenge onto Janitor like consistently.
Thank you.
All the way through onto the back.
So, yes, I got the monitor as a birthday gift from my family, so...
You see right there, Ambi taking out Basetto, knows that there's a player in stock, starts pre-firing, knows the second one comes through, and just a quick micro correction to come in after he gets
That was the
first,
weirdest kill I've seen in
shutdown.
a long
Jaeger,
time
that was
in
a
Pro
pulse.
League.
An amazing play by Ambi.
In Pro
Most
Play, I mean.
importantly as well, as that puts them up to 6-5, able to lock this off towards an overtime.
I mean, it's fantastic play, obviously, but the fact that he pulled off an ace from that
Nice!
position a few
Happy
days
belated
ago,
birthday,
playing his
fuck's
Gridlock
sake.
in a
Yeah,
very
Toxic did
similar
his
fashion.
birthday was on February 2nd, mine on
Deja vu
February
world,
3rd.
we all live
Then we had another viewer who had
Wanna see me-
his on
Can
the
you do it
4th,
again? Wanna see me do
so
it
there was a
again?
lot of things.
But back to Open though, man, this was a bit of a worry point here for the side of Shopify Rebellion. They lost a lot of their abilities up into the top floor. They need to make sure it doesn't happen again, and you see it. Live is playing upstairs, SDK is playing upstairs, Flashtree is playing upstairs. That's 3 people that are currently playing around in the CEO area. That basically eliminates you from
Will we be
going
able
there,
to hold
because if
this
you
out,
take that
though?
fight, you're going to lose more than you actually gain, and they have the opportunity to actually fall back towards the site itself, which is the most important part of this round. Maybe even off this map right now.
I'm also
decide
getting
this
close.
round.
By the way,
So, what do you do? What
I
can
think
you
most
do?
of
Do you go
people
for a
have
fight?
forgotten,
Just
but like
directly start
when
putting
we
pressure
hit
onto the sub,
1,000
or you
followers
which
here
can,
on
because of the
Twitch,
fact
I'm
that you
going to
then
do
have to go
one
through an
versus
area
one
which
tournament
can
for
be
you
watched from the
guys.
top floor. So you need
And
to find
when we have
good
2,000
balance here
followers
between just
over
holding
at
off on that top
TikTok,
floor,
we're
also
going
put
to
pressure
do
down on the
one versus
horizontal level.
one stream over there. So there's
Now,
a
the
lot of
epic
things going
statistic
on.
is still one that has
Hello,
massively
Carla.
gone
How you
away here
doing?
from Shopify
Hope
Rebellion.
everything
They
is
almost got
good.
it there, though.
Thank you for the
Live
game
escaped with
that
half
we had
his
on
health
Friday.
straight through the soft. Only on 4 of the
Hello,
rounds that
Us-
we've seen
Hello,
throughout this
Usti?
game so
Is
far,
that correct?
it has been them wresting control, and SDK suffers.
All I know,
not confirmed
know is
either.
Moy or
It's
Rushka.
just not able to get the full lock, and there it is. Perez gets rid of Grixer. That is your hard breach, or at least one of them gone. But
Oh,
there's
by the
only
way,
one
Foxtech,
Selma
I
left in the
actually
pocket of
had
Rexon here, so you've gotta make sure
two
that
other
wherever it's deployed,
followers
it's the right place.
recently
He has the
who
long watch,
also was from
but he has to
Hungary
play much more
as well.
cautiously, 'cause if they get rid of him,
So
with
I've
the
been
sense, the
a
expectation
lot
of
of
the Ying,
people
it's a
from
sort
your
of
country
quad
stopping
rotate
by.
here.
Perez also took out Grixer whilst he was on the rappel, so basically forcing off Rexon. I was watching, he was trying to provide some cover for the side of Square, so they have the opportunity to try and make a push. Look at this, Flashtree knows there's
No,
someone
no,
in
no,
that
no, no,
corner.
no.
He's
You
just
need to
waiting
know
until he
about
gets on his
that.
drone.
You need to.
He's trying to get
Oh,
himself a free kill. Someone else drops though, gets himself down to 1 HP. The trade is
That
there.
was so
one
close.
line in will open up an opportunity to equalize this round again. Oh, the down to come in the meantime as well.
Yeah, I'm
Perez
getting
caught out there. It was inside archives.
I'm
Maybe
gonna-
gave a little bit too much towards Shopify Rebellion, and that is sometimes the criticism towards
That was
Raza.
the
They'll
high
find
in the chill
themselves
web.
still
But what
prepped up a
does
bit
Moy mean
aggressively
then?
when
Toxic
things are
said
going
that
away from them.
Moy
Look
is
towards how
high
one of the Falcons maps ended.
as well.
And that's
Toxic, did you
sort of a
did you
continued problem
like
here
say
that's
anything that was
opted
not
with the
true?
foot ahead. Now 40
What does Moy
seconds
mean?
Canadian has live. Backed into a bit of a corner, but the pressure needs to come elsewhere. And as I said before, Rexon
Okay.
might not want to be the
Oh,
risk. Misses the Candela. Is
You
there anyone
too,
to close in
Foxtech,
on the
you
back of it?
too,
Not quite, because they're worried about the swing round.
I'm
from
so
the
so
side. They
glad
actually
to
dropped down. There's a
hear you
rotate
stopped
underneath
by
there,
again.
sir.
I was really kind of
Gets the
worried
kill.
that
Now
you
20
kind of
seconds,
disappeared.
SDK.
It's always
Where's he
fun
gonna go?
talking
Has a
with
C4,
you.
Could try and long arm it up through a hatch, depending on the plant, but he gets the kill onto Surf. There's Pasetto getting the cover
Oh.
either side, but it's another 1 versus 2. Now SDK, the reload, can obviously play against the time. Do they know where he's coming from? Yes, they do. Is the big blind answer, but Blunt secured. Canadian gets it
Canadian
locked
get it.
in.
Overtime.
And I said we could be an OT. We definitely are.
We definitely are indeed.
Well,
but
we
again,
Switch has
a
many
good push to
verses.
come through. The entry
Well,
kill
not
was
that
initially
many
going
like
towards,
you have.
Raza Company, but too
Hey,
aggressive, continuing to be
Sheena,
out there
Sha.
and finding themselves picked
Yeah,
up
maybe like
bit by
3-4.
bit. Great kill, by the way, from Surf. From above, locking down archives. That gave them the opportunity to start
I'm
pushing in
not
to
sure.
the
They
kitchen area,
never
start getting the
said
plant in
where they
needed to
found me
be.
actually.
And now, overtime. time is upon
It was
us.
just so
3
much
more
fun to
rounds.
hear
Decided
there
taking its very
were
first
other people
map.
from your country as well. And
we'll
also,
have to
there
leg up
were some
going into the
followers
rest of the
here
series.
that is from the US. and apparently they were from one is from Florida,
Now,
and there was
I mean,
another
it's a very aggressive
viewer
sort of
who
back and forth
watches
map,
from
obviously,
YouTube,
I
but
think
he
there's
came
only
over to Twitch
3
as well.
There's only 3 players.
And
with
they
positive
started
KD
talking to each other,
ratio,
and
obviously.
apparently
Andy
they
putting in the
both are
distance,
from
as I said,
Florida, so
he
they were
knows
actually
twice
really
and a
close
half
to each
as
other.
well.
So they're like,
He's always been so
that
consistent.
is such a
He's
small
a great player and
world.
a great tournament. One-off day, but one-off day doesn't
Out of
eliminate you, unless
everything
it's the
possible
game
thing,
that is an
they
elimination
gave
game.
him
Then
to
that might be the one. But
to an old
on
lady
the opposite side,
stream,
obviously,
and
Perez
both are from
and
the
Flash,
same
they're able to get themselves
place where
in
they
here, so
live.
It's not that
That
it's
does
sort of
that does
one
you can't
side
even
holding
pay
onto it,
to
but it's
have
also not
that.
that it's sort of, you know, massively balanced.
That
There's
was
certainly a lot of
so
pressure
hilarious.
on Ambi if they fall as that first
And they
engagement,
started
there's
talking like,
pressure
"Hey, we can like
on
meet each
Perez
other and
if
stuff
he
like
gets
that." I'm
caught out
like,
rotating
"Is
back
this a
round
dating
and
site?"
on a map where the attacks can be very wide.
But
very
yeah, I
dangerous.
just
Here, Raza
love
obviously
that's one of
starting
the
themselves on towards
one
lockers, the site
that's
that they've
one
been
of
able
the
to double
many
down with
things that I love
success on
about
here.
Siege streaming as well. I'm watching
And
Siege, so
Silver
I'm
Rebellion
getting
crack it this
very
time. That question
weird with my talking, but
With 6-6.
yeah, small
Shopify
world in a
Rebellion
big
in
world.
those
Yeah,
last 2
let's
rounds,
just say
really
that.
bringing it up a notch as well. So if they manage to continue that momentum again, there's no technical timeouts for either of these two teams.
By the way, guys,
So
on
this is just going to be the
Wednesday and
IGLs, and then
Thursday, I
all the
will not be able to
vocals
stream
inside the team
because
try to
on
make sure
Thursday I'm
this
going to
goes
have a
through.
surgery.
Opening
So
being
the
made
day
here towards
before,
the opening
I
area. Now,
am
you would
just
assume
going
that there's a
to
hatch that
take
can
it
be
easy and
dropped here.
relax because
Live
I
Flash
hate
Rebellion does
surgeries
actually
and I
like
hate
him. As the
hospitals.
shotgun drops down the hatch indeed, back towards the
So,
side. that
and
means
I also
top
need to
4
like
cleared
prep
out.
for the surgery
First
as well
now
the day
cleared out
before,
as
so
well.
that's
Gives
is
the
kind of
opportunity for
a little bit
Shopify Rebellion
annoying.
to do the
So I
prep
will
work
not
that
be
they need
live
to
for
do.
those 2
Open up the
days,
hatches, start
but on
focusing out this
Friday
play.
I
Take
will
care
be
of the
streaming for the
utility that
entire
is out there
final,
in
so
terms of,
that's going
well,
to
maybe
be
the ADSs, the bulletproof cameras,
something.
the Goyo pockets
Hello,
that will slow
Mr.
you
Gamer,
down.
how you
With a
doing?
minute 30, they have plenty of time to do all that.
Oh, thank you. Hope everything is good with you. I haven't seen you in a while.
Waiting, just angling up the opportunity of
Like
an
you've been
opening
following me
kill
for
here, as
so
I said,
many
sometimes
years.
Raza
I
can
like
rip
how
a bit too
long has it been?
aggressively, but they
Like
play
4?
the site so locked down, maybe the most controlled.
Yeah, I think like 4 years. I
I've
think.
seen them in any of the opportunities to cast them over this tournament. They know that they cannot gift that early engagement.
Busy,
with
nice.
control of the
Never
count,
wrong
the
to be busy.
Read on the approach as they're steadying through the destruction. of the
Yeah, like
utility.
I have a
Force with
lump
3
on
smokes
my
to set every single
on my
time,
right
time and
chest,
time again,
so
and
we are
that's
going
the
to take
danger
it
of
out.
the change here.
There
You
is
don't have
nothing
the
that
shield
suggests that
Canadian.
it's
They're trying to jump
cancerous,
things up here. They're trying to
so
make sure
we
they
are
can
just
be
going to be
mobile.
taking it
Maybe
out, so I
plant
don't
against
have
the hard wall, get as
any
close
more
to it as
pain
possible
on
and
that side.
make them second guess the utility.
So nothing like
Greenpeas are gonna use you as well, because it gives them the
too major.
opportunity
I
to
did
know
have a
who's in
surgery
position
in
to try and
November
get a
as
nitro
well.
cell out there. As soon as they step in,
I had
hey,
a
they're now 10,
sterilization
and there's
in
someone that can drop down the hatch to
at the
try
end
and
of
shut them down
November.
Before they can even press that detonator. Or even better, you just have Surf watching for the feet as they're slowly starting to move by. That's both C4s, I believe, inside of that little corner out there. So, as he actually reloads, there's no shots coming through. He's trying to bait. He's not going for those feet because those feet, I mean, it does some damage, but it doesn't quite get the job done. Flash will go down.
Come
The plans
on.
are being cancelled, however, but his smoke canister is live. Gets a double kill on his name. 9 seconds left. 3 people still upstairs. They're not going to be able
Why
to get
is
this
everyone
plan down in
upstairs?
time,
What the
and that
fuck?
means Raza is going to be waking and winning this round.
Oh, there's the hold, there's the precious moment, and there's the drop on the player. Not able to confirm the C4, but they were able to confirm the fight itself. Closer and closer and closer. That
But yeah,
hold,
so
that
that's going
round
to be
got,
a little
but
bit
still
more
not enough.
more
for
annoying
Shopify
to do.
Rebellion. They will
And I've
find
also been
themselves once
trying to lose
again
weight as well.
fighting and
So
staring
been
it
going to the
down.
gym and everything,
Precipice
so
of
I
losing
have
the map and moving on towards
not
the next.
necessarily lose weight, but I have
And I said it before, we find ourselves in the
replaced
inevitability
the
of
fat
OT.
with
If these
muscle
two teams
instead.
keep playing as
So
they are, we might find
it's slowly
ourselves
but
there for all
going
3
on the right
maps.
way at least.
There was also a live Live 4K to go down
Yeah,
there.
I don't believe it's going to be anything annoying.
I
I will probably look like a freaking drug addict the day after surgery because we have to watch more Siege games. So whatever I say the day after, I might be really, really high.
They managed to get a kill. With Live stepping in, shutting them both down, securing the victory in.
And I'm not
process.
even sure I want to
7-6.
put
Raza
makeup the day
find
after
themselves in a good
either
spot.
because
They will be onto the attack,
I
however,
might be
again,
in pain,
over the
but
stone,
like I
not
don't
great
want to
for
look
them.
like
But
shit
over this
either.
map, they've managed to find 3 out of 6 rounds so far, so definitely doing great.
Wait, has the game
All they
started
need
yet?
is
No,
just a
it has
single one
not.
on the top floor, and they find themselves with map 1 in the pocket.
7-6. And, you know, it's a brawl back and forth. As we said, so far in the games.
Yeah,
played,
me and my
spoiler
husband
alert,
goes
but
to the
NA
gym
on
every
top.
Saturday together, and my
Not to say
son as well.
convincingly, but on paper
And then
it
I
is,
go by
it's
myself
2-2-0s,
on Wednesdays,
right?
and my
it was, you
husband
know,
goes
overtime, it was late
on
matches, there was traded mounts. And then
on
you look, and there was also,
Wednesday
oh, that's a Caveira
with
3K in the last
my son
round.
instead. So
With an interrogation. So it was a very
So it's
strange
been,
opening to our day. But NA.
but it's been
Could be
great to
the
go back
first
to
map
gym.
that
I
they've
really
dropped
missed that.
today.
Do still want to lose
This point, it comes down
some
to, yes, maybe even more
weight,
their
but
opponents.
I'm kind
It's a
of
slow
thinking that maybe
clear.
my calorie is a little bit
He's
too
waiting for the
high.
echo- waiting for
Could
the
be
echo
something like
drone.
that.
But, well,
But,
the Echo
I
drone is
might-
struggling to connect to a roof currently. Canadian giving the read-through, and obviously they didn't go back to lockers. They stayed themselves here on the top floor. They won it once, they lost it once, and I'm figuring they expected the lockers.
Oh,
There it is!
Harris, what
I
the
mean,
fuck?
that rappel has always been criticized. It's had some big moments throughout this tournament, but if there's nothing else stopping you, it is very easy to remove that player. Ambi is dancing with death as Basetto does kill Canadian.
Yeah.
On the long range, they tried to sort of
How,
double
Canadian?
down on
How?
the player, force
Seriously?
him to not be able to catch the kill.
That shouldn't
whilst
be,
they were escaping out of
possible.
elevator, but well, the
That's
only
a
one who's really
that's a
suffered now is
dumb
Canadian
way
and
for
Ambi
Canadian to die with
is on a
Echo.
sliver
Like
of
that
HP
is
left.
so.
Both, of course, trying to find the head of the player that was out there. Canadian eventually got the worst of it. Ambi
Yeah.
low as well. But
That's
they've
not
taken
good.
out Perez, a huge driving force on the side of Raza. The thing is, though, Ambi himself, super low as well. They take out the Evil Eye that I said before. That one holds that mirror window that is inside a janitor, basically keeps it safe from any kind of utility, any kind of hard breach that they might want to deploy. So they now have the opportunity to start putting pressure onto janitor, because that has been the turning point in every single round we've played up here. Whoever controls janitor controls this round.
But not a huge amount of time left. And the later
Yeah.
this goes on, they've got the 2 smoke bolts, and they've got
I
some
feel like
flashes and 1 smoke grenade, but
Rebellion is going to lose this because if they push in a good good way,
recoup your losses and rebuild towards another attempt on the plant itself.
It's the same
Raza
team. They have
knows
changed
when they
names.
go
So
for the
Sonics
operation here,
is
it's
now
got to
named
be
Shopify
succinct. The
Rebellion
first bolt
instead.
will cover
So it's
some
still
of
the
aggression,
same.
The blinds over, and the second will get itself on the door of Long Desk. There's the movement in. They're inside and away at the races, trying to get themselves the wiggle room and the width, and there's an easy pickup on towards Ambi, who is sort of caught a bit lacking now. Protect Mr. Kit President, he swings their way in. But I think there's been a bit of a drop down and a rotate round. I'm not sure if they're underneath with the chance at a bite with the C4. It is.
You too,
Rexon
Gamer.
going
Thank you
for the
so much
ping,
for stopping
waits,
by. I
lays
really,
it
really
a bit
appreciate
early
that. And I
now,
hope that your day
well,
is
it
going
puts it
to
into
be
a
amazing as
crossfire, but
well.
luckily for them, Grixer and Serve have the cover.
It is 0-0, as they like to say, on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Reset. It's just this one round that matters most.
I'm not sure how we won
7-7,
that, but
all the way to 15. And it's all coming down to this point. Open area is the point that will be defended
yeah, I
by
forgot
Raza
about it.
Company.
I even said in the predictions, I actually thought that they would get eliminated Shopify because I did not know who they were.
Comfortably. Of course they did. manage to
And
take
it turns
one
out it
from
was
home,
Sonics. I was like, fuck, I
but
forgot
that was a
the change
1-2
name.
eventually as well, that they managed to clutch out. So they need to be a bit more
So that was
dominate,
really
I guess,
weird.
over this side. They need to be quicker on taking what control they need, and the top floor has been the consistent worry here. But then you start looking at the line. But of course, it's subject to
We are
change.
going to
There
be
is some
going
retakes
over
that they
to
can
the
go for.
other match
Raz,
in a
see
moment.
the
Just
Ying,
wanted to see
see the
how it's going to
Capitals
end
coming
here.
through. So
But
this
right now
might
they're
actually
going to be
indicate
playing
a bit of a
Clubhouse
quick play to
Made
Nevermind. I
versus
mean,
Dark
Blitz still
Zero, and they
indicates a
have
bit of quick play,
banned
but maybe over the top
Blackbeard,
four, try and see if we
Ace,
can get
Mira, and
Janitor
Tubaro, which is kind of usual with Ace, but I guess they do want to force the enemy to get a little bit closer to the wall.
Right? It doesn't truly lend itself in, especially with how you're up against Raza. Sure, if you're playing against a team that you know
Oh,
is doing
Perez, you
heavy
need to use
setups
my
and sort
battle
of
camps.
take
They're
parts, and
way
not
better, honey.
entirely
Way
likely
better.
to do anything outrageous or outlandish when they go for the retakes. you can kind of lock it in. You can steady some control around square, shuffle your way in, get them behind the bomb chassis, and go for the plant.
Oh,
The
so
motions
Glass
rather
is
makes
using
mean.
gun 6.
If you're not ready to go for
Ah.
plays like this, things aren't going to work. They're in. and
4,
they're out.
I have
There's a quick
3
break on
because
towards the window. They've
I
fought
would
their
have
way into the
gotten
site, and
more
you hear the alarm
if
bells are
FaZe
screaming.
Clan
Caught
did
on
not
the drop.
lose
They don't
against
quite get the kill,
Furia.
and now
That
is a
really...
big moment. Abby can lock it in. It is traded back by the Glaz with the long Overwatch. But it does mean the Smoke's in a position to try and slow and push, and Canadian has to potentially go deeper than they wanted to. Great motions here. But as they get dropped on the side, it means they're just executed. Spun
Canadian,
around,
hello.
and they
Why
could
did you
not
do?
quite get the handle on it. They risked it.
Why
But
did you do
unfortunately,
that?
Gambling doesn't always pay off. The first match.
Okay, I am willing to say that was a throw from Shopify. They should not have done that, to be honest.
But that still makes it the second least played map. The only map that's been played less than
Yeah,
it
they
is
lost.
Skyscraper, where we just were.
They lost as
And Clubhouse is a 50-50 map,
they
Jesse.
lost against
41% rounds
SSG
won by
earlier
defenders,
today.
51% for
So
the attackers, so anything can happen.
that
here.
was
I appreciate Dark Zero
super
and M80
crazy.
giving us a taste of some new maps, and we jump on into this one. M80, the last 5 times they've played Clubhouse, the game has ended
Ooh,
7-5.
Gunnar
so
getting a
expect
Bolo.
12
That's a
rounds
good
in their game
opening
against
pick.
Dark Zero, but who the winner is
Woof.
yet to be seen. Bolo, our opening death, and nearly an answer onto Diffuser, but he does make it down the
Now
blue
the buck
hatch
is
sa-
off board, so
safely.
that's a huge
Tackle will
pick
drop the
for
blue hatch as well. That leaves just
for
Spoit
M80.
on the lone roam all the way to the top floor. The superstar of M80 will now be left alone to try to make some magic happen. DZ, after watching a few players fall back, they know
I
they
don't
haven't turned
like
the
why
top
the
floor, so
hatch
it's
is
not a misdraw,
open, but I
they
might be wrong. They
assume that was
might
all
have
of the
opened it.
roamers. If they make that calculation, they'll be incorrect, and a deadly flank could come late from Spoit.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's not abnormal
The
to roam on a bottom floor bomb site. It's
Shopify just
popularized by Space
threw
Station
that.
way back in
They
the
threw that
day,
round.
but
I'm not sure what they were
Oh,
trying to
I
do
was
by
like, where
rushing
did he
in
get
from
dropped
open area like
It's
that.
oh, Pambazu was
There
able
was
to
like
tear some strips
nothing.
through Gunner on that blue hatch. And JR's got both logic bombs in back pocket. And again, Spoit is going to be the question mark here. When will he choose to strike back against these attackers?
And we talked about the strength of Mute, how common we see him throughout this event. And part of the reason why Mute is so good is because he blocks logic bombs from Dokkaebi. He blocks the scan from Deimos as well. So with Spoit sitting on that Mute jammer the entirety of the round, he's likely going to be unknown.
Oh,
And
shit.
immediately gets tracked by the Deimos. They're going to...
Down goes Kino. The smoke is gone. Spoit is obviously caught as
Yeah.
well by Dark Zero as both teams will come to blows. NJR now taking an awful lot of damage. Nave getting Diffuser down, and 2 players from DZ will be watching this. It's all Pambazu, though, as NJR is unsuccessful. Gunner taken out inside of Church.
Good
and
read
Nave
by
abandoned the
Dark
plan
Zero.
once
Good
before.
read.
We'll give round number 1 to DZ.
Good
Kangaroo
read.
Kenny attempting to motivate his players and keep them well balanced,
What
because
the F?
after that skyscraper map,
Why is
well,
he yelling so
maybe a
loud?
less experienced team would crumble under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, screaming, jumping around like that, it produces some body heat, and obviously Dark Zero got to get some of that going in this game. Good first round. Obviously, the execute looked pretty clean. They knew, I don't think they ever droned that Spoit was upstairs, but they were able to ping out one of those Goyo canisters down inside the basement. They realized, okay, there's a Goyo on the map somewhere, but they didn't find him as they were droning in through the site, and they might have also had an inkling that, you know what, Spoit likes to play the Goyo on the site. Spoit's a big roamer. Let's Deimos track him just to be sure, and of course, the timing was awful for Spoit. Lined up just perfectly for DZ, and they were able to catch him out. They made the call to just hit the site as soon as they realized that Spoit was top floor as well. They got that piece of information and said, let's just rush into the bomb site. The execute went beautifully. Pamba and Nafe racking up all the kills as they made that execute go through. So a much better start for Dark Zero than what we saw on
So they're
Skyscraper, and
reinforcing
that
the
would be
entire
expected
side
with, as you said,
there.
Clubhouse leaning more towards the attackers.
Very
than,
common
most defenders
reinforcement
that have happened.
placement they are doing. Like, the only thing that's... No, they actually doing the same that we do, Toxic, when it comes to reinforcements.
Bar stage has been played 1 time, by the way.
We casted that, didn't we?
You do that, fuck's sake.
remember-
But thank
I
you
remember
so much for
debating.
being here.
We
Really,
talked
really
about it. Maybe it
appreciate
was
that.
just,
I think
And
we
thank you for
talked
the
about it as a
sub.
possibility. I don't think
Like
we
I said,
actually
we'll be
saw it
live tomorrow and
ourselves.
Tuesday as
The
well,
bottom floor
so...
bomb site is not a
Otherwise,
very
I would
fruitful
be
place to
back
be
on
for
Friday
defenders.
and for the entire weekend.
46 times it's been played, and 46% of those times it's been won by the defenders, so 55-45 effectively favoring the attackers.
Not sure what they are trying to do.
It really comes down to time management. Every time we cast Clubhouse, we'd say that it takes about
That would be a free kill if someone jumped out there.
You'll be at the mercy of castles, vigils, and mutes if they are on the board. Bolo dies early yet again. Second round in a row where Gunnar has outdueled him.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Bolo going down the Capitao immediately, and Gunnar's just sitting in the site. Might have been a vert angle, or maybe on the breach.
That's the Hector face.
Okay, you gotta stop.
Damn.
Losing your Capitao is going to make taking Garage really difficult. I guess they already have it. We've seen Nave throwing it from this position, but you still would have liked those Capitao bolts to
Okay,
provide
so
some
the
pressure
call is
inside
coming
of
out
the
that
anchor.
there is someone.
Roam clears.
That someone is
off to a
on
sensational
red.
start,
I
2 kills so
guess they
far,
are falling
almost a
back now.
fourth
Yeah.
onto Spoit. It just manages to slip through his fingers. Nave is already at half of the kills that he had in map number 1. He and Bolo both had 6 kills to lead the way for their team. Yes, you heard that correctly. 6 kills was the top for DZ.
Damn.
If you didn't watch that Skyscraper matchup, the little 1-7 that you see the top part of your screen really does tell the story. I mean, what really was as dominant as that scoreline would suggest. It was a blowout. Down goes Spoit as Pambazoo shows no fear, breaking in from construction into bedroom. There's an old diffuser. Nave will wait for some level of information. Oh my! As diffuser gets slaughtered through the wall. Gunnar, another kill. Nave finishes off what Pambazoo had started, but Nave will have to get into the building with that kit. He's only got 30 seconds to do that. A vault into weight room, seemingly likely.
Been chaos so far. That Nitro not going to land on anyone outside the building. This one, though, outside the gym window, also not landing. Here come the flashbangs to set up this push. They've wasted all their util, Parker.
And Nave is now in. Packer on the board. MP7s for the defenders, getting all the kills so far. A wrap
Wow, are you kidding me?
The time and the distraction. It's all up to Packer to clutch. He takes down one. Nave in a compromising position.
No! Why is he standing there?
Gets off of the defuse and makes the right call. More smiles already on the face of Dark Zero, and we're only 6 minutes in than we saw at any point on map number 1. Nave has been extraordinary so far.
Yeah, brilliant decision-making from Nafe in the late round. You know, the English captain of this American team, he's one of only 5 players in the Six Invitational before today's games were played that had double digits of plants. He's had 10 plants in the group stage, and he decided not to plant. And that was a critical decision in the last second or two of the round because NJR overswung on the cover, didn't know exactly where Packer was at, lost that gunfight, and forced Nafe to make this decision with 3 seconds to get off the kit, pull out that secondary, and hit the shot. Perfectly executed by the captain, and Nave immediately was typing in the server, as you saw in the post round here. Beautifully done. That's that split-second decision-making that separates good players from great players, and Nave truly is one of the greats trying to lead Dark Zero to a trophy. 5-0 start from the captain on that, map 2.
Again, 6 kills was the high water mark back in map number 1. Nafe is very close to doing that.
Come on, M80. This was your pick. You should win this.
They had been. He picked up a couple mid-round kills, but that was instrumental in round number 1 in locking
You
down those
should
final
get
2
this.
picks, and then did the same with the final player in the previous round as well.
Nave will select the Monty
Okay, so
for
what
round number 3.
It
And
has
Nave
been
actually
like
has more
M80,
shield
they
picks than
do
any
get
other
opening
player,
picks,
more
they
Monty
get the
specific, I should say,
engagement
than any other
done,
player in
but
this
then they
division,
kind
other than
of slack off in the late end of the game or the round and just dies. It feels like they feel like the job is done, they can't do anything. They need to not relax at that last minute play because that's when Dark Zero is really good. They can push into the late minute play and really make that push matter.
What about Kino being the best shield player in the world?
Well, I never said that. I wouldn't put those words into my mouth.
I hear the pitter-patter of Nick's feet as he's now running into the room to yell at us for saying something nice about Kino on shields.
Well, he did have a good round on Sky playing the Monty.
He did. He did a couple 360s. It was very flashy. I just remember standing next to Nick on multiple occasions watching the man descend into madness.
Yeah, not good
Boys
for
having a rough go of
Sport.
this. Panbazoo is actually the first to die. Gunner again leading the way on these opening picks.
This is
Kobe
what I'm
answers
talking
back,
about.
and
Really,
Spoit is
really
now
bad.
left to potentially bleed out. Kino might be his savior on red stairs. Gunner with all 3 opening picks to start off
Yeah.
Clubhouse, and it has been in vain. He killed Bolo in round 1. He killed Bolo in round 2.
Dude,
Panbazoo in
Packer,
round 3.
you
These
know
are
that breach is
high-profile targets.
open.
This round is gone.
What the fuck are you
DZ
doing?
Crushing M80, a perfect rotation on attack. This is just an attacker-sided matchup at this point. Skyscraper and now Clubhouse. Boo Boo not taking his time out, at least not that we have heard.
No, not
They're going to do it on the next round. If they lose the next round, then the timeout is going to come.
It's also great trades from Kobe Lax.
They all just drank out of their coffee cups.
That's an in-sync team right there.
I'm glad to see Kobe having a bounce back performance. You know, his stats that if memory serves correctly, his stats that we saw from him is 104 kills and 106 deaths, which is still not great. I mean, on his roll, you want to have a little bit of distance between your kills and your deaths. But close to trading yourself out every single round. I mean, there are much worse situations for him and his role to be in.
Certainly, I mean, just being positive is a big step up from the last event. Kobe being able to trade his teammates here on Clubhouse has been exceptionally important for Dark Zero to roll these rounds into win after win after win. Kobe Lax coming into this, as you mentioned, 106 kills to 104 deaths. More than doubling his kill total of Montreal just through the group stage. He had 41 kills in Montreal, breaking 100 in just their last game against PSG Talon. And I don't believe he's had a single
Come
negative
on,
series since the
M80.
first
Come
day of
on.
SI. So he's absolutely shown up big for Dark
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Zero so far. Being the entry they need him to be, he's been a much better player than he was at his first event, and that's important for Dark Zero, because there's a lot of talk about Kobe coming into this tournament. I think he's really been able to silence a lot of people, though.
Speak of him.
Okay.
Spoit breaking his goose egg, traded back by Pamba immediately, but the stats will show that as 4 rounds in a row for M80 to strike first. Yet, the scoreline above shows 0 rounds in their favor. This time it was a trade, admittedly. It's the second trade that we saw, as DZ were very good at keeping it close in round number 3, too. Gunner got that pick, but was answered back right away. If DZ is going to be put in positions where they are constantly fighting from behind, maybe bringing people in with an escort is a good idea. That's exactly what we saw in both of the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it just
Sport
highlights
is
the point
being
even
having
more,
a
right?
rough
The trade
start
being
on
from
this
Dark
map
Zero
right
on
now.
these
That's
entry
not
picks.
good.
Yes, they might be losing a lot of their first frags, but it doesn't matter when the trade is so clean and immediate behind that first death. Also, Kobe doesn't lose that first gunfight if I don't curse him seconds before.
Don't really think that's how it works.
Sorry, Kobe.
I don't really think that's how it works.
I'll take the L on this one.
Nave still yet to die through 3 rounds. Bolo still yet to get a kill through 3 rounds. Kino also took some time to find his first kill on Skyscraper. The same thing will happen again, but with how M80 has just been getting flattened.
Right now, it's 2 dirt, 2 blue from Dark Zero, by the way. This is a weird push.
He's not done talking.
I'm just saying.
Okay, well, some small mistakes were made. Bolo running ahead of Nave to deal with the Kiba barrier, and things go from bad to worse. Dark Zero bottling their lead. Amazon and NJR is the last 2 remaining now. Historically, that would be a terrifying thing for their opponents, but with the way that they've played so far this event, it's not necessarily as formidable as usual. Panbazoo takes down Packer, expecting a follow-up. So he's prepared and ready, as now it's NJR over towards blue. They will give him no quarter. A swing from the panel. Diffuser gets 1 kill. Panbazoo choked off from inside.
M80. Yay! Let's go.
Kills. A lot of errors committed by DZ. M80 will capitalize, but not necessarily a round that they themselves earned.
Okay, well, they can't all be good executes.
That's true.
Had to give one up at some point. Yeah, 4v4 I thought was looking good. But a calamity of errors at the end there, starting, of course, with this one. And then the way Nave took the second gunfight against Diffuser, I say second, I'm counting the first team kill there. The way he took that second gunfight against Diffuser was also not ideal. He had the feet, he had the information, but he couldn't shoot the head because of where that Kiba was at. Probably needed to destroy that first. Didn't have the intel advantage like he might have thought he did. Great sight play by Diffuser all around. Don't want to take that away from him because obviously there were some mistakes on the offensive half, but Diffuser really did need to step up and hit some great shots at the end to lock things in for M80 and make sure that they win that first round. So credit to Diffuser. Very strong play, not just in that round, but through the tournament so far. Diffuser has been quite good for M80.
Diffuser's had some sensational stats on this team. I mean, all of M80 have performed decently well, except Packer.
Yeah. Packer, unfortunately, the worst stats of any player not grouped at the Six Invitational. But as the desk highlighted before the game started, he does a lot to empower the rest of his teammates. He kind of takes the less favorable roles so that everybody else can just focus on killing. And everybody else on M80 has had good stats this event.
Kino still retains his role on the team as highest rated player, but Diffuser and Gunnar are almost at exactly the same spot. Spoit is quite a ways down, and then it's a drastic fall off to find Packer. But I mean, Packer is the one IGLing this team. He is the one playing high value ops. He's very seldom involved in first bits of fighting, and the way that M80 plays and the tools that they have at their disposal, Packer's really only getting into gunfights out of necessity. And when you find players in his position, sometimes when you're the one tasked with getting kills, it's an impossible ask. It ends up being a 1v4, and maybe you get a single kill and you die, or maybe you get none. It also depends on the quality of your opponents.
Spoit once again playing top red. He's got so much util here. Goyo Camsters and the Kivas. Gunnar not far away.
These Nitro cells keep getting shot by Dark Zero. That's something that we don't really stat track, but it's very impressive. You saw a couple get shot as well on that gym bedroom take, and now it happens yet again as Gunnar had thrown it out and it gets shot towards the breach.
Pamba down below is looking to make this really tough to hold on to, but Gunnar's not giving it up. Firebolts have both come out too, but they just won't force these players back. Dark Zero, you're gonna have to take a gunfight.
That's exactly what Gunnar will do, swinging on the breach as he looked for Nave. Nave 1 kill away from tying his tally on map number 1, and we still have at least one more.
Oh my, they're really going for Spoit.
On this attack.
There's no way they let Gunnar get out of that, right?
It seems
That's
like they
crazy.
might. M80 have such a strong defense right now that DZ are troubleshooting
Oh,
it,
Spoit
but
is
not
having
finding it as a
trouble.
success. Spoit
Poor
maybe
guy.
overpeaks on that. He
No,
dies,
no,
and
no, no,
JR
no.
takes
Come
out
on,
Packer,
M80,
so
come
grenade
on.
sails off in the
Don't
distance.
lose this. Come on.
Dark Zero back to their winning ways, Jesse. It sure seems like it.
Yeah, this is gonna be a strong construction side hold. Pamba's still down below too. Don't forget about him. He's currently playing main stairs. Will come up for a late pinch during this execute. Kobe's got this ability to gather information as well. In the 3v5, you got a question, is somebody on M80 gonna make some kind of a move? But these Goyo Canisters, though, they maybe don't have to.
They will hold Kobe at bay for the remainder of this round, but Kino gets shot away at through the soft wall out on the window. Kobe will wait for those flames to go, but M80 are still taking engagements. Fighting raw up on the stairs.
Like, what are you doing?
It was 50-50 after 50-50. DZ on map number 1. Couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. This time around, they can hit whatever they want. A great answer back from DZ after dropping the previous round when they committed a multitude of mistakes. And who knows?
They're making too many mistakes, guys. I'm not sure what is happening.
Dark Zero. They prevail on one of the two upstairs bomb sites, and M80 will immediately scoot over to the other site of CCTV and Cash. 4-1 the scoreline right now for DZ.
We might be able to see a 7-1 straight into a 7-1, Parker. Dark Zero are certainly making me a believer. This pickup right here, NJR catching Packer, being so ready for that flank. That was the one, we didn't catch it live, so I was so confused where Packer, of all players, was dying during that cash extension clear.
Bad.
But NJR read him like a book, was ready for that rotation. He started the last gym bedroom defense.
It's kind of the same
basement,
way
they just rotated
as
up main stairs and played
the
very
last
passive.
map. So
This
you
time
had
around, tried to go for that
Skyscraper,
flank up the
M80
secret,
knew
got punished
exactly how to
hard
do
by the longest standing
read them and
player of Dark
everything.
Zero.
You have Dark
That was a
Zero
really
reading
important
M80
catch. I'm
like a
glad we got
book
to
on
see it
this
again
map.
on the replay, because if they don't get that kill, then after you take construction control, it's only a 5v4. That's very holdable for M80. Losing that second body of Packer was certainly unfortunate. So that's going to set up DZ in a dominating position. They will win this half. The question is by how much. a 5-1, as we saw just on the previous matchup, is very difficult to come back from, especially when you're on your opponent's pick and they're going to be more than ready for this game.
No timeout has been taken by either team, so we will have a
Very
slower
interesting.
second half, as I expect at least one of these squads to spend some time breaking things down with their coach. Just as we said on Skyscraper about the ineffectiveness of the roam for DZ, just holding control, but getting run over time and time again, it's now M80's turn to get trampled underfoot as Dark Zero just it's a little too strong at the moment. Bolo with the very first kill. Down goes Spoit. DZ had some troubles getting early picks. Gunner somehow gets away because Bolo was entertained elsewhere. Pambazoo is quick on his feet. He
Like, are you
finds one
serious
before
now?
Diffuser shuts him down. Kobe trades right
I
back.
mean,
and
what the
DZ
fuck?
sending in multiple players at once. This is them reading into M80's roam. If you recall, M80 got first blood first 3 rounds. DZ made some changes, and now DZ is in a much more comfortable position. They've got the last 2 first bloods.
I'll say it. I said it before. I'll say it again. The trade's so perfect coming through from Dark Zero so far. They're playing very together. They're playing like a unit. Even when they lose gunfights, there's always a response. Nice late reinforce from Packer. Recognizing the push is going to come in through construction, and he's got to do something about that. This main breach still being closed and electrified is kind of awkward for Dark Zero. They need to find some way to destroy the electric claw that was placed on that CC wall. They've got plenty of hard breach, can openers, and exothermic charge to find that, but they don't have great util to find that claw, perfectly highlighted by our observers. More Kivas will make it even more difficult to enter the site, although the can opener does deal with the Kiva shortly after.
You know how much more impossible this execute would be for Dark Zero if you had to blow them up with explosives, right?
Wow.
Bolo finds his second kill. They're all competing to take care of Kino. Kino, right now, no kills whatsoever. Will he go out the first half on the scoreboard? They line up for him, and no, the answer
Yeah,
is
this is going to be same as it is on.
Kino, the highest rated player on M80, held off of the score sheet. I would agree with Kangaroo Kenny. A masterclass indeed for DZ. Keep in mind, just as we saw on Skyscraper, it could have been a 6-0 first half for M80 on Skyscraper.
Yeah.
It could have been a 6-0 first half for DZ. If it wasn't for that one round with a ton of mistakes, but still a 5-1 half on Clubhouse is very good.
Usually when you see two teams from the same region going up against one another, you expect a grueling matchup, right? Where every map goes the distance because they're so familiar with each other's playstyles. But I think both teams knew that that was going to be a big part of this matchup heading into it. So both teams prepared to bring a lot of new stuff to this matchup. I think having the day off yesterday where nobody had to play any games was probably a big help for both of these squads to prepare their own map picks. And I mean, yeah, it's been a masterclass from Dark Zero on Clubhouse, just as it was a masterclass from M80 on Skyscraper. Dark Zero beat M80 7-5 on Clubhouse to secure their spot at the Montreal Major a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to
looks
say
like they'll
about
be securing
right now.
third map
M80 is
in
going to
just
be
a short amount of
attacking.
time.
Hopefully, it
Don't
will
expect this one to
go
7-5
around.
like most
But
of M80's previous plays here.
A couple things
seriously,
to note. Number one,
I'm not
over on the
impressed
B
by
stream,
M80. They
their
played
matchup
that
also
map
involves a North American team.
yesterday.
It's been a very good day
M80, and they won that. I'm not sure how they are doing it right now. It doesn't make any sense.
Major winners defeating the most recent major winners of W7M, who won the Montreal Major 2-0. Unwanted will be in action later today, going up against Team BDS. Space Station defeated FaZe Clan 2-0. So Space Station will now go up against G2 later today. Over on the other stream, Raza Company Academy and Shopify Rebellion are doing battle, and Raza Company Academy took an absolute screamer of a first map, 8-7 over Shopify Rebellion. The winner of that game plays Virtus Pro. And then here, the winner of this matchup will go up against Furia, the defending world champions. As for the losers, well, we'll get into that.
Okay, so if M80 win and face Furia, I think that's going to be easier for them than it is Dark
Slow start to
Zero.
this round. Beating up though with this Ying coming out, immediately punished though. Kino dies, another exchange as Bolo falls to Spoit. And Slow once again. Chaos on the main stairs, but they're not ready to commit to a push. They've still got a lot of work to do. Hatches needs to be open, droning needs to be done. There's a lot of players over around the main stairs for M80. That might be a point of focus for their push. But they also have time to rotate. Still a minute 20 on the clock. It
Yeah,
feels
they
so
have
much
a
later.
lot.
Bolo has unfortunately died early in half of the rounds here on Clubhouse. But Dark Zero's still winning despite it. I mean, maybe you sacrifice Bolo and good things happen. I'm not entirely sure. Bambazu was having a great
Why did
game up to this
Bambazu
point.
peek
He
that?
dies at the hands of Spoit at the bottom of main stairs. Advantage now swinging in favor of M80 as they get their first kick in the can. Here on attack, but then it falls apart shortly thereafter. Diffuser dropped, Spoit still alive. Nitro Cell sails over top of him. Keep a barrier in front of Spoit's eyes, disappears.
Are you kidding
And who
me?
emerges? But Nate!
You're playing Ash! Akira is back! Use the neutral to help the team!
Kind of a great point.
I think it's really nice that Kangaroo Kenny's also trying to coach M80. I think doing double duty as a coach is quite admirable.
Oh,
M80's
boy.
got to call their timeout here, right?
Still no tag timeout being called.
Did we miss it? Did we miss the timeout being called?
Why are they not taking time out?
Maybe I don't.
There's no way.
No, we didn't miss it.
I see. I have nothing here in front of me showing that they called a timeout.
No.
Dark Zero has M80 now on the brink of defeat as both of these teams have seemingly been in a position to speed run their maps. It was a 7-1 scoreline on Skyscraper for M80. Dark Zero comes over to Clubhouse, and they're in the exact same position. We said we'd talk about this in future rounds, and now I think it's a good time to do it, Jesse. The loser of this match goes down to the lower bracket, which means you're not going home right away. None of the games that we're watching today are elimination games. Those start tomorrow.
Yes.
The matchups earlier that had some losers, well, they go down to the lower bracket. As for M80 and Dark Zero, the last APAC team in the tournament, KAG, Osaka, Cyclops, they play either M80 or DZ. The loser of that match will go. That'll be tomorrow. Furia and the winner of M80 DZ will actually be played to conclude today's series. I know that there's a big sporting event happening in America roughly around the same time that series is supposed
Yeah,
to go
Super
live,
Bowl.
but if
Yeah.
you're a North American fan, you're gonna have to choose Hand Egg versus Rainbow Six.
And I mean, listen, it's going to be either Bolo or Spoit up against the world champions. That's not a hard decision. You know what to do.
Watch the sporting event?
No, Parker.
sorry,
Rainbow
sorry,
Six Thieves.
sorry.
That's going to be a fantastic game coming up later on the A stream. You and I will
No matter
will be
what,
back to
every
cast
game
that
that
matchup
is
as
coming
well.
up right now is going to be
Dark Zero
fantastic.
hoping
It
to
doesn't
repeat
matter in
M80's
general,
performance.
so.
7-1, very much
But what
doable.
M80 needs to do, they need to be a little bit more coordinated, reading it a little bit better onto what Dark Zero is doing, because they are not getting, they're not being overly aggressive.
All of these
Dark
players
Zero,
from Dark Zero
so.
are misplayed by Bambazu, so they don't expect them to be so close by. Spoit getting the very first pick. Bambazu showing very little effectiveness so far as a defender. Now it's Nave taking a lot of damage from those fire arrows. They've got him on the run inside of Cash. Impervious to bullets. He's got Bolo for backup on that construction door, watching top red. Bolo will have to look at two separate positions as he's also very preoccupied by Nave being pounced upon from CCTV.
Pounced.
Kobe's gotten a little closer too. Oh, nice. David juggled
was
the
actually
shield down.
really
He goes to
good.
the hands of Diffuser. This has been non-stop.
That's
action
really
for the last
good,
50
good pick.
seconds.
Getting Clash off the
Diffuser
board,
used that
this
pistol down below,
Ollie
bang,
is
and that
really
will be
good.
Another one as Packer lines him up.
Better read,
NJR,
and made
the
it
last
way
alive
better
as Spoit
read.
finds Bolo. Parker, I don't know if we're seeing the 7-1. We may have overhyped it.
I think so too. He misses a golden opportunity on two
Way
separate
better
players.
read,
I mean,
and
Maestro's
made
a
it
great
way
op
better read.
for taking multiple
Like that.
engagements, but we got two. Let's go. Says all you need to know. That was a flawless round, by the way, for M80. Maybe that's why Boo Boo didn't call the timeout. He knew something that we didn't. It's almost like he's coach for a reason.
Well, I mean, he gives some good advice. Keep playing the game. It is still a possible comeback. Maybe we just have the most attacker-sided clubhouse that we've seen in a hot minute. I don't know if the players
What?
seem as excited about that. They know
I'm not
how
sure
long
what
the road
happens
is ahead
between
of them.
Russia
They
and
do not want to see a bank
Shopify right here, I
Dask,
just
who
don't
said that
know.
He thought M80 had to win this 2-0 because M80's banks have not been very good this season. So far, they're on a 5-game losing streak on bank, including getting
Better
7-2
read from
by G2 in
M80,
the
better
group stage.
push,
So,
more coordination.
although
They are
have quite a
falling
different
more
roster than what they have
together,
for the
but they
majority of
need
the
to
season,
keep it
even
up
with
so I
this
don't
five-man
lose it
stack,
because they
bank
have
has
a
not been
very
successful.
long uphill battle
in
with
green.
Dark Zero. Because as soon as they lose
feels
one
like
round,
an
Dark Zero
inevitability
takes
unless
this
Dark
map.
Zero
I do believe it's going
completely
to
crumble
be
on this defensive half.
that they will be
We'll
going
have
to
4 more
bank.
opportunities to close out the game before
Because
we head to overtime. The
this
first of those
late
opportunities
for
will be
M80,
against CCTV
it's not
Cash.
acceptable.
Similar
It's
to the
very
round
hard
just
to do
watched,
that.
but less space that you have to
And I
take
feel
really
like
from
M80 kind of feels that way. They don't like.
There's gonna be he's banded.
What do you...
Bolt. He bandit tricked a can opener and an exothermic charge. The second can gets open, so it's fine, but he probably could have saved one of those cans.
Not all can openers are built the same.
Yeah.
They're prone to rusting if you don't clean them properly. Some cans now you can open with just a tab. You know,
Really?
things have changed.
Really,
it's not the way
Parker?
it used to be, Jesse. It's
Really?
It's not our grandfather's America anymore, all right? Things change.
I feel like these are slightly different can openers.
Oh my.
Oh.
Hamizu with a read onto the soft wall, and he types and cracks the smallest of smiles.
That was just bad luck
Gunner's
from
stats are
Gunner.
not very impressive at the moment here on Clubhouse, yet he has had very high impact kills despite the fact that he's rocking a negative KD at the moment. At this point, Dark Zero's bought themselves some breathing room despite the early bit from M80 to open up parts of these walls to the bomb site.
So they've got an angle on the main breach. They're going to open the construction wall as well. That means
I
that
thought he got
Raptors is likely
killed
to be
there.
forfeited by M80. They won't spend any resources trying to take it. The main push is going to come through construction to try to get a plant down inside of Cash, and they'll likely leave one player outside on the platform. That might be Packer based on current positioning, who's going to try to cut these guys off, but without a huge angle into the breach, it could be bad,
Yeah,
and there's
they
no
have-
claymores on that garage door, too.
Dark Zero have now taken 2 members of M80 and thrown them into the
Yeah,
bin.
I am
hoping for
like-
Bank to come sooner rather than later.
It feels like it's going to be,
Again, the winner
no
of
matter
this
what
matchup
happens
has
right
another
now, I
game
don't
today.
think.
And the winner of that matchup will confirm their spot on main stage this weekend.
And you missed
Kobe
that,
with yet another
yeah.
kill. Down goes Packer. Spoit and Keto last 2 alive. Spoit finally getting a kill. It came in the previous round. He and Spoit have their work cut out for them now as they just inch their way into the bomb site. There's gas to greet them, and Dark Zero have an opportunity to put this one away with a flawless round. Kino on a single point of HP. He was jovial in all spirits. Nave hits him with the exact same message. Kobe joins in as well.
Yeah.
And their prediction was correct. See you next map, indeed.
Yeah, that was horrendous by M80.
Up top. I mean, at this point, they're just trying to break their way in. They're trying to hope that they don't get caught by the vertical players, and they can put the pressure onto the site and plant in a sort of off-the-piece location. Basetto is down there live as the cover here, but he's got to watch the breach itself. There's the throw of the flashes. There's the drive on, but finally, a kill comes into their favor. Surf through the soft, and now they can see if they can get the kit secured. They're tucked right round the corner itself, and, well, there's the swing, there's the late cover.
my
20
God.
seconds, as I said before, it is 3
Come
versus
on,
1.
Rebellion.
But time is not in their favor. SDK, he
Oh!
wins this out, which he does. Now, Shopify Rebellion have to find a pocket of space that they can get the plant secured on. The destruction, there's still the cover of the soft at this point. He can't just drop confidently for the fight. They get themselves locked in here. They've got to try and make their way outside the station. The thing either side, but
Nicely done.
another do or die almost all the way there round. Good idea there from the side of Shopify Rebellion. They knew time was ticking away from them. They could not root out all of the players
Yeah,
on the top
what's-
floor. I mean, they were struggling with the hatch break as well. So take the site.
Life was just out there though, unseen. They didn't know about him, and as soon, like, he had great trigger discipline, but as soon as he pulled that trigger, instantly Surf responds to it, finds the kill. I'm pretty sure they didn't know until he actually fired his gun, and that's when Surf responded, found that kill, and basically locked off the danger from above, giving him the opportunity to actually start flooding the site. Of course, the fuser got dropped momentarily there. They didn't quite get it down on the very first attempt, but it still went down in the end. And that does
I
kind of
am
portray the
hoping that
objective-based gameplay the Shopify Rebellion have been
that
having
Rebellion
so
will
far
win
throughout
this
the tournament. Before
map.
the series today, they had 20 plants in 117 rounds. Now, of course, those aren't all on attack, but they have a pretty good planting rate. Less so on Raza. I believe that they had at the start of today 14 plants with 120 rounds. But, you know, you see it, Shopify Rebellion just trying to get that plant down.
I'm going to correct myself.
Okay.
A fun fact that I'm going to bring myself onto. Okay, for a second I thought we were on kitchen. I was like, why are they reinforcing that? We're not. I got my data wrong. In fact, it was 66% on this site. Was their defensive round win. Now, it's over a small pool of data, don't get me wrong. But they've actually been able to impress what was previously not a great ratio. Only 25, or have continued not a great ratio. Only 25% of the times they've been able to take their defense on the basement. So here, weirdly, they have a better chance at success.
Okay, so they're taking vertical play above on the IT, so maybe the plant is going to be coming down on B side. But for them to do that, they need to have total control of the warehouse and then go in for the plant. Otherwise, they are going to be shot down from the door.
This is why sample sizes are important.
Yeah.
Because it might just go down to 50 right after this.
At least top floor of the warehouse.
Able to find. But you see the Jackal already inside IT. Gets a free opportunity but misses it on SDK. He's going to lean back in. The injury comes through. Finds the kill. Has the opportunity now to go for another spot. Look at that. Where is he at? Also the track. The Jackal, the Deimos, Perez.
Wow. They're going all out with tracking. Imagine if they had Dokkaebi as well. Oof.
Well, the pressure comes down the back of Blue. There's the shield. Very well utilized by Canadian, and instantly things are starting to fall apart here. Live is doing his best to offer something in response, but they've just been bullied off of their own site. And now at this point, how are they going to try and stop this, right? There's a spray through. Oh, in fact, I'm quoting these statistics. The site is down in the basement.
That's their basement.
Yeah, they have not opened. They don't have any hard breach, guys. Right, they don't have a single hard breach. They're just ignoring the.
You just have to leave now. And
they're just
is opening up from above as well. The opportunity and the play space that these two players have on the defense is shrinking. The Deimos and the Jackal once more on live. They know exactly where he is. The Vendetta is trying to get some shots in from the vertical. Not going to be able to hit any of this right now, but as he leans in, you might just be able to just get a little bit of a tag. It won't be enough for a kill, but the damage will definitely be there as Basetto finds Rexen.
Yeah, there goes Rexen, locked out, but there's an instant trade back out. Canadians going for the plant, and I was confused what site we were on at first, I admit, but to be honest, I'm kind of confused why they opted to come back here. It is not a good site for them in terms of holding it. That initial 25% on their defense has fallen even lower. Now, they will go back up towards
now there is attack from Russia company.
This time around. I'm too distracted by that you're back now.
I'm sorry to be a distracting fact.
You're just so distracting.
Yeah.
3 rounds. And they're locking in the plant time and time again.
I did like the approach that Shopify Rebellion went for last time. Because they realized that when they were attacking it in round 2, okay, there is some trouble up on the
Like, should I maybe go in and play Blackbear? I kind of feel like, should I just go and try shield now? Should I just be aggressive? Like, here's the thing. Me and Blitz, we are not friends. We are not acquaintance, to say the least. Because he hates me.
No play space anymore for them to be behind.
Very bad. When I flash to someone, it doesn't flash them. If I shoot with a pistol, it will not hit. I'm not sure what his problem is, but he doesn't like me. I know that my wife, Valkyrie, loves me because I hit my things with her, and I get my C4 kills with her.
I'm just even more curious about
so that's like
going out and reinforcing the hatch to drop down. I get it leads into control, like, or you can put pressure onto like vending exo stairs, but they can just go around via kitchen and open the wall that way.
We got a reinforcement left, and they were like, you know what?
I don't know. The wild approach towards that hold threw me massively. 2-1. We find ourselves back in the basement. A clash. They've got themselves, I don't know if they're hiding it. They 100% are at this point. Yep, tucked in, hoping the reveal of Live is going to be a bit of a shock. It was on the back of their timeout. But will they be able to bring timeout
Oh,
What was that?
The second it ends, the second friendly fire gets activated. SDK, you are a double agent.
Were they shooting the drone? I mean, you could only assume a drone inside the planter.
No, what I think he did was shooting at the window because then the glass breaks and you can hear if someone's on the other side of it. And
But then he
just walked in
because he
front.
was shooting at like head level.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Maybe
I
he was
don't
downstairs.
know. I
like-
mean, all we can say is it wasn't supposed to.
Now, who do I give the entry kill to?
I don't know. But do you know what that makes way riskier? Is the choice to bring a clash, because now that's one less gun operator.
Yeah, it's 3v5
right?
technically.
It's a 3v5 with a moving wall. Canadian does go immediately. SDK.
Okay.
I mean, he's just killing everybody, including his own team this round. He's in a very dangerous position. It won't take a huge amount to force him out. They've obviously got the frag grenades to try and potentially bounce around the blinds as well. And you can see a bit of a rotate underneath. I don't know who that is. It might be Ambi, I think, because he's pistol sprinting his way around. It is. They're trying to get the pinch on this player. There's those grenades to force the motion I talked about. The Gooman will reveal, but SDK, he's escaped himself back.
Not
towards
sure
the
how
side.
Canadian
Serve from
dies
Perez.
there is very, very
I was gonna
off.
say, they might have tried to go a little bit quick here. Shopify Rebellion. Canadian just instantly hopping in without the information, loses his life, basically removing the man count that you've had from second one without having to do anything. But Seto gets down through the wall by
Oh,
Surfer.
that's
Down
so
even is aware of this 'cause
good.
he's just firing right on through. The clash
Oh!
was slow peak, and it's
He almost
just
got the second one.
now in a 1v4.
Oh, that was so
Shopify
good.
locked them off, but like, let's be honest, that round was already over in the very first second we ended prep phase because you just lost your first
Way
member
better,
due to
way,
team
way
kill.
better. Oh
And
my god.
Of course, you get Canadian back right afterwards, but that was your tactical timeout as well. Based
yeah.
by-
Like,
followed by that instance.
Like,
I'm assuming that wasn't a strategy they cooked up.
Remember, like, let's team kill, and then they go quicker, and we can play into that. No, it's definitely not a strategy they cooked up. You never want to be one man down that early on without getting anything in return.
Yeah, that was just
I'm gonna
unlucky.
replay for that one.
Yeah. They can maybe find one. Go through the game file. Accidents happen. If it was half a second earlier, it wouldn't have happened. It's probably
was
why
just
they were
bad
so sort of
timing.
cavalier with shooting. Was like, it's prep phase.
Yeah, but that's it, right? Like, there's no team damage anymore since, like, what is it now? 3 years, 4 years
Quite
since
a
we've
while.
removed that? Yeah, so I remember when it first got removed and everybody was like, are we sure this is a good idea? And then,
Great
well,
idea.
Great idea.
I
Now
think
you have this.
whatever makes... Obviously, Siege games are long games.
Yeah.
I'm a big advocate for making prep phase as quick as possible. I think they should even make operators, like, double fast.
That's
and
a sneaky
reinforcements double speed.
bulletproof cam, actually.
Reinforcements are already been
Again.
timed twice. Again, yeah.
Faster.
Now to 4 seconds instead of 8. Used to be 16.
It changes the element of droning,
Why
which
did
I
it?
can understand why they don't immediately go. But A, it would look very funny, and B, it would get us right back into the action. Anyway, enough about getting into the action. Hey, we're at the site I thought we were at before. And statistically, the best site for this team outside of Command, but obviously less of a pool to play with. They've gone through their 3 defenses on it. We'll see if they can try and add to the tally. Here, they have the stretch above, and I think
Ooh.
some of the gameplay of this site.
I liked
works
it
very
when they do
well
it in the
with
pre-fire.
how
It seems like that
Razako like to
Russia
get
company are
themselves set up.
just
They like to
standing
be
a little
above,
bit
be
too
aggressive,
close to the
find these
windows.
opportunities, and this is what that site is, right? A single sole player down below. Compare it to their hole to the basement point on the lockers on Bank, and then they get themselves ready to sort of fall and bleed and go where they need to go to offer some support. Pasetto screams his way across, but in the meantime, Canadian finds SDK, the bandit.
Nice.
Is gone. No chance of tricking the walls. As the breaches on IT might start to come through, there's some Candela blinds, but actually nothing immediately.
Yeah, of course, probably I think that
Good,
Canelo
good,
was just
good,
used
good.
to dislocate players that might have been around inside of electrical. Hudson's just waiting. He, of course, has the impact that he could use, or I have to say, one impact he can use to remove any of those vendor wires. There you go. The breach is starting to come through. SDK is dead. Can no longer trick. So as soon as they're removed, that wall is going to be opened up. And that's going to be upping the pressure a little bit near that storage area. Now, it will be slowed down by the tuber route, but that's not going to last forever. However, will be for a solid 40 seconds or so, which leaves about 30. So they do need to start thinking about a plan B.
Steady destruction of anything that'll slow them down here. They're probably not just going to try and hot-foot it into warehouse. But then you look at Grixis by the small box entrance. You've got them hanging around on the breach.
They need
as
to
well,
make
and
the
they're in a
push
5
very
versus
soon. They
4.
need to
So if
be
just wanna go
ready
for
to
the
do it.
let's throw
But
it
Besetto
over
is
trade,
still
they can.
in
That right
B.
seed
Like,
is
he
also
still
displaying
has a
that verticality. So what they're
strong
gonna do, they can get Besetto
hold.
done. They can move in, but there's the first strike. It goes away from them. Pre-fires the window itself, and here's that support I talked about from Razako. Instantly move in. The C4's shot out, but will the player be caught as well? Yes. There's the swing onto the second, and for the first time in forever, the body advantage is theirs before it is almost instantly lost. The cover of his own play. The swing on the door from Grixer gets one, but he's almost surrounded. Grixer drops around. The plant is not secured yet. They're still back and forth, but Live just needs that first element. They've left. They're rotating around. They're maybe going to the other side. There's the pinch, the reveal. Great motion from one-on-one to find it. There it is, Live!
This is what I was afraid of.
Holding it down, play, making sure his back was always to a little bit of hard wall, bunkering in, and refusing to move.
Live again, crucial. He was the reason why they won the very first round. He is the reason why they win their second round. He has been crucial in the previous map as well. Grixer, huge play here as well, by the way. Saw him instantly.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what they were thinking. Like, going for that. I'm not sure why Grixer feels like he needs to go aggressive. He knew that someone was on that door. He could have just, like...
Is right after that tactical timeout, the team kill, the lost round.
You should like just
They now managed to get something out. Clash. Lol. Okay, so they spotted it. I was like, is this? I don't know where this is going from. Oh, trying to hide.
I see you.
Where is that drone?
Yeah, where's Surf's drone? Can we go to Surf?
What is Surf?
Can we?
How do you see it from here? Oh, that's Grixer. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was wondering where that drone
That is kind of funny.
Well, now Clash can actually contribute. I like how the Clash waited for a bit. And maybe it was
maybe
like...
it's a mind game.
Maybe it's a mind game. Maybe it's a mind game. And then was
yeah,
like,
I
reinforce.
That round was so bad in a way. So why did Grixer feel the need to re-peek? With a pistol, he had time to reload. He knew that one was in that door. He could have slowed down a little bit. Hold the angle to help Canadian to be able to make the plant happen. But no, and also, why jump in from that window when you know there is going to be 3 people coming in looking, because they know where you're planting, with no vertical control either. Like, no, you need to have some form of vertical control above. Like, otherwise it's kind of stupid to go in there and not do it. I'm surprised that Russia did not have any vertical control above. They just went...
The player that was out there, hey, there is someone in that door! He cannot leave before they actually see him. A little bit of damage onto Flash Tree. Has to be careful now as he actually walks past that door, because there's an opening that can look through.
Well, there's pressure coming in underneath them as well. They seem like they want to try and once again catch out the Rafters player, and Flastry is not going to lean into it too heavily. Moves himself back, feels the pressure on the wind. 3 drones have made their way towards the top of Rafters stairs now. I think we're getting a good idea of where Shopify Rebellion want to arrive from. They have IT Breach opened, and they still have time to play with here, and they've obviously put the pressure up blue before, and Connector is open as well by the looks of it, so they've got that phantom pressure on the back end, but we have the gift of seeing everything, and a Clash is about to maybe have the same thing.
Going to be air jumps, of course, so Live is not going to be having the opportunity to start leaning into this fight. He's basically confined to that door. As soon as he steps out, it's going to get blasted away. Seto holding the back stairs, and
whoa!
Blaster just wanted to walk by. Live there on that Clash. He just gets executed as Ambi just leans back in.
That was a nasty.
Starting to come in. They're trying to force and put some pressure onto that Clash. A second one to be shut down. They're just ignoring the Clash. There's nothing they can really do in that moment in time as they swap around, get taken down, smoke canisters, and everything.
Come on, Rebellion! Come on!
In a 1v4, a little bit of damage gone by that smoke canister. Second tossed into the corner where both of them are, but it's not doing any damage.
No way!
I was going to say, Surf was in something that absolutely ruined his health, and they expected that smoke to stop the plant. The second one will do a lot of damage to Canadian, who's downed in it and killed. It takes a scratch to get rid of Surf.
Don't peek.
There's the first swing, though. I mean, good effort.
Way
to
better,
try and pull that
way,
round
way
back
better
together,
control on that.
but the 4-2 attacking at half
Much,
here
much better.
and sort of has fallen the way I expected a little bit from the backing of the statistics. And now it's just that moment here for Shopify Rebellion to try and drive this one home, really.
Yeah, for sure, and we know.
In the other side, it's going to be M80 versus Dark Zero on the firm map on Bank, and they have Monty and Blackbeard banned. I said that earlier, that it's going to get banned at some point. Those two combination. And this should be Asami and Mira should be one of them. I don't think Mira is going to get banned here. It might be,
I mean, I mentioned it. So
gosh dang it, I forgot the name.
Just the best of one at that point. Just gotta go.
Kaid, yeah.
See if you can take the victory there. Now, as we go back towards that top floor, it is now, of course, Shopify Rebellion that is going to be on that defense. They're not bringing out the clash like their opponents have in the last round. Diffuse has been 6-picked out as well. For a second there, Blackbeard was going to make an appearance, but turned into a Twitch. Going to use that probably to remove those Goyo canisters that will be placed down. Maybe even the bandit batteries to make tricking a little bit harder, as those wires, of course, will disappear.
There is pretty much a heavy tradition of this lineup being across any. We want to play that hard breach game.
I do want to try if I can toss a C4 over there.
Siege was even thought up.
But I'm not sure if people generally go through there a lot on ranked.
Written in the tomes. And they're not going to mess around here. That, you know, get themselves the hard breach sides opened itself. If this goes away from them messing up the Thatcher catch on towards the bandit with the pressure you can put from the buck underneath.
Yeah, that's it. They need that pressure.
Yeah, exactly. That is the third part of this puzzle.
Okay, we are going back to finish off the game between M80 and the Dark Zero. That's the game that we want to know. Okay, I thought I did.
Because I don't think I can wear them on broadcast, Frank.
I mean, you could, but nobody ever sees our feet.
That's true.
Broadcast.
We could have our grippers out right now, and nobody.
We got the dogs out right now. We got them all dressed up, nice.
Dogs. What the fuck?
Feet are disgusting.
I actually just noticed you took your shoes off. You're in socks right now.
Well, I mean, I'm wearing these Birkenstocks like clogs that are super comfortable. Not sponsored. And I just, I mean, my feet are clean. I shower. I wear clean socks. Like the clogs don't really attract smells, you know.
Other clogs are available.
Speaking of clogs, Hap arrived today.
That's a crazy segment. Wow, you're right. You're right. He's on the B stream right now, I do believe.
It's because he's Dutch.
Yep.
He is on the B stream with Emmy. They are currently doing Shopify Rebellion versus Raza Company Academy. You can march on over to the B stream at the conclusion of this map, unless it ends up being a 2-0 for Raza Company Academy, in which case you'll have nothing to watch but a break screen. Maybe some people like that.
There's some banger music. I'll give it that, the break screen.
I am very much enjoying the jazz music. That most recent one, at the very beginning, it was kind of giving off like Damn, like, or the winter level vibes from GoldenEye 007 on the N64. That's a console that came out before you were born.
Yeah, you're still just going over my head with those references, Parker. But actually, you know what? I played the GoldenEye adaptation on the Wii.
Same thing, right? Bambazoo striking first. As we were going to say, we are still very firmly in the discovery phase of this map. No real extended roam from M80. They're tucked inside the bomb site. And while we were discussing a variety of things, Dark Zero is getting ever closer to breaking gadgetry, opening up lines of sight. Excellent timing on popping those Goyo canisters. You've already flushed out a lot of that annoying late round anti-plant gadgetry.
Yep.
At the minute-and-a-half mark, that's quite impressive.
Gunner on this old school operator, the Pulse coming out, thinks he's Troy Canadian in 2017. Gonna be getting that information for his teammates so that he can tell exactly when the plant starts to guide those nitro cells. Now, there are actually no nitro cells other than his own. So guiding the Toxic Babes from Kino instead, and it works perfectly. The first Toxic Babe forces Bolo off the plant, and he's only got 30 seconds to find this defuse kit.
Kino's got one more in pocket, and he's ready to toss it out based on the comms that we will see come in, and there it goes. Bolo can't breathe in some of that gas. It propagates correctly. Bolo out of this position, and now you've got the Yokai drone. The Packer will sneak into action. Look at that. It's so secret. 9 players still alive, make that 8. Kino dies, Nitro Cell gets caught. Dark Zero think they have it going. No opportunity for Packer to get on that Yokai. Gunner with 2 kills, and immediately DZ gets out of there. They'll shoot away at the soft wall. The case down on the ground. Gunner will have to go for an engagement, just narrowly missing the head of one of the 2 players of Dark Zero who are holding that hatch. Gunner's hoping that he'll buy some time for Packer now to sneak up on them. Gunner dies as there's just too many sets of eyes watching in that direction, and Bolo and Nave in the post plant situated so well. Yes! Round number 1 goes to Dark Zero.
You fucking yes!
You lost the round.
Hello, Sako. Sorry, I did not see that you were. I was having a banter over at Twitter right now.
M80 lost.
Listen, I respect that he keeps the energy up. I think Kenny's enjoying it a bit here, too.
Kenny's laughing. Bodega looks a little annoyed. I mean, you got him right where you want him at that point. He said, just wait, you're going to see some attacks. There's 5 more rounds of M80 as defenders before you get to that point. I mean, you could have seen some attacks when they side-swapped on both Map 1 and Map 2, but at that point, they were 5-1 halves. I mean, the series was basically over on that map at that point.
Yeah, that lost very bad.
A game between these 2 titans in North America.
Jesus.
Well, really thought Packer was going to be the guy to save the day in that round because he had that Yokai inside the site, but I think it got shot right before it could do anything to the planter.
We have been live for almost 5 hours, Sako.
6 seconds left in
almost
the round,
5
so I
hours.
imagine it was taken out, and then he was just trying to do his best to sprint all the way back from garage, try to have some kind of an impact, eventually to rotate up with the post plant. At that point, it was all but over, so nice try, but Dark Zero, by the skin of their teeth, will get through the utility.
Yeah, somehow during the tournament, it's been like going up without like bantering each other. Not too heavily though. That was the reason why I was writing in Twitter, because there was actually a game earlier between SSG and FaZe Clan, and SSG won the game against FaZe Clan, but the player from SSG who won the game went directly over to FaZe Clan directly right after they won and started bantering them face to face. And I just wrote out when they captured that video on their official site, I just said it's very disrespectful to go and be I know bantering is part of the game, but you don't go from after the game, right after the game. I meant he was over to the other side about 5 seconds after the game was over. He went over to the other side and started, what's up, boom, stuff like that. And that's where I feel like it's very disrespectful. But bantering and stuff, like, I'm fine with that, but I'm not fine you doing it right after the game, going over to the side. You can stand on your side and continue bantering after the game, yes, but you should never go over to the other side and talk shit right into the face. It's very uncomfortable, and there is players who is not comfortable with that type of thing, and that's kind of what I'm talking about in Twitter, and people say, oh, it's part of the game, they should handle it, it's part of the game and stuff. I'm like, no. Like, I feel like people are just misinterpreting what I'm saying. Like, bantering, okay, sure, do that. By all means, stand on your side and do bantering, but you don't cross over to the other side and banter them face to face. That's what I have a problem with.
Retrieve the diffuser, 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
What does he opt for, and do they have any intel on him?
Hunting for, he's got pings himself. Yellow pings being given for the player over by Janitor. Doesn't know where the last one is, though. This is going to be awkward. Actually, the guy in Janitor, no idea.
Spoit heard him. Every time you lean, you make noise.
Yeah.
And again, there are an awful lot of people who play this game and who watch this game who only ever play on console. And a lot of them, there's nothing wrong with that for the record. But a lot of console players are playing without headphones. Sometimes you miss things. Let's not miss this timeout.
But yeah, so that was a little bit. Oh, by the way, Saku, I'm not sure if you know, but like when we played the Siege Cup on Friday there, we actually won the entire thing. So we won every single map. So all 3 maps. It was Clubhouse, Lair, and then Chalet.
The odd timing with these timeouts. Didn't take one all of map 2.
Yeah, I went as
Dark Zero, then 2 rounds
IGL,
into
so
this one,
I was kind
1-1.
of guiding
You didn't see it, but DZ typed in chat a bit early.
the
hey?
team in general, because
into
it
the
seemed
game
like
chat.
no one had a
About
direct
halfway through
goal
that
or
attack
anything, so I
timeout,
was like,
clearly Bodega
hey,
sees
we
some
are going
issues
to do
with
this,
the-
we're
with the
keeping it
lineup on
simple,
M80.
we're
He
doing
wants to
this,
move
stuff
them
like
onto a
that,
couple different
so...
operators. He tells Packer to go for the Clash. Packer will oblige.
And it went really, really
as he
well.
brings the Clash back to the basement bomb site. They know how important it is to win basement in your first rotation.
That-
The
that
first
was-
3
that was
rounds
actually fun.
vital to
That
win the
was fun.
strongest bomb site on
I'm
the
going
map,
to be
because if you
posting
do,
that
then
on
you
my
can
YouTube
play it
video, so
again
I'm going
in
to
the
post it
second
as a
quarter, and
normal
then you can
YouTube
win it
video.
twice in your first half.
So if you want to see
Really
that
important
game,
that you can get
it's going to
2
be there. It's
different
such a good
wins
game.
on your strongest site on a map. That sets you up nicely on the defense. Talking about
And they
console
gotta be
players and
sad
the
as well, because
inability
I
to
lost
hear
to
sometimes. Gunner actually was a
foremost I lost to a
console
woman
convert.
that is in
Played-
40,
Kobe?
plus I
Yes,
lost
a lot of
to
good
a woman
players
who
were-
has a
were
10-year
originally
PC
console
and
players.
still
In
beat
fact,
their ass.
I think. No, okay. There's a few players in this lobby, more than most. In most NA lobbies, the majority of players are console players. Here we have quite a few PC sticklers, though.
I think for me,
Slick
I'm
probably
kind
the
of
most
used to
famous, who's
it,
never
because
played,
like,
console.
due
I
to the
say
fact that I've
never.
been
I know he's done a
coach,
few-
I don't think Bolo.
not
games.
just
Yeah.
in
Bolo
Siege in
also an
general,
original
but
PC
also been a
guy, so,
football coach
you know, we do see
and a
that from time to
badminton
time, but
coach.
a lot of good
I'm
players started
kind
on
of
console and
comfortable with that
still
role
put
in
up some
general,
ridiculous
as long as I
numbers,
have the respect and
incredibly mechanically
trust.
talented,
If I feel like I
despite
don't
starting
have
on
the
a
respect
different
and trust, I'm
There
not
was a
going to
great
be
migration
working
as well that
properly.
happened when that Xbox
I need to
Pro
have
League
that
ended up dying
in
after
my
the very
back if
first
it's
SI.
going to
You saw
actually
that whole
work.
Elevate team move over Full Sail. One of them now actually on our broadcast, Laxon.
Yes.
Played on console, if you recall. He's a world champion himself, playing on that Elevate roster when they won it on Xbox.
Reigning console world champion.
A mark that may never change, for the record. The point of what I was saying about the console players is that micro adjustments, movements, reloading, even just like pulling out a secondary gadget, etc. All of those things make noise, Jesse. And
Okay,
that's why
that's
it's
interesting
so important
trade.
to clear comms.
Now,
when you
Goyo
have a
is
teammate in a clutch
gone, but you
situation.
have Grim that
There's
is
little
gone, and that's
adjustments
way
to make
better pick.
A lot of noise, and that noise can give you all the information in the world to capitalize and pick up. a
Okay,
kill. Speaking
you
of
need to
kills,
back
halfway through
off
the
a little
mark
bit.
of this round, and Dark Zero and M80 have both traded out players. Kobe died, Spoit died. Packer was saying, I don't think we bring the Clash. They brought the Clash. The Clash will not be much of a factor. There's still a minute 20 to go in the round, and there's no Clash on the board for M80.
Yeah, unfortunately, the coach's words not producing results, at least for Packer. An early death for an operator that's usually very late round. Was playing kind of over towards that top floor, over the main stairs. Didn't have a whole lot of help. Diffuser rotated all the way top floor, by the way. Not sure if DZ are aware of this fact. It feels like they're not.
I would
Maybe they have
actually,
an
if
air
I
jam
was
set up on
diffuser,
this
I
last
would
drop,
actually
but I
hold
kinda
in
doubt it,
square
Parker.
instead. Is way
They've
better.
got no idea.
Diffuser might catch them off guard. A sloppy bit of gunplay. Pambazu almost has time to turn around and do some serious damage back to this defender on the run. Diffuser, you better hope that that kill was high value because you're the last one left. He shoulders a bit of damage, drops as he sees one up top. He almost makes it work.
That was
if not for
close.
NJR, who is hot on his trail.
I have multiple leadership in different games, sports and IRL, but it's still sometimes pretty hard to be. Yeah, sometimes. Like I said, it depends on
At
who.
least somebody's talking.
I mean, you got to start wondering about some of these calls in the attack timeout. I mean, calling for the Clash there if the player didn't want it. We'll get a tech pause here to quickly go through. But, I mean, Packer said it himself. He didn't really want to. He wasn't sure on the Clash. Bodega was. Didn't pan out for Packer. It's unfortunate there.
Yeah,
He's
I
such a
think
high-value
that
operator.
the problem that people
And
most
it's still
have is
early in
taking
this
the
game,
time
you don't
to
gotta be
talk
too
to the
concerned about
players,
their score
especially
line,
when
but
you're coaching.
going
Like
forward, the rest
for
of this
me, I
matchup,
did
not having
coach
that tag timeout later for a mental reset could be important.
what do you call it? A mental handicapped team. So they had like autism, ADHD, stuff like that. So I was a coach for that type of team, and when it comes to coaching them, I had to have different approach. So I could not take the same approach with the whole team. I needed to divide up. So one team is more on the practical side of learning, and the other side is more towards the reading side of learning, or like the talk side, listening side. So I had to like divide that up and make sure that people understood what I was coming from, and then I had to listen to what they had, stuff like that. And it's the same when it comes to Siege in general. There were people that did not have the understanding when it's shown in pictures or when you're talking. Like, you needed to be hands-on in different places.
The third time that just occurred is resulting in some level of punishment. Now, what outcome that actually has on the map is still to be determined by tourney officials. So Dark Zero has been gifted a free round at the expense of M80 as punishment for Bodega being cited as interfering with team comms. Now, keep in mind, there have been a couple changes to the way that coaches and teams are able to communicate with one another. Number one, when there were a lot of tech issues, sometimes maybe mysterious tech issues, teams would use that time to strategize. A rule then came into place that prevented players from speaking when tech issues happened. Incidentally, the number of tech issues dropped shortly thereafter. Maybe it's a coincidence, but coaches are only allowed to talk to their players in live action twice. That's when they call their timeout and when their opponents call their timeout. The admins have ruled that Bodega inappropriately talked to his team on 2 occasions, both times receiving a warning, and then did so a third time in the most recent round, around the Dark Zero 1. And as punishment for that, Dark Zero is being credited with an extra round at the expense of M80. So what was a 2-1 scoreline will now go up to 3-1. M80...
Okay, like, if this is the third warning he got, then okay, I'm with it. But if it was the first time, I would say it's bullshit.
Realistically, Bodega's not very happy about that. I mean, I wouldn't be if I was in his position, but if it is true that he was warned on multiple occasions and did not heed those warnings, the only real option you have at that point is to bring down some form of punishment. It's not the first time that a player or a coach has been punished before for actions during a match. But boy, oh boy, that's gonna
sting.
It's a frustrating one for M80.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the impact that a coach has on the game. That's about as tough as the impact as you can get forfeiting around for the team. Kangaroo Kenny has also disappeared. I don't think he was breaking the rules, but
where did he go?
I don't know. I don't know
Where's
Kenny,
the coach?
You're not the one in trouble. You can come back. Discussions about this. I will also...
Kangaroo Kenny hears it and he's like, you know what, guys? I'm not going to risk it. I'm out. I'm out, guys.
I will also...
I'm wondering when he did talk, though, because all I heard was him bantering with Dark Zero. That's...
Right there is literally telling his team how to play, but we didn't even hear Boo Boo. We literally didn't change anything. You could literally hear from our comms. I was shooting like the whole time. What did I say? You guys didn't even say what did I say. What did I say? Tell to everyone.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. What did he say that made him talk to the players? If the players themselves say that they did not hear him,
earlier in this event,
due to the fact that they were screaming Dark Zero, then I kind of don't understand that.
That were being made by coaches, and not just one coach in particular. I know a lot of people are going to throw blame at the feet of Super because he was the one who ultimately got a lot of the attention for it, but a lot of coaches were very softly communicating with their players, and it was caught all on camera. All of this is televised. The admins are standing right next to you. They can hear you. as far as I'm aware, all of the coaches got a warning to be more careful with the way that they talk to the team at the tail end of rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, end of the day, this is SI playoffs. You know, it doesn't get more high stakes than this. It's obviously an unfortunate way to lose a round, but rules gotta be followed. And
did he go to the bathroom or something?
Harsh in situations like this with so much on the line.
But like I said, if they have warned him 2 times before and he still didn't understand that, then it falls on the coach's fault. But
I want some info from the admins on what's going on.
it might be a very gray area because it depends if you're talking directly to the players or if he's just talking to himself.
There or not.
That's a difference. So they will hear everything.
M80 obviously frustrated with what has now taken place. For those wondering, Jesse and I do not make this decision ourselves. We had
I called it in.
You called out Kangaroo Kenny.
Yeah, well, I texted the admins. I was like, Boo Boo's gotta go. I was like, something's gotta be done.
But then instead of Boo Boo going, they took Kangaroo Kenny.
Yeah, there was a bit of a mix-up. All right, it happens. Oh, that was a tough way to lose a flash.
Yeah. I think that's why you saw them chat in the game shortly thereafter saying, Packer, are you serious, bro? Was, I think, typed out by, can't remember who exactly posted it.
Might have been NJ.
But yeah, like...
The admins behind the scenes.
I'm kind of more or less concerned that he might have said...
that is why we just had the tech issue.
And then 3-1 on the screen here.
So Dark Zero gifted around because the admins have determined that M80 coach Bodega has, despite multiple warnings, has broke the rules, and as such, a penalty must be given to M80, and it comes in the form of an extra round to the attackers of Dark Zero.
We'll be curious to see as well with the site rotations being locked, what the situation is there. Obviously, Dark Zero won the bottom floor in round number 3, so you'd expect it to be available again in round number 6. I would guess that is still true, but I truthfully am not sure, so we'll wait and see.
Yeah,
not going to
it
be
kind
at
of
the front
is.
of mind. M80, despite the fact that, or sorry, M80 on defense. Excuse me. Site should be unlocked for the foreseeable future for M80. In any case, they got to lock back in. You know, it sucks losing a round in the way that you just lost a round. It's tough being down 3-1. It is critically important that you do not let the mental get to you at this point in time. It is very easy to let a situation like that tilt you and lose this game 7-1. That cannot be the outcome for M80. Use that situation to fuel yourselves and get back into this game immediately because
notification. Let's see here.
Crumbling here at the biggest stage would just be such a disappointing way to go out.
But it's also part of the game. Teams do it when they win, and
In a way, you kind of need to hope that M80 keep it close because if they end up losing and it's a close score line, you have to immediately point your fingers at that round. But if they're able to keep it close just on their own merits and find some motivation, then I don't think it becomes as integral. A round win here for M80 or the next to tie things up in the first half will effectively wipe away a lot of that frustration, but I don't think this is the type of thing that in your head will go away in the confines of this map. We're kind of in uncharted territory here, Jesse. This isn't something that we've really ever dealt with before. Diffuser gets caught out by Pambazoo as a Nitro cell was attempted, and DZ are doing an awful lot of typing in the chat. Eventually, that will start to wear your opponent down, and now Spoit dies as well. As Bolo had gone for the death mark, Spoit caught standing completely still down below, and DZ are taking full advantage of whatever frustration might be in the minds of M80.
Yeah, DZ not usually a team that types all that much, but they're really trying to. I think they're trying to use the situation. NJR shoots the body of Gunner after he claims his kill. Full basement control now for Dark Zero. Top floor as well. Packer needs to be a hero. Finds one. Shotgun out for the second. Runs back though, doesn't find the swing from Bolo. Leaving Kino in a 1v3. Can't do anything more than that, and they will fumble. 4-1 reads the scoreboard after only 4 rounds played. That's got to be tilting.
Congratulations on your big win! Wow! Woo! That's good.
And the DZ players are lighting up the chat at the moment.
You can't see what they are saying right now,
It's
but they have
insane.
been dogging on Bodega since the ruling came down. And honestly, every hero needs a villain in a story. If DZ want to play the villain here, the one team in North America that has seemingly received the most criticism at this event is Dark Zero.
Yeah.
There has been much ink spilled about NJR, about Pambazoo, about Kobe's performance. There are still reverberations of Nave taking over as IGL after Canadian was moved off of the roster under some terms that people might not necessarily know all the facts of and might be a little bit upset by. The only player who seemingly escaped criticism on the side of DZ has been Bolo so far, but DZ have been hounded online and somewhat in person by the performance that they've had. And every single opportunity since the admin ruling came down, every opportunity that they've had to talk to M80 about their coach, they have done so. Now, you are saved from seeing a lot of it because it's happening when replays are showing and we're in between rounds, but boy, oh boy, Dark Zero are going for the throat.
Yeah. This is, I mean, the M80 need a hero, right? They need somebody to step up, give this team some life again. Clearly, the circumstances aren't great, but somebody's got to be able to find an opening pick, yell for the team, get the energy going. And this might be one of those situations where you talk about Packer. He's the youngest team captain at this event. Can he dig deep and find that?
Spoit starting off this round in a positive direction for M80. Right now, quite an extensive roam for the defenders. Spoit dies shortly after at the hands of Nafe as NJR and Kino are in a battle of wits down below. Kino on the glass, or NJR on the glass, Kino on the smoke. NJR attempting to get through Dirt Tunnel into server, and Kino has used 2 toxic babes so far to keep him at bay.
User has to drop through the hatch as he is getting tracked, leaves Packer alone. Talk about somebody who's got to step up, but he's seen through the soft wall.
Trading back and forth effectively. Packer looked completely caught off guard by his position. He had the soft wall next to Printer. Picked away at by NJR, and keep in mind, if the glass isn't moving, you see yellow instead of a typical player's silhouette. Very easy to see them through a soft wall. Now NJR will move down towards server. He'd struggled to gain this map control earlier because of Kino, but now Kino realized you gotta save that last toxic babe for the execute that's coming in a minute.
Yep, and I mean, this is not a lineup that's going to be denying plants easily. That's why Gunnar decides he's got to make a play. I'm not sure if the phone call will be heard, but the plan will start either way.
Nafe really low on HP, and he manages to survive both a nitro cell and the last gas canister. But there's no contingency plan here for M80 beyond the lurk above. Gunnar spotted by Pambazoo, who is sitting over top of the hatch. And the last 2 players from M80 will find themselves in a very dangerous position.
I'm not sure why I'm having discussion with this stupid person in general. I just don't get it. Sorry, I was writing.
Concerned with the last player over towards gold. Down he goes at the hands of NJR. Out. Diffuser will have to come, as now NJR gets the plant at the halfway mark. Diffuser thinks that he's faking it. NJR off of the plant, and Diffuser
Nicely done.
wins the 1v2 to give M80 some life.
Nicely done, nicely done.
It looks like relief.
I feel like the coach has lost it. It's like not coaching anymore. It's been too emotional right
took
now.
a hero play, but Diffuser was ready to step up and be that man.
Jesus.
Finally, some energy from this
You know, like
team.
I
comes from the
did
rookie.
comment to
Diffuser,
some
once
of the stuff
again,
like
just joined this team
about
at the
like
start of
you
the
should
year,
not
had
cross
0
over to the
T1
to
experience
the
before
opponent
jumping
side.
on to
So
Beast Coast and then M80. And
like
he's got to be the one who leads the squad in their hardest moment at the 6th Invitational. Beautiful 1v2.
So like one is saying I'm definitely not being denying that it's disrespectful, but Vida did that to SSG. He knew it was disrespectful. Yada yada yada.
Massive moves from Diffuser. Can they keep that
No, they shouldn't be
momentum
forced
up
to
and
do
keep the
anything.
energy
Most
going? They
people
at
that
least
don't
go to the
like that
first
stuff
half,
just
and you
doesn't
gotta
do
admit,
it.
if
Honestly,
nothing
if you're a
else, the attacks
pro,
from M80 have been far
you
better.
are a
Even
pro
though it
level
was all the way
player,
back
you
on
should
Sky's
have have the
skyscraper.
mental
That
to
was the
bounce
last
back
time that
after a
M80
loss.
looked like they were in control of
Like,
this
I'm not
game.
talking
They've
about
gotta
the
be able
loss
to channel that again. They've
at
gotta be
all.
able to get
Then I
their
had
strats
someone
back
saying
to
that I'm
full
just
strength
soft.
and be running at
Like,
this team.
I'm not
Because
saying the
M80
battering is the problem. They are
they
so
lose this
stupid.
series,
That was
they'll
not
be
my
dropping
comment.
down to the losers
I'm just
bracket,
saying
and
you
that's
don't
the
cross
very
over
first
the enemy
round.
line.
It is an
Like, it's the same in ice hockey. There is a rule. You are not allowed to go over to the enemy side and banter after a score. You're not allowed to do that.
Excited to mention
In
that
ice
it
hockey,
was
it's not allowed.
2 years in a row.
And same
both in
goes for
2024 and 2023,
football.
that
You're not allowed to
the
go a
eventual
banter
SI champion
on that
lost
side
in the first
either.
round and made that deep losers
There
bracket
is
run.
even some rule that you're not allowed to do you celebrate move after a score on the cheerer side, on the opponent side. You're not allowed to do that either. So why on earth do they think it's okay to do the same in Siege? I would not understand.
Against the loser of Raza Company Academy or
It's
Shopify
so
Rebellion,
stupid.
playing against OXG. Then you have lower bracket round 3. Then you have the loser of the quarterfinals, who will be playing later today. Then you have the lower bracket semifinal. Then the loser of the upper
By the way,
bracket
it's a
semifinal.
third
Then
map
you need to play the upper
between
bracket
Russia
final,
and
then you go to the
Rebellion,
grand
so
final.
Rebellion
That
won
is
with
7
7-2
maps
on
or
Night
7
Haven,
matchups
so
that you
not
need to
surprising.
play to become an SI champion if you
Oh,
lose this
the answer.
particular series.
Let's see here.
It's a long road.
Versus
I really just don't think it's a big deal. Both teams have done it back and forth.
Advantages
None
of
of
the
the
upper
pros have
bracket.
complained,
I guess
and it
technically 4,
happens
'cause
to
you have to
everyone
win
at
the
some
grand
point.
But either way, completely different story
Sure.
now. Bodega said
But it
to
should
Kenny over
be
the
a
barricade. Just
rule
wait, you'll see some
saying
attacks.
that
Gunner
you're
with the kill.
not
Kobe technically got the first.
allowed
Right now, baring his teeth. Kobe
cross
punished for that.
over
Diffuser
and
dropped. Bolo
banter
dies. Nafe on the
the
board. It's all up to Spoit. His diffuser's now been picked back up. So 2 players on the board for M80.
right after
Nave and NJR will be spotted by that logic bomb. They've got a good read on both of them. NJR dies. Nave is the last man standing. It's him and Spoit in a 1v1. A very critical round. Either M80 pulls the lead to 1.
For the
Would have been a tie game, technically, if DZ didn't get that round. Or DZ goes up 5-2, and you have to wonder if that's just too insurmountable of an obstacle for M80. Diffuser retrieved now by Spoit.
I'm just
He
going to
finds
repeat the
himself
same
in
thing.
bomb site.
I
He's
said
got
it
some
all the time. Like, it should be a
close to
rule.
the wall to assess. It's not very
It should be a
keen on
freaking
planting,
rule
and he's
to
only on
go,
a single point of
not
HP,
go
so he's
over
gonna
and
take the
banter.
fight to
You
Nave.
should
Nave's
go
at the top of
over
the
and
stairs.
say,
Spoit's
nice
looking
try
the
and
wrong
everything.
way.
You can be respectful
Nave with the higher rate
and
of
everything,
fire,
but
Spoit,
like,
one of the most mechanically gifted players in the world.
Oh.
Nave peeks him. Spoit had no intel. Dark Zero, 2
that was
rounds
just
away
unlucky by
from
Spoit.
winning this series.
Nave proves himself the better European in the 1v1. Great positioning, great timing, great patience.
And you lost to me! You should be ashamed!
Nave is often talked about.
It's times to talk trash talk! And you should be ashamed, Gungu! You should be ashamed! You should be ashamed!
Boo-Boo's not happy.
How could you tell?
Nave is often talked about as one of the players that is known for his game sense. He's known for his IGLing ability.
Yeah.
Even frag, don't get me wrong, but he's not usually talked about for his mechanics. He's the
I
oldest player
just
in this,
don't get-
frankly, very young lobby, 23. But it was really his game sense and timing in that round that managed to win the 1v1 over Spoit. Spoit gave it all that he had, of course.
I just feel
The
like the
star player for
toxicity is
M80,
getting
a lot of expectations
overhand.
on him, but in a situation like that, it's going to be tough.
Well, like I said, if you get 2 warnings
never gonna be
beforehand and you still don't listen, I'm sorry, you're going to get the penalty. It can't be clearer than that. But of course, if they did not say
Well, what we thought
where
was a
he said
drama-free
it
series is
for him
certainly
to
turned on
understand
its
where
head,
he
Jesse.
did
I
wrong,
mean, if you look at this
then
series
it's going to
from
be a
bird's
different
eye view,
matter.
you see map 1 going to M80 7-1. It was their map. You see map number 2 going to DZ 7-2. That's DZ's map. Then we come to Bank. Now, what this penalty against M80 is going to overshadow is that the desk, you, and even some of the players acknowledge that M80 would be in a big hole on this map. Now, even without the penalty levied against M80, it is still entirely possible that Dark Zero skates to a big win.
Yeah.
But we'll never know because of what transpired at the tail end of round number 3.
Yeah, they are gone. They are just gone, guys. I'm sorry, but MAD is actually gone. I'm actually glad that I did not do prediction right now because I would have guessed wrong. This is bad.
One round was your only punishment. If you could have mentally bounced back from that, you know, we just haven't seen it. Close the last round, don't get me wrong. And there have been some sparks of life from M80, and they still have a time to prove me wrong, to turn this game around. But when you're on the attack, when you're up against a team like Dark Zero, and when DZ are doing as much as they can to break that mental game, man, it is tough.
Yeah.
DZ won't be going for anything aggressive in round 8. Deciding they're gonna play passive, they're gonna hold their angles, sit in the bomb site. Look at all this plant denial. A nitro from Nave, 3 toxic babes, Goyo canisters on Kobe. Minute 15 to clear things out, and Nave will be the first point of contact.
Oh, he botches the first shot on the Kino though, Jesse. He had a golden opportunity. He misses
that was lucky.
Kino now with free reign on blue, and he's got 2 Candelas still in pocket. So not only do you fail to give your team an even bigger advantage, but you leave such a high value operator as Ying is on the board. You've conceded
There's
ground
like
on
45
blue.
seconds
You've
left.
conceded
That's going to
servers,
be
and the job
hard.
for M80 just got an awful lot easier.
An awkward wall. Can you get through that? I think with some shots he should be fine. Gunner hitting the back as well on the Nook. Do they expect this? They do. Bolo is ready for it. Hits a beautiful shot to take down Gunner. And with 30 seconds left, the execute will commence.
Toxic gas will go. Diffuser with an EMP down in the midst of the site. Packer goes for a plant that's not in the default spot. Kino will look over top, wait for any utility to come out, but it's not present. Dark Zero allow M80 to walk in and
Yeah,
walk
that's
out
really
like
interesting,
Robert
though.
Aarons in the night. Kobe now ascending the stairs. He's got Bolo with him. One will go towards open area, the other the hatch above, and Diffuser will have to pick his poison. What does he deal with? He hears the footsteps above. All the while, Dark Zero will have to also watch the clock. A drop will come in from the Fenrir of Bolo. Diffuser good enough for one, not for more than that. Packer and Kino positioned up as only 10 seconds remain for Dark Zero. They have to hop on the case, but they're miles away. Down goes Kino.
What the
Packer
fuck?
last man standing over towards blue. He stops it in its tracks. Pampas
No!
holding it, but I think it's too late. It's gonna come down to the wire. Does he get it? No!
Bro, that was too close.
No more talks about Packer after that round. What a hero play in the 1v3. He gets just the kill that matters. They didn't quite have the time. They didn't know his
So
positioning.
intense.
Drop it, but when I got off my cam, it forced me to, like, it dropped it without me noticing. Like, I didn't even click the key. It just dropped it, like, when I got off the cam.
Don't worry about it, Packer. You did enough that round. Saving it for M80 just on the time. It was starting to look rough. I thought maybe Gunner hit the
Yeah.
backside would have some kind of life, but they found him immediately. NJR did not toss out that last Toxic Babe, which would have been able to stop the plant from Packer. He expected the Goyo fire to be enough to stop the plant, but because of the unorthodox plant spot that Packer chose, it wasn't available, and then he prioritizes the right target. He shot the guy on the kit, and then there was no time after that. The youngest team captain, the youngest IGL at the 6 Invitational. Keeping them alive, keeping Dark Zero off map and series point on bank. I believe they say it's 0-0 every round, Parker, 0-0.
Oh gosh dang it. Russia companies lead with 3-0.
All I can keep thinking about is what the scoreline could have been and the reverberations that that ruling will have on this match. If you want to be a world champion, though, that sort of thing, it cannot bog you down. You need to immediately get over it and focus on the task at hand. M80 seems to have gotten the memo through the last round. Maybe this round too. As 2 cloaked operators will engage early. Bolo on the vigil. Nook.
Oh!
As Gunner walks up and gets punished, Bolo was prepared and ready for it.
Oh
and
my
Bolo gets 2
God.
before dropping away. Kino blows up to Kobe's Nitro Cell. Jesse, we are
Bolo
1
is
minute
so
into
good right
this
now.
round, and only 2 players from M80 still exist. Diffuser and Packer, 6 kills combined, with Packer holding the case. M80's last 2 players are also both hard breachers, so at very minimum, they'll be able to carve away towards the bomb site. They've got a lot of time to try and get Dark Zero to make mistakes, because let's be honest here, M80 is not going to win this round without DZ fumbling a few engagements.
No, I mean, Packer was a hero last round. 2 rounds ago, Diffuser was a hero. Since
That's
the incident,
crazy.
M80 have only won rounds off of big moments from these 2 players. They're gonna have to work together on a 2v5. They've got the fuse kit, the time is okay. They're not worried about the clock just yet. 1:08 to try to get this onto the ground. The bomb site also not super favorable for Dark Zero. They rotate Packer all the way over towards Printers as Diffuser tries to work a pick in through square.
Have to wait out some of this gas, but because so much action happened earlier in the round, M80 actually has plenty of time on their hands. No primary utility left from any of these operators, except for maybe the Vigil, if you consider that his gadget never really goes away. Diffuser now being attempted by Packer as Diffuser watches Diffuser, but in the other direction now, trying to keep the Diffuser in the hands of Packer safe by packing up what remains of this Capkin, but it will not be had. A flawless round from Dark Zero as they get the final 2 kills and then hop on the case as well. DZ will move to series point. They want a date with Furia later today.
Let's go.
Yeah.
There's a beauty shot onto the Yokai cam. Little flick, but it wasn't quite enough. Dark Zero. All that coming off of Bolo. I mean, that man is absolutely insane. He wants the 2-time. You can tell. Bolo's been exceptional for Dark Zero all tournament long. Of course, still fighting to be only the 3rd father ever to be a 6th Invitational champion. He will be, I guess, regardless of this tournament.
Now even Spoit is feeling it.
Father, though.
The whole team has fallen due to the fact on the bantering and also
only other players to win a hammer.
the coach as well. I kind of feel like,
I know.
for me, I kind of feel like in terms of like what should be done and not should be done,
You and
like
M80 both, Parker. Map 1 was 7-1. Map 2 was 7-2.
I hate King George.
We're in map 3 and the score is 6-3.
Ruins my mood. No, I like George a plenty.
You can't even admit it for 30 seconds. You can't even
No,
throw a
because
face.
look.
yeah, I'm
There
just
are
going to leave it
parasocial
at
Peters
that.
out there who are gonna hear me say things about George, fail to realize that they actually come from a place of friendship and affection, and not a place from, you know, animosity.
Yeah.
Hate. And they're gonna be like, wow, and Terrell really dislikes King George. And I don't want George getting any heat for it. He's a dedicated and loving family man who streams to dozens of people these days, okay? You know, he needs all the help he can get.
He's never lost a 6th invitation.
He's also 4 feet tall.
M80 are going to play a window.
This is
execute
going
on
to be
CEO.
interesting.
Try to stay alive in this game. Mira not being brought in this matchup, and Dark Zero's defense here. The walls reinforced the wrong way, so that
Here's the thing, if they know that Nafe is playing on Echo, why not bring in IQ instead? They are being too
They
focused
know that
on...
there's often a player out here on the rappel.
Kind of feels like
Sometimes
they
it
whip.
is- Oh my. That's the information. That's Nafe on the Yokai.
It's Packer to drop as well. Kino and Packer having very, very tough games at this event. Gunnar the opposite of that, though. He's been the lifeblood of this M80 team time and time again, and despite not being the top-rated player on the squad,
So you
been
have
having very
right
high
now,
impact moments.
Diffuser's
Gunnar
waiting
sits at
underneath.
6
So I
kills
think
now.
he's going to be...
The numbers on the bottom of your screen are not accurate. No, you know, Bambazu has not died 2 times in 9 rounds.
Now they,
There was a
why did you go
rehost
in
after the
there?
ruling was issued,
Now this sound is going to be called that
giving
he's
Dark
coming
Zero
there.
that round, so what we saw from the first 3 rounds has been wiped out. Means the player with the most kills at the moment is NJR, sitting at 12. Bambazu at 8, not far behind him. 9 for Bolo, and then Spoit at 7. Diffuser on the board, Gunnar picks up a second. very valuable picks to keep M80 in this. Dark Zero have a lot of wiggle room, Jesse, but they cannot let go of this game. If M80 can grasp that momentum, this can shift in an instant. NGR is now giving himself away.
Nicely
Gunnar and Diffuser,
done.
a terrific round between the two of them. The newest members
But this game
brought
is
on over from Cloud9
this
Beast
game
Coast.
is heavy.
Major
By the way,
team.
Rebellion is they are playing bad on
Dark Zero still
layer.
on match point,
Russia
but
is
M80
in the lead with
looking to close that gap
4-0 against Rebellion on the last map. What the F?
We'll get a tag timeout from DZ.
What is happening? The game today has been ultimately weird.
Intense study of the strat book.
Okay, cool. Let's go, boys. Let's not overreact to the situations on defense. Just cool, holding cool how we can help each other. We do that. Yes, sir. Let's go.
A game plan created from the coach of Kangaroo Kenny, but some good reads on M80. We heard it from Packer. He said right before the tag timeout, I think they're going to roam more. We swap to the DZ POV, and Kenny immediately opens with, I agree, I think we need to roam. So both teams, good reads on the game so far. Deciding on which strategy they want to run for next round, and then the round after as well. Letting them know how they want to play that open area too. It's important in a match like this to not lose your head if you're DZ. In theory, you should be walking away with this one. M80 have been struggling and of course have had their moments. But it's very easy to let just 2 rounds slip away from you at the same time if you're not careful. We've been talking a lot about M80's mental. Dark Zero could let it slip too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, DZ as an organization has a long history of struggling in big moments. I mean, a key part of why Canadian was brought in was to try and fix that issue many years ago.
Dark Zero are actually the only team in the world to have attended the last 6 invitationals, including this one, and never made top 4.
That is okay.
They're nothing if not consistent, but the big moments, as you said, often get away from them.
They did win the Charlotte Major. It's not SI, but they are still a major winning team, and a lot of this core was present for it. Pambazoo and NJR, 2 very important parts of that team when they ended up prevailing. M80 might be going for a rush strat here now as Packer will lead the charge. Bolo scared off of this position. He's quickly realizing the Blitz is not alone. Bolo gets back safely. A Yokai is gone as well. I think that's Pambazoo still playing above, trying to buy time. Spoit dropped. When you go all in on a rush strat, you better make sure it prevails. And in this case, it certainly is not. Jesse, they went for broke. They turned their pockets inside out looking for some spare change. And all they got was a wallop to the face from DZ. Kino last man standing. Oh, what could have been of this series for M80, and one that I have no doubt will be discussed extensively with M80 suffering through this result. A first for us. The penalty giving DZ some motivation. They still win though. Oh my. DZ move on to face Furia later today. M80 has a date with Kagosaka tomorrow.
Lower bracket run begins. Hopefully they're going to be able to be a bit more behaved in the lower bracket. Bodega still not happy.
They say in politics, if you're talking, you're losing.
Yeah.
There's been an awful lot of talking going on.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like DZ cares much of an inch.
A lot of words being exchanged. Bodega's he's a man of many words, and he'll be talking for a while about this, I'm sure. Jeez.
says esports is boring. Not me, that's for sure.
Wow.
What a match that was. I mean, quite unpredictable, all things considered. We didn't think map 1 would go so quickly for M80. We didn't think map 2 would go so quickly for Dark Zero, and certainly nobody expected at third.
Yeah, I understand that there is supposed to be some form of bantering, but like, seriously, it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Well, will there be
Siege was not like that in the beginning.
Utility, pull back. Utility,
Everyone
pull back.
respected
They know that
everyone.
They don't want to accidentally double down.
In general.
Because this
Now
is
it's
seen and
gone to a
demonstrated by
place where
SDK.
we need to
More than
banter
happy
each
to
other.
throw themselves into these engagements.
Now, the
Like,
thing
it
is, they
was
need to
not
go all
there
the way to
like
the basement. The top floor has been given to them, but they took it
2020
out
SI or
in
even
something to clear that
2018.
out.
For granted,
They
it
need
was
to
a
wait
new
just a little bit
game
of
at
to
that
make sure that the
time,
first floor is
but
clear, the staircases
still.
are under control, and then you can start
Why?
putting actual pressure down onto the site. But you see it right there. They're playing close on the window. SDK hasn't been thrown out. Yes, he has been able to rotate as well. Not going to stick around longer than he has to. And with a minute left on the clock, the Blitz is now starting to put up the pressure on the horizontal side. He has to be careful. There's so many corners. Spots out a player there. There's the flash, but he's been good, so he cannot really commit to this fight.
Yeah, but he forces the player out of barrels. 50 seconds, though, and all 10 players still standing. So, I feel like it's about to get very chaotic and very back and forth. They have themselves fully stacked around lockers. They're trying to just edge their way in towards a similar place they got the plant down last time round. Flastry, he's going to try and retake the verticality. An important fight, one that was the deciding factor last time, but he does have support of Live. They're trying to 2 versus 1, but Canadian goes down. Basetto gets the lockdown inside. Surf finds Flastry. That's the fight above, and Rexon gets Basetto, so it's still back and forth with a bit of control. SDK fighting his way back in 10 seconds.
Rebellion.
They just need to find a way to deny it, but the long fight, Live scratching the surface, gets the end of it. Surf needs to get 2 kills or a plant, but one of them is on the other side of the world. It is.
What the fuck?
5-1.
They're happy about it. They know they're 2 rounds away from progressing into the upper bracket and facing Virtus Pro in about 2 to 3 hours from now. There won't be a lot of time to prepare, to reset. But as I mentioned, some of these teams prefer this. They're hot, they're warm, they're going into that game on a bit of a spree. And Raza definitely currently looking like the favorite to take this map home. But they're going onto their weaker side now. 2 rounds is all they need. Even if they get 1, they find themselves in overtime, at least confirmed, which gives them the extra bit of lifeline, takes away the stress from those remaining rounds you still have in the half.
It is a game of 2 halves, and this is the point where you start to look towards rebuilding. Obviously, timeouts long
Having a
since
woman
used. Rather, they just
host
need
who
to find
doesn't know
success
anything about the
on
game.
one side, which is kind of good for them, because the last time they played it, they could only find success on one side. Lab and Lab support. They're able to lock down 2 attacks. Everything else, the other 4
I kind of feel like this
that they pieced
match
together,
is going to go really, really
just
bad.
couldn't make concrete.
Oh.
They've statistically massively improved on the previous time they've played this, and unfortunately the opposite is for Shopify, who last time had a 75% attack
So
rate across the 2 maps they played it.
M80 is
Slightly
going to
worse
be
defense,
facing
well, data is data. Data can
CAG.
always be redefined and added to
And then I'm guessing Rebellion is going to be facing Oxygen, so they're going to be facing
who has
off.
found a lot of joy playing deep behind the enemy lines. I'm about to find a fight.
So it's
with
going to be
Ambi, who's ready,
Rebellion
waiting, and willing
versus
for a game.
M80.
The start map hasn't been kind to Ambi
Later
yet.
on.
The first 2 entry kills were him being shut down, not having an actual impact into the round. So, as a result, of course,
Can't do any
Shopify
prediction
Rebellion
yet.
not doing as well as they
1
normally
day
would.
left.
And now on the defense, of course, he has a bit of extra play space. He can choose and pick his battles. But he's being tracked by Deimos. And, oh, look at that. There's a drone and a flashbang. And it's been shut down once more.
Nicely
And
done.
that gives them the cameras as
Can't
well.
say anything more than
Everything they've been
nicely
putting
done
down,
on that.
If they did, it's going to be theirs. And the default cam. So there's going to be a lot of information to be gained from this.
What an immediate reaction towards
That's
that
beautifully.
position. They had him surrounded. With the track comes through, the flash and the drone. It's at least 3 players dedicating themselves to the cause of killing Ambi, and fair enough. But now, the pressure is still on the control of the site itself. This is the play against the wall, the bandage rigging I talked about before. You get the bucking underneath, it makes it awkward. We didn't really see so much of that from the approach of Shopify Rebellion, but Raza, they're making sure that's a drive because it was a sticking point when they were trying to attack this map, and one of the things that went away and awry from them before. Lessons learned and proven. Minute 10 now, they can start trying to believe they can focus up the main stairs, look towards the top of the rocket as Perez has operational control and pings on a further away player, but there's still this, the connecting wall problem between them and getting in fights. Flores drone got rid of the bandits, and that wall is now partially breachable.
Still a mute jammer out there, though, so that's not going to go. Someone at the end of the mezzanine finds the kill. His feet about to stick out. No, he's actually gone through the door. Grenade will at least keep him at bay. He's not going to go for a swing right afterwards. Gives him the opportunity to start moving forward just slightly here. Perez looking to take that fight. Flastry as well will eventually get that kill. That's mezzanine now cleared.
Rexon jumped out, went for the engagement, tried to lean into it. There's a spray back. Surf and Grixer find one more, and look at that, doubling down. They are down on the back. SDK is massively hurt. It's a rotate behind him, though, that doesn't quite net the kill. The burn of the flash. They're picking themselves up in new places. He's doing the right motions, but he has such a little amount of health. He knows it's all being read. Can't find the loose players. He doesn't get the pre-fire.
Dang, that was fucking crazy. Fucking nasty, bro. That was crazy. Guys, this is number 7 for a reason, my boy. You don't even understand what the fuck is happening right now.
Don't understand what's happening. It was a very chaotic round.
I mean, it was a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, they were on the back foot. They know this. They need to rebuild the energy. They lost Ambi without so much as a whimper. Then it's an aggressive jump out position by Rexon. You know, we saw
and
he
the
was
injury
being
came out right afterwards as well.
Yeah, we saw he was being blinded. That was a technical 2 versus 5 in some regards, and it's just skin of their teeth stuff to keep. Imagine if they were now on 6-1. Having to flawless every single round on the site.
That was my husband that came in. I was wondering if they were too loud. But I'm guessing you guys did not hear a thing.
If you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, you hope they can build confidence from it to have a round that feels a little bit more like they're in the driver's seat.
Like, I mean, they managed to clutch that one out, but that's partially due to the fact that Raza didn't reset themselves. They had a 2v5 situation. Of course, they didn't know. They knew it was a 3v5. They might have not known that they've injured one of those players. If they would have reset themselves there, they still have plenty of time to do that. Be like, okay, what do we have? Where can we go? Because we have a massive advantage here. Let's make sure we utilize that. Instead, they kind of just kept pushing. They kept, pushing down that gas pedal while they had to take a corner and just got shut down by it. So, might be a lesson for them as well. Okay, calm down. When we have an advantage like this, we need to make sure that we're utilizing this to our best of our abilities.
Shopify Rebellion. My eyes are instantly drawn as the observers towards Ambi, who has just been a little bit pushed to the side here.
He's being targeted every single time.
And I mean, why wouldn't you, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's been having a hell of a game so far.
Hell of a series. SDK finds Surf, though. That's an early take. The Warden keeping a keen eye on anything else that comes their way. And there's not really the lure and the idea of a sort of play behind smokes or anything like that. But at the same time, it's an early loss. It's an early gun. And this entry statistic sort of been getting worse and worse here. Both on this second half being taken by SDK.
I like that they instantly welked out of the building again.
I got to open a pick to Surf there. That's not a good thing, just saying.
There's so much time left. There was 2 minutes 20 left or something on the clock at that point. You can afford to reset yourselves. Just make sure you put your focus elsewhere. What was lacking last round? This time it might actually work out for them. They know exactly where smoke is. Flashbangs are coming through. They're also going to use an air jet or two. Grimby's not quite going in. Of course, Canadian knows exactly where they're coming from. The flashbang coming in as well. Somehow didn't quite hit that. Why did you not detonate that gas canister as he gets injured? Flashtree will be traded out, however. It's an effective 4-on-3 in favor of Raza.
Rexon doing his best to try and save his IGL, but unfortunately he might just be a bit too deep behind enemy lines as they flood into sight. They're going for the pings, the pressure. They've got to watch both ways, and Raza might have overstepped and overplayed their hand here because they had the full awareness. That was the idea. Canadian gets locked out. It pushes them into a 3 versus 2. I think Raza overestimated just how much attention how much focus they've been able to pull away here. They weren't quite
Yeah,
anywhere
really
near
good
as
play by
secret as
Rebellion.
they thought that was. 30 seconds. And a fair bit of damage done to
Why
Rexen is
would you
finished
peek that, Rexen?
with a short
Why?
round of 2 versus 2.
you
but
left.
It's on his left. Ambi, we said how important he can be, how focused and targeted he was. This is kind of why.
It's just such a
I just
small
feel like,
mistake. You didn't
why
have to
would you
enter the
even bother
build-
to
enter the
overpeak
room
at
yet
that
before
point?
you actually went for the live, recovering the diffuser, trying to get himself safe. There is a bulletproof, gives that game away. He's having to go for a bit of a swing, but Ambi with a shotgun will shut him down. And again, look at that. Hey, 5v3, which is being basically turned around in favor of a Shopify Rebellion round because they go too quick again. They get that second kill and they're like, okay, let's put metal to the, or pedal to the metal, and let's just go for it. And they lose out those rounds because of it. If they just keep it slow, if they keep it steady, they have the Deimos. You can just isolate these players one by one and just play the game that way.
Yeah, they're just getting a bit too overeager. All the problems I said on the first half that they're sort of ironed out. It seems like they've got so excited by how successful it was. They've reverted a bit back to old ways. And, you know, the holds of Shopify Rebellion are tested, but well put together. And they're losing the opening statistics. Definitely something they want to work on. Again, you don't want to be the one that's in the 3 versus 5, 2 versus 5.
Yeah.
But they have structure. They have good players, good backline players. They know where they need to be when they need to be there, and getting them through 5-1 to 5-3. And if this site goes away, I mean,
hate when
the
I
whole
get
game
itch on
opens up
my
at this point.
ear.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Again, like the thing, like you have such a good momentum, you have such
Jesus
good control,
Christ.
and then you start to just push the site, not having the hatch under control, which is one of the main things, of course, that you should be having if you want to push in from that door. You lost 2 players on the back of that. Again, you're kind of just throwing away the advantage you had in a bit
Yeah, I'm
of a
kind of losing my respect to Dark Zero a little bit.
And if they can
But
keep this
also
up,
to
it's one of those
M80.
rounds
I feel
that
like
actually
both
don't
teams
stick.
should
Could've been
know
7-3
better.
right now. Could have been over. It should have probably been over. It should have been Raza Company pushing on to face Virtus Pro, but instead, Shopify Rebellion able to just clutch out, use their clutch factor on their players to make sure that they're keeping themselves in the game, to make sure that they're pushing themselves back towards an equal score.
Now, if there was statistically a worse site, well, quite clearly, this is it. Only a 20% defensive win rate on this site throughout the tournament. And yeah, we've seen it a lot less than all the others. Only 5 times played. But Shopify Rebellion are one of those teams that have played this. And I believe, actually, they're one of the only teams that contributed to the positive side of it. Yeah. The one time they had it on their defense, they won it out. So, can they try and buy a little bit more grace for this? An easy break over the verticality. It's very quick to the punch on this. It's hard to rebuff and hold these positions. As you see, Flastery is already knocking on the door of the site. They've been able to get rid of this hard wall. They're kind of a bit distant, Shopify Rebellion, and maybe playing for the retake, the verticality, the pressure they can put, as well as the crossfires from A to B.
Yeah, they did bring out the Ossa though, so you can basically imagine that a Ossa shield plant is what they will be looking for. Canadian on the Echo is going to be the first one to kind of feel out that information, get the information that that is going to be the plan. Surf in a crucial spot, of course, having the angle from the side. If they move in, he's the first line of defense they have to go through. So, what is the next plan here, Raza Company? You need to start putting pressure onto Surf. As long as he's allowed to play where he's currently playing, you are not getting a plant down.
They know the first step needs to be one that's gifted and guided, and they haven't been able to have an engagement as cleanly as they have before. STK on the far side of green, hoping to catch a player that rotates their way back round, and here goes the throws, the covers, the smokes, grenades even. The pressure that might come on the back. There's the smokes, and there's Surf, stepping himself in as close as he can and deploying the shield to the side. Now the Echo drone should be able to get it if we don't have to run in the blind. Canadian is gone. Rexen is removed.
Are you kidding me?
But all the faith in an Echo that could not stop what was occurring. Surf throws more canisters. They're going for this vertical retake. They cover the distance. There's one. There's the pre-fire onto the second. Confirms the kill. And, I mean, it's a very rough fight. It's pistols at dawn, but one of them brought a shotgun. and they have the verticality, but that is all
Are you kidding
Grixer
me?
has.
Oh, like this is heavy.
Covered all
Today
of their
is so
bases.
fucking
They
heavy.
had
I'm not even
Canadian
joking.
Dendrites, and he just did not know it.
STK biding his time, is waiting patiently for the actual push to come in, and as soon as the smoke canister went in, as soon as the Ossa shield has been deployed, he just pushed aside, got the Yokai, got the Echo, the most important operator to probably get in that moment in time, because that was the only one that could directly stop that plant from happening. And they just managed to ride on the back of that. 6-3. Raza Company, you've been so close on these two sides of taking it as well. A 5v2 on this top floor, and a 5v3 loss when you were down below. You just gotta repeat it, but basically be a little bit more secure, a little bit more calm about it at the end stage of this round. MB is starting to find his game though. We talked about him before, how he's been shut down. I mean, 3 times he's been the opening kill because they've isolated him and shut him down. But he finds himself an 8. Back on the positive. But he needs to do more now. He needs to do more to get Shopify Rebellion back on the saddle.
Come on.
If they want to have an opportunity of winning this one.
Come on,
Set
Shopify,
themselves. They are the
please.
best Lair team in the entire competition. Now, of course, how much of that is hype? How much of that is the statistical truth? Because right now it looks like a Raza Company definitely has the number on this map.
Remember, obviously, how close things were when we were here. Remember how much control Shopify Rebellion had on the previous map. Raza, they're remembering how good it feels to maybe play on a stage. Or at least dreaming of it at SI. As I think this is the team, as we said it before, where every single player, it is their first ever SI that they're competing at, outside of the coach behind them. And they are hungry for that stage.
Come
Shopify
on, Rebellion.
the
You
team
need
with,
to win
well,
this.
the
Come
most
on.
experienced SI player. Currently here outside of, well, now Fabian's gone. 2-time hammerlifter Canadian. They got to start trying to fight for their chance to keep themselves out of the lower bracket and go against VP later on today. Perez as the narrow shot, the Flores drone of Flastry finds its way around to get rid some of the utility that's on the wall itself. Danger here for Live, and you can see him shaking his head. They know that they can't enter, they can't put pressure onto these bandit charges. They're just watching too much, and it's a bit of a stick-up, a hold-up here. Rexon, he's being very aggressive, but you know, remember how he complimented how quick this was before. The blinds come out, the smoke canister goes down. Rexon can still protect it, and they're doing a great job here. There's one, there's almost a bit of damage done. They're trying to find the follow-through in the second. He's hunting with a shotgun, but the Tubarão buys them a second on the wall itself. Is it enough of a delay? Rexon, he's still trying to find the engagement.
2 of them currently occupied, though. It's keeping this wall shut. Live has the opportunity to shoot out the Tubarão canister, decided to not do it. However, you know that wall's going to be opening up soon anyways, just choosing to bide his time. Maybe he will find himself with a lucky opportunity to go for a bit of a vertical shot. 45 seconds.
Yeah,
Counting
Perez
down.
holding that.
Time
That's going
is
to be...
slowly
Yeah, it
creeping
looks
away
like it's
from
going
the
to be
side of
Russia
Raza
because
Company and in
they
favor
actually
of
have
Shopify
control.
Rebellion.
Unless they're
Flastry's
losing the
playing on
control
window,
right now
someone quite
to
close
win the
Grixer
engagement when they're
looking to
pushing
find
in,
the frag as well.
that's
Certainly
going to be
Flashes might be the execute they're
the
looking for.
problem.
Live
Everything
takes a lot of
comes
damage,
down
though,
to
and there's a
the
shotgun that doesn't
fights.
connect. Live slips
Yeah,
his
so
way
there's
on
the first
past
one.
here, and
Go.
now with Brasetto getting one, another 5 versus 3. Here it's straight
Yeah,
through a
I
4
knew it.
versus 2. All down to Grixer and Ambi to keep Shopify Rebellion fighting, but they cannot find it. What a moment! What a run! Raza Company.
Gosh dang it.
They screamed their way.
Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Don't like that.
Versus Kenny in a cage. No, it's Bodega versus Nafe now. It's Bodega versus Nafe. You gotta catch up, bro. The UFC main event. I'm here to co-stream the UFC main event. Bodega versus Nafe. Let them come to you. Play hard to get. Nah. Nah, you can't play hard to get. Can't play hard to get. Everybody
Okay.
doubts my ability as a coach.
It's going
Everybody.
to take a couple of minutes here before.
Everybody. I had to come out and remind everyone that I was the only coach in fucking season 9 to counter both the undefeated teams. No. Sometimes you gotta speak your shit. Raza beat SR. Oh my god, it's literally the worst day. It's literally the worst day. Raza can perform against one of the best teams in the league, but they can't fucking win a 2v1. Alright. We see. The circus is in town. Great. Great. As much as it's unacceptable, you can't
Side
say
of the
it's
timeouts.
unacceptable.
So
Look.
obviously you can't you can
I
hype your
think it
team
would
up,
be
but
lovely for
you
Jess
can't
to
give
go
them
for
you know
this
advice outside of the timeouts. So
Shit, that's what he's getting.
I'm a sucker
At
for
least
competitive
get me in.
integrity. Obviously, he's crossed the line. The Amazon DMD's crossed the line. It's never nice to get a free round, if that makes sense. Like, you want to win fair and square, but obviously, if there's a line crossed, there's a line crossed. So we have no control over that. That was admin decision. So yeah, nothing more to say.
It is what it is at the end of the day. Look, I think next game you've got Furia coming up, and I think that's really an important matchup for you guys. If you make it through, should we just have a look at this?
Yo, someone just commented this on my fucking tweet, bro. Look, Jess trained to be the next M80 coach. Little do you know, when I was in the military, I did boxing training. Your girl's halfway there. I'm ready.
Damn. Okay, let's see
pull out a little bit
here.
of Riz. The Americans love Riz.
Okie dokie. Let's see here. There is 2 minutes left, 1 minute left here. We are just waiting for the next game. If we take a look at the bracket that is right now, let's put on some little background music, okay? So right now it's looking like this for the day. Okay, it's not like that. Let's refresh, I'm guessing. Okay, this one is still needs a bit of update, but yeah, Unwanted won against W7M with 2-0, so they are going to be facing BDS here in a minute. And then you have Space Station Gaming winning against FaZe Clan with ease, and they are going to be facing G2. And that game, ladies and gentlemen, we are dying to see that game, because whoever wins that might be facing BDS or maybe Unwanted. They have been surprisingly good during the tournament. And Russia company as Shopify Rebellion, it ended up with Russia winning the game, so they're going to be facing Virtus Pro in about a couple of hours. And then you have Darkseer winning against M80. They're going to be facing Furia. A lot of drama on that match. Everyone has their own opinion. Let's just leave it at that. There might be a change for M80 soon, depending on how it went. But yeah, so it's looking like this on the bottom bracket. So for those that lost, it's going to be moving downwards on the bracket, and that is going to be Team Falcon versus W7M. It's going to be tomorrow at 7:30. And then we have Liquid versus FaZe Clan. That's going to be interesting. I was hoping for them not to face each other, but they are going to be facing each other. Oxygen is going to be facing Shopify Rebellion. And then CAG is going to be facing M80. We have to see how stable they are tomorrow. It's going to be the first game of the day tomorrow, so that's going to be very interesting. I do hope that they are in a better mood, and that the coach is seriously downplayed a little bit. But yeah, so that's going to be the play for today. So during the week, it's going to be mostly focused on this lower bracket. Hello, Flap. You just missed a lot of freaking drama. Oh my god. There's never been this much drama on Siege. Not this much, at least. Yeah, M80 versus Dark Zero. M80 got a penalty with 1 round for the coaching to talk to the players during 3 separate times, despite warnings. So they got penalized with 1 round for Dark Zero. And Dark Zero is all okay for bantering everything, and the coach in M80, he just lost it. He even went up to one of the players after the game, starting to be a little bit more touchy-go in general. So, and then you have on Space Station Gaming, which is not as talked about, but from my point of view, you don't do that. But we have Ashen from Space Station Gaming. They won the match, and right after the match, we have a player named Ashen who likes to sit and banter the other team. It's okay, it's cool. But what he did was, as soon as they won the game, he went out of his chair over to FaZe Clan and started bantering them face to face right after as they lost. You kind of don't do that. He didn't even say good player or anything. He just went into face to face right off the bat, bantering them, and that is disrespectful in my opinion. You don't do that. You don't do that. You can banter all you want on your side, but don't go into a person's face. That is something that you usually get slapped on. It's not part of the game. Take it away. So I feel like there's a lot of things that Siege needs to regulate a little bit on what's okay, because some things are just getting a way out of the hand at the moment. But there was not anything like that for a long time, so I'm not even sure why it is right now. A lot of people doing that just doesn't make any sense, but why is that on? So that is yeah, it's tense. But right now, it's not going to be as tense. I think it's going to simmer down. We are going to be watching the game between G2 and SSG. It's going to be starting real soon here, so that's going to be very fun to watch. And that's going to be the last game of the day for me, because I don't have the energy to be up all night. But I will send you over to Jesco later on, because she's going to be streaming that for the entire evening, so that's going to be fun. Let's see here. Do we have... It's 1 minute on that. It's not there yet. Okay. I have 2 more comments on my Twitter. Oh no. VTuber, okay. That's interesting. Oh, Jesus Christ. So how are you doing, Flap, by the way? Hope everything is good with you. But yeah. And I would not be able to do predictions until tomorrow. What else will we have? Went to the gym today. Nicely done. I'm not going to the gym this week. I did my gym yesterday, but I will not be able to do it for the rest of the week or a couple of weeks ahead now. So I'm just going to focus on being a calorie deficit instead. So hopefully it's going to get better. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Let's see here. So I'm just going to be checking something. I am trying to see if I can get a PC. So not sure what I do want. So right now I am looking at this one. Yeah, like I'm still eating for 1200. For some reason I have not lost weight even though I am on 1200. For granted, I do have my like cheat day once a week, so it might be the reason why, but like they are not that big though. It's like maybe 500 more calories or something, so it's like I'm on my maintenance calories at the end of the day, so I'm not sure. Maybe like 1200 is not too low for me, where my calorie deficit is. It might be lower since I'm not moving a lot. I sit most of the time. The only time that I do actually get any form of workout or anything is when I go to the gym twice a week, or maybe that I go to the grocery store to shop. That's basically the only time where I'm like out moving a lot, so to speak. So it might be that my calorie deficit is not where it is. No, I haven't heard anything from my doctor about being insulin resistant. I am going to see the doctor next week for leaving a blood sample. So I'm going to be doing the surgery on Thursday, and next week I'm going to call to my home doctor to get a blood sample done. So I could actually ask at the same time. But I'm not sure actually. I like the thing is, before I started doing calorie deficit, I was already eating less before. Like at the end of the day, I was eating less than 900 calories. So if we talk about my breakfast and my dinner, that would end up maybe around less than 900 calories in general, and I was fine with that. I did not feel the need to eat more or anything like that. It was good. I didn't feel sick or anything. And then I would have my days where I eat a lot of sweets in general. So, and that's kind of a normal thing that I had for many years. So could be that I'm just stop eating sugar in general, that it's not, my body doesn't like that. It could be something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor, but yeah. We have to see. I'm not in a hurry either. By the way, guys, I'm thinking of seeing if I can get this PC, because this PC looks pretty darn good. Yeah, plus I'm past 40, then our body burn calories differently. And women that is above 40 tend to have a harder time losing weight due to them to be in some form of, what do you call it, pre-menopause. Like some women will enter that stage and it will get harder to lose the weight. So it could be one of those reasons as well. I might just be unlucky. And also it might be to my illness also doing that, be a part of that, because my illness can like shut down some part of my body that it deems to be like unnecessary, so to speak. But yeah, I'm thinking like maybe this one, like an i7-14 RTX 4070 Ti Super. So now we're talking super. Yeah, I'm not a person that gives up easily, so I'm still going to continue. Even if I don't lose the weight, I'm still happy to go to the gym. It helps me to stay in a better mental state. Yeah, I feel like this looks pretty solid. So this is a 1 terabyte of SSD. Like if you compare to what I have now. Don't ask me why it says 7 here. What the fuck? Oh, I have this on in the background. Close that off. Why is my PC saying that it's... Why are you saying that I have a lot of stuff in my desktop? I just don't get it. Okay. That's one of the more valuable things, I guess. It says about 2,800 euros is the currency. So about that area. So 2,800 is for this. And I get a 32 gigabyte RAM as well. And 1 terabyte. And it's a 16 gigabyte on the graphic card as well. So this one I'm looking at. It looks pretty good. So you have everything on top, so it's easy for me to use. And the backside looks pretty solid as well. So I'm kind of a little bit... So I have 3 on the backhand, so I will be able to have up to 3 screens. So that would actually be good. So we have the internet, we have this, we have that. Those I don't understand why they are still here, but I'm guessing they are still used. Yeah, it has everything that I would not need to do anything. So it's kind of the same that I told my husband. If I'm going to get a new PC, I rather go big and not have to change within a couple of years. We're talking like 5 years max, depending on where the needs is going to be when within 2-3 years. Who knows? I might need an upgrade due to me being a bigger streamer. I have more needs for a better PC. But in general, my aim is to have the PC for at least 5 years. I mean, this one I had for 10 years. So I'm not a picky eater, so to speak. I don't feel the need to upgrade every single time that something new comes up. So I feel like this is going to be perfect for me. And it looks pretty darn good as well. So far I like it. Not sure which color I should be having on an RPG. I'm not too fond of RPG in general. Oh, 13 minutes? Are you kidding me? Ugh. Otherwise, we have the Super, just regular Super. That the price is going to be at 2,500, but it feels like it's not worth it. Because I pushed down my graphic card to a Super, and 12 fights in there instead. So I kind of feel like it's more worth for the other one than that one. So, and it's going to be in stock on February 17th. So I have to wait until that. If I'm not sure if I will be able to get it, but a girl can dream. But this is what I'm trying to save up for, at least. So that's kind of something. But wait, we could do. I'm not sure why this one is going light, red. I need to double check that. I wonder if I could do this at the same time. I'm getting a little bit pissy that it's showing red without having any form of indication that something needs to be done. Just like it's saving shit that I don't need. Oh, there. There's going to be 12 minutes here. And then we have G2.
Neither of
Let's
these two
go.
teams, both of these two teams approach the map veto of, we want the best maps possible that we can go to, including the Decider, and both of these teams got them. Their map pools align perfectly.
Hey, he's got the sauce, he's got the honey for it. Honeyman over this forest. Has to be the Honeyman forest. Look at him. I don't think we can do hashtag ads on here for this, but you know what? It is beautiful to witness here for SSG and how fun they're taking it so far. But we got a game on our hands. It's about to begin, and seems like our analysts are split 50-50 on this game, depending on how it goes. We got to have a chat with our wonderful casters. Des, Ace, hello, how are ya?
Not bad, mate. Welcome out to Boston, by the way.
It's a
Good to have
pleasure.
you here.
We're so far away from one another, I can barely hear how things are going. But I think during the cast, we're going to hear you very, very well for this matchup especially.
Sure we will, Milosh. I can't wait for it as well. It's one of them series, Tim, that I'm just like... NAEU?
I'm EU all the way, eh? As soon as SSG won, I started thinking towards this matchup. And like you said, classic EU and it's going to be a big one.
I'm very much looking forward to it, and so are our wonderful analysts. I'm going to toss it back to you, Des. Ace, please, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. The first time I've said that tournament, that felt so good. But it means it's a good game underway as well. As we said, G2 SSG, it could have been G2 versus FaZe, and you'd look at FaZe as the contenders to win it all. Are SSG now that team? Are they making a deep run here? They're certainly playing
Chalet
well,
is the first map.
boys now. G2 have been unbeatable, not dropped a single map so far. This is a big ask for them. However, going to Chalet, it's
so
both
they
teams'
have
most
picked
popular map over the last 6 months. They've played it more than
Chalet, Bank, and Cafe, and I'm not surprised about the map choice actually. Chalet is Space Station Gaming's pick. Did kind of see that coming. Bank is G2, they love Bank, and Cafe. Like, nothing more to say about that.
Right, let's find out then. Let's see who loves it more. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
When you look at the map pools of both teams, to be fair, and rank them in terms of which they prefer playing, all three of these maps are in their top 5. So we've got a really good series coming up where there's no bad map for either side. It is just straight shooting, good maps that both teams love to play. First ban's going to be the Deimos coming away from SSG, and then G2 come in with a Blitz ban. An operator they play quite a bit themselves too, but very aware that Forest has been running around on those shields a lot and want to keep it away from him. G2's next ban is going to be the Azami, surprising absolutely no one. Our most banned operator at the tournament by a country mile so far, Tim. No others even close. I think it's 57 maps she's been banned on. The next is Monty down at 42, and then Valkyrie.
Okay, Deimos Blitz, not surprising in general. Valkyrie is kind of a little bit of a surprising pick.
Here we go, and what a game it's going to be. Let's get into it. I also love, by the way, how the observers prior to the game did jump in the lobby and say, guys, please keep it calm this game. The admins are already pretty stressed after our last series. However, I think we all know that between Alamau and Ashen, there ain't going to be too much peace in this series.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too calm. There's already been some pleasantries exchanged, some greetings in the old chat, I think. So,
always the way.
They're both going to be looking for any small, tiny little advantage that they can get, I'm sure. But I think both of these teams are more than familiar with it. So let's get on into things. Round 1. We get things underway. It's going to be Game and Bar to start things off. SSG on the defense.
And straight up to the top floor, no surprises at all. If you haven't watched too much Siege before, first off, welcome. You can't really play a site particularly well itself. It's not too defendable in isolation. You either go above or you extend laterally. Laterally here, we right into that front lobby, and that is going to be a very difficult room to defend him. So playing above where the soft flooring is the go-to. You often get this triangle that forms at the top of library stairs in towards Mez and player inside the library itself. And you've got to break that defensive triangle on the top floor if you're the attackers to really get a march on. That said, there is no shield at the top of library here, Tim, so maybe it's not going to be a full hard hold coming out from SSG that we're used to seeing. For the most part, actually, they've just said, let's electrify it off, lock it all up, and play elsewhere. It's more of an extension up towards the office side of thing. You can see Ashen and J90 are scattered towards that side of the map. They're almost giving library to G2 and saying you can try and take
Ashen
it,
is playing on Ella. That's very interesting.
Pushing into you from that master office side.
And I think we're going to see exactly how
Oh, they are going to do that. Okay, C4 coming, C4 coming. You gotta be knowing that they are doing that.
Big kill, full shuts down Dorky. At the same time, Uno does still have diffuser in hand. That's
you can't ignore the fact that there is
on pause by SSG.
What are trying something new that we have not seen because
5v2. And the question mark is out from Ashen.
I think it is from a few of us, Tim. Like, G2 there have really tried to catch SSG off guard. And I think it's very reasonable to assume that on Bar and Gaming, you're going to have some players upstairs. They maybe have seen on drone players in Master Office and assumed, all right, they must have 2, 3, 4 offsite here. We should just go for it. 2 shields on side, it feels doable, but they've walked into a C4, they've walked into a crossfire, even with the Sens gadget being rolled out at the same time. Really good response from SSG to not cave to G2 in this first round. It is a big rescue mission here from Uno and Loira if they want any chance of getting this round over the line, but I think we're all expecting, Tim, to see SSG walk away the winner.
Yeah, almost certainly. Just trying to get something going in behind the utility here, but Loira's going to take a lot of damage. Be shut down. A flawless round to kick things off. Benja and J90 finish things off. A lot of them getting in on the action there. We need to see the scoreboard at the end of the round, which we'll have a look at when it all shakes down, but I'm not sure that wasn't a team ace. Forest definitely got an Artro kill to begin with. I think Ashen got one in there. I'm not sure if Fultz was involved in the action or not, but a very good team effort from SSG.
Benja with a little bit of talk back saying, I know the trigger for you boys. Not forgetting, of course, that he used to be on this team. In fact, it was on G2 that they went on to win the whole thing. Lift the hammer. 3 years after SSG did the same. Reminder for you that on this SSG side, there are indeed 2 hammer lifters, one in Benja,
yeah, this attack feels a little bit lackluster. It feels like they just decided on the last minute because they didn't have control of anything. Like, they just jumped in with no information. You gotta, like, C4 is always going to be coming your way if you jump in for that window. You need to bait out the C4 and then move in.
They held off against the rush. G2 there
it's kind of the same principle as you do with Bank. We know where you're going to be planting, and we're going to use the C4. Everyone does that. Smoke, C4, same spot. Same principle.
That's not the G2 that you're going to see for the rest of the map now. I do expect a much more structured approach to this round. And looking at the lineup, no double shield on side again, no potential rush. It does look far more composed. The Ram, especially of Loira, will be the one to watch out for because he'll want to get inside a lobby, get that floor ripped up to start setting up for an execute later in the round.
That's exactly what's going to happen. We will see the boogie drone go on in towards main. That's going to start chewing the floor up there. Alamau has gone up towards the top floor, as have a number of other G2 players looking to just get on in and start this clearance. Benja will be the one, as we've seen time after time after time at this tournament so far, who will be out in that advanced position. Manages to find himself an entry, and for all that G2 have been fantastic so far, SSG are looking good against them right now, and there's not much working as Ashen on the Vigil manages to find Blast with the Bosch G. It's not going well for G2 at the start, shall they?
Benja's been like a worm digging into Alamau's brain here. He's like, I know how you play this map, I've seen it enough, I used to play with you, I know your habits, I know everything about you. And that may well start to rattle G2 a bit if they can't get themselves composed here. It's been a great start though for SSG. 2 players gone down, looking to crumble the same way as it did before. And even with the verticals being opened up and a little bit of a semblance of a execute starting to come together, they've lost those 2 players, which just sees everything lose its steam, and G2's certainly not going to be as sharp or as pointy as they were before. Smoke coming over the top here as well to make sure that they can get the Ram going through. Can't be shot out too easily, I thought at first. Looks like more in towards the hatch. They want to get this opened up. Sure enough, they shall. That's not going to be the connector hatch, Tim. It's a way they can drop in later on, but I'm more concerned that there's deployable shield, there's a clash on side, there's a lot of things that are going to impede G2 here. Still about 75 seconds to play, so a lot of time, but getting a plant down is going to be really tough.
Yeah, of course it is, especially Doki low health as well. Just trying to push main stairs, but the clash, Forest will be able to deal with that, absolutely no problem. Can't get anywhere near the clash because a couple of zaps, Doki will be down. Just looking to potentially send a little bit of utility in there. Ashen's gonna just take a pot shot with the push G. He will not
Oh
be
my
stopped.
god.
Takes down Uno, surely not 2 flawless rounds in a row.
It's coming. Doki's going to die to the zap if he's not careful here out of Forest. I know he's on 1 HP himself, but Doki, no, he can't even get a kill.
That
It's a
is
double flawless to start things
crazy.
off.
2 rounds.
G2 need to be told that Chalet has started.
2 rounds. G2 don't have a single kill, Des.
Yeah,
and
that's...
Ashen and Benja are straight in the all chat once again saying, Blaz, you're so bad. Legit, all you do is copy Furia. Carl, come up with some new ideas. G2 calling a really early timeout here because the game is slowly crumbling away. See if we can hear what Romalio's saying.
Champions Team Ash. What the fuck? What's this?
Let's play to try to see like if we can go for the opening kill below in the dining, and then we go into the lane push because I never showed this, okay? Or if they're holding master, we go for the queen master, and then we go for the into lane push. Okay, guys. So let's play let's go. Abuse the okay.
If I'm seem
Got a little bit of that, but largely the thing that I took away from it, and it's something we've touched on throughout the week, Tim, is knowing when there's an isolated player and being willing to go and punish that player. He was referring to Master at one point during that conversation, and what I at least took away from that small so that we could understand and hear was the piece around isolating out these players. Thing is, when you're trying to do that, as they might have been here and trying to get onto the Vigil, Tim, well, SSG are just one step ahead. Benja knew exactly where Alamau was going to be, got him for free at the start of the round, and everything just came down like a stack of dominoes from that point forwards.
Yeah, G2 need, it sounds obvious to say, but G2 need a round very, very quickly. They need kills, they need to really come back. Not just with a round, they don't want to win a round 1v1 at the end in the last 5 seconds. They just need a really good, clear win of a round, because right now, SSG are getting on top of them, and it's, you know, as much as I'm sure they don't care about, you know, the
Come on, G2, come on!
game,
It's not good to play.
It's going to start feeling like SSG have got the playbook and they know everything that's going on. Because right now, 0 kills, 10 deaths. G2 have got absolutely nothing to build on.
I do wonder to what degree. G2 forgetting as well, haven't played today already. SSG have. They're warmed up. They've had a chance to look at what didn't go so well during their series earlier. It was still quite close. It was double overtime, but they managed to take a 2-0. They can look at the things that didn't happen go so well for them early today, course correct them, and be in fine form coming into this game. The only concern might be if this goes to all 3 maps, you start to see a little bit of tiredness. You've already had the adrenaline boost from that game early. You've had the come down now, so you're a little bit tired, and then you come in fresh into a best of 3. That is where all their focus on the stuff outside of the game, in my opinion, is really going to come to help them. And for G2, they're coming in a little bit cold here. They had a whole day of prep yesterday. I imagine there weren't really any scrims going on. So for the first few rounds, first half of map, you might not find them at full fighting force. Problem is, Tim, that can be the difference between you making it into the next round or getting knocked down to the lower bracket.
It really can. You know, if this is the map that you're wanting to pick up, I know G2 have picked Bank and going to be looking towards that soon if they're not too careful. Alamau manages to get an entry, so that gets G2's account open. He's taking down Benja. The Warden's gone as well, but Fultz and Ashen find answers along with J90. SSG have just taken it to another level so far, Des.
What is happening with G2? What the fuck?
Will expect to turn up and have a decent game on this map. They've already beaten Team Liquid at Invitational here. And it's just not happening right now.
What
I can say it's one of their it is their joint top most played map across the last 6 months. Like, we know that they'll play it. For
Yeah,
SSG,
I
it is their
know,
most picked
but
map.
also
Both
it
teams like
kinda,
both teams
I
will
feel like
play it.
SSG
So far,
coach
only
should
one team
also
actually
be
got the memo that the game
giving a
has
little bit of a
started.
warning and stuff,
G2's
because you
really struggling
should.
to find even a
I
kill
get
so much as a
bantering,
round. They've still got one. They've used
but
their
you
tap
don't need
timeout.
to do
Now looking
argument
to
during the
perform, they need
match
to warm up
with
soon.
with
For
another
SSG, they'll
coach.
keep on turning those
So I
screws,
feel
they'll
like
keep
it
on
should
applying
be
that
a little
pressure
bit
and
more
not give
from
away
his
into
side
Ashen
as
goes
well.
down, Fultz is in behind. gets the 2 that he needs, and it's
I
a
do get
closeout for
Bodega
SSG.
should
They're
not
at
have been
3-0 now.
Well, the
doing
big
what he
problem
did.
for G2
But the
there is as
SSG
well
should not
how
have put
casual
oil
was
in the
that
fire
2K from
like
Fultz
that.
at the end.
They should have
SSG
just shut
are
up
feeling this, Des. They just,
and not talk to
they're in
him
a
at all.
floor state. They're just
So I
moving
feel
from
like
one to the next. Fultz scores
that
up
there
and
should
just
be
bang,
some form
bang,
of
1-2
recommend.
closes out the round. G2 have got problems.
It's such a... The matches today have been a lot of disrespect. Like, you have the SSG against FaZe was disrespectful at the end. And now with the M80 versus Dark Zero, like, I just don't get it. And also, like, if he has been warned 2 times and they say like, hey, this is the 3rd time you're going to get punished, and he asked, what did I say that is giving this punishment? They should be saying, oh, this, you're getting this because you said this and that during that moment, but they did not tell him anything. They just said, hey, you're going to get this, give 1 round to DC because you'll be talking to your teammates. And he's asked when, because you have coach that can actually, like I do sometimes, I think out loud and say stuff like, oh god, why did you do that? Stuff like that. So for him to ask something that they should be answering is... That is for the tournament that is holding to be clear about, to say like, hey, it's the same like you giving a football player a yellow card, but you don't explain why he's getting a yellow card. It's kind of the same principle. It should be an official thing that they're going out to say. So the cats can say like, hey, this coach you're getting have been warned 2 times, which they said. A 3rd time he's getting punished for saying this to the players during that moment. Instead of saying, yeah, he's going to get punished, he's been warned 2 times, so he's going to just get punished. But we don't know why. Same shit. Just don't get it.
Yeah, Fultz is just still in support there.
It feels very weak in my opinion.
Just making a bit of a nuisance of himself underneath, playing in and around Dining again, just making it so that there's always that potential for him to step out into Fireplace and make a challenge, or like this, up blue stairs to just try and support Fultz and Ashen up on that top floor. Forest, he's the one locked inside a sight at the minute, but G2 just feel like they're stalling a little bit here. However, as I say that, Ashen will be found, the nades come raining in. As to the kills, 3v3 utility dumped in by G2 to get things moving. A double from Blaz puts them in the driving seat.
Charged his way down Piano there and taken out JayNoKnow, who was sat on that mez spot where you normally see a shield, and also got the kill onto top library. Solid start and has really opened the round up. I'll give it to SSG team. I think the way they set up this round is really good. They extended Master and Office again. They fell back to a 2nd defense point around Mez and top library like I spoke about in round 1. Can Forest pull back a 1 versus 2? Because realistically, G2 should have this one closed up.
Just missed his opportunity there. It was a bit of a victim of poor timing as he had a little look. Oh, tell you what, he could put the diffuser on the ground.
Oh dear.
A 1v3 becomes winnable. It was looking like G2 might be able to close this one out, but it is definitely possible for Forest to do this. And he will! Forest absolutely decimating G2. Let's go, Hunk. The wheels are truly coming off for the European side right now, Des.
I believe it was around this point they were down 4-0 to Matchgo, Tim, and the whole comeback began. But Ben just reminding them this isn't the LCQ. You are in the upper bracket here at SI, and it is looking rough. 4 rounds in a row. And G2, that was a much improved round, Tim. They did all the right things. They moved the roamers back. They cleared top floor.
That
but to throw away a 3 versus 1, that's going to be
G2,
damage to the mental.
on.
Yeah, that's really not great. And to say, you know, Forest, he's done some big work today. Don't get me wrong, we spoke about this in the first one. His work on the Clash particularly, on the Echo, he was playing a lot of sort of team-based operators, but it meant that he didn't get a huge amount of kills in that first game. Don't mean that as a criticism, but he's come out here And it's not always easy, because you've not, like, warmed up. You know, if you're somebody who's gone in and dropped 25 kills, you're coming in, you're hitting your shots. But when you're playing shields round after round, or you're playing on those Yokai drones, feeding intel back to your team, and then all of a sudden you're finding yourself in 1v3s, it can be tough. It can be tough to win those
Yeah, they need to
situations
wake
out,
up.
but
It's
Forest
been
has just absolutely smashed it. Played that
way
perfectly.
too much.
I was curious how Space Station set up on this map when it comes to their defensive side. And Tim, it is not good news for G2. It's definitely following the trend that we've seen, a 70% defensive win rate, and their attacking win rate hovers around 50%. If G2 cannot get around here in this half, it is going to be dire. This map will be written off, I imagine, by G2. But for SSG, they'll know all they need is one more out of Bank and Cafe. Two maps that they love playing. G2 are in the mud, and they'll be down to the lower bracket.
Yeah,
Why we always
really.
say, don't get too excited by what you see in the group stage. G2 are flawless, 8-0 on maps, but it is falling apart, and Alamau at the start of every round.
Are you kidding me? G2, what the fuck?
Takes down Alamau, takes down Doki, both in the mud.
This is almost looking too easy for SSG. They're just running around finding kills at will. Challenge is going to come in onto the window. I think Uno will manage to get that, but the damage has been done by Ashen. And Benja is there for the trade. 4v2, and once again, SSG just always have the answers.
At what point do you start believing, Tim? We could have had a 5-year break, but SSG might be a serious contender for that hammer. They're looking scary. They're looking really impressive. And sure, it hasn't been a flawless run up to this point. But when it matters most, it's about going big. They've already taken down FaZe. They're looking solid against G2. If they carry on at this pace, they'll take them down as well. Who's left to stop them? BDS. Even they haven't looked super solid.
And let's not forget, the winner of this game will, one way or another, find themselves on the main stage at the event. There is a lot riding on this one.
There
It
is.
puts them into a position where even if they lose the next game, they will still go into a match that is played at the live venue. So there is a lot to go at. SSG just look on another level. And how many times have I talked about form? And it's important for teams to hit that form at the right time.
Yeah.
G2, like you say, maybe have found it through the group stage, but right now, they are certainly not looking like the same team.
I can say a big hard reset for them after this map is what they'll be aiming for going into Bank. For now, SSG just got to hold them back. 2 players left alive. They've got smokes to play behind. They've got the clash with 30 seconds on the clock. This one looking more than doable. G2 are going to have to find something in round 6 if they don't want to be finding themselves at the other end of a flawless half from SSG. You can count the kills, Tim, on one hand almost. Looking between them, 6 across 5 rounds. It's not even been close, is the thing I want to stress. It's not like SSG have had to really battle through these rounds to get to where they are. They are outright dominating G2. A 4v1, as much as you'll step in and try and make something happen.
Like, it kind of reminds me what they had in the beginning of Major in Manchester. Like, they just
SSG
lost
looking great. You can see straight
in
away,
bad fashion.
focusing
It's
in
kind of like
towards that next
reminded me
round.
of
They are
that.
ready to go. They know the prize that is waiting for them at the end of this. And if they start off with a 7-0 victory, what does that do to the mental of G2 at that point? You know, that is going to be really, really hard to come back from, because SSG, you know, at the end of this game, they ain't going to let it go. You know, they're going to keep reminding G2 of how difficult it's been so far.
Fully imagine the text chat is muted from G2 at this point, but Ashen asking if Uno really is the IGL because he feels he's not very good at it, is the understatement he's given so far. Great read from Ashen on that play, I think, just knowing exactly what G2 were up to, where the likely push points were to come from, and having a perfect response. No doubt a little bit of crafted counterplay and awareness of G2's habits, but also just expectation based on playing this game for long enough. And Benja against his old team, Tim, is really flying up at 6-2. To be fair, J9's at 2-1. That's kind of the worst, like, scoreline on the team, but it's very hard to get any kills when your team is fragging out and stopping G2 from even getting anywhere near the site. Great first game, and given we had some concerns about Forest earlier, it was 3-18 at one time. But
This is not looking good for G2
9 rounds, gone up.
at all.
A few more on the board. Well, he's certainly quelled those concerns, Tim.
Well, let's, you know, try and find some positives for G2. As I always say, every team, I'm trying, not specifically
Neither
here
a
on
haystack at this
Galley,
point,
in
Tim.
general terms, every team who wins a tournament will have a bad day at some point, and you've just got to have it at the right time. G2, it's not the end of the line. If they lose here, there's a long way to go yet, but the loser will drop down to the lower bracket. G2 won the tournament from there in 2023. It is more than doable. It's about having Bad day at the right time and still having that opportunity on the back of it. Right now, they just need to get their heads back in this game because at 5-0 with very few kills, SSG are having an absolute field day, and the danger there is that that sort of momentum then carries forward into the next map, and it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that this game is lost.
That top floor's what they need control of first and foremost. It's a flip to what you saw earlier on in the game on the Bar Gaming defense. This time around, it's G2 working their way from library side and then over towards this top floor to force SSG away. Like we saw during the game against FaZe earlier, SSG are very happy to play their lives on their own, Tim. Aren't concerned with having all 5 left alive when it comes round to the site itself, and they've got one back. Blaz falling down. Forest up to 7-0 and now back on site. Has got out a trophy scot-free, really, because they knew he was there. They saw him on the shock drone. He's managed to get a kill and get back in towards site. Good stuff.
Just going to be waiting on that repel for the time being. SSG, more than likely, is kind of happy for that to happen, really. Uno has dropped away now. He's going to head through towards trophy.
So Uno is probably delegating his team where they should be pushing and stuff right now. So nicely done, you got Ashen. Good night.
Does something about that top floor control, managing to take down Ashen. So that gives the advantage to G2. Could this be their first attacking round that they can get on the board? Uno gets hit, but that puts the diffuser down cold behind enemy lines. Alamo manages to find the kill onto Forest. Opportunity now to push forward, get this kill onto Benja and think about a plan.
Nicely done.
Should be able to get this round done.
Not again.
Okay, so
they've already lost 1v3 this half.
Come
it can't
on.
happen again, surely.
Yeah,
They're down to 2. It's
no.
Loira and Alamau. Diffuser is going down at this point.
You missed
But I don't
something
think he's
earlier,
100%
dog.
where,
There
nor
was
does he have
like
the angle onto the yellow
one
thing
team
there.
got
Not giving it away
punished
correctly.
by giving
At this point, boys, you hold the cross.
they got a
We've
punishment,
seen
so one
teams
round went
really
to
mess things up. I
the
think back to
enemy
the game
team
the other day
because he
between
was
Falcons and
talking
Razor
to
Company.
his
We saw
teammates
PSG
and he
Talon
was
going home
warned
with
2
1v2
times and
given
did not
away
listen.
through Nina
So
Seattle
they
Apples. It looks like a
gave a
similar
round
thing
to the
again
enemy
here, but
team,
no doubt
and
G2
there was a lot of
quite
bantering and
far
stuff.
chances.
Then there was
Alamo
another
with 3K
team
in the
that
round,
won
drags his team over the
who
line.
went directly
They
over
get something from this half,
to
Tim,
the
but it is a
opponent's
big hill
side
to
to
climb on the other.
banter
Yeah, it really is.
face to face
Fantastic
that
start
they
from
won.
SSG. They move on to the
So
attack
it's like
now, though. Let's
it's
see.
been a freaking
You know, maybe just one of those days
weird
where the map plays out
game
heavily
today.
defender-sided, and G2 can start to just find some stability now that they can at least play with their own setups at their own pace.
Just as a reminder, in case you aren't aware, we do have a B stream also here at the Major, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. And over there, we've got BDS versus Unwanted, another NA versus EU showdown. It was crazy to have them both going on at the same time, but that's where we stand. And I think for now, BDS has started on Clubhouse up 2-0. So still early doors in that game. And obviously over here, we've hit that halfway mark where SSG are in fine form. We'll see how they fare on the attacking side. You'd assume quite well, given their history on this map, given it was their own selection. G2 choosing to start on the attack to begin with, and now SSG are going into that spot. Onto the side, no doubt they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable. This one was a lot better, but again, I'll put a lot of it down to Alamau, to be
I
honest.
can hear that. Sorry, I've been busy playing a quiet place. No worries, Dark. I know that it's not something that you kind of enjoy watching, but I do love
unleashed in this round, and it could have gone
love
horribly wrong if he'd been shut down too early on. Because in those first 3 or 4 rounds, he was 1-3 on entry. SSG just always had an answer to where he was trying to push in.
Very, very important round then in the grand scheme of the game, because it's going to give us a real feel for how the next few rounds go. It's absolutely essential, I think, that G2 win the next 3 rounds, realistically. I think they need to get themselves a complete defensive sweep here, get it back to 5-4, and then SSG know that they're in a game. Because if SSG can get around in the next couple and get themselves onto map point, they're going to look at that and think we've got, you know, maybe 4, maybe 5 chances to get this closed out, and it's probably going to be too much for G2 to come back from. So imperative for them that they get a solid defensive start. It looks like SSG going to potentially get a little bit aggressive to begin with. It's going to send in that utility to begin with so that it's ready to go. It's ready to be put up, the light screen, whenever they are ready to execute.
I mentioned earlier they actually had this banned away against them by FaZe because Senz is their 3rd most played attacker so far here at SI25. recent changes for a number
Sov
of
inte
teams.
med den
Seen that
bara.
operator rise in popularity, but SSG are one of the best, no doubt, at making use of it.
SSG are all stacking up over towards the master bedroom side at the minute, apart from Ashen. So it looks like they are going to go for a bit of a clearance over there. Although saying that,
Kanske
maybe
inget
just
det
adjusting a
fucking
little bit
chair.
as Benja actually heads into basement. I'm going to look for a little walk up West Main. Maybe. I don't know if they've got
I need to
a bit of
double check
intel.
something as
Concerned about
well. I
somebody
forgot to
playing
double check.
underneath at the moment. But it has certainly taken their attention for the time being. There's nobody down there, but...
I think the key one really is that they're pushing as a team. You think back to G2 earlier, I was a bit concerned when we had, I think it was Ashen and Fultz out on the roam, it was the Vigil and the Fenrir, and G2 only sent Doki and Blaz to try and clear him away, and I was like, if one of you die here, then that last player is frankly screwed, and you can't get control of that top part of the map. Now, they did manage to force the Fenrir back, it wasn't the end of the world. But here, I think SSG doing the right thing, stacking up as a team, clearing as a team, with Ashen being the backstab threat, playing on this end. How quick are they going to get over here, though? Still half the round to play, a lot to work with, and they've done the hard work of forcing G2 back from that top floor.
Managed to get that first kill as well. Fultz takes down Alamo. Great start for SSG. Couldn't find the second as Doki shuts Fultz down, but Ashen is there with one of his own onto Lyra. G2 keeping themselves in the fight though as Forest taken down the Capitao. That's not a great operator to lose for SSG. You just know that those asphyxiation arrows will have been part of whatever the plan is for this final execution. They do still have Ashen on side, so that gives them the sense utility, but it could have lost a key component there.
Get rid of the camera in the end. Down to again, the clock running very low at this point. Are they aware about this player tucked in just below them? It's Doki who's lurking at the bottom of these lobby stairs. He could cause some real damage, and they've got the right idea. Here comes the push. No. Oh, Doki almost
Yeah,
got rid of him. Down to
by the way,
no
Dark,
HP here.
one
He's
of
got
the
one more point.
things we did on Lair was actually taken from one of these matches. So it actually is good sometimes. It was one in Lair, so I actually saw this in one of these games just before the tournament started. So yeah, it's good sometimes to watch because you learn of so many things that you can use.
At the end of the day, G2 did what they've done fantastically well through the tournament so far, and that was get trades. Every time they lost somebody, there was a death on the SSG side. They had to pay for every single kill they got, and that is what is going to keep G2
and
in
that
this.
is going to be popping up
Affecting
here,
each other's
I'm
deaths
guessing.
like
No?
that. Great stuff from them. They get the first of what I think is 3 essential rounds here, so the job is not done, because at least another couple need to go towards G2 before they can start feeling comfortable.
They win one more here, and I wouldn't be surprised if SSG are calling in that tack time. Like, you don't want to let them build in momentum. Look back to the silence of the first few rounds. Understandably, they could barely get a kill, let alone a round. But I think now that G2 are starting to warm in, they've got those 2 on the bounce. Starting to feel a little bit nervous if you're SSG. That have they finally woken up here? Is this where G2 become reactivated back on Chalet? Certainly could be.
Going to be up to master bedroom this time around. Just looking at the lineup for G2, nothing too wild. We've got Alamo on the Tubarão. We'll keep an eye on him, see exactly what that's used for, whether it's to keep that breach closed and just prevent any push coming through there. It's half open already, so probably... Oh, no, they're reinforcing it now.
A lot of time wasting and a lot of denial. 4 C4s in back pocket for G2 here. You can, of course, use them laterally, but you always expect on a map like Chalet, where there is so much soft flooring, that there is going to be denial coming in from below. More than anything else, with the Kaid and the Tubarão together, it's about slowing SSG down. And I think it's a pretty good read from G2. I spoke about it in the previous round, but SSG did this full map clear where they all started, except for Ashen, on that northeast corner of the map, worked their way down, cleared the top floor, and were then thinking about what the site itself looked like. If G2 are reading into this and thinking, we can waste quite a lot of time here, we're just going to stall out a bit more with the C4s and the electrification and the cryo, like everything we need to really bring things to a halt. It's even going to be slowed down more by the fact they've got a Monty on side, Tim. Forest joining that operator in this round. G2 have a pretty good game plan here. It depends entirely on how fast SSG want to move.
Yeah, G2 have basically given Library over to SSG. Benja's inside.
It's going to be interesting to see how the final is going to be, because then we know more about the new season and everything. Oh!
RSSG with Fultz, Ashen, J9O.
Come on, Uno, you know.
This is goal time. Forest is getting the diffuser down, and this is not good for G2. Lyra, 1v4, diffuser down. Clutches don't come much tougher than this. He's going to try to get something going, but the Monty finds finds him. And without getting the kill on the Nitro, this is almost all but over here. 6-2 is looking
Yeah,
very
this is
likely
bad.
for SSG.
And the call just came
But
back
this
on
map
the
was
Avengers and
SSG's
dropped it
pick,
immediately.
so
Of course,
I
being
did
around
not
New
expect
Jonathan,
anything
see that
else
lots of
because
weight
their
instantly.
map pick.
Not that it matters because of the Monty up. I tell you what, almost gets one there. Almost gets a second as well, but gives nothing. SSG just don't want to open that door to G2. I said they had to get this round over the line, otherwise you start to worry that G2 are building back into it. And then they remind us, Tim, they've steamrolled G2 for that first half. It can carry on into the second.
As I said, I felt that if G2 wanted anything out of Chalet, they needed 3 successful defenses to kick things off.
They
get them back in
need to
touch.
do
They're
better.
6-2.
Come
They now need 4
on.
rounds
What
without
the fuck?
answer.
G2, come
From what
on.
they've played so far, it's just not looking likely, Des, to be honest with you. They're going to go to Kitchen and Dining next. But again, SSG have just done so well there. They've taken what was given to them. They've taken Library. They've moved across. They've got
Oh, by the way, Dark, guess who stopped by earlier in the stream?
G2 from everywhere. There was
Fuck's
absolutely
sake.
nowhere
She
safe
stopped
from
by
coming out of
earlier.
the walls there.
She's
It
been
was
busy.
an absolute nightmare to be
That's why we
inside
haven't
the
seen
side
her
there.
as
Forest
much.
was right on hand, straight in, getting the diffuser down. SSG are just laser focused right now.
Speaking of laser, Tim, got the Aruni coming along. Don't get
Yeah.
often these days. Very, very niche situations as she becomes an operator.
Yeah,
the team
she's
will roll out.
she missed
And
us.
this one is just trying to impede SSG more than anything else. I think G2 are realizing a big thing that's giving success to SSG is they're moving in as a unit. You're being pushed on 3 or 4 angles at once. We're seeing a flurry of kills happen all at the same time. It's not like a pickup happens and the team readjusts and they get a second pick and then they readjust again. It often is a big fluid motion where the whole team is moving as a unit. If they're going to impede that and slow it down, things like frost mats and goo mines and ephemeria gadgets will help you isolate those gunfights a little bit better. But it just feels like G2 are scrambling for answers here against a very adaptive and very flexible SSG side.
Doki's taken a ton of damage at the beginning of the
Yeah, I
round
did
as
tell
well,
her.
which
She
leaves
was
him in a
very
tough
happy to hear
spot.
that.
And on the Legion, you'd
She
expect
was
him to be
kind of
roaming
disappointed
around, looking
that she
for
missed
those
it as well.
opening engagements, potentially trying to get G2 a start into this. He can't do that now because one bullet is going to be enough unless he's finding somebody with an instant headshot and no response. He's going to give his life away for it. Alamau does manage to find Ash, and that's what G2 needed. Somebody else to step up there. Get
Okay, they
that
got
entry
one of the
kill, get
Harpies
them
off the
going,
board at
but
least, so
look at the
that's
damage
good.
that's been done to Alamau again. Very, very low. They've now got 2 players on the side of G2 that basically need to avoid engagements if they can.
I'm sure Alamau backs himself.
There is one C4 left on the board, so that's going to be. I do think it's going to be saved for the last, like to deny the plant.
Dropping away from that IGL role just in this series. Him and the rest of the boys on G2 certainly not cooking at maximum heat. See if that changes in the second, but SSG starting to gather around here. Pressure from G2 starting to dissipate. Yes, they've got that starting kill. There's a lot of tools on side here for SSG to get this one done. You've got the smokes, you've got the frags, you've got the flashes, you've got the Monty. All the tools and ingredients required to pull off a successful execute.
Nice.
Access that they need and are heading right towards it. Forest is walking on in. Nobody can
Uno's
stop
not
him
having
because he's a big
anything
shieldy
good.
boy. He's gonna start putting
Where's
that
the?
diffuser
Yeah, I
down
was about to ask.
Alamau
Where
with
is the
a nitro
C4?
over the top. Finds
This
his
is the
range
last
and takes him
one
down.
if
J9
SSG
onto
win.
Lyra, 3
Then it's
versus
the
3, but
this
the
is
diffuser
match
down
point.
cold inside of sight. The big problem here for G2 is Alamau and Doki. Look,
Why
how
would you
low
be
their
standing
health is.
there?
4x1. They are now reliant on Blaz and a 5 HP at most, Doki.
A single shot onto him and he's gone to him, even through soft flooring, which is why it's so precarious. Blaz has got to do a lot of heavy lifting in this round, I fear, if they want to get it over the line. And they coming through, and Blaz has just ran straight into a headshot from Benja. That spray through the floor, going to find nothing, but J9 gets his man. What a statement from Space Station Gaming, Tim. A 7-2 win.
What are you doing, Blaz?
A lot of work to be done by G2 in the break here. Tim, I think they want to bounce back.
Yeah, they've quite simply been run over on Chalet.
They
But
have.
the one thing that you can do
So
if you're on
bad.
the side of G2 is go, you know what? It wasn't our map pick. There's a little bit of them going to know we're better than that on that map.
Yeah.
But you can at least just tell yourself, look, it wasn't our map pick. We're going into Bank. That's where we wanted to play. We run it back. And we saw that earlier. We saw that earlier, you know, in the early games of M80 Dark Zero, where
Yeah, they
quick
played
wins
really
and they
bad.
were able to just run it
I'm like I'm
gonna be some
rooting for
soul-searching going on,
G2
man.
because
This
they
is what
have played
champions
really
are made
well,
when
but
everything starts
SSG
looking
is
tough.
playing
How do
good as
you
well.
rise? Will
So let's go into the other match while we wait. BDS versus Unwanted, and I think BDS is going to win this because they are been very strong the entire season.
Adam snuck downstairs to hopefully catch someone that rotates below.
Shaiko get his spirits. That's an easy
I
P.
don't know how he managed to land that, but Kali is dead. He was on the master windows. The vertical game starts to be established by that Daymars
Like,
of Adam.
one thing that I
Shaiko
hate about
aware
watching
there is a
sometimes is
player
that I'm in
downstairs for
such a
Unwanted.
mood to
25
play.
seconds left to play. Not a lot of options available. Oh, but a stun assisted from the player above enables Adam to find his kill. It's just him and Dream, though. And there's 3 players left on the site for BDS. They're just holding their positions. Dream rounds his corner, finds his pick, needs to reclaim that diffuser. Meanwhile, BDS are covering it from outside. They've covered off the window.
Are you kidding me?
It's all up to Adam.
No! What the
What's
fuck?
going on, Solotov? How do you let him get past you like that? How do you let him refrag you like that? How on earth have Unwanted won the unwinnable round?
This is what I'm telling you. Sometimes even the pro players can play stupid.
And he runs back towards the bomb site. There's 5 seconds left. Stay
Oh
in
my
CC.
god, that is
Run
the
down the
stupidest thing I've
Maybe the
seen
Golden Mouse
right
will keep up,
now.
you'll still win the round. But you're running
Hello,
towards your
Roberto.
final opponent, my friend, and you knew he was there.
Yeah,
You just
and I get shit for my things.
was
They are
magical.
way worse than what
What the
I
hell
have
is
done.
this? Adam in his first 6 invitations.
Like, how do you miss that? You hear the shots, and there's an open hole in the wall. You tend to watch that, right?
Less than half a second left to go. I can
guess
hardly believe it.
All I can say is Adam must have gravitational pull
Dude.
towards Solotov. That's the only explanation there. He's running towards him like he wanted a nice big hug.
Oh, Solotov
Like,
absolutely
how?
cooked it there.
How the fuck do you
So,
miss a
quite
big
a way to
hole
choke the
and you
first
hear
round
shots?
for
You hear
BDS.
your
They were up
teammate saying,
4-0,
yeah,
could have been
construction.
5-0 very
Oh
easily.
yeah, I'm running to the door.
Good news.
Ignore the big
You're
wall
up 4-0.
next to me.
It's not a huge loss.
He's not going to see me there.
But this is one
I
of those
guess
things
so.
where because you're up with such
Yeah,
a significant lead
that's
from, like, a player's mentality
that's
perspective,
one
this
way of
doesn't
putting
matter.
it.
You can totally laugh at Solotov if he left it himself.
Yeah.
But if this was like a 3-3-4-4
the-
barn burner, oh, that can tilt you.
Yeah.
So BDS, who has had a slow start, who's had a bit of a mental
Oh, they're
difficulty
barricading
with the
every
player counts, look,
door.
This is like the best time this kind of blunder could have happened.
That's
They're still
interesting.
completely in this, and for Unwanted, Adam specifically is going to get super fired up. We just need the rest of the players, most notably Hot and Cold and Spirits. They are big playmakers against WCM. They've been nearly invisible so far in this first half.
Well, final round of attack.
Yeah,
For
it's
Unwanted, they'll bring the
sometimes
glass,
you
they'll
gotta
bring the
feel like
Sens,
it,
the
but
Blackbeard makes a
there can
return.
be nerves as well. I'm guessing
They have something in mind.
they are humans
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
Look to brute
One
force
thing
on the
that
bridge,
I'm very
perhaps. Is this an
curious
early
about
set
that I
play?
don't
I
see
think it's gonna
anymore
happen
is
soon.
that
This is
I
small
don't
spell,
see
and the glass cannot see
people
through the
bandit
projectile
bandit
since the
trick
rework, so
anymore.
they cannot use
Literally,
it to cover
they
the glass
I have
position,
not
but they
seen
can
a
use the sensor
single
to get inside
team
the bomb
doing
site,
any
the
form of
first card in
bandit
the half,
tricking
making BDS
at
not able
all.
to see anything else. The issue is
What
that
happened to
using
that?
force in pocket, they can do a lot of damage.
If you bandit trick and stop
They need to start
that
baiting
wall, for
out.
instance,
Using the
that's a
projectors,
gold
they've done
mine.
that
You're
now.
forcing the team to go some other way and
Is it
not
a
there.
Rooney
You're
gate?
wasting
Serial
time.
gate?
You're wasting
And the
utility.
smoke is trying to contest
Why
here
wouldn't
on the
you want
Raptors
the bandit
position.
trick at that
I think
point?
it's too
I just
likely
don't
to
get
try
it.
and come out before too long. The projectors haven't made a lot of progress. Here comes Spirits, though. He's jumped straight inside. The projector enabled him to go for
I hate
aggressive play,
the-
jumping in the window.
I
and
hate
now finishing off
Blackbeard.
Shaiko as well. However, Liko and
C4.
Users come to life. Big C4. You said it, Pengu. And
Nicely
Users,
done.
well, he listened. He's 8-1 at the moment. He's been untouchable. Dream and Hot and Cold to try and pick up the pieces of what was an unsuccessful set piece for Unwanted.
Yeah, I didn't see the explosion from Unwanted there. The issue is this breach right here, it's a vault breach. So the sound cue will be there for BDS. Nobody felt confident to go in through that wall either. If that was a thermite breach, you can sprint on in. But because
Yeah,
it's a sound
I
between the
just,
ace, it doesn't really work
yeah.
that way. 2v3,
Ah.
projector one pocket of Hot and Cold. This is still winnable. The issue is there is that one C4 remaining that can shut down this plant.
And there's a Valcam as
he has
well.
to be careful.
And here comes Breed 8. C4 in pocket, ripped, tossed.
Oh, he eats
Boom!
Yeah.
Dream is down. Hot and Cold has no way to help him. And now he has to look for some kills. The swing tempted from Users here. Volts inside. The sound cue palpable here for BDS as they try and hold on. And they will definitely hear that as well as the Sens projectors deactivate.
Oh, he
Likafax
missed.
runs through the projector and takes his head clean
But yeah,
off.
it's a valid
5-1 half on the
question.
defense
Why
for the
don't
French.
pros Spanish trick anymore in certain
not all
spots?
committing to the
Because
same plan there. I love
sometimes
the
it
entry from
can
the
actually
Spirits,
be a
getting the
better
job done, getting
results than
inside,
let
but the
them
C4
go in.
double kill, I mean, that's gonna make things back to
Yeah,
even.
yeah,
with 3
yeah.
and 3. But the issue is defenders, they're all inside the building, they're all playing by the bomb side. The attackers are still outside. The issue with these kind of rush strats, or the weakness rather, is you fully commit, you usually get one good go at it, and you know, the outcome of that defines the entire round. So I want to see the other players of Unwanted commit together. We win together, we lose together, we get kills together, and we die together. No one's sitting outside saying, "Oh, I mean, I got my."
We
kill,
ride
I did
together,
well," and
we
then
die
no one.
together.
Yeah. Another
Bad
question
boys for
me is,
life.
like, how do you deal with that C4? Because there's not a lot of places that you
That's
can
all I
move
got
to
from
the
what
bomb
he
site,
said.
and you're
Like,
worried about
that-
being
that's
exposed
what-
to an angle here or there or a wall bang. Meanwhile,
This is
C4
the last
tosses
week
out to Eagle
coming,
Passport. That'll kill,
Dark.
like,
So
a
I'm
huge
streaming
radius.
the games
Honestly, I-
Monday,
this is really,
Tuesday.
like, this is
Then
impossible
Wednesday,
because of
Thursday,
hindsight. I
I'm
think the
off.
best case scenario is you jump
So
in the
on
Spirit,
Wednesday, I will
you
be
kill the
playing
catwalk player, the Aruni, and
playing
then instead of
R6,
staying
but
on bomb
not
site,
stream
you fall
wise.
into that garage called rotate,
Thursday
and
I
you
have
just
the
take garage
surgery,
control,
and
you have
then
cruise control,
Friday,
you
Saturday,
reset the
Sunday
5v3,
is the
C4 of
finals.
course is gonna come out in response because you're
The
rushing,
games.
you're
So
gathering
I
C4, right, you
will.
expect it,
There
and then
will
after that
be
happens,
less
you
games
go
on
again.
those days,
But they
so I'll
kept staying in the
be able
fight,
to
C4
play a little
came out,
bit
they
more.
didn't expect it, and 2 players died. But it's hard. You're pushing, you're yelling, you're going.
Okay,
bombs are
I got it
crazy.
here,
They're not
but-
gonna play perfect. That's the beauty of rushes. They're messy.
And you have to thrive in that
They're
chaos to pull off
messy.
a rush.
Exactly. Sometimes it doesn't work out.
Well, Unwanted have a chance to come back here on their defensive side.
Yeah,
Nate
so on
does start.
Friday it's only 3
that's gonna clear
games,
that Kiba, no worries.
and
Leakafac is
Saturday
tempted
2
fate.
games, and Sunday
The
1
crossfire
game, so
allowed
it's
here
going
from
to be
Spirits
less
down
on
below.
those
Another
days, so
player
we'll be
trying to
playing
contest
more
the
than.
Solotov below, and he does land that headshot onto Gav. Meanwhile, the rest of the players from Unwanted appear to retreat back to site.
Really respect Gavin. We saw him on Chalet earlier today, also holding those really tough positions, fighting for his life. But this time, BDS a little bit too clean, a little bit too precise. They pick him apart with grenades and a triple crossfire. And now Unwanted, they just sacrificed Hot and Cold upstairs as well. He's completely alone.
Leakafac's an awkward spot, though. This C4 might finish him. A lot of damage done.
Yeah.
And the finish off as well from Hot and Cold. Round in the corner is Users. 8 kills.
Man, it's like I'm watching in HD.
Cold takes his head clean
I
off. He
love
can hack
that.
the cameras as well.
Have you seen the latest Bad
Good
Boys
trade
movie?
from BDS. Worthwhile, though. Unfortunately, they did lose that
That's so
Blackbeard.
freaking good,
Again,
though.
they don't
The
fully commit.
latest
They sell
Bad Boys
Gavin on
movie.
Catwalk, they sell Hot and Cold top red, and then somehow, while that happened, a 3rd player died elsewhere by the bomb side, maybe trying to go up a
Yeah,
staircase
that
to get a
was
shot
so
down.
fucking good. I
Unwanted are
just
not
love
fully
that.
committing to the same
They
strat
kind
right
of
now,
leaving
and it's
it
costing them because
open
BDS,
for
they want one thing, and
or
it's the same thing
another
for all
one,
5
but I don't
players.
think they would do
For the platform in the
another
32,
one, to be
it's
honest.
so much time to work over a full minute.
If anything, they might do another one with the
So many
sun, but
options here for
nothing more.
BDS. You open hatches, you go for kitchen execute, go for a blue execute. It's a 4v2. You just send it and trade. Info on site, a spot that Dirt is actually completely barricaded over. That's a very early push in. There was a good
What the
trade.
fuck?
Yeah. You said
What-
it, just
what
push it into
happened?
the fight. I guess that's all you got to do at the end of it. Just run
What?
straight inside.
That just
BDS
was
have the numbers, They flood
fast.
the site, they trade it out, and that's map point.
Yeah,
the
Battle
bear
Trigger
of-
has
not
lost
bad news to be that
its
guy, but, like, Solotov
power
didn't
in a way.
run it
Like it's
down,
more
would've been a 7-0.
powerful than they
It actually
think.
would have been. Not that it matters for any reason at all, but just to speak to the sheer dominance right now from BDS and how Unwanted are not able to hang right now.
Only round Unwanted 1 was
Bad
by an
boys, bad
impossible
boys.
clutch from
What you
Atom
gonna do?
that,
What you gonna
yeah,
do
Solotov's
when it
probably
come
gonna be
for
laughing at
you?
himself for.
Run away
It's been
as
one of the most
quickly
dominating
as you
matches
can,
that we've
because you're
seen
going to
so
get the
far, and it's
bullet on
funny
your
'cause
ass.
It comes from a roster that we saw this morning make quick work of Major Champs 2-0. Now Unwanted on this same
Yeah.
map cannot hang with the big boys of BDS, and this is where that advantage, the seed advantage from coming first in your group, like BDS did, comes into play. That bye means that all morning they've had a sleep in, they've been chill, they've been watching the Unwanted W7 endgame, they've had so much time to prep. Meanwhile, Unwanted have been sweating in their boots.
I would get the
getting ready to
freaking
play
song in my head.
Major Champs,
Great.
right? Here they come after already playing 2 maps today, and Unwanted are struggling against BDS on
Yeah,
Cold.
shot me in the
Well,
ass.
it just goes to show how big of an impact Alberta bands and playstyles can have.
Yeah, I
And
do
once
think
they
BDS
spike
will
their
win the
defense
entire
playing super
tournament.
tight,
The way
and
that
they
I
all knew how to
have
play around that
played
so well
on
together.
so many
Because
occasions.
the Alberta bands being what they are, they're forced to a much more proactive, dynamic roam game. which
Okay,
is not the
that's a
strength of the
little bit.
team, all the individual players. That's not what they're known for. And I like this from BDS. You know, banning the Maverick, banning the Kite. Oh, I guess it's flipped right now, but yeah. Well, so they wanted themselves banned the Maverick and the Kite, but then BDS, they banned the Tubrau, matching and Phila saying, you can't hide behind these walls. They will be open on the defensive side, and you're starting attack, by the way, which you struggled on
Who?
already earlier today.
Mikey shot me in the
Good on
ass.
one side of the coin, attack
I
or
like
defense,
in
and
the
if you
first
get
one he
quite
was
far,
talking to
up
the
against the best in the world,
KKK
you
clan.
have to good on both sides.
Very much so. Now defense for
That was kinda
Unwanted
funny.
down. Couple of roamers all over the
freebie?
place, and one is caught out. It's Gav.
That's a freebie.
Solitov
What are you
quickly
doing?
Entering into garage, plenty of information. He catches that rotate, ill-advised from Gav.
Timing's unreal. I mean, this is BDS just putting out their feelers and saying, okay, what happens if we make some noise over here? Okay, Gavin looks the wrong way. Let's just walk in garage with the drone pre-placed and just get it done. EMP went out. Exothermic charge followed through. BDS to beat the CCTV wall. Grim Beast, red pinks, drones, yellow pinks.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
much
too,
intel,
yeah.
And they got leak effect blocked downstairs. There's a Roman bar though. Extreme. Looking for a flank. It's a huge kill if you can get it.
I love how they scared the little boy
from Dream.
into as well.
He's been timed. It's so unfortunate for him. Leakafak went outside at just the right moment. Leakafak seemingly has information on his position.
And it's like,
loses the
you're a
fight
virgin?
regardless.
Yes, sir.
Right idea from Leakafak,
Well,
but not
you
the result
gotta
he was looking for.
stay
Regardless,
virgin.
BDS
Ain't
are
being
in.
no fucking
Shykos
tonight.
found tons of
Like,
ground, and
yes,
Breede's
sir.
found a pick onto Spirits. It's all up to Dream. Full HP and a Dream to try and save the map. And look
I'm
out
not
for
even
BDS.
joking.
They're not
That's
gonna give
kind of
him
how
an
my
inch.
dad
They're gonna use the
goes as
util.
well.
He might find one down, but he can't find another. BDS, easy as you like. Dismissing Unwanted 7-1.
That looked way too easy.
Oh, I know, Dark. Our team should be called Bad Boys or something. You can't call Bad Boys because I'm a girl, but you get the gist of it. Time for ads. Yeah, I need the ads. I could help it. I can't help it. Let's see, has anyone written anything more on Twitter? That's so fucking wrong, that picture.
I'm Benjamaster and I play for Space Station Gaming. Last time I played with G2, now I'm playing with SSG. There's quite a few difference, like we are a bit more focused, we're preparing well. We have a good dynamic between like being serious when we need to and, you know, chill when we need to. Joining an NA team, I knew like some stuff about the culture and some of them are a bit crazy, but yeah. I want to play G2. I really want
There, yeah.
After we won against W7M, it was like a relief, you know, you have been training for like
Why
4 or
is
5
his
years.
pupil
I
so
feel confident
open?
That, you know, that moment would
It kind of looks
came,
like he's
and, you know,
high.
came, so it was
Why?
more like
Do you
a
see his
relief that
pupil?
it finally happened more than anything else.
Are they supposed
I
to
mean,
be
I know
like
what it takes
that?
to win the hammer, and it's about like not putting too much pressure on yourself. You have to take it game by game.
Damn.
Benja from SSG saying that he wants to play G2. Well, he played them in the server. That's for real, for sure, on map number 1. Chalet 7-2 victory for SSG, but
next is going to be
Bank. What happens on Bank? Will G2 be able to strike back, or SSG take a 2-0 and qualify directly to the main stage
Already
on Friday?
taken the survey. What do you
if you're G2 to
mean?
reset into it?
So right now you're going to Bank, right? Very strong and confident map for them, right? It's comfortable. They're on a 5-win streak on it. So usually you just reset and you have two choices. A, you go back to your defaults. You play this map the way you know how to play it and you adjust. B, you go aggressive and you go try and play that TDM game that SSG has brought on Chalet.
And I think if you get into that TDM game, that's a big risk in my mind, because I think that's how G2 just lost out on Chalet. Obviously, SSG are starting the attack. When you start the attack, you get to dictate the pace, because you decide if you're going to be the one rushing or if you're the one that's going to be going slow. You really get that onus. It is on the attack. So I think for SSG, the starting side is actually perfect.
Are we sure? Like, even like I can't be that blind because his pupil looked so freaking big.
G2 not knowing how and when to slow things down, then starting attack is exactly what you need. You dictate the pace as you explained, Jack, and just means that once you get to the other half, if you already did well on attack, it's going to be a tough time. Well, it might be a tough game here for G2, but we're going to have to get into it and see what happens on Bank. Will it be closed out for SSG, or will it be EU to strike back and take it to map 3? Thank you very much, Alphama and Fresh. We are in with Des and Ace. Please, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes. Welcome to the start of this. I'll do that.
Jesus Christ.
Once. It barely feels like we've had a map so
Been
far,
live
because it was
7
that much of a
hours.
run
This
over,
is
though.
going to
Bank, hopefully, is gonna be a
I
different
think this
story.
is going to be
But
the
a
last
little bit
time
behind the
I
scenes for you.
stream
I'm gonna have to
that
back through the
long.
break, and so
After
did
that,
SSG
it's going
and
to
G2
be
out there on the team talk, and naturally, SSG were yapping on the way to the bathroom. Enough that it got G to turn around and say, "Oh, shut up, man!" Like. They're in there.
So 1, 2, 3, 6.
Hopefully G2 have got themselves composed.
Now it's going to be equal amount of games as it was on Friday.
And SSG will secure themselves a spot on Friday's
But this is going to be double, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to be the same from 4 to 11, depending on the games.
Map picks or no.
So for
G2
tomorrow,
know to play Chalet, top and bottom of it. And SSG were just much the better team. Simple as that in that first map. Whether that continues on
Jesus
the same
Christ.
trend, whether we see G2 after a little bit of
oh,
time,
by the way, I was live in
chance
TikTok
to chat
before,
to
so
each
I
other,
actually
we
been
can really
active
lock
for
back
like
in and get
since
it done here on Bank or not. We'll
since
see over the
2.
next
I've been live,
7 to 15
so I
rounds.
did play
We'll see
like
how
1
many
or
they
2
end up
ranked
getting. But
games
Blitz and Blackbeard will be our bands
on
coming in.
my
G2 defense on the left,
Smurf.
so they are reversed as per the visual bug. So this is actually SSG's band. They've taken away Blackbeard and Kaid, and G2 take away Blitz.
Yeah, we won one game.
Probably is.
I think I only played 1 ranked game. Or did I play 2?
So yeah, take
No, I
away the
played 2,
vigil.
so I won
Prevent
1 and
SSG.
lost.
I mean, Ashen
I
and Field, they
lost
are
the first
vigil
one and
on
won the
Chalet,
second
so
one.
prevent them using it around the map. Bank's
And
a
my
big map
teammates
as
are
well. It
just-
can be a nightmare chasing down a vigil.
Wow.
Tokyo have his army available for the server hold that they did
The
previously,
first game
which
was on Canal, and that was
so
the
yeah, I think
worst
that makes a lot of sense.
game. Like,
It does. When you look at
no
how
one
much
took
SSG
anything
had a
for
chance to
opening
play
up the
these armies, not a
walls.
whole
No
lot,
one
because
took
she's banned away all
EMP
the
to
time. And
help
Doki,
me open the
when he gets
walls.
chance, plays on this
They
operator. Yeah, we'll have
did
a
not
lot.
push in.
There you
On
go.
defense, I was bandit tricking, and I had a dog hiding next to me for some odd reason. And the enemy had a Maverick who did not know how to Maverick and just made small holes for some odd reason here and there. So I could kill him twice through that freaking hole he made. I had a Kali trying to shoot me but missed.
Because it proved to be shock horror, a real problem.
Like, yeah, nah, I clutched 4v1 in one game in that match. Yeah, that was weird, and it didn't get better on
options here
yeah, it should be reasonably easily dealt with once
on
they
Theme
come up
Park, but we
against
won.
it, whether they've been brought
We won.
specifically because of the thoughts
I had to
of the
go.
Clash, whether it's
Ash
just
gets
happy
things
coincidence
done,
for
but
SSG,
and I
I
clutched
don't
there
know,
as
but
well.
one way
So
or another, they should have the tools needed.
bear in
So
mind, this
long
was
as
bronze,
they can keep
bronze
those two
slash
operators
copper.
on
There,
board, that's
no
gonna be
brains, no
important.
gains.
Feel
Like
G2
they were.
just need a couple of confidence
I was ready to
boosters, a
like
couple
pull
of
my
good
hair out.
rounds to kick them off here on Bank. They're on the defense. They should be able to get it. Top floor, maybe down to bottom floor. Just back to back them and let SSG know that they are in for a game. As it is, SSG just getting on inside of the
Ooh, I'm
map.
going to
Gonna
steal
get the
that
drones
drone.
up there, so they will have a reasonable idea that the Clash is there potentially. Might have seen it now, but either way, Dokia is going to be able to take that drone down. And I know just holding at the time being at main door.
You don't care so much about.
Not
Clash
sure
being
why
hidden
people
once the
call me
round's
Mama
underway. It's
Bear
about stopping them
now,
bringing in
but
specific counters. So as we said, there's a couple of softer counters that will come into this round and
something
hopefully
at least.
help them deal with Doki.
So this is the mirror setup that I was talking about, Dark, making. So that's what I've been taking it away.
The team just has to be really mindful of not being shot in the back or from an odd angle as he steps across this top floor. You do get a lot of weird angles that get opened up, which you can be exposed to.
Carly just in position. I think they have recognised that that is where the Clash is playing, so looking to potentially just create that shield break.
Yeah, it
but
works
they
really
need
well.
Somebody else there to be able to put some shots onto Doki if they want to be able to get him taken out. The Carly cannot reload fast enough to then start doing damage as well. Doki just going to be feeding that intel back in that they've got one player located top square. It's going to be Ashen on the Ash that is in that position. SSG feel like they've got themselves kind of set up now. They've surrounded the site, they've got top square, they've got window, they've got Carly on elevator rappel.
Come
They're
on,
trying to soften things
G2.
up, but haven't made too much direct progress yet.
They've had these spots for quite a while now, the last minute or so, and not really sure 100% how to move forward. So they're breaking
What are
points
you trying to do?
around square with Asher starting to march his way in towards Doki. Fultz also coming in from the backside.
Are you kidding me? Why would you peek that?
So 3 players all moving in unison, Tim, and they get rid of 3 players like nothing. G2 once again completely folding, and Doki has got it all to do.
Why would Alamo peek in janitor like that? He knew someone was on top square. Why would you swing with that weapon?
This morning, they did the same
That's stupid.
thing. Multiple angles, multiple directions. We set up, we hold, we go together as a team, and they just get kill after kill after kill doing that. And it's not even, I'm not suggesting G2 aren't prepared for it, but I'm saying the same thing as I said against FaZe. What's the answer to it? Because you know it's coming, but okay, I'll challenge towards Ashen at square. Benja's just shot me from stock. Oh no, right, I'll look at Benja in stock. Ashen's just shot me from square. You know, what is the answer to it? Because they are doing it so cleanly. Normally, you look at that sort of
everyone is
situation,
pushing at the
and
same
way it
time
breaks
from
down is
different
because the
points.
teams
I think
aren't
that's one of the
coordinated enough,
things
and one's
that
slightly ahead of another,
makes
and you get
a
somebody
pro
else that
league team in
opportunity to
general,
challenge
that
one and then move
everyone
and
like
challenge the
pushes
other.
at the same time.
SSG just aren't giving anybody that chance.
The thing is, G2 are a team that play the same way. They're very good at pulling off set-piece plays to punish players that are too far away from the rest of the team, or just to take a certain bit of map control. They're very used to this sort of style of play. They do it themselves, like I've said. So it does kind of surprise you that they
I usually don't stay and watch the game that starts at 11. I usually don't do that. But this was a match that I did not want to miss.
They weren't competitive in because they weren't looking the right way. One thing's for sure, though, they've got to find the answer. I thought they might maybe discover it during the break and coming into Bank, their own map choice. But that reminder again, both teams really like Chalet, both teams really like Bank, and both teams really like Cafe. You're not looking at a weakened SSG side here with coming in no strats, for example, or weakened strats, or an expectation of losing. They're eyeing this up to be a 2-0, and Doki's fallen down here on that Azami. It's Ashen to start off with the entry, and he is flying this series, Tim.
Surely not starting out. Surely not starting out with back-to-back flawless rounds again for SSG. It was into the 3rd round on Chalet before G2 were able to pick up a kill, and right now it is 6 without response. They could be looking down the same path. A bit of time to go yet, though. 2 minutes. SSG fairly comfortable that they've got map control, so they can start thinking about site itself and softening that up. Doki, as I said, had a really good server hold with the Azami, but that is gone. It's dust in the wind. It is no more because he has been taken out of the round. So now, what the G2
You do that, Dark.
They're gonna have
Thank you
to
for
hold
stopping
on to
by.
blue stairs for as long as possible. Loira now is in such a critical position.
A critical position, but a very exposed one. SSG, if they want to hunt him down and punish him for being out there by himself, they absolutely will. They've got the Deimos track onto him. They know exactly where he is, which could make this a little bit easier. Sure, Candela's come through. He can block those away, no problem. I'm more nervous about the 3 guns.
Taking drones out. They know that he's there. You know, SSG don't really need to throw too many drones at this. It tells them whether he's top or bottom, but other than that, they know that Loira is going to be playing this position the whole time. They've just got to find an answer to it. And it is an age-old question, and it is not an easy one to come up with a solution to. If you're going against a Warden, the best way is either to ignore them or to push from the opposite side, because the shotgun isn't that powerful at range.
What the fuck, Gloria?
Loira straight out of blue stairs. Forest is ready and waiting to pounce. Uno manages to find Ash, and Uno finds a big double. G2 desperately needed that, but Fultz has an opportunity to put the diffuser down, and nobody's going to be able to stop him. The cover is in place. It is secured. If SSG can get themselves a
That was a channel point flap. That's why.
This round is over.
It is, and Fultz has planted. He's got 2 kills for himself for G2. It is not the retake of the dreams they wanted. They've been absolutely melted by SSG once again. Just when Uno got them a little bit of a reprieve with a 2K, they've just...
My question is, did maybe G2 is kind of throwing to be in the lower bracket because it's going to be easier than facing the top bracket? That's the question. Because I'm not saying that they are throwing necessarily, but if they go to the lower bracket, it would be a safer spot for them in general. Because if they go to lower bracket, they are going to be facing either M80. Yeah, so they might be facing M80 or CAG. Is going to be the question. Yeah, no, those spots are taken. What I'm saying. They might be facing. Oh no, I don't think they want to do that. If they lose, they would be facing either Team Liquid or FaZe Clan.
Just play together and it'll all work out. I'm not so convinced.
I'm just looking at this G2
That
at
is
the
not
minute.
good.
And, you know, we've seen this from them occasionally at tournaments.
If they were to go to the,
have that game
yeah.
where
No matter where they are, it would be better for them. But if they win this and BDS wins, it's going to be G2 and BDS, and that's going to be a heck of a game.
And it just never really arrives. And right now, that seems more like the G2 that we are watching than maybe the one that we've seen over the last week. They absolutely have the ability to make a match out of this one and to fight back, but losing so many rounds on the defensive bank is not ideal from them. It's G2's map pick, which says SSG picked to start on the attack. But if they can get 4-2, 5-1 half here, SSG, you've got to back them to find a couple of defenses, Des.
Oh, 100%. Again, there are no slouches on this map. They will feel very happy if they go away, even with an even net round count. If G2 bounce back here and get a 3-1 across the next 4 rounds, you'll still be delighted if you're the North American side. Let's see those G2 do play a little bit better here. They are playing scared, Tim. They are getting picked off one by one. So hopefully Romalio should help them realize some of the changes that they can make. However, just had, of course, a nice break between the games to have that kind of conversation. I'm worried that it's taken 2 rounds for another one to be needed. We've already seen SSG change up the pace a few times over, and I don't suspect they're going to give G2 any room to breathe.
Okay, just going to be dropping down there. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome up on the top floor.
Hello?
Immediate pressure. Maybe that's what G2 needed, a little bit of a livener, but Fultz taken down. Ash and Forest managing to find kills. SSG, once again, are in the lead.
They have the numbers advantage, and that is the big one. It's not bad for Alamal to be jumping out there. And, like, I don't think he'd expect to play his life or find Fultz hanging around by Dirt Tunnel, but that's exactly where Fultz was waiting to drop in. So now Loira knows that he's under some threat down there for himself at the same time, so it's put them at more of a deficit than anything else. Yes, his gadgetry is down, but you're down a gun. Benja being taken down by Blaz. Now all things looking even. Problem is, Tim, We've seen SSG in 1v3s. They've pulled it out once before. They've came close in another. I don't think it matters here when they've got all these players still alive. And Uno now finished off. Ashen again continues his domination throughout the series. And Loira and Blast have got to hold on. They get one, but can they get the last two?
That's a good response from G2. J9 manages to make it a 1v1. It's all up to him versus Blast. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. Blast
This
just
is crazy
holding
game.
his angle for the time being. He's going to make J9 do the work here because realistically, J9 doesn't know where he is. Blast playing this smart. He will have heard that drone go out, but he doesn't want to push. The flash does make him move. I think J9's got an idea, but he can't find him. Blast
Oh my
just manages
God.
to beat him on the peak. The flash just wears off in time for him. And
That
he
was
takes the last
lucky.
man down. G2 get their first round on bank.
If that had gone against them, Tim, I think mentals would have been broken all over it again because you'd have had the timeout, you'd have had to chat about changing things, and it still wouldn't have worked. So in a way, thank God that Blaz has got away with the 1 versus 1. Just a work from Ashen pushing down main. He got 2 kills pushing down there. It was a great response from Blaz after losing so many gunfights throughout the series. I think he found himself sat down at 1 and 10 he was. Of course, getting a couple in the round could be enough. Laura getting the 2K that he did here, also a little bit of magic for the team. I love that SSG team, even in the 2v2, we're still looking to play together as well. We keep on commending their teamwork and how they work as a unit. That continues to build up, whether it's pushing in and playing for trades, whether it's all jumping in at the same time from different angles, there's always a response ready. 2-1 then after 3 rounds. Here we go for another quarter. Doki's across onto that Scott boss, Tim. We love seeing this operator. Let's see what magic he can do with it.
And that's what G2 need. They need a bit of magic.
They need some magic.
They just need, you know, this is the moment where you need a player to step up, have a big 3K, 4K, you know, a huge round, absolutely dominate somebody, and then you can give a little bit back. You can get back in the mental game, and you can start, you know, pushing yourself on towards more rounds. So G2, 1-2 at the moment, continuing on the defense. Open area this time will be the site. Doki is just going to transport himself back into the site for the time being. We'll see whether we have any sort of shell switching action as the round progresses.
Good shot.
Nice.
So bringing down his former teammate and a good entry shot. I've seen G2 on the receiving end of those 1v1s far too many times now. And I think back to Benji throughout the tournament. I mentioned earlier that he's had a few good games, but a point has been a little bit off the beaten path, has been outpaced by his opponents. In this series, he started out pretty hot on this map. He's definitely struggling a little bit more. You can see G2 starting to win out some of these gunfights. Exactly back the other way. Big problem is, though, that Dokubi's offline. Spoke about this operator so many times. So powerful when it comes to the team pushing forward or trying to hit the site itself. With that away, it does take something away from SSG's attack.
I think SSG want to get top floor control here, but they've got Forest and Ashen again just kind of stalled out. They're outside of stock windows. They're doing a bit of droning, but there's no movement from them at all at the minute. J9 and Fultz are on the front side of the building trying to work towards the same thing. They've got Alamau locked inside a janitor, but they don't really have an answer at the minute. This is going to be a hot drop straight into sight. They've gone with the hatch. Are G2 ready for this? No, they are not. The kills come in, and G2 all of a sudden are on the back foot, and it's body after body. A beautiful attack from SSG, just spotting the opportunity and taking it. The diffuser goes down. Loira, he's fighting gallantly to try and get his way back in, but there's nothing.
That was
there
nicely
for him.
played off
J9
SSG,
takes him
nicely
down, and
played.
it's another round to SSG, and that was again just such well-timed aggression from them. They saw the chance, Daz, and they took it.
G2 all off site. What are you going to do? Hit the site. Nothing they could do to respond. This is the problem. You have one decent round and everything can still crumble off the back of it.
So quiet for G2 at the minute as well. The energy is so low there. They're obviously really feeling a bit beaten up at the minute by SSG.
Just painful. Start good in some of these rounds and then SSG just step it up a gear, up another level. Great rapid repel in here as well to decimate Doki on that push. And
Like, here's the problem.
SSG
SSG is reading G2 so well.
About Scars, I think, earlier in the week, and I was saying you can see how close they are to getting things right on the attacks in some of their games, but they're always a second or two behind each other. They're slightly desynced. For SSG, it feels like they're in perfect sync. You can't seem to stop them. There's always 3 or 4 gunfights all happening at the same time, and G2 cannot react quickly enough.
It feels like for SSG at the minute, it's like, let's all just wait find where everybody is, and then it's like they're just assigning people to each other.
That's what they call split theory, Tim.
Yeah, it's just, Jane, I know, Dork is yours, Alamo's mine, Ashen, you're gonna get Blaz, and it's just like, right, 3, 2, 1, go, and they're just like heat-seeking missiles. They just, bosh, go straight in, and their targets all drop at the same time. It's unbelievable stuff from them right now.
Yeah, they're playing better than I did earlier, to be honest. SSG. G2 is just having a very rough start. I'm not really sure.
They've had that tack time out as we saw back after the second round. There's no second chances here to get things right, boys. It really is now or never. Giant Jane I know inside of ATMs with the Monty, joined by Forest off towards his right-hand side. And their focus is in lobby. Elsewhere, though, it's Ashen and Benja working off towards Square. And I was going to say a potential backstab coming through Garage from someone, question mark, but nope. It was Loira who's hanging around on main stairs.
Benja's just going to be working his way through. We'll continue.
Will he be able to change off and going up the elevator is the question that Loria will do.
Those obstacles that might be ahead of them. 3-1 SSG then. Don't blink or check your TV, your monitor, whatever you're watching us on. If you've just joined, you are seeing it correctly.
Yeah, it's
SSG
changing
1-0
off.
after a 7-2 win on Chalet, and currently 3-1 up on Plank, and just looking like they are playing on a different level at the minute. It's
Why,
checkers
Loria?
versus chess right now. G2 need to get themselves back into it. Fultz is going to continue to open up that elevator wall.
At this
That's
point, I
gonna,
would change
again,
off
remove
to
more options for G2. Loira
the other.
has taken a lot of damage there. Dorky's taken some as well, but it's not all one way. J9O just breathing in a bit of that toxic babe canister as well. It's just going to impede the progress of the Monty for the short-term future at least.
C4 coming over, but not being pulled in time there. I think realising they aren't going to find the Monty. Shot away as well. Still two players dancing around here, but Tim, the angles they're being peppered from, like, look, there's a Monty in your face, there's a window coming in, you're worried about someone coming down ATMs, you're worried about the rappel. Just
Loria, change off!
Look like they lack absolute confidence.
So you have full
and
health,
trust in each
change
other.
off.
They're not quite sure if angles are being covered, and at this point, SSG can just pick them off. One comes back, but as soon as they get something, Tim, two more go the way of SSG.
Whilst this has all been going on, Ashen has worked on a backstab over from Square. He's managed to get
Loira,
but G2 react fantastically.
Wow.
Stand up when it counts.
That looked
really
very
dangerous.
differently from my
SSG
point of
did
view.
what they have done all day. Made a lot of noise over
That was
on
a
that
lot of back
spiral
and forth.
side, and then sent Ashen in from Square to just get a couple of kills really cheaply, but G2 reacted much better this time. Get themselves another round. I think SSG, regardless of what happens in round 6, will be happy with 3 successful attacks, but we'll be looking for a 4th, of course. G2, they've got to scramble this last round as they need a 3-3 split as a minimum.
It's going to feel like a real steal if G2 walk away with this half at a 3-3 split. Doesn't feel like they've done enough to deserve it, but all that matters at the end is what those numbers at the top of your screen read. Loira with a massive 3K, it's worth stressing, I think really saved the round, Tim. He gets Fultz, Ashen and Benja, a headshot onto each of them, all in the space of about a second and a half. Big round from him to keep his team in it. Otherwise, that Monty starts to dominate as the numbers dwindle. Certainly no complaints from his teammates. You saw the response and just how much it means to have even 2 rounds on the board. That's as many as they got back on our previous map. So, can they make it into 3-2? Can they get the 3-3 split? We find out now. It's going to be a defense at the first floor, which means we jump up onto the top floor for our hold, playing through those vertical angles, and also having to force SSG to clear out more of the map than just going direct towards site. No shields on side suggests to me that we're not going to see a Russian towards site.
Fultz is just going to take out the camp from inside of there. That's going to remove the main lobby intel at least. We've got Ashen and Forest stacking up on the windows. Meanwhile, Loira still doing a little bit of prep work here, just making himself comfortable inside of stock corridor. SSG, of course, going to want top floor, so we know how key that stock corridor can be. When you look at taking that, it gives you a lot of rotation options and a lot of control. Blaz is up there supporting Loira as well. Just needs to be careful with Forest on those windows that he's not overexposing himself and taking
Last round before the change from defense to attack. If G2 can get in, so it's 3-3, it's going to be a good start. It's more or less a reset in general, so. But they really need to hold this.
There's a lot of window play for Fultz especially. try and dig things in. The longer range shots coming in, as you can see from J90, and Doki's found two to begin with as well on the jump out. There's no player here to respond this time, Tim, because it was Fultz that was hanging around dirt that got the trade back onto Alamau. So Doki gets away with 2, won't find himself picked up on the way back in. Massive start for G2.
Yeah, that's huge. Exactly what G2 needed a couple of rounds ago. If you remember, I said they need
Nicely done, G2. More formulated play. Really nice.
Open a round up. That's exactly what Doki's done with that jump out. A lot of success found from that, and it just tumbles from there. This is what we see.
Yeah.
Chain reaction. G2.
Well coordinated from G2. Also very lucky from Doki's side because you usually put Claymore on the windows. So I'm guessing they did put Claymore on the wrong window where Doki jumped out. So
To pick him up, G2, they have never needed a flawless round more than that, I don't think.
No, they haven't. And it's a good way to end it given how it started with a flawless towards SSG. It might instill a little bit of belief in the boys here that they can still do it. Big thing now is they're going on to the attacking side. It's that total flip, Tim. I always say it, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You're hoping to see a strong attacking G2 come out here. It will be one hell of a comeback, one hell of a recovery given how this map started. If they can recover on bank and go through to that 3rd map and put on a hell of a show on Cafe.
yeah, so that was the window that there was no Claymore on. So that's the reason why. I was kind of like very hesitant which window was it. But yeah, so he jumped out on that specific window where I would almost say like 100% of the time there is no Claymore on that window because like people tend not to jump out. They tend to jump out from side or towards the like the hallway where the double windows are, towards the metal side, banana. People tend to jump out from there, to be honest, and like
vision blockers there, so the drones won't be able to see too easily into blue. They're gonna have to go on in there to get any sort of information, and likely will be taken out as they do. We've got setup still continuing. Forest was inside the server, so I think there'll be some FNATs placed in there as well.
Oh, that's going to be a hard fold in there. And they're using smoke for that.
Why should they? It's always good to fight it. Of course, no warden on
that's
side,
going to be interesting.
That you're not going to see G2 dig in with Candelas, for example. They have got flashes they can play behind as well as the smokes. But you don't need to overwhelm. Like you say, the ADSs might just prove to be enough here. So I kind of worry that actually SSG have predicted the lineup coming out of G2 and are ready for it.
Yeah, interestingly, it is going to be Ashen that's actually playing in this position. I would have thought it maybe been the smoke shot.
Oh, that's
but
interesting.
Because he's got the Jaeger shot.
I like this.
There we go. So it just allows J90 that freedom to stay back in.
Yeah, that might hurt G2 a lot.
When you play the smoke on blue stairs, you're forgoing your plant denial. You know, you're losing those.
I kind of need to go to the bathroom as well. This is not good.
Effective that Jaeger shotgun can be on the close angle. Entire wall opened up to give J9 the maximum opportunity to get those smoke canisters into the right place. But first, G2 are going to have to clear out blocks.
Yeah, G2, that might be a little bit rough.
It's not at the end of the world for G2. They've overcome the drone blocker that was in place. They've seen the ADSs. They've seen that Vulcan canister. They've seen the Jaeger with a shotgun. They know that's going to be a royal pain to chew through, unless, of course, you can get Blaz in there and start chewing away all of that utility. But, Tim, we're already halfway through the round. To start on that now would feel
they have not done anything.
To be honest with you, they may well have to let this one go and try and attack elsewhere.
Yeah, Fixto as well.
Alamo rotates now. They've got control of the hatches here of G2, but like you say, without an answer to server, Fultz is also playing down in server as well with the Azami. This is the position that we actually saw Doki have so much success from that I was talking about. This is a real problem for G2, and it is one of those situations where you think as a team, maybe you've just got to call it and say, you know what, we don't have time or the utility to battle through all of that. Go main stairs and garage, you know, do so, go for a lobby drop.
What are you looking at with the Twitch drone? What the fuck are you doing?
Or at least going to be part of that plan as Doki tries to
start
pushing down. He's got Alamo in support, but G2 look a little bit lost right now.
Blaz is going in for the lobby drop along with Uno. I think it'll be a Blant coming in more from the back side. So a take from this side could be a little bit risky. It's J90 they've got to face off against there. Still droning in for now. They've got a bit of time to play with. 2 players out in security will be ignored or at least isolated away from this initial gunfight. But that means G2 need to build up kills at the very start if they're going to make this work.
Doki's just trying to grab a bit of ground here. Goes down, needs to wait for that Vulcan canister to burn out. But this is it. They've kind of telegraphed what they were doing here, G2.
Yeah,
SSG
I'm going to the
ready
bathroom.
for it. Flawless round. They've stood tall. Absolutely nothing for G2 doing there. They had no plan to break down server and blue stairs hold. When it came to dropping into vault and moving down main stairs, it was all just a little bit late. It took a bit too long. So
Let's go
SSG,
to
they were
bathroom.
ready and waiting.
It's
Hang on a minute, we're at 2
occupied.
minutes 30 days. They're not in server. They haven't come to blue yet.
Of
Where
course
else
it's
are they going to go?
occupied by
Are
the
they in
family.
garage? No. So it tells you exactly where they are. And SSG were well prepared. Great round from them defensively.
We looked at the start without the warden, and I was like, okay, then you'll see a lot of flashes coming in. But G2 had 2 flashes, they had 2 smokes, and it was like, this is actually a perfect lineup from SSG. But I don't know if it's a case of G2 have like misdroned and not realised what it was they were facing up against or what they could be coming up against. But they certainly didn't adapt their lineup to deal with it. And I was looking at the stats the other day because I saw obviously Joystick playing an awful lot of Jaeger. It's one of his go-tos. And I was like, how much Jaeger have we really seen? And after a few days of group stage play, I think picked a total of 56 times. A quarter of those were by Joystick himself. And I was like, that's kind of cool to see. So for G2, probably somewhat surprised by seeing a shotgun-wielding Jaeger stacking up blue stairs like the good old days and no smoke and no warden being seen. It was definitely a good response from SSG, and that to me just screams counter prep. They knew what G2 were likely to bring and came in with their own ideas to deal with it. Really smart stuff. And now up at 4 and 3, G2 are once again sent back to the drawing board to find some answers here to deal with SSG setups on this map.
What a day SSG have had, realistically. Possibly going to end with a big finish as well. They came into the upper bracket, one of the 3rd place teams, so one of the lowest placed teams coming into the upper bracket. Not only have they beaten FaZe, they're now 3 rounds away from beating G2 and guaranteeing themselves a spot in the live stage finals one way or another.
And at least with how things are going over on the other stream, it could be BDS, it could be Unwanted they're coming up against, but imagine bringing down FaZe, G2, and BDS. Oh, horrific. You've basically eliminated any real top contender for the tournament there. Of course, there's others that you'd look at, like W7M, but they lost their game earlier on
Who are you going to be afraid of at that point?
Exactly, and you really start backing yourself to win the whole thing. I think it builds up towards that point for now. They're still going to get through G2, but they are doing so in fine fashion. G2 are the ones that are now being demanded. Answers are being requested from them. Questions are being put to them. They haven't really found the full answers just yet. Either way, signing ourselves out on this window repel from Blaz, blowing away those castle barricades to expose some more vision into site itself. For now, Alamal's got to get himself up towards the top of Spiral, and with these Yokais running around...
Okay, yeah, they need to be like... Oh, nicely done by Doki. Now Neko is off board. That's a huge pick. Now yeah.
He steps up and just manages to mop Doki up. He's going for the Monty.
Are you kidding me?
As well. It's all feeling a little bit desperate from G2. They're just forcing these situations because they have no choice, and it's not working out for them. 4v2 now.
I'm wondering what they were doing. They had no control except for getting like Echo off the board, and then like
corridor. There's nowhere that G2 can go here where they're not going to be in a fight.
They just look completely outcast. How on earth Ashen has sat there then with a UMP and brought down Doki and then taken the 1v1 against the Monty with his back against the wall where he can't get back into sight and brings down both. It's dare I say, unforgivable, Tim, from G2. You've got to be punishing far harder than that. But they look unstoppable. There is nothing more that G2 can do. SSG are up to 5-3, Tim. 2 more rounds.
That's
and they guarantee
looking
a spot
very bad
in
for
those live
G2
stage
right now.
games on Friday.
I kind of feel like I'm glad that I did not do any prediction today because it would have gone horribly wrong today.
Now in a very tough spot. They've got to respond on the fly and they're on the attack of Bank. It could have been a real masterstroke from
Spoilers,
SSG here,
BDS is in the lead with 3-2 against Unwanted in Coastline. BDS won the first map with 7-1 on Clubhouse.
Like this situation, it's you Capitao and your Monty working upstairs together, you get the first kill, but then all of a sudden Monty's battling on his own and having to drop his shield and take a fight. You're asking for exactly what they got, essentially. And SSG, they just seem to be in the zone at the minute. They are cool, they are calm, they are not rattled by anything. A Monty in the face, no problem.
It's just a regular game day for them right now. They're not feeling any pressure or anything.
I think even we're feeling second-hand shell shot for G2 here as well. It's crazy to see them being absolutely dominated by SSG. We spoke about the flawless group stage they had, 8-0 on maps. No one could stop G2, it
Yeah.
seemed. They were, you know, set up to then become one of the favorites to win the whole thing. But today is of all days to not show up, Tim. When you can secure a spot on the live stage, that is what's happening, which now means over the next couple of days, they might have to play some more games and potentially could even find themselves going home.
Look, like I've said, G2 have shown us the form that they are capable of. Everybody has a bad day in tournaments. G2 fans have just got to hope that, you know, this is the only one that G2 have, because heading into the lower bracket,
it doesn't
they
look
won't
good
get
for
any more
G2 at
chances.
all.
They're going to have to cruise all the way through to the final if they want to get there. And honestly, you know, coming into the day, I would have said I think G2 continue.
And
in
of
the
course,
upper
they have
bracket,
Clash
whoever
on
they
the
play
board.
out of face SSG, but it's just definitely been one of those bad days at the office for them so far, at least.
And I wouldn't even take it fully away from SSG. They've definitely
No,
exploited
SSG
that
have
bad
been
day to
great.
max. And it's not like G2 have been like outright awful. Like, there's definitely things they've done well, but SSG have just had a response to seemingly everything coming their way. Opener staff, we're going to find ourselves in for round 9 then. Doki starting his little creep in, seeing what he can do. Round towards that lobby side. Nook, very infamous with this map, I think, or very synonymous with it. You think about garage crouch walks from a Nook and the damage that they can do. We've seen some up main stairs, some on the basement sides doing a lot of damage as well. So much so that actually for a long time, Nook was banned away on this map for that
I
exact
would say
reason,
that
Tim.
G2
Don't
is
think
a
we're quite gonna see
little bit
bans
too
for
slow
Force
right
this
now. There's
competition,
no
given the strength of
kills,
Shields
there's
right
no
now.
damage done to
Still
either
very potent,
teams.
especially with the recent changes where that
SSG is
gadget can
just
last
hanging
forever.
around, just waiting for
G2 have
G2
just got a
to do
presence on
anything.
both sides of
But
SSG at the minute. Attention towards Square, which is what we're seeing here, challenging in towards Janitor. But we've got Doki who's worked in the
that's
loan
too
office
okay.
on the knock as well. We'll see what he does later in the round. But Lyra manages to find Fultz, so there's a trade at least. But
it
Uno was
should not
taken
have
down.
happened
Big
at
loss
all.
on the side of SSG.
So I'm not sure what
That's just
Uno.
small
Uno is
guns, so
just
you
having a
piss off the little
rough
bit of
day.
denial there. Also, big damage onto Jane. I know he's lucky to get away with that. Shots going down from above quite often find the head. It's a big part of the target, but Doki's going to get caught out.
Saw the head.
Surely he saw him. How has the Legion not gone back in for some more there? He dropped himself back into sight. Benja, I would have thought that would have been far too tantalising a morsel to ignore, but no, he plays the sensible game.
gotta win this.
Another challenge. Doki has to come away.
Doki, what the fuck?
Action switches to the shotgun and finds his man.
Oh, good trade.
G2 might be securing trades, but the key thing is SSG are getting the kills first. They're like whittling this team down, and there's still a clash on sides, and they can waste loads of time here. They've played it completely perfectly, always willing to play their lives in the road, the same as they were against FaZe, and G2 just cannot unravel it yet. Down to the last 20 seconds, they're going to run out of time, Tim.
Forrest needs to be careful here because the gap is being closed, and that's the issue. He needs somebody to be able to challenge and protect him, otherwise the shield break will come in. Lyra manages to find Benja. J9 onto Alan.
They can't get away with it.
Desperately needs some support here, but there's none coming. He does somehow survive. No!
How did we win that? How did we win that? Seriously, I was so sure we were about to lose that.
It was just, I think if he goes the other side of the counter, he has a much greater chance of surviving that situation. He backed himself into a corner and he allowed that gap to be closed. There's a clash, you want to keep a little bit of distance. You don't want them right up in your face like that. So maybe just a little bit of a misstep. SSG maybe showing that they are human after all.
Maybe so. I mean, Lyra, again, it's the second round this map that he's all but solo won for his team.
Yeah, 11-6.
Back in round 5, they lost the entry, got a 3K to save his team. In this round here,
11-6.
he's done really well in the 2 versus 2, because for me, SSG have whittled down those numbers of G2 around the map and left it so that their actual execute was going to be
Yeah,
really
Doki, like
ineffective. In what world is it okay to have a Ram having to chase after a clash, dug in behind the kitchen counter? Normally it's a multi making
still
that cross, so you go for a full sprint and a
kinda
crouch down.
surprised.
But Lyra, to a degree, pulling off the bait, you know, having to get the diffuser down, comes off and they get 2 kills. It was a big call that they made, but they get the kills they need to get the round over the line. They've now got to find something extra, though, Tim, on these other sites, because they're still down around. And SSG will be going to 2 other sites here. I imagine down in the basement, and then up on the top floor again, where they've already seen success, and that is all they need to get the game closed out.
Things changing up a little bit for SSG. We've got the Tachanka on site, which would suggest to me that the smoke will probably play in blue. We've got Ashen just applying Vulcan canisters out there, so that
Vivas
would suggest
as
that that
well.
is going to be a position that they want to hold. I would think that the smoke plays out there, the Tachanka plays in
Viva as
lockers
well.
for the plant denial. Maybe vice versa, I guess, but it makes more sense to have the smoke on blue because you've got the shotgun for the close range engagement, and then you've got Forest on the Echo as well, so quite a different approach here. We've seen Forest already have some success with the Echo earlier today. I think he got a 3K with the Echo.
That's interesting.
Fantastic round from him, so definitely already warmed up on the operator.
It's more the amount of stall available to SSG here. We spoke about this a bit on the previous map, that if G2 here don't find themselves attacking in good pace, as they haven't before, let's not forget they got stuck on blue stairs and couldn't crack it open, and then got absolutely ruined trying to hit the site itself. There's so much available to SSG that even with 60 seconds on the clock, G2 are going to struggle to close the game out.
Interestingly, the smoke is not playing on blue. They've given blue stairs up. Ashen was there to kind of soft hold it with the Goyo, but one nade goes in, burns the Vulcan, and that's it. He's retired back to server, and he's going to try to hold from there. So a little bit more of a gentle hold of server and blue from SSG. G2, they need to take advantage of that, get themselves in there and take the ground. If something's offered to you, you got to make sure that you claim it.
Well, I've heard the call that it's a free.
So the coach of the M80 guys, he, Raven6 Siege has officially announced that Bodega, the coach of M80, is going to get kicked out of the 6th Invitational Tournament effective immediately, and so is the assistant manager Igor as well. I'm not sure what Igor did because I didn't see him at all getting into something. Might be off camera, who knows, but yeah, so he's not going to be coaching anymore, so it's going to be way harder for
and the smoke, Yokai is going to stop him. That could be big. The toxic babes go out. The smokes aren't really, sorry, the Shumica launcher, it's not really landing the fire in the right place from Benja, so he just needs to sort his line out. So it's a bit more difficult because it takes a bounce. Loira does manage to take him down. Loira's going huge, double kill.
Straight up from Garage as well. He's been the X Factor in a couple of rounds. It looks like he might be in this one. 2 kills for himself, make it a 3rd. He is unleashed, really giving meaning.
Nicely done, Loira. Much better.
Pulled things square. It might not be the whole team that's awoken Tim, but Loira, he's here to play.
G2 have really locked in the last couple of rounds, and it makes me feel like we've got much more of a competitive matchup here. It felt like SSG were just operating on another level, like they were starting to cruise to victory, and it'd be a quick 2-0, but we're going to have that tactical timeout.
What is he writing?
There is real irony in this team being so loud in game and so ridiculously quiet during timeouts that we can't
just despite you.
100%. I mean, it's fine. Fairly so. Why give away you know, what the team's been thinking about, how they're working on things? Like, if you can keep it concealed, then more power to you. But that is SSG realizing, all right, things are getting a bit scary now. G2 are building back into it. The one thing I'll stress, Tim, it has relied a lot on Loira to get the job done. You can't rely on one player to constantly be the X factor. For a map, maybe, and of course, across a few rounds here, he's done just that. But if he dies in the entry, for example, then what?
The big thing for me is, I commented on the energy and the mental for G2 earlier. It looks like it's on the rise now. They're starting to feel that it's possible. They're starting to get that taste that we could do this. And
yeah, I'm not too sure.
I'm sure there's been a point where they might have been thinking that that wasn't going to happen because SSG just kind of had all the answers. But G2 definitely have dug in over the last couple of rounds, and we're seeing something a little bit more positive out them. They're starting to win the fights. They're starting to create the space. They just need to keep on walking.
Woo! All right. Walking it up towards overtime, assuming the teams can get one more round each. Winner of this one, I think, gains a big momentum advantage as well, knowing that for SSG, they win this round, one more is all they need. G2 will be a little bit rattled by that. G2 win it, SSG. Maybe you start feeling a little bit rocked that you can't get it over the line, and there we go. Fault's taken down. The Star Blast has found his man. Is this where you start seeing a comeback to a resurgence from the European side?
I think it probably is. Like I say, we've seen so many Siege games, Des. You just get a feel sometimes for the ebb and flow of games, and you just get this feeling in your bones that a team might just be picking it up. And that's what it feels like for G2 right now. Blaz with a big opener. Fultz goes down. That's the Kiba barricades off the table. A big start for G2. It's really going to help them. Fultz last time was the player in and around the castle barricade, making it difficult for them to think about repelling in, for them to think about pressuring from the windows. That's not going to be the case anymore.
I think they struggled to get the castle barricade removed. In fact, yeah, it's still in place inside of sight on B. More leaning towards Blaz here, and I think in the case there have gone 6 available. We've already tossed a nade at it and failed, but they do need this out of the way. Otherwise, it gives such a good angle of protection towards the defending team here. They can play inside sight a little bit easier.
I'm surprised that they didn't bring an IQ again to...
But they have got to move things, and they're also struggling to clear away this bulletproof camera. That's difficult. If there's someone below with a C4, which I don't believe there is. No, there is not. But it doesn't mean you can't get swung, Tim, as you try and step inside.
Yeah, they've got to be doing better with those
those
nades, that utility. Like you said, the castle barricade's still in place, the bulletproof's still in place. Got to be making sure that you've got effective use of them, just signaling that they want the wall open. That will be done as the ace charge.
Are we getting made is only hope is murk. Yeah.
So they've got the wall open.
We have to see who's going to be doing the coach thing. I think the next one that's going to be taking over might have been wanting that spot earlier. It has to be someone that is well known about the strats that they have put up.
It feels like SSG have read into it a little bit, Tim, and they feel somewhat ready for it as well.
25 seconds left to go. G2 are going to have to get moving, and here comes a backstab from Alamo. He's going to move his way up spiral, and SSG might not be quite ready for this. Blaz does get taken down, but here come G2. Loira again. Alamo from behind. He's slipped the net. He's got himself in. It's all up to Benja 1v3. Uno's putting the diffuser down. He's not going to be able to take him out. And that's it. The diffuser is secured, and
nicely done by G2. Nicely done.
He's low health. There's no way that he gets these, surely.
Nasty.
It's a 1v2 now. But no, Uno is there.
Jesus Christ, Venue Master there, but
and keep fighting in the upper bracket against SSG.
Give the SMG ACOG just to it. Like it would not matter at this point. You can hit it no matter what. Jesus.
And his statement there is he doesn't feel that SSG can play against slower attacks. And I think we saw this against FaZe. We spoke about it actually back in their first map. Was what we got to a point of was FaZe, even on the attack of Consulate, sitting on yellow stairs for a minute and a half and just saying they'll come to us at some point. They'll be forced to move by something, whether it's drones that scare them or they get a bit impatient. They will move, and more often than not, we did see those angles being held, end up netting a kill for that side. SSG a little bit too skittish. I think if we're going into the basement, which it looks like we are, they can dig in quite happily here and don't feel the need to go wandering around the map and walking into the waiting arms of G2. G2 are going to be the ones that have to command things, so sure. So attack.
You too. Dark played that earlier.
Strike twice. Or can someone else become the hero for them?
Loira at 15-7 now.
It's flying.
Having an absolute stormer of a game when G2 need it most. Before the tournament started, obviously we sit down, we do a lot of preparation, a lot of notes, and in my notes for G2 was Loira in big bold letters, exclamation mark. Is this going to be the big tournament for him? And I think he's really stepped up for G2 so far. He's definitely a star player in the making on this side, and he's proving why today.
No.
We spoke about it during groups that when Blaz and Loira joined, I know there were a lot of question marks, like why on earth would you let Virtue go? Why would you make these changes and bring in these players like this?
Oh, sorry.
And it always comes back to a very common saying that we hear in competitive Siege, which is trust the process. They believe that they'd found what they needed in these two players, that there were changes needed to continue G2's build towards a successful, potentially even championship-winning team. It is getting there, at least what we saw in group stage. Of course, there's still work to do, and Loira's been putting up big numbers throughout. Still a little bit of growth.
Okay, they're doing the same thing again. Jaeger with a freaking shotgun. I haven't seen that in a long time. Not in a pro play setting.
previously. The Tachanka and Smoke Hole didn't really work. So this time it's Ashen with the Jaeger shotgun on blue stairs again, supported by Fultz inside of server.
This was one of the problems that they had last time, G2. They could not push in from that, from there. So they need to get that off.
It didn't work for them.
I'm not sure why they ain't using Ying at this. I'm not sure why they're not bringing in Ying at this point. If they know someone is going to be playing on that stairs, you should bring a Ying for that.
All at the ready as well. They want to break this open.
Seeing the utility start to rain in. That's going to be Kiba barricade taken out. Fultz is going to be forced to move here. He's taking damage. He's taken out. Alamo manages to get the kill, and that leaves Ashen all alone. Doki took a lot of damage along the way, but once they clear this Jaeger out, there's going to be very little to stop them getting on into sight. I imagine somebody is going to take some space inside a server so that they can push Ashen from both sides.
Look at the fucking door. Grim,
look
at the fucking door.
And I think they have. They know that he's moving down, so they challenge from above. They just need to keep the distance so that they've got the advantage.
Nicely done. That's how you do it.
45 seconds left to go, and G2 are rolling here. But
Dude!
comes out with some crazy aggression to retake with a double kill, Des.
You never expect to see it, but it's happened, and Loira's on for it to himself. Blast hits one more, and Bench is on for 3. Almost.
Oh my god! What was that? First of all, Benjamin Master should not have been allowed to do that. He should not be allowed to go through the door at all. I'm not sure what they were thinking, but really good by Loria. Really good.
Alamo in the 1v1 gets the final kill. G2 hold on. Loira 17 and 8 had dropped elevator and got yet another double in response. G2 take us to map 3.
Growing in confidence.
Okay, let's go over quickly while we wait for the next game. Jesus Christ, I wanna go to bed. We have games tomorrow.
The Shield's now doing work. Adam taking a bunch of damage right now, somehow, somewhere.
And my husband wants to get to bed as well.
Unlocking the entry. Hall goes out though, further enabling the shield to the entry, but this is a bit of a slow approach here for Unwanted.
This is
Not
crazy.
sure where the gaps are. I think they just have a lag of drone in the drone phase. Oh, the impact gonna get all the X-Kyro pellets. That's a lot of damage done.
Yeah, only 6 remain here for Gav. He's been unreal in this game, but he needs to have bang for buck on that util as he's the main hard breacher in this lineup. We do have Dream on the Mav as well. Don't waste any excess X-Kyros there. He's just got 4 left now if he wants to get a breach on that external wall. A lot of damage taken by Spirits. Out comes the smoke, out comes the C4, out comes an impact. Not much for Spirits to do now. Flank though, and Leakafact takes a hell of a lot of damage. Adam might not know it, but he's just taken Leakafact down to about 1 HP. Solotov still hiding here inside of Tellers, just waiting for the onslaught to come through. Spirits taken down means it's up to Hot and Cold, getting closer. The flash comes through, and Hot and Cold delivers the killing blow.
That's nicely done.
Such a messy entry there, and it all started because an impact grenade from League Effect took down all those X-Kyro pellets from Gavin. That meant they had to brute force Tellers from the Visa window and just force it down the hallway. But Spirits, one of the best Blitz players in the world, maybe the best Blitz player in the world, of course gets it done. Hot and Cold, half health on Munty, Soul Shield up against the Goo Mine, a single C4, and a Goyo Fire. And again, if you walk through a fire as a shield, you will guard break, so these Goyo Fires will be extremely lethal, not just in damage, but by exposing Hot and Cold.
Yeah, it's going to be a very windy path forward here for Unwanted. They're also a player down, and they're tunnel visioning from the same direction. All of these players from PDS have a read. The drones have come out. There's still a mirror window facing that position. So everyone from Unwanted funnels down this single hallway. A C4, that's a hell of a lot of damage onto Hot and Cold. Adam standing behind him just hoping to bait for a pick, but BDS know that they don't need to swing. They will anyway because it's Shaiko, and that's what Shaiko does. Now it's Hot and Cold versus the world. Easy for Shaiko to carve his head up. And we're back at an even scoreline. 5 rounds apiece as BDS are poised to make this comeback happen.
curious what Unwanted are thinking right now, because on one side you could go, these shield operators are not working out. We're losing the last,
yeah,
2
one
rounds in a
more
row.
map.
But on the
Oh
other
my
side,
god.
if you really think about it and look at how this
I've
rounds are
been
playing
live
out,
for
the
8
shields are one of the
hours
sole reasons
ago,
why they've been
and I
winning.
was live
So
2
I
hours
can
earlier
kind of
on TikTok, so I've been
see a world
live for
where
total
the team might
10
be
hours.
split 50-50, and we gotta see if Hot and Cold and Spirits will talk about and say, guys, oh no, these shields are not the problem. They're working.
Not
These
gonna
are the
crazy,
issues
and I'm
instead."
going to do
Right
a
now,
lot
they're
of
hovering
hours
just the
tomorrow,
blitz.
but
Hot and Cold
I
off the
will
1T.
not
Of course,
do
it's
the
also the
late.
upstairs attack. Double shield here is kind of need more gunplay.
It depends on which games
Well, last
that
time
is going
Unwanted
to be
won was
happening
on the
tomorrow.
back of
That's
the Amaru. Exactly.
that's going to
yeah,
be the
Amaru, and
issue.
then
Which game is
that
going to
execute,
be
which was
what?
extremely messy.
So,
And then Gav clutched it up in a 1v2.
so the one at
Does feel like
4
we're getting a
should
lot
be
more clutches out of
interesting
these Unwanted
tomorrow.
players than we are out of, to be honest, a lot of teams at this tournament.
Yeah, they have been very clutch.
Which is funny because you were describing them, and we were talking about them as a team that's maybe less individually talented and more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah,
but
1-to-1, yeah.
The individual players on this team have certainly stepped up. Gav right now, we've talked about him a lot. He's 12-6 in this map. An unreal scoreline. BDS, none of their players reaching double digits as of yet, except for Leakafak, who has
yeah, the only
struggled
game
and
that I
often been
feel like
separated
it's
from the rest of the
interesting to
team in
watch
this
tomorrow
map.
is actually at 4. Maybe Liquid a FaZe Clan at 7:30, but there's not too much that I feel like, yeah, I need to watch that game.
What this can do, if they go for a CEO plan, is you can just kind of walk on in, ignore the window repel, take the shield away, kill the guy planting. It gives you another win condition.
I'm gonna check
Likewise,
how many
if you want
hours
to go
have
for an
I
epic
been
attack on the
live,
other side of the
actually,
building, you can
for
walk
the
in that
6th
direction
invitation.
and shut
That's
down the
probably
attackers further.
crazy
Clash
amount.
on this particular bomb site can just be such a difficult operator to deal with, and there are no real counter operators. There's no Capital, there's no Sophia, there's no Nomad. This just leaves, well, the EMPs.
So we have
it's not going to be pretty
Yeah.
against the Clash, that's for sure.
we have here
I think for BDS, what they learned last round perhaps is if they win an early
Last.
exchange, or even if perhaps it remains a 5v5 and Unwanted don't have a lot of clear util, they just need to play passively,
five
especially when they got util like that Clash,
five.
operators like Warden available.
and this
Let's not forget the
is-
traps. Smoke can continue to gas up these positions in the late round.
This is
I mean, I love this from BDS. It feels like how are they going to break this apart from Unwanted? And it doesn't feel very likely.
So
As
far,
long
I've
as
been
he
live
doesn't
for
make a massive
35
misplay,
hours
dies to the
since
side or
the
a
6th
backstab,
Invitational has
the only real
started.
thing Unwanted can do is attack from every direction at once. Drop down yellow sky, push spiral, send it from Abbey.
I've
go
been
yellow stairs. They
streaming
need to just attack from
total
everywhere and
36
ignore the
hours.
Clash, essentially.
Damn!
See what they could do.
Hard to do that when the Clash is the one standing in your way. The Grimbees have come out, and the Clash still teasing a little bit of pressure around meeting. Good drone work, though, as Hot and Cold's now spotted quite a few players. But Unwanted are playing very slowly. When will this execute come through? Here it is. Spirits getting deep.
Come on.
Looking to try and
BDS
backstab
coming.
the Clash,
BDS,
and
turn
he
around.
spots him. That's the way you deal with the Clash. Looking for more now. Spirits is a hungry blitz. Desperate now.
kidding me?
BDS
No,
floundering
BDS,
onside
BDS,
as
come on.
Adam
Wake
swings
up,
it.
wake up.
And Unwanted are inching closer and closer. Leakafak trapped into a corner. Finished off again. Spirits is an unreal blitz. And he's hungry for more. Surely that's going to be it. Users might be the Warden. But that doesn't matter because Spirits and
Are you
Adam
kidding
will
me,
double team him
BDS?
until he
Wake
dies
up.
in a corner.
Wake up!
Another round for Unwanted and map point here on Consulate.
Hey, I was gonna say it, but Min took the words straight out of my mouth. You're the best damn shield player in the world. While he looks at Spirits, the value, he single-handedly won that. I said
Jesus.
the only way Clash dies is if Breedy makes a massive misplay and gets shot from the side or from behind. It's that Blitz that finds the gap, who's the loudest operator in the game, and they knew he was there. The smoke grenade, the sound, surely, but Breedy was distracted because Atom was fighting him on the door as well. And Spirits doesn't stop. His goal with Blitz right now, create chaos, seek out the 1v1s, go for the melee, get the kill. Here, just keep the ward in the corner. He's got no way out. I'm that guy.
He is that guy. He knows it. He knows exactly what he's done. And he's definitely got in BDS's heads as well. Like, you look at the way it was Adam swung with the Dokkaebi, and all these players,
they're all looking at him.
They're tunnel visioning this blitz because they're like, holy crap, we are getting minced by this guy.
Yeah, and there's the thing I spoke about before that round started. there is this awkward spot where Unwanted, they might feel the shields are the problem, but if you did break down every single round, I think Spirits was the reason why they were working out. And I'm very sure if you go back and listen to the communication, Spirits said, guys, the shield is not the problem. Trust me on this. Give me one more go at it. He's proven that. It's 6-5 now.
Dude, I'd be insta-picking that blitz every round if I was as good as Spirits.
And the thing is, unless BDS finds a consistent counter and don't start, losing those 1v1 gunfights with the blitz, there's no real reason to change away from it. If you go to overtime, everything changes, of course. It's 6-6, best of 3 in terms of round count, pressure is higher, stress is higher. Maybe the blitz won't work. However, when you're Spirits, one of the most experienced players on it, I think he has a way to make this work for every single scenario. This is your dangerous league effect. You gotta run away, go for that drone, and it might cost you your life.
You do take a look at the BDS lineup though. We've got 4 trap operators plus the mute, which can counter blitz as well. I'm liking that we're seeing Ela get a little bit of a resurgence. Those impact grenades also very valuable against a blitz player. We've got a C4 on Brito. That'll pack a punch.
Love the Frost here.
Yeah, that's the X factor. That's the first time we're seeing Frost. Kind of operator that if they don't know you got it, you might just catch someone off guard. I don't know where they've placed those mats. Oh, one underneath the
window.
Yeah, okay, where else? Oh, wow, that's a cheeky one.
That's very cheeky. I like that. Very slow round from Unwanted, feeling the pressure of match point. Don't want to throw anything away and give anything up for free. And I like this because when they play this operator lineup, the Dokkaebi and the Blitz,
yeah, he
they
is
can
good
just
at,
storm
but
the bomb site. They can just go for a quick roam clear.
I know someone that is worse with Blitz, and that was Julio, but he is not Siege player anymore, so...
BDS, they have one defense rounds earlier because the timer hits 0. This grenade, League Effect risks it. He's really min-maxing this spot right now.
He wants to continue playing aggressively here. The top fragger in an aggressive spot, and he's going to be seen as well by the Grimsbees. Beautiful work from Dream. League Effect is down. Unwanted inching closer to map 3.
I see the risk, but remember I said earlier, BDS.
Ooh, I got a pack.
Machine. It's
We got a pack, guys.
The IGL making a solo play once more. He can call from the grave, but Adam finds another. Brito done as well.
Oh, BDS are dropping. Shaiko's found one, traded back, not aware of the position. A good refrag from Solotov, but it may not be enough. Users getting aggressive, expecting Unwanted may indeed explode onto the bomb site at a moment's notice. 30 seconds left.
Their Frost up here still main door. I swear to God, if Dream walks into a Frost trap, that could change everything in this round. Spirits
jump in on a Frost trap. Come on, come on.
No diffuser currently. It's
come on, jump in.
By the defender's position, they gotta advance forward. They gotta attack this.
Solotov's position revealed. They know he's got the diffuser, but here comes the backstab, and it's Dream.
Fuck.
It was not a dream after all. Unwanted. They take the second map. They taught BDS a lesson in Manchester, and this is just a reminder.
Oh my god, BDS.
Map 3 is coming up before too long, and the North Americans have not had the last laugh as of yet.
I love that. When I wanted to do the 4-1 strat, where they have one guy backstabbing and a big distraction game on the front lines. Like the Blitz and Dokkaebi, Green gets an easy 2K to finish it off. Again, Unwanted, they surprise us.
They're going to be starting in 2 minutes.
Limits. We thought Consulate was theirs for the taking. And yet Unwanted do what they always do. They pushed us to map number 3. Quarter coming up next.
Available now.
Yeah, I can't. Do wanna add? Can't I add?
Player feedback is everywhere on Siege, from reports, survey analysis, meetings, playtests, workshop studies.
Okej.
Gillette Labs. Nästa generations rakning. The best a man can get.
McDonald's. Direkt till dörren.
Well, that was one way of doing it. The Swedish commercial that we have are so fucking boring.
Vimla, mobiloperatören med bra vibrationer.
It's so dumb.
Same as me. My operator's ability would be, you know, those windows, those metal windows in the map that you cannot open. Like, he could open those bulletproof windows because, like,
I have a tool like Maverick that can just make holes in the reinforcers or like change the reinforcers on defense. That'd be crazy. Imagine you have a cool angle. That'd be sick.
my operator would have like a foxtail. I don't know, it just came up in my mind.
He has like metal legs that just make him run super fast. He's like a 4-speed. He's like a 4-speed operator. He's just so fast. Operator's name.
You serious? What the fuck? What happened? Are you fucking joking? Are you actually fucking joking with me?
Let's have a chat, because for me,
You can kind of tell that my PC is kind of breaking.
G2 were 8-0 undefeated. SSG were looking really good earlier today. And then what happens map 1? It was just awful. Garbage from G2. Loira brings it back on map 2. What happens now?
Normally, I would say, Milos, the team that wins map 2 in a best of 3 will win map 3. Momentum is huge. However, I will also say, I judge games and maps and rounds based off the team that controls them.
I'm sorry, Bodega, but you actually did touch Nafe at the end.
SSG also controlled Bank, but for Loira making
If you're
some
that
hero
close,
plays,
then you
that is
actually
not
did
reliable enough
touch.
for G2. So in my mind, this is still SSG's game to lose.
For me, this is the big point. The main win condition for G2 on Bank was the Loira show. That's it.
When you
It
go
was
in
him
touch
doing bunkers,
chest
the
like that,
triple
that
or
is
kills.
actually a
And
touch.
SSG was in
I'm
control
sorry.
strategically of the entirety of the game.
It's
now,
kinda
SSG starting
bull.
in Cafe, in defense, one of the
You
more
should not-
defend-decided maps of the meta.
You
If
should not
if you
even
gotta
be
close out
going
everything. Actually, they're switching. They need to go
towards-
attacks. So if you need to change things off, it will be tough for SSG to control that aggression. One of the main things that I want to see from them is try to shut down Loira or Alemao, the big fraggers on the team, whenever they're in attack, because I can see them go aggressive in defense.
Very much looking forward to how this game will go. Thank you very much, Alphaman Fresh. We have to decide who takes our third map in this series, who makes it directly to the main stage on Friday. That's for Ace and Dez to take us through it.
Yes, it is, Milos, and what a game it's going to be as well, Tim. I do agree with the analyst comments, though, which kind of feels like a downer moment to have, but it did still feel like SSG were the ones that control Bank, and that is my concern. It was the Loira show, but with a little bit of belief behind them, a few words of magic during the break there. Will G2 have a better showing here on Cafe? I'd expect so.
Well, you're back in G2 in the socials. That's actually improved since Bank. 61-39 now. Think that G2 get this done. I think people put a lot of stock in the fact that a team has won that second map. But like Fresh said, it's the manner in which it was won that may just hang a little question mark over G2's momentum coming in here. Grim is going to be our first ban. That was actually G2's ban because, as we've said countless times now, it's reversed. The blue side is on the defense, so a little UI bug. So these are SSG's ban.
And SSG banning away the Blackbeard here, mainly against Doki, but also against Blaz, has played quite a bit of this.
I definitely saw Doki play Blackbeard on Shaft.
He's definitely played it 6 times so far this week, mate. Yeah, 100%. So it being taken away for that exact reason. And then the Azami to follow as the final ban, again coming in against Doki. But did see Laura playing it in the first round of the last map. So not wholly surprised, also seeing it removed away here for Cafe. Can make some real strong defensive positions up around Piano is a good example, but also generally spread across that top floor and down inside of Kitchen. Here we go though, Tim. It's going to be G2 starting on the defense. It's SSG on the attacking side. You will give a bit of a lean to G2, knowing that Cafe generally sees quite successful defenses, but given how SSG have played so far, they've said forget about the stats, Des. We can crush anyone who stands before us when we move forward as a team. And that'll be the big thing for them to get this map over the line, Tim. It will be all about team play. Let's see if they start out successfully. We've had a flawless round back on our first map of Chalet, a flawless round to start out map 2 on Bank. Will we get another from SSG to keep the trend going?
G2 kick things off on defense. It's going to be reading room and dining to start with. So we're going to be looking to hold on to top floor. I'm just looking at what lineup they've got. They've got the Jaeger. They've got the Warden in there. Little Soulless.
Whoa, why did the quality drop?
What the use case is going to be. But usually you're looking to draw a line across Freezer, really, and hold everything behind it. So you're looking on the sort of cocktail side of things. Just hold on for as long as you can. So we're going to have the Vulcan canisters put down under the skylight. This could be...
Interesting.
I was going to say, this could be a hell of a start from Alamo. You can just switch weapons and it'll put it back in your pocket, Alamo. You don't have to throw it.
Want to learn. Maybe just unbound, switch weapon.
Maybe.
Relies only on the primary. It's all he needs.
Maybe.
Well, sure enough, early on, Doki causing a few shots down around the restaurant area, thinking nothing else to draw attention from SSG. Has then gone straight up round to start rejoining his team. On that Soulless, will be trying to cause a bit of bother, picking away drones throughout the map, and IC4 over towards Y is the right sort of idea, but it sticks to the top of the window frame and won't find Ashen. So right position, just not quite the right flight path.
Yep, just needs to work on that lineup a little bit. If that sails out of the window, it could have been a different story. Ashen's sort of playing with fire a little bit at the minute. He is put himself over to the right-hand side of that rappel. He's challenging onto the windows himself, but he does leave himself exposed to a potential peak. G2 actually holding this quite high. Normally you'd see a lot of players kind of behind Lumber and further, you know, dropping out of Freezer, really getting that reinforced and just playing in cocktail. But they are playing quite aggressively up here with Lyra the furthest.
So they're starting on defense now. Come on, G2. Make it quick and painless.
I mean, you know, having the verticals underneath, if you can find somebody from the Soulless, maybe on a drone, something like that, once they get top floor control, if they do get top floor control, then of course there could be some real value there.
They can. If nothing else, it's taking down those drones, as I mentioned, though, right? They've already chewed through 6 of those, and SSG still trying to search their way through this top floor, taking out what they can. Once they've got that control and the verticals start getting opened up, then sure, we'll start having a conversation about the work that Doki can do from below. Imagine it'd be much more about a retake onto the top floor from him, and sure enough, here comes one coming up.
Oh no, that was bad timing from Blast. It just went up a little bit too early.
But a kill is a kill, Tim.
It is. They don't have top floor control though yet, which could be the problem. Doki manages to pick up Ashen. Forest continues to try to work from Pillar, but doesn't really recognize that Doki has rotated around to
Damn.
Fultz, and all of a sudden SSG on the back foot.
Really good from G2 there. Very strong opening act.
If he wants to get anything going, doesn't have diffuser in hand, so he can't even use that as an opportunity. And once
okay, they need to be playing a little bit faster. Don't overpeak. Just see if you can like get it. You know.
To peek this Doki, but he has a look around the corner, gets taken down. 1v4 becomes 1v2, and I tell you what,
this is what I meant. You don't need to swing.
Mind you, there's one real close here as well. Sees his man. Ain't gonna win the gunfight though. As Alamo
I just don't get why you need to get that kill. Like, unless you can push together to get the kill, I don't see any reason why.
2 players died to him, absolutely, with no idea what was going on, and they pay the price from that. They lose all of their steam in the round, and SSG not starting out strong on the attack. G2, though, a very successful first defense.
An interesting point of the game that we have reached as well, Des.
Yep.
The first time that G2 have been ahead.
Yes.
At any point.
Except
when you look at the matchup as overall. Yeah. So they were behind on Chalet consistently. The whole time on Bank, they were at least 1 map behind. But now they are out and out in the lead.
I see what you're saying. I'm with you.
They are out and out in the lead at this point. 1 map apiece and 1 round up.
What I did think was quite cute was, again, break between games. The players get up, they go away to the little area. It's going to have a chat outside away from the playing area. And Benji was walking with a few of the G2 guys and just chatting and having a laugh still. So as much as it is a lot of competition and a lot of smack talking game itself, it doesn't follow outside a game. And I think a few others could take a few notes from that one, to be honest with you, Tim. Here we go for round 2. Kicking things off, it's going to be G2 up on that 2nd floor once again. Sorry, down in the kitchen this time around. So the Yokai's being brought along that we spoke about previously, seeing teams having to hide these away in a much more creative fashion than before. You can't just stash them away on site. There's been a lot of Twitch play going on, for example, so seeing teams hiding them inside a VIP and then rolling them into site later into the round and then looking to use them for the denial. But it's a very big heavy stall comp. So SSG, if they're going for a full map player here, they're going to have to get a wiggle on quite early on.
Yeah, G2 have dropped away from anything above the first floor, so they're all down there on the kitchen level, and they're just going to be looking to play those verticals. SSG, once they recognise that, can go in and take control of the map. They've got the book, they've got the ramp, so they can do that vertical work that they're going to want to, and then start pushing on down from there. So really the question is, how quickly do SSG recognise that, and how quickly
yes,
do they
I
take
forgot about
advantage of
that contour hack.
Absolutely. Now it's out the window.
How about that?
Oh,
okay, fair enough.
almost.
I thought Benja had gone down on this near side. It would have been an easy 2K for him, but Benja was on drones, comes off, gets the trade back, far from the end of the world, but it's the buck that's gone, Tim. That vertical destruction, that's a stinger.
I think you take that trade all day long. The Goyo's utility is already down. Yes, they've got the RAM, but that puts more pressure on J9O now. It's maybe a little bit more limited in terms of what they can do on the verticals. So definitely a better pick for G2 overall, I think. And it just kind of sends a message as well. You've got that entry, you've taken the onus in the round, you've gone in there and you're getting the job done.
I was going to say, he's only got 2 of these blue.
Oh my god, I have an itch, guys.
To roll their way through mining in towards train. I think it was a fair enough read there. I think Una trying to impact one out, thinking, well, cool, then they're down to a limited number now. If we can take it out, then actually they don't get the angles they need. But they've got a lot done here. They have got the angles that they need, so it's not a terrible spot to be in. Of course, would open up a lot more if they still had that buck on side. It's looking all right for G2. Now the Yokai is sat inside. Flores drone in place as well, taking away the Vulcan.
I really hate when I have the itch where I can't reach, you know? I did take a fork once to itch my back, and I actually jammed my what do you call it, live spot, birthmarks. I did like stab my birthmark and rip that off a little bit, so I had to go to my doctor to make sure that I didn't need any stitches.
How do we get onto site? Where is this execute going to happen?
So don't use a fork, you guys, if you're going to itch for something.
Hidden away in VIP behind the tree. If they don't deal with this position and they go for a freezer drop and a freezer push, Doki could well jump up and just run in behind them here and cause absolute mayhem in the last 20 seconds.
I don't think they heard Doki, even with the phone call coming out here. He's got a good chance to swing, and no, they did not. Benja down for free. It was good cover from his teammate at the bottom of Brown. Alamau into another, and G2
really nicely done, G2. Nicely done. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Way better.
The remaining players of G2, and they're up 2-0.
Feels like SSG have boarded the struggle bus a little bit here, Des. They're certainly not as efficient or effective as we saw them in the first sort of map and a half. We're going to have the tack time out coming in early as well, only 2 rounds.
Yeah, so they have a timeout.
If you heard any of that, then you've got Superhuman here in fair play to you. A little bit about basement sites and things like that, but really nothing too discernible, as always. Keeping things pretty under wraps in terms of coach contribution. I'll say the same thing I said before. I think it's quite interesting how they're one of the noisiest teams in-game, but their coach must be the quietest I think I've probably ever seen. Call out really not giving much away.
No, and it's, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense with the time it's, but SSG's are very, very coach-led. There doesn't tend to be too much player input. Some of them we see, you know, your coach will speak for sort of 20 seconds and then your IGL might be involved as well and they'll say some things. But for SSG, it is very much led by call-out throughout that time. He's using every second that he can to just deliver that information to his team. So let's see if SSG can turn anything around here after that tack time out. But obviously, call-out not happy with what he has seen so far. This one is in danger of potentially running away from them a little bit here, Des. They need the next couple of rounds just to try and square things up. They are on Cafe, so attacking is not going to be easy. G2 have got that to face in the second half. SSG just need to keep in touch. That's the important thing. They need 2 rounds, I would say at least, so that they don't have a huge mountain to climb. Because if it was a 5-1, for example, you're then 2 rounds away from dropping to the lower bracket, and that starts to eat at you.
It's crazy given how dominant they were back on that first map. G2 felt like they were boys standing up against men. It wasn't even close. Even though they got the 2 rounds, it was down to the moments of brilliance more than anything else. That second map much tighter, but it still felt like SSG had the control of the tempo of the game. I think here on map 3, though, it's very fair to say G2 are the ones running the show.
Yep.
Plenty of attention coming from the east side as Fultz and Benjo managed to get opening kills. Whatever call out said, certainly seems to have worked. Ashen goes in aggressive onto Blaz. This is falling apart for G2. 1 versus 5 already. We're not a minute into the round. Doki underneath on the mirror. He's just going to be chased down here. They've got the blitz. They know exactly what's coming. He gets one, but the trade is there. That's going to be a very solid response from SSG following that tactical timeout.
It was much better from them in terms of their attack as well. Like, I know on the previous couple of rounds there's more to do, there's more to clear. You need the verticals, for example. But in that round, just saying, right, now it's go time, boys. They jump in and there's 3 or 4 players dead inside all of about 3 seconds. It was much more like what we've seen from SSG across those previous 2 maps. G2 are very much stuck, I think, somewhat trapped in by their own castle barricades as well. Didn't have the ability to get away from White Corridor, and so they got absolutely crushed. Blasted at the very least, holding off.
Come on,
Pixel.
G2. Come on, G2.
Still 2-1 to G2, with the second quarter coming up now, where I imagine we'll see the same rotation of sides again.
I've got a feeling that this one is going to get a little bit close. Don't think SSG, with the way that they've played throughout the day against FaZe and G2, are just going to be rolled over and disappear into the lower bracket. G2 are certainly not here to give this up, and they've been looking much better, particularly at the back end of Bank and now the start of Cafe. Night and day different from the team that we saw on Chalet. They've really had to dig deep here, and it's another important question when we talk about G2 as potential winners of this event, as potential champions again. It's always important, as I say, that teams can win hard. You've got to be able to win the tough games when you're really stretched. Do you have the resilience to come back into it? And right now, G2 are showing us exactly that quality.
Double Swarm Pete's coming out. Doki and Laura both aiming to find someone in the early round, but SSG giving them nothing. Good discipline there to not lose anyone too early on. But by the looks of it, Doki and Laura didn't fancy hanging on those windows too long. We've seen too many times where players overstay their welcome on a Spawn Peak and pay the price very, very quickly. It's now Blaz playing at the bakery door, hoping that someone steps out his way. But SSG are pushing elsewhere. They're worried about the roof. It's where often you'll start things out. Otherwise, it's a couple of players out towards the east. Alamau thinking he's got a better line at this time around him. Really wants his man with that C4.
He's going to keep practicing it. He's going to keep trying it. I'm not sure it's going to land. Ashen is already safe on the line of the building, so should be fine. Little run out there from Blaz. Again, just trying to keep SSG thinking, keep them guessing, let them know that they are not safe in that position. As it is, SSG not overcommitting to anything. They've got themselves up onto the roof on the east side. Again, it feels like they're back to that SSG of trying to build a picture. Not being drawn into the round. They're going to build their picture. They're going to find where everybody is, and they're going to decide when it's goal time.
Yeah, the slower attack, I think, is a better way of playing it out until you see the opportunity. Almost being tagged out.
Are they aware the Blaz is underneath? Ooh, no, he missed.
Also falling low. Blaz taking shots.
Yeah,
3 players here that
he should not miss that, to be honest.
Very narrowly avoided death at the hands of SSG.
I think Alamau just caught Ashen with his nitro there eventually. Ashen going to take a little bit of damage, but not too much. They've been sort of pushed back from these windows for the time being. Blaz being down in the
opening kill to Alamau.
Manages to find himself an easy one as Alamau. He's been absolutely
There's still 1 minute left, so there is plenty of time for
it's not worked out. 5 versus 4 for SSG,
to make a final push into
the final minute.
The last 30 seconds.
Control, but
Since Alamau is gone. Now Blaze is gone as well, so it's going to be an easy push for...
oh, you can't miss that.
You can't. That was their opportunity, G2.
Yeah.
Lost to a pistol as well. That's a real screamer from Uno.
Yeah, Uno's got to be pissed about that.
Loira especially had some big
moments. So the last 40 seconds is going to be a push from above towards Reading. I have one on the new hatch that is going to be watching possible rotation.
Behind him, I'm pretty sure. One up on New Balkan. Sure enough, Ashen was there ready and waiting, and he nets the kill. SSG warming into Cafe Tim.
What a turnaround after that tactical timeout. Call out has intervened there, and SSG have really turned the momentum of this one. They've got those 2 attacks that I said was the minimum. Anything extra now is a bonus, a big bonus for SSG before they go onto the defensive side.
We got Fresh with the call in though. Fresh, what you thinking so far?
I was just thinking about the site selection there for G2, guys. The fact that they went to go for the middle floor again, that was 2 rounds in a row. The first round after the timeout and then the second round after the timeout. It was a big call given that they played the top floor and the basement and won both of them. It didn't pay off. And in a game that's so based around confidence for these two teams, that's a massive call that's gone in favor of Space Station Gaming.
Thank you very much, Professor. Appreciate your input on that one. 2-2. Tim, we're stepping away from the site by the looks of it. We are going back down to that
G2
kitchen,
needs
so
to win
on the same track
the
as Jack
last
here, I think. I like
3
that one.
rounds.
Track
Otherwise,
as
they're
Jack.
going to be having a hard
Sounds
time
on a
when they
different
are
side to jump into.
attacking.
That took me a bit too much.
In the
that
later
one.
game.
Same track as Jack. Nice. They did well down here last time, to be fair. A lot of it was on Doki being ratted away inside a VIP, lay down behind that Christmas tree, looking for some presents under there. Nothing being given to him for the longest time until an SSG player come barreling down white and he gets a freebie off the back of it. Don't suspect with the blitz at the front this time round, joined up by the Sense and that
the
Doki,
same
though, that
as
G2 are going to get such an easy
was
ride
when
here
they
in
were
round 5.
downstairs
No, I
last
don't
time.
think that's going to be the case. I think
Like I
SSG
said,
will
will
have learned their
Doki
lesson
be
there. It may even
hiding
be something that
under
Cole Light's picked up on. Look,
VIP
you know, when we've
area,
attacked
or
that
is he
site,
going
we've
to be
let 'em
holding
get away
above
with one there. We
for
need to know where everybody is, but
possibly getting the
ultimately,
vertical play?
G2
Are
here,
they aware
like
about
Fresh
the
says,
Twitch
you know,
drop?
maybe they go to the kitchen, they go up to the
No,
top
they
floor,
are
they win
not.
those sites that they've already locked down, they get their 4-2
No,
half.
they
We
are not
kinda
aware
come away
about
with
that.
no real advantage for anybody, and the big
That's a
question
freebie.
remains then, can G2 have a better half on the attack or not? But SSG, if they can continue this momentum, get themselves
I
fourth,
missed
but
that.
it's not the one. If they can continue this momentum and get themselves a third, then you start to worry if you're a G2 fan, or you should do.
Needs to be coming out strong in this half, 100%. Else the worry starts to mount. Spotted 2 players here inside of Baker.
Did I
It's
not
quite a
see?
strong, resolute
How do
defense
they
coming in
not
from G2
see
and
the
to give
Twitch
no
drone going
ground over to
around? It's been
SSG.
all over
3
the
players
site.
on this side of the map. Phone call coming on through. No one stepped forward and gone aggressive yet, but with the Sens also lining up, Tim, I imagine that's going to start about now.
Yeah, SSG looking to get themselves inside a wedding potentially in numbers here, but Uno is at the bottom of red stairs. They'd be better off not jumping in, to be honest, because they've got Doki on a crossfire as well.
Benji Monster getting Uno.
And that frees things up, but
Uno is having a bad day.
Doki managing to find one onto Forest. As I said, it wasn't the whole problem, wasn't the bottom of red, and that's just broken the back of that push a little bit, and it's meant that SSG have just had to relocate. We've had an early battle at the beginning of the round, about the halfway mark, and they've come away with even spoils.
Doki's got himself dug deeper inside here, the other side of the castle barricade if wanted. Now jumps back over again. He was quite desperate to find someone that's being a little bit cheeky, a little bit peeky onto that bakery window, and nothing is given. Bender into a second, the trade is there, but elsewhere, it's Ashen bringing down Doki. So, I was going to say, with him holding inside a bakery, it might be a little bit tough still for SSG to move on forwards, but the roadblock has been removed, and Blaz has got it all to do. Sees his man down to about a quarter of his HP, and he's in hot trouble at this point, Tim. 45 seconds to play.
Yeah, he's surrounded, that's the problem. There's one above, there's one bottom red. The one above has just come down Brian Stairs to join Benja on that side. They can start flooding into sight. They know they've got him 3v1 here. They're all on pretty much full health apart from Volts. It was a matter of time until Ashen cuts him down, and that there could be a key round for SSG in this matchup. Even if G2 get their final defense and it goes 3-3, if SSG are then able to put in a better defense performance and go 4-2, you've basically won it with that extra attack.
G2 really need to get this round, otherwise I completely think SSG are the ones walking away with the map win and the series win. Let's not forget, this is map 3. It has been SSG's world, and we're all just living in it. G2 being dragged along for the ride at points. If not for some magical Loira play, I don't think we'd be here on this map 3. But here we are, and they've warmed back into it themselves. We thought G2 might be in a bit of a comeuppance with the first 2 rounds. SSG just say, nope, we're still here and ready to play. It took a couple of tweaks, guys, and now they're here and ready to cook. Last round of the half coming up then, G2 defending the top floor this time around, so not repeating that downstairs, not trying the first floor because they've already seen a lot of failures down there. Top floor will be where this half ends.
You feel if G2 lose this round, do I want to use the word catastrophic? I'm not sure I'd go that far with a 4-2 half. It is certainly doable for them to come back on the attack. but losing the defensive half 2-4 will be, without a doubt, a huge blow in terms of this matchup. As Fresh pointed out, it's a real confidence-based matchup. We've seen that. You know, when the teams have been down, the energy drops and the other one just starts to roll off a few rounds one after another. So losing this first half on the defense is going to be a tough one for G2 to take, I'm sure. May not be the case yet. Alamar is still obsessed with this white window. He loves it. He loves it, doesn't he? He really wants to get something going out of there. But Benjamaster was approaching on the gridlock. But again, I think he's just well aware of the potential danger. You know, you've been here every round, Carl. They know that you're going to be on the white window.
Bit of a bait C4. They can get away from the far here. So
there you go.
Explodes it before they can shoot it. Nice. Wasted a bit of time, mind you. Even though he was sat there being spotted by a drone, I was like, I don't think he seems to care, because he knows the only way they can get him is by being on that rappel, and he'd see the grapple hook long before he saw the player himself. Opts to back away. I don't want to see him holding around that area too long. He has now stepped inside a cocktail. It was that 1.5 minute hold last time where he eventually tried to run down white stairs, and it was at that moment that Ashen stepped across to the swing and got himself a freebie. So I'm glad that this time he's used the C4 and has now chosen to step away.
Hatch is open, Blitz in position, ready to go. They're just, again, the due diligence is there from SSG. Let's find out absolutely everything that we're dealing with, where everybody is. Let's get that mental map made, and then we can start going in and getting kills. Doki, however, is going to pick up Fultz. That's the ace gone, so there'll be no hard breaching, which may not be the end of the world for a top floor push, but it might be nice to open Freezer Wall, for example. They've got no idea that Blaz is but he can't get the job done, and the push comes through from SSG, and once again, Des, they are finding a way.
Oh, you have to know that this is going to happen, Doki. Ben's just been waiting for him, and it gets the down at the very least. Uno with 2 more still to find. We've got a minute to play, though, Tim. He's got to get a 4K in the round, and with Benja and Jano knowing
yeah,
exactly
BS, I do hope so as well.
This one's looking pretty cooked.
Benja and Jano need to be I was going to say need to be careful. They were stacking up. They were right on top of each other there. They both came through Timber, both moved. You basically got Jano stood directly behind Benja there. I'm like thinking you're going to get both of you shot through here. We saw it for, I think it was at PSG Talon we saw it. You got to be careful with that. You got to be careful. No, it was Scars, wasn't it? It was the 1v5 clutch against Scars from Diaz. You know, you've got to be careful with that swinging together. But Benja finds his shots, takes down Uno. SSG with an unbelievable 4-2 attacking half on Cafe. You got to say, it swung back in their favour again.
They're just so good at turning up the tempo when they need to. I'm not going to lie for Blaz, that is pretty unforgivable. You know the player's gone for the rounding. You know that he's pushing around to the other side, and you just let him get away with it.
Yeah, G2 is like falling behind now. They're not playing as they should. Now they're going to be changing side to attack instead, so that's going to be a little bit more interesting.
If they play a little bit slow, they generally find success against SSG.
But the event has
against FaZe, it's where SSG get a little bit impatient.
Yeah, the new event was actually really good. Usually their events has been a little bit boring. It's been reused a lot, so. But I think it has something to do with the Hemford base is taken away from casual games, so I think it's completely gone if I saw it right. I do believe there is going to be a rework on Hemford's base again. It wouldn't surprise me because they on Clubhouse they reworked it 3 times, so doing a 3rd time on Hemford base would not be a bad idea. But on the 3rd try they need to hit that really hard, otherwise it's just going to be really bad for them in the long run.
They've got the Ram on side, so they're going to want to get Alamau in there to open things up.
I also heard something about a clash. I'm not sure. I do hope that it's not a clash buff, because I'm going to get pissed if that is the case. That would not make any sense in my opinion.
Down in the basement.
And I also heard something about Jaeger might be getting his ACOG back.
They just looked like they knew what G2 were going to do before G2 themselves even know it was coming. And it feels somewhat the same here. There's no shield to come charging in to be pushed back by the Clash, but I'm just worried that Forest is going to be able to waste so much time here. And assuming they even get inside, well,
Doki.
You've still got Benja, no C4s left here to play behind, but you've also got smokes to chew through. They'll do really well at stalling G2 out here, and Doki going down, not the ideal spot on that small wedding window.
No, it's really not, and the problem is out of 7 rounds now, G2 have only had 2 entry kills, and it is starting to...
Hope everything is good with you, by the way,
It's
BS.
starting to make things difficult for them because they're constantly playing in a 4v5. The Clash of Forest just again holding things up. The support is there from J9O. This is clinical
Yeah,
from
this
SSG.
is-
As Fultz takes down Blaz, and once again, the North
Yeah.
American side are 5 versus 2. There's a lot of damage been done across the board. It's the 1+ point for G2 at the minute. Forest, Benja, J9O all on half or less pretty much health. But G2, they need the next 2 kills at least.
Yes.
At least.
1% or 100%, the gun is still just as effective. Sure, the player might die sooner to less body shots, but they can still catch you out with a single headshot, and it all gets chewed apart from there. Damage is all well and good, Tim.
Yeah,
As you say,
it's
we
looking
need kills,
good.
and we need them soon. because
Unfortunately,
we
one
aren't
of the
seeing superstar
coaches
Loyer appear so
in
far yet
this
on map.
tournament
Yep, they've
got
a few kills to his name, but that's not what they need. They need far more
banned
than that.
from the
Alamal
tournament
steps
right
in,
now
and Benja's
because
gonna
of
fall
bad
down, but look at that,
behavior.
Ashen elsewhere has found Uno. All to do here, Alamau facing off against the Clash. This one is most definitely done, as he'll just bleed out here to the damage as it starts to rack up.
Yeah, exactly that. Even, you know, even when the Clash runs out of energy for the shield and is waiting on the recharge like they are now, there's a chance somebody just pops up and shoots him. But as it is, full recharge. Ashen is going to be the one.
Yeah, that was
That's
bad.
a shame for Forest there. He's done so much work burning Alamau's health down with that Clash
No,
shield,
the
and
thing
just as
is,
Alamau's
he
ready to
got
die,
told by...
Yeah, that's fine.
Money, money, obey. Thank you so much, Mobay. Money, money, Mobay. Thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate that. Hopefully you're having an amazing evening. Now, the reason why he got kicked out of the tournament was because he got 2 warnings during the match against the DC that he is not allowed to talk to the MA, the players, during a specific time. You're only allowed to talk to the players when there is a timeout or if the round is like over. Then you're like allowed to say you're not allowed to coach during that time unless for a timeout. Like you see here. But he did try to talk at 2 different times. He got a warning from them, and then he did it the 3rd time. So they said like, hey, we told you 3 times. According to the rulebook, you're not allowed. So we are giving 1 round over to Dark Zero. And he got mad, asking where did I say it, like proof and everything. Plus, the coach in DC was bantering the other coach in
to make a difference.
in M80, so he was like fueling the fire all the time from DC. Everyone was bantering M80, like specifically the coach bantering each other, or DC's coach bantering the M80 coach, and the M80 is just too weak mentally, so he couldn't handle it. And so one of the players in DC also bantering the player and the coach as well. So he couldn't handle that, and after the game was over, DC won. The coach went up face to face with the player in DC, started talking angrily and stuff, and like puffing up his chest against him, so to speak, which you're not allowed to do, and he got removed after that. So you kind of don't do that as a coach at all. It was horrible. I think it's wrong from DC side as well, because if you're like bantering like that, you need to shut up as a coach. You should not do those things.
Defending reading room here, SSG. Then they're going to, of course, be holding on to that top floor as expected. G2 applying a lot of pressure from the east side. 3 players at the minute over there, and I think SSG well aware of that. Just a little bit cautious here of the potential for somebody pushing up white. Don't worry, Forrest, there's nobody there.
For now.
Of course, he's not to know that. I think he's heard the barricade taken out. Loyer is down at the very bottom, but hasn't moved in yet. Is going to get aggressive potentially here, but the barbed wire would have given him away. How about this? A battle that
Yeah, Doki get a free... Oh, he almost killed himself.
Just stood inside a site looking to pick up some kills.
Down as well. It's nice for him to get a second. Doki really
That was
stepping
really
in and
nicely
taking charge.
done.
And now that he's underneath him, with those scans available, he can start picking out players above and going clay pitch and shooting.
Yeah, we're really going to see what value there is in the verticals here, because SSG are not going to have much of a choice but to try and hold on, and that's the value. Doki taken down, and SSG, it just seems no matter the position they are put in, Des, they always find a way. Blaz, he manages to take down Ashen, surely. This is a round that goes to G2 as Uno gets that diffuser down.
It's a great read from G2, knowing there are a couple of players flying around Cocktail, and they planned completely the opposite side of things out on this ground floor, on the second floor. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he will be coaching anything again after this.
Trying to do what he can,
but I understand where his frustration is coming from, because the bantering that DC did was a little bit too much. You have the coach bantering every single round, yelling at the players, yelling at the coach during the match, just saying shit. And I get like bantering is part of the game in one way, but I do feel like that is up to the players. The coach should not get involved in those bantering. It's just bad taste. Should be a rule for that. The coach are not there to do anything.
Big 2K, and it really propels them to the round.
Yeah, I feel like they should not be allowed to say anything at all during that time.
They've got control of sight, but instead he sits there, lets the Dokkaebi call come out, and a kill comes from above him, which he does nothing in response.
It's kind of the same way when you play football. You're not allowed to say anything to your players until...
I mean, that
replay did nothing to suggest that it was an accident.
No, that doesn't do to defend Uno's case, does it? No.
Not really. Not really.
What a bad team team kill. But yeah, like I feel like as a coach you should just be quiet. You should not encourage talk and stuff. And if you want to have good players in the future, you should not encourage them to be trash talkers either. I just feel like that it's such a waste of energy and time.
This one feels pretty tight overall. I'd still say that overall it's dependent on
yeah, I know that SSG, Ashen, he does a lot of trash talking as well. He has simmered down a little bit right now, but in the match they had before, they were... Ashen was trash talking a little bit, but not as much. The thing that I had bad taste with what he did was when they won against FaZe Clan, he just jumped out of his seat, going over to FaZe Clan's PC and stuff, and started bantering them face to face when they just have lost. You do not do that as a player. You don't go over to the opponent's side and start talking trash face to face. That would actually, in anything, you would get slapped for that if it was not a game, because you don't go into people's faces and start yelling and bantering like that. So that is really bad taste, and I think maybe Ashen has seen all the comments and just simmered down a little bit when it comes to that.
Yet they're only a couple of rounds ahead at this point. It's crazy to think that that's just how tight it is, despite the outperformance.
Nicely done by Loria.
Bringing down Benja on the entry. A good start for G2.
The comeback really could be on here. That's exactly
he knows. Ashen knows.
Rounds ago, I picked up on their lack of entry kills. That ain't gonna work. Ashen's got the glasses on, but that will. Doki manages to find J90, takes out the Wamai.
Yeah, I did comment that on Twitter, and a lot of people say, well, it's part of the game. You're selling the game by doing that. No, you're not selling the game, and it's certainly not part of the game. You should not make that. You're just teaching other people to behave like that. That's why we have like mod chat in the game as well.
And they know exactly where he is. He's full blinded, but gets rid of Loria in the process. Alamar steps in for the conversion.
Yeah, also like said that as a reference. If you did that in a football match or any other sports, you would get kicked out. You would get a warning. It's same as people running 100 meters, for example. You're not allowed to talk to each other during that time at all. Anything. So, and I feel like you as a team or a coach is encouraging bantering during the game. That just shows that you're not actually a good player or a teammate or a good coach if you encourage that behavior. Focus on yourself, focus on the game to win, instead of focusing on the other team. It doesn't help anyone to do like like they did. So I did like Dark Zero a lot. I do have a couple of skins, but right now I just feel like I am losing more faith in them.
Take us back downstairs.
And also been accused of art stealing as well, because some of the arts that Dark Zero has on weapon skins and stuff has actually been stolen. Or something like I heard something about them stealing.
This round feels like it's got a lot of weight to it.
They change weight from a bit to it's one of the heaviest there is.
I'm going to rethink that. SSG, of course, trying to get themselves onto that Magic 6.
Let's see here. On the other match between BDS and Unwanted, Unwanted is in the lead with 4-3 on the last map in Border at the moment.
I think they know that everybody on the side of SSG
I think that CG is going to implement some change to that, because if a lot of people feel like it's really bad, so they might change that. He was about to say that. Yeah, I do hope BDS win this, because they so deserve it. They so deserve it.
But the question is, will it be enough?
Small one to look at here is Doki on the Nomad. It was actually banned away against him the other day, much to his despair in the all chat. That's why we're taking it away from him.
Yeah, it's more fun that way. I noticed some skins are more like tattoo-like in the beginning, and then it shifted to more or less anime type of thing.
I thought we were hot dropping them for a second. I was a little bit nervous, but no. It was just, getting the hatch opened up for themselves, stalled out here, at least for a second, by that Subaru. But G2 are making good progress, Tim. They're chewing through this floor, but only halfway into the round.
They are, but the next important step for them is clearing J9 out of VIP. We speak about that position so often. Dorky benefited from it earlier. They need to move him out of that position.
Oh, that's nice.
They cannot push
yeah, they got like
just
second place in Montreal, and they got third place, or was that fourth place? Second place as well in Manchester. I don't remember.
He's playing his position there, but it gives G2 a little bit more space here. Pulse is the one. I was going to say they're pushing into Bakery now. They've adjusted, they've adapted, they've rotated. Lyra manages to get the kill, and that allows Uno to push on in here. SSG were expecting Freezer, as were we all, but this is a quick move from G2. Could it be the one that gets them the round? 2v2 effectively with the Maestro down.
They got the down into Forest, but couldn't quite finish him off, and that's what gave away the trade. It's what let SSG spring into action.
What was that?
Get the trade back on the other side. Forest might not be recoverable here because they haven't got that red control. But look at this, the dancing around. They've got no idea. But oh my God, Alamau in behind
nicely
in the perfect time. Bit of
done.
a siege timing moment for Ash and Tim. They've got to push in. Fultz holding in off towards the right. Double red ping coming out as well. Is now up. Good at the ready. Finds one. As he does. Because the downs were in place. They couldn't get the finish off. SSG take the round.
No way, that was bad
the
luck for
rounds do
G2.
not come any closer than that.
That was just bad
The
luck for
shots
G2. I'm
landed
not
at
sure
the
why they
same
pushed on the
time,
same door
and
though.
SSG
I
win
just
the
don't get
round.
it.
6-4 now as we head into round 10. G2 fighting for their lives in the upper bracket. They don't go home if they lose, but they do drop down to the lower bracket. They missed that opportunity to secure a live stage spot today, to have the job almost done.
And what is bowling now? Really?
They need 2 rounds now without any further mistakes.
So well played as well. I mean, Fultz has done quite a lot in this round. Yes, he's gone down, but it being at the same time, as you say, is enough to get the round their way. You can't even say it's a game in milliseconds at this point, Tim. It's the same millisecond where things are being decided. It could have been 5-5, but it's a North American side in the lead.
5v1, really?
In a row. That Maestro, I think, was always going to be a big frustration point for them. They did really well to rotate over and drop into Bakery and punish him after they saw him on a drone tucked inside a Bakery.
I think if BDS loses this game and G2 loses the game,
and secure a kill. And then, of course, we saw the final 2 coming out of him. Pretty fair to say, Tim. Fultz, he wants that second.
Yeah, so for BDS, they would probably face Falcons or W7M. G2, on the other hand, would be facing either Team Liquid or FaZe Clan, so I'm not sure they are so happy to be down. BDS, I don't think it matters for them if they face W7M or Falcon. I think they have the upper hand. But G2 facing Liquid again, and FaZe Clan is not ideal for them, to be honest. Yeah, I forgot to do my prediction, so I'm fine. I'm actually happy that I did not do the prediction. I would have gotten everything wrong today.
Now they've got an idea of that. They're not in a terrible spot. G2 in this round have really doubled down on the flank watch or the flank denial. Alamau on the gridlock. They've got Blaz on the Nomad this time around, with Doki taking up the helm of the Ace. Really want to stop SSG causing bother on any kind of flanks or rotates.
Yeah, Uno's going to go in quickly. Those Traxtingers haven't done a fantastic job on Red Stairs, to be fair. They've, I think, sort of been thrown at the wall and not really deployed as fully as they might have liked.
When I think of Alamau, I don't think gridlock player, to be fair.
No,
Doki is normally the gridlock player.
If you have a look there, he's
wow,
sort of against the wall. And he needs to be getting him in the middle of the stairs there, because let's be honest, that's wasted utility. They're doing nothing. A player can walk up there. The problem is that G2 Doki's on there now, so they probably recognise that. They need to be aware of it, because otherwise they could be thinking that, you know, they'll hear somebody coming and they won't. But right now, Uno is making slow progress across that top floor, looking to get some control up there with the rest of G2. We can see we've still got...
Yeah, I don't think G2 is going to win this.
Back towards site. So
not to be mean, I really don't think.
Start working vertically.
They wanted to play a heavy denial game behind 4 C4s. They've tossed 2, done some damage to Uno, and the third one was ripped, and I thought ready to go. May even find a player above, but as it stands, that's not quite the case. As G2 members start boiling away, though, Alamau the first one to go. Those 2 C4s become even more potent. Blaz getting rid of Ashen. Not a bad spot. Evening things out, and now all C4s are gone. So their chances of catching out G2 players that have been hoping to find at least 2 with that vertical denial from below, that no longer being available, suddenly this Monty starts looking very, very imposing.
Benja manages to find Blaz, but the answer is there from Lyra. Fultz on the trade. This is a trade for trade for trade.
I'm not sure. I'm really wondering what they are doing.
With a huge flank dares, and
yeah.
That is the North American side. SSG locking out the game and proceeding in the upper bracket. What a day they have had with wins against FaZe and G2. An absolute dream.
At all.
There's definitely a meme out there cooking of that Reaper knocking on doors and taking names.
Stairs walking up middle instead of going Archives.
Yeah, that's a huge L. So G2 is going to be facing either Liquid or FaZe Clan, and that is not a hurdle you do wanna do. But of course, if they had won this, they would actually maybe have been facing BDS. You don't want to do that either. I feel like when it comes to G2 facing BDS or Unwanted, I think G2 would have a better shot at Unwanted than BDS. So
yeah. I can. That's the counter. So that's their approach right now.
Every round,
their sole purpose is to counter the shield operator, because they know they're gonna play it every single round. They want to force Spirits off that operator or make him miserable playing the operator. So they've recognized it. But I will say again, if I want to, they didn't walk up the middle staircase and send Monty in Archives or in Armory to, you know, just have a horizontal fight with the players. He probably could get more done. Because what happened was that Monty wasn't leading the way forward. It was the guns behind the Monty taking the fight. Monty couldn't advance.
Yeah, it was a very strange strat. I don't really know why Unwanted didn't go directly to Archives or CCTV or...
No, I actually don't think they would break up, because they have been a team for a year and they have been so close on winning. It's kind of the same issue that you have with Team Liquid. They have not changed players either for a long time, but are still producing results. As long as they get up on the upper final, I don't think they would necessarily change anything. It would be a different matter if they were towards the lower end of SI and tournaments and stuff. Then they would have to decide to change. There's definitely going to be a change from AMAD side, so they're not going to be using Bodega anymore as a coach. That is a fact, really. I don't see them wanting to continue working for
I've
him.
never seen Dream play as well as he has in this tournament. I think I've definitely slept on him in the past, but that was huge value out of that Twitch drone. He's currently leading the server for kills with 12 and 5.
Like maybe Merc would be a new coach for
supportive role.
He's been solid.
for Mady would actually be interesting.
He's been like the MVP or EVP in my mind. This toxic bad gas doing so much damage, half health to Hot and Cold in a single canister. That is in crazy value. And it's gonna further slow down the aggression because the lower amount he gets, the more you gotta fear.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a temp coach, but I think he's going to be taking the full responsibility as a coach later on. I think they're going to make it official. Depending on how good he does it on this tournament, he might take the full spot later on.
Both teams
Because Merc was or is a phenomenal player. Been in Siege for a long time as well.
Gavin is locked out though, and the Monty makes his way forward. Hot and Cold spots him.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to unshield as of yet. It's too risky.
That's the thing. So, but Merc was a very good player in Siege before he stepped back. So he understands the game better than anyone. If you're going to have someone as a temp coach, then he is the one you want.
We want to see Hot and Cold. We want to see Spirits. Those shields get active, force the movement, get the kills. But no, not yet.
Careful. Spirits is trying to make his way forward. He needs some support from Hot and Cold. It's so difficult to clear this officer's position. Oh, that's a lot of damage done as well by Shaiko. Onto the feet. Pre-knifing. Expecting the pressure. And here comes the Goo Mine. A C4. Doesn't matter that Shaiko dies because the Blackbeard is down and Gavin is on the floor. Hot and Cold still low HP as Leakafat comes and finishes off Adam. Finishes off Gavin. Dream and Hot and Cold with nothing left in it. The shield will find one with the pistol.
Come on,
the
BDS.
match point is quickly slipping away from Unwanted's
Where's
grasp.
Dream?
Leakafat
Okay,
finding
Dream
one
is dead.
more onto Dream. It's all up to Hot and Cold.
Nicely
Green A
done.
Gives him a face full of
Overtime.
Buckshot, and once again ties up the scoreline.
5-5, baby. Give us overtime. Take us all the way. Yes, please. The thing is, BDS, they have now
I knew
figured it
this
out.
would actually be late.
I don't know if it's the pressure
fuck.
getting to them, but they've slowed down their playstyle significantly. They're barely inside the building, and despite being slow, they had the missed timings. They allowed Leakafat to run back. They allowed Solotov to run back as well. And then they get flanked later on. You can't be slow, have 6 drones alive, and have gaps. Either you're slow and perfect or you're fast with flaws. You can't play this weird middle ground.
Yeah, I don't know why the cracks have started to appear here for Unwanted.
It's gotta be pressure. I mean, where are the crazy injuries? Where are the rush strats? I mean, I'm not saying that you go for it, but they're playing these very sound, very flexible attacking approaches, but they're barely taking gunfights. They see Shaiko, they go the other way.
Yeah.
Shaiko is 6 and 7, swing him! Come on!
Gotta have a bit of an ego. Like, none of these players on BDS are playing out of their minds mechanically. My MVP for that round, aside from the flank, was still Leakafat. Because from the get-go, he was putting pressure on those shields with those gas babes, using them aggressively, being a little nuisance. They couldn't handle him. They couldn't finish him off. He managed to get away with his life after dealing a hell of a lot of damage and wasting a bunch of time as well.
I don't know if this may be why Solotov is the one calling the shots right now. Leakafat has now become that sole player. He does the crazy stuff on his own. It's risky, it might work, it might not, and Solotov can control the other players around him to make plays elsewhere. Because it has seen, like, in this series, Leakafat has not been the central pillar that everyone is working around so far. And it's worked, it's failed, depending on the map rounds that you look at. But
So
also,
they
if you
are
change
in
sides,
workshop.
change
That's
up
going
the
to be
main
interesting.
leader. Unwanted, we'll see a different BDS,
There's
they might
not
have
too
done
much to
anything
hack
before.
either because one bulletproof cam and mute jammers. Okay, you have the Outlaw, but
This is their 5th map of Rainbow Six for the
nothing
day.
that is impactful to hack in general. So it kind of feels like it's
as well, like having a big break in the middle of a long day can actually be really exhausting.
I mean, the thing is, when you play Pro League as a player, you get up to 110%.
Sultan needs to be careful right now because if it drops,
only to ramp back up after 4 hours, that's incredibly difficult, especially for less experienced players like Adam, who hasn't maybe done this at this level before.
And yeah, Adam is still performing out of his mind.
He is. Gavin slowed down a little bit. 4 and 8.
Gavin
behind
was
the curve.
next level on Consulate. He was the guy in the server. Spirits is struggling a little bit to have the impact of the shields. Of course, we've juggled around the shields a little bit. Hot and Cold's given that Monty to Spirits. No more Blackbeard. I
feel they're just gonna try and plan and it's not gonna work.
Okay,
It's so
all
simple, they
nomads
no
have
map
been
control.
used right now, so there's nothing left but
Seems risky.
flashes for
Solotov
him.
will take down Spirits.
Harbridge,
Goodbye
but-
to the Monty. Goodbye to Unwanted.
What?
BDS are just farming at this point. Without Unwanted even being
Like,
able to try
I
and
didn't even
execute the
see
diffusers
anything
down
on the
ground. Unwanted spots out Leakafak. Leakafak gets away with his life, with full HP as well. Gav upstairs, going for a backstab, but he's not going to be given anything. Shaiko on site, turns around. What a shot from Gavin! The Breen
that
will trade
was
him
a
on
good
back.
shot.
It's up to Dream. I don't care how well he's played so far. Nobody's winning this 1 versus 4.
12
The issue
kills
of
is hitting on.
attacking,
That's
you gotta keep fighting,
crazy.
Keep taking risks. You gotta keep making the plays not wanted. They let go of the gas. They're slowing down. They didn't even into the building. They're trying to walk in and go for a plan. It's not gonna work. He is still there. He's shut down the round. Solotov now has figured out how do we beat this team? Well, counter the shields, play passive, don't give them any aggression. BDS are taking 0 unnecessary risk, but all the calculated risk together. I want to see Unwanted fire up on this potential final round. I wish Mint had a technical timeout because I bet you he's standing there saying, I know what the problems are. I see the issues. We're getting quiet. We're not there. We're not taking the risks. And every single time he's been talking to the boys, they keep finding success afterwards. But they called it earlier. They're on their own, these players.
And this rejuvenation for BDS came on the back of that tactical timeout that they called. Stu flexed it a little bit, but it was mostly Solotov, as you said.
Okay,
and
come
he has
on,
kept
BDS.
that leadership
Come on,
throughout
win
the rest
this.
of this map, and
Come
it has
on.
worked. He made the call. Guys, we're going to play to counter those shields.
Yeah,
And we've seen
so
it
much
work to
interesting
perfection.
right now.
Unwanted
I'm not
looking
even
lost.
sure
They're going for
how.
desperate attacks, and it's not working. Now they have one last
I was
chance to push it into
so sure that
overtime.
G2 SSG would be
After
more
the
interesting,
incredible
but
performance we've seen from Unwanted this morning against W7M, after making a comeback from their 7-1 deficit on Clubhouse to then win the second map, Unwanted have felt like the better team today. And yet, here they are staring down their opponent's match point.
come on, BDS,
See,
come
the
on,
commentary
don't
in this
do
series
anything
is
unnecessarily
risk
now.
When
Come
the round
on.
score is 0-0, you can do the craziest play of your career with 0 pressure, because if you lose the round, it doesn't matter. Those are not the current odds at hand. If you make the play of your life, and it doesn't work out, you look like a fool, your team is 4v5, and you're gonna feel like
Oh,
you threw
they
that
saw
round for
that.
your team and for yourself. But
What's with the
sometimes a play
dots on
has
that?
to be made. We've seen what happens
interesting.
when inaction is present, when you don't make the play.
Jago just needs to hit 4. Well, that's a tall order, Saka, very tall order.
know they got the players that are capable.
Even
We've
for
seen it so
Shaiko. You
far.
have
Even if only a
Solotov
couple
though
rounds
with
ago,
11 kills,
they've
would be
disappeared
more
BDS
more
is
his
where Shaiko's
type.
dangerous. He is such an ego challenge player, swinging out, toxic bait, Digifag is there. They're always duoing up. There's no soul players from BDS that can pick it. They come at the window.
Oh, what is
That's
that?
the air jab.
Oh, the air jab, and it just enables the swing from Shaiko, who doesn't find what he's looking for. It's an even trade, but you know what? That Monty is down. That's Unwanted's secret weapon.
I think the Saracen wanted for sure.
No,
They
no,
get
no.
the opening, so
Actually,
it's a trade
Sako,
short.
that
It's
is a
4 versus 4
brilliant
with
move.
Shaiko
Oh,
on HP,
the
and BDS,
battle
because
was
of that aggressive play, they
the air
fought it
jab,
back.
but
Surrender
now
so much
Blackbeard
map
is
control.
off the
Wanted to
board
turning
because
it
they
out.
used.
Still got
I want to
6
use
stones,
that
plenty
as
of
their
intel.
pillar
They can speed up a little
for
bit
the
right now.
attacking
They have a little bit
side.
spare
Now
time
that
for the
that
bombs
is
that
gone,
itself
they're
later
more
on.
vulnerable.
They still are good
They
to go.
don't know where to
2
push at this
Pinkendellas,
moment.
2 smoke grenades. I mean, they even got Selma charge. They can get the hatch upstairs if they need to. They got all the right tools. Besides vertical destruction, they just can't get picked apart by flank right now. That would be the end of them.
How do they isolate these players, though?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's
it's Shaiko. You just said that he should
picked up his barbed
kill
wire so
4
he can go
people
for a
just because of
silent flank
his
later.
half HP. Doesn't mean
is
that he's
cheeky.
not
Maybe
as
you can even
dangerous.
reposition it. At this point, all eyes are on Unwanted as they poise towards the site. Goomines
It's free. They can go.
sorted out. Dreams started to figure out, hey guys, there's nothing here.
When they
Why-
stall, though,
why?
there is an Asami.
Are you
Might
kidding
have
me?
misread this actually.
Oh,
my God.
Shaiko! Surely not another one. Adam puts him down. The damage may have been dealt. BDS
They can
stand
plant.
firm. Unwanted begin to plant. Where is the plant denial? They might not need to deny the plant. They might need to retake. Oh, but the cover from Dream. He gets out alive, but it's Adam versus Leakafak from upstairs. With that plan yet to go down. And Leakafak has been phenomenal all day. He rotates upstairs. It's a switch of positions. As Adam, time ticking away,
He
gets
heard,
that
he
diffuser.
heard him.
and starts to plant it down. League Effect drops, and the drone is taken down. He's going to be able to go for this kill. He sprays him. Adam, with the world on his shoulders, as League Effect just waits, bides his time patiently. So much information for him, but no gas to work with. Adam has to hold firm, but League Effect's got him dead to rights. Revenge is best served hot. They might have missed out in Manchester, but BDS are bigger and better in Boston.
League Effect is the GOAT. He's been waiting.
League Effect, the captain, the IGL, maybe not on border, but for the team overall, it's been a
That was
struggle
nicely done. That was actually the best.
Together when they need it the most. League Effect wins the 1v1.
Yeah, that was
BDS
too
are
close.
guaranteed the
BDS have done it so many times. They need to stop doing that. They need to stop. They need to stop giving us heart attacks. That's all I'm gonna say.
BDS
Stop giving us fucking heart attacks that often. We don't need that. Holy moly, that was so good by League Effect. Taking the time. Most people would get stressed when the plant goes down, but you kind of forget you have 45 seconds to make it to the diffuser. So you don't necessarily need to stress it out. You just have to bind your time and bait the enemy out. It's like, damn. Damn. Okay. GG's, yeah. Well, this was kinda it for me. I'm so tired right now. Yeah, I'm going to be rating you guys to Just Goat. She's going to continue with the streaming, so would be appreciate if you guys to follow over there at least, so we can so I can brag a little bit about you guys. For everyone on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. I do hope that you enjoy your time. Thank you for liking and subscribing to the channel, and I will be back tomorrow 4 p.m. CET, and we're going to continue on with the games. But until then, I will see you guys tomorrow 4 p.m. CET, and I wish you guys an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are, and I will see you tomorrow.